for anything. I think also you've probably been labelled as a minor because you think that appeal to D's nuts and you're a dumbass are arguments when they're not. I would really hope that you're like level higher than that in this room.
I think you're just mad. You're like mumbling, brother.
Yeah, I mean, calling me mad, that's kind of the same as calling me a dumbass, isn't it? Like, I feel like you can do better.
Like, what are you, Socrates? Like, shut up.
Yeah, dude, and now you're just, again, you're just appealing to ridicule.
You're still...
Can you not just...
Do you have the whole thing? Do you have the whole chart memorized or something?
Dude, you're just wasting everyone's time at this point.
I think we were continuing, and then you like focus on me calling you a retard for whatever weird reason. Like,
well, normally when someone insults someone, they just get muted. So I mean, you're going to get muted if you carry on.
Most adults kind of just let that shit like slide right off them, especially on Discord.
Nah, most adults don't do it in the first place. Most adults don't.
Oh, stop being a bitch!
Yeah, I'm going to come and mute all of you guys.
He's a bitch. He's a bitch.
And I want to, man, quit yelling. I want to make a actually funny joke instead of just saying a bitch, dude. That's not funny anymore.
Yo.
I was gonna play off of Socrates and say I'm not Socrates, I'm Socrates. And you say Socrates, and I'm like, yeah, Socrates nuts.
What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
Young, skinny vet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you, mate.
How are ya?
Yeah, all right. That was quite an interesting conversation that just went. It was happening in the last 20 or 30 minutes. I don't know enough at all, but yeah, it was very technical, talking about radar and Flechette Hellfire missiles and all that kind of stuff. It's well above my pay grade, but yeah.
Yeah, that was on the bot. That was so because all this gets recorded when there's not many people in there, the bot will come in and play some previous clips.
Oh, okay, so that wasn't actually live right now.
No, that was on the bot, yeah. So you'll see at the top it's gone now, but there'll be an orange box and it'll say FE radio bot. So, yeah, if it's quiet in here, the bot will come in and play something, keep it all going.
Oh, right. See, I don't know this app at all, man. Yeah, no, because I was listening to that and yeah, good thing I didn't actually pipe up then because I would have looked like a complete idiot, but yeah.
Yeah, no,
Who was that? Hey?
I'd already canned all that study, but I didn't end up going to Canberra this weekend because we ended up in the hospital with Emily, and she can't walk. So
Yeah, you said that. How is she today?
what's that? Sorry, hang on, I got to change something.
Sorry, I was just saying. Yeah, you said that. How is she today, mate?
Oh, a little bit better. She's still on crutches and can't walk or anything, but yeah, that put a dampener on our Canberra trip.
Oh, of course, man. What is it? Anterior cruciate ligament, I think, is the full name for it. But yeah, my
Yeah,
left one's that didn't tighten up after the surgery with all the shit they had to cut out of it. So they wanted to do a ligonoscopy, and I said no because I had just seen them tear again and again and again. But yeah, in the US, you can get peptides and go down to Panama and get stem cell injections that'll clear it up for in about a month, but you can't get it in Australia, unfortunately.
Yep. I've been chasing lost sheep all day.
Which one?
Oh, I don't know. I've got two that appeared on my property about 3 weeks ago, and every time I get near them, they're just gone into the bush. And I'm trying to get them because there's no water out there. They're going to end up dying with no water, but I just can't get them. Even with the dog, man, they go like rockets. Yeah, you're 100 meters away from them and they're gone already.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult to track them down in the scrub, man. There's different ways of doing it. You can set up traps. I saw that done when I was a kid. So basically, it's a big long job, especially for one person. But basically, you set up two screens that end up going into an apex, and then just slowly
Yep.
drive them into there, and just keep blocking it off behind you as you go. But it's a lot of work, man.
Yeah, see where they are. It's probably on about 100-acre paddock, and it's all scrub and trees, and it's up in the hills. So you sort of can't push them anywhere because they go sideways. They go, yeah. But as soon as they see you could be 100 meters away and they're gone. They've taken off, and then the dog can't even catch them.
Yeah, those feral ones are a pain in the ass. Outside of that, I don't know what to tell you, man. Maybe if you had a horse and you're on horseback, you might be able to catch him, but then again, maybe not.
Oh well.
So, do you remember when that actual debate was, man? With that dude with the radar guy?
No, I didn't even hear it on the bot. I only just jumped in at the last minute of it, sort of thing.
Yeah, who was the British guy? He got a little bit heated.
I don't know. That could have been either. I don't know. It depends who it was. Might have been FE Jedi, or it might have been Big Root.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, no, the radar guy was actually presenting some pretty decent stuff, and not a lot of people had anything to rebut him with. And I don't know anywhere near enough, but it was certainly interesting.
Was this a
Yeah, I
recent
don't know.
Glober?
Don't know. I didn't hear it. Hang on a second. I'm just going to get smokes. Hey, yeah, carton, please.
Yeah, seeing these headlines is pretty crazy about the ISS. Got multiple countries. Every time I hear a headline like that, I start to lose faith in flat Earth.
Yeah, well, as for me, mate, I was very skeptical when flat Earth was brought to me. Look, again, I don't know enough about it, but I'm definitely solidly on the flat Earth side. But yeah, at times some like people that can argue like that guy. It's just like he knows a lot more than I could probably hope to learn in a lifetime. Clearly, some kind of physicist or something.
Yeah, just coming across these headlines.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what to think about the ISS. To be honest, I don't know. I don't know. Governments and acronym agencies lie about so much all the friggin' time.
Yeah, it's just making a space conglomerate would make it much easier of all these different nations. All they have to do is work together and make more elaborate lies.
Solid point, mate. Solid point.
Yeah, but just encountering those headlines. Yeah, encountering those headlines definitely just it's demoralizing.
There's a lot in this world to demoralize people, mate. That's the whole idea. Keep people demoralized, keep them living in fear, and keep them worshipping the technocracy. And
didn't you say you're in the military as well? I had a few questions for you.
Yeah, mate. Go nuts. Yeah, mate. I was in the army for nearly 10 years.
Yeah. Did you come across any tactics to sort of bolster your psychological profile before you did sniping?
Mate, I wasn't actually a sniper. I did a lot of work with snipers, and I did a lot of role playing in that with snipers as well. I'm not actually a sniper myself. In regards to psyops, psyops was done more at a brigade level or a task force level. That wasn't really necessarily a battalion level thing.
Are they two different levels?
Like,
So that's a brigade's lower, obviously, than a battalion.
yeah. So a battalion is, an infantry battalion, same as you've got in America. Maybe you guys call it regiment. I'm not sure. So a battalion's about 500 to 700 blokes, and then you've got a brigade, which is based off 3 infantry battalions. You've normally got an artillery regiment, an armored regiment, a cavalry regiment. You've got your combat engineers and your medics and transport and all that kind of shit as well. So a brigade's basically it's based on 3 infantry battalions, and then above a brigade, you've got. Now you're testing me because the Australian Army's not very big, so we don't. What's above a brigade? A corps, maybe?
Yeah,
and then above that,
what kind of tactics did you use to demoralize the enemy? Just in general, like it could be something like, making yourself appear like larger than they are, like in numbers.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's well, what you just said there, that's a big part of Australian battle doctrine because we're nearly always vastly outnumbered. We've always trained as auxiliaries, so we've always trained to make ourselves look bigger than what we are. For example, like an American squad. So, and this is not me giving shit to American military at all. I've worked with them and I have deployed with them, and their urban is fan-fucking-tastic. Their urban especially, they are Jedi fuck masters at it. But what America will send in a platoon to do, we will send one section, one squad to do the same job. So we spread out a lot more. A lot of hit and run, a lot of night attacks, a lot of 360 attacks, things like that. Just anything you can do to fuck with their heads, make them not sleep. Because the less people sleep, the crankier they get, the more poor the decisions, and then you go in for the kill.
Yeah, that's sort of like drowning them psychologically, and sort of baiting them out. Those are pretty good examples. But yeah, Australian infantry obviously spread really thin. You don't have a lot of resources to go on. Or
what we call it is gaining a moral ascendancy. So there's a tipping point in any campaign, doesn't matter between whatever forces, but once you gain moral ascendancy over your enemy, they don't want to fight you anymore, at least not on equal terms. And yeah, we are thin on the ground. We work off of 72-hour resup in the Australian infantry, whereas Americans work off 24-hour. So we carry a lot more shit, so our grunts end up a lot more busted. The way the Americans do it is a lot smarter, but we don't have the resources Americans do. The amount of firepower that a single American platoon can bring down is like we do that at company level. Or even battalion level, fast air assets, calling in your A-10 Warthogs, calling in your Spectre gunships, even artillery, things like that. The firepower an American platoon has is fantastic, but we're a lot better with stealth tactics. It's another way we gain moral ascendancy. So Vietnam's a prime example. The Vietnamese absolutely hated fighting Australian troops. After 1966, they didn't launch any major attacks on Australians in Phuoc Tuy because we fought the same way they did, just slow, silent, the quick and the dead kind of thing, ambush them.
Like bush rangers, guerrilla tactics, bush rangers, essentially. You're familiar with what a bush ranger is.
Essentially, it's funny you say the word ranger as well, because Australian regular infantry is trained up to Ranger standard, American Ranger standard. And that's how Americans deploy us. And before that, with the British, we were their shock troops. They'd send us in first to fuck the enemy up before they'd send their regulars in. But that's it. Like Kiwi forces, Australian forces, South African forces, Canadian forces have all worked off that same principle because we're always pretty much outnumbered, outgunned, and undersupplied.
Which weapons were you familiar with using? Or were you just like all across the board, just whatever you got your hands on?
So the primary weapon is the Steyr AUG, the Austrian weapon, the space age looking one that you saw in a lot of movies in the 80s and 90s. It's a bullpup system. It's not a bad weapon, but you can do a hell of a lot better as well. I did do drills on the M4, but I never actually got to fire it. But everyone that I know in commandos and SAS and that use the M4 on a regular basis reckon it shits all over the Steyr, and I'll take their word for it. I trust their word.
Did the Aussies did the Aussies get their asses kicked in Afghanistan?
Oruzgan, that was our primary area. Now, I trained for Afghanistan. I didn't go, but we had it under control until Julian Assange did what he did. We lost a lot of our human intelligence there. Then our government started just reducing the numbers, but we had a lot more area to cover. And then after that, the Taliban regained ascendancy, just like they did throughout the whole of Afghanistan before the pullout. But for quite a while there, from when we first went to Afghanistan to when we pulled out, up until about that, 2011, 2012, early 2012, we had ascendancy over the Taliban. Oruzgan was very, very quiet and very, very few attacks. Other weapon systems, you guys call it a 240, we call it a Mag 58, 7.62 general purpose machine gun. We call it the Minimi, you guys call it the SAW, 5.56 squad assault weapon. What else? We call it just the 40mm GLA. I think you guys call it the M203 underbarrel grenade launcher, 66 Law, light anti-armor weapon. Claymores, grenades, Mark 19 automatic grenade launcher, M2 Browning 50 cal, which those last two, Mark 19 and 50 cal, like give you a battle fat the size of the Statue of Liberty. Yeah, what else? I was a mortarman, 81mm mortar. I fired a lot of them. It's I really liked actually the Americans at platoon level had the 60mm with a trigger on it. It was a platoon level mortar, and we used to have them in the Australian military, but we shit canned them before Vietnam. We really should have that platoon level mortar support. But various other weapons as well. Sig Sauer 9mm Benelli 12-gauge shotgun, which is semi and pump. You use pump for non-lethal and semi for live rounds. What else? Yeah, it's pretty stock stuff, like a lot of the same stuff that Americans have used.
Yeah. Anything of interesting character that happened in the Discord today. Were there any Globers on? Like you mentioned before, there was a Glober on earlier, to which we didn't have a lot of rebuttals.
That turned out to be the bot coming in. That was a previous debate, and from where I'm sitting, I don't know a lot, but from where I'm sitting, he was absolutely kicking the shit out of the flat earthers on there. I think though, look, I didn't hear QE chime in. I didn't hear quite a few of the other ones that I've heard that are really, really good at it. So it could have just been that, yeah, there was no one else on the server at the time that could actually go toe to toe with this guy.
Right,
What
yeah.
you've got to watch is these confident speakers that sound like they know what they're talking about, but they're using fallacious arguments and fallacious reasoning and making unsubstantiated claims. So, sometimes in these debates, the flat earthers may not seem like they're debating or answering a lot of questions, but they're not required to, or they're calling out the fallacies, or they're calling out the other issues with the argument. And it can sound that way sometimes.
So it didn't sound like he was confident at all.
Yeah, he was confident, but predominantly, okay. So predominantly what this guy was talking about, and AJ, I know you could definitely tear this to shreds, but so he was talking about primarily the Hellfire system that took out Alzo Akari. I can never remember how to pronounce that guy's name, and that the radar and the laser guided systems work off of a globe Earth model and cannot work without it. It comes from satellites, yada 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 yada. And then the other axiom of his argument was we know the distances on the globe between countries and between distances. So I haven't seen a flat Earth model that actually works, and you have to triple the distance and all of that.
Well, that's the kicker there. He actually just acknowledged one of the flat Earth's ideas is that the actual land masses are underreported and underdrawn, and like Google Earth and whatever the mainstream map services are, which is a whole conspiracy theory in and of itself.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Like that second line of argument, I reckon even I could probably have had a crack. I wouldn't have probably beaten him, but I could have had a crack. But the first one, with how those weapon systems work, I don't know enough. I'm a small arms guy. I haven't actually. The closest I've done to anything like that is firing a javelin, and that wasn't even a real javelin. That was on the Clue, the simulator. That works off of heat seeking. Laser guided munitions and radar guided munitions and drones and all that kind of shit. I'm not particularly au fait with exactly how it works. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, or like AJ just said, the guy was making fallacies of certain topics that he was bringing up, and one of those about the satellite that you mentioned also can be refuted just on the basis is that we don't actually need satellites, A, for communication, or for B, drawing out long distance maps or trying to prove globe. Because you can do that with like radio waves or other technology. And it's redundant because it's not exactly as if we have that data to go by. And did he show that data? Probably not.
No, he didn't.
Radar pings. The longest distance radar pings are over thousands and thousands of miles. Yeah, and same with other radio signals. And what they've claimed is, I don't have all the details in front of me. I'm doing a driving lesson with my daughter. I'm in the car. But what they claimed was when it went too far that they were bouncing these signals off the ionosphere back down to where they had to go. That was their claim. However, we've sent signals now much further at a much higher frequency that penetrates the ionosphere, and they're sent in straight line. They're sent in straight lines. So if you actually go and do some research into radar and research into radio pings, you'll find that it well and truly debunks the globe and all of their claims that they come in here and make.
Yeah, so what you're talking about there, Adrian, so line of sight is VHF and bouncing. We were taught off the ionosphere, but I assume it's just when it hits a certain level or maybe off the firmament itself. But, HF, you bounce that up and it bounces down and hits the receiver at the other end.
Well,
However,
there is some radio signals that you can do that with, yeah, and they do bounce them. And I believe that's what's occurring when they claim to bounce these radio signals off of the moon and places like that. You'll find if it's not directly at the moon, it'll still bounce. But like I said, they've had longer distance now with a higher frequency that would penetrate the ionosphere, and it's all done in a straight line of sight over thousands of miles.
yeah, that's UHF. Yeah, that's UHF and other higher frequencies. Yeah, and that's for sure. Although there is one question, an unknowingly flat Earth question I asked when I did my signals course. Okay, so you can speak to someone on the opposite side of the world with a HF radio. If they've got a HF receiver and you've got a HF transmitter, you can talk to someone on the opposite side of the globe, but it only bounces once. So if the Earth is round, how the hell does that work? Because there's only so far that can bounce before it comes back down before hitting the direct opposite side of the world. The way HF works is, I would argue, actually would state that the Earth is flat. What's it doing? Bouncing between the ionosphere and then hitting the ground, and back up ionosphere and then hitting the ground and coming through perfectly clear on the other end of the transmitter on the opposite side of the world? That's bullshit.
Yeah, I do have all this information at home. I do have my information at home. I don't have it all in front of me. I have looked at all this stuff. Like I said, I'm in the car driving, but I can tell you that long-range radio frequencies and radar definitely prove a flat Earth.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree. Although one thing, it is.
You get these guys that come in here and they're talking a big game and they sound really good. They sound professional, but they're throwing out fallacious reasoning or fallacies in their argument. They're making baseless assumptions or assertions. They're not bringing the evidence to the table. And then, you've got a flat earther there who's sort of just saying, well, no, that's bullshit. It's a fallacy or it's this or it's that. You sort of need to learn the arguments and the fallacies and all that to sort of understand some of the arguments that occur. It makes it a little bit difficult if you don't. When I first started out, I used to listen to a guy, you don't know him, Jesse, but his name's Nathan Oakley, yeah? And when I used to listen to him when I first started, he'd get these Globers that came in that sounded so good, yeah, and they'd be asking these questions and they'd be making these statements, and then he wouldn't say anything. He would just say, oh, well, that's a fallacy, that's a fallacy, that's a fallacy. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, man, these Globers have smashed this guy. Like, what the hell's going on?
You told me about him the other day. Yeah, that's right. And you are 100% correct. Well, that was when we had the conversation as well about Shapiro and Molyneux, kicking people's asses in a debate, but they were wrong. They were just better at arguing than the other person, or better.
So what you'll find is usually you got a few things that happen with Globers that come in. They always use fallacies as their argument. It's always a baseless assertion. It's always affirming the consequent, begging the question. And the second thing they do is that they've got an answer for everything, and their answer is either going to be gravity or refraction. And once they start throwing gravity and refraction out there, they believe they've won the argument because it's the answer to every unanswerable question. Why can we see too far? Refraction. Why don't we see far enough? Refraction. Why is that over there? Refraction. Why is the sun going, why can we see this Selenelian eclipse, this impossible eclipse? Refraction. So why do we see the horizon in the Black Swan? refraction. But it's all bullshit, yeah?
Yeah, I mean it's all scientific. You can't prove it using the scientific method. Therefore, you can't say it's real necessarily.
Well,
And again, the scientific.
we don't deny refraction occurs, but is refraction doing what they're claiming it's doing, which would be setting a horizon back from the physical horizon they require on their sphere? It'll be setting it back over 10 miles, as well as looming it up, as well as many different things. So it's all, and according to them, with these long distance observations, we're seeing this extreme refraction daily for these things to be back in our view. So if you want to go further into refraction, there's a few things that we see occurring with refraction. So that would be, one would be a mirage. So a mirage is an extra image of an image. Yeah,
Yeah, I've seen mirages. I've seen them before on the water and out west.
Yeah. So then the other thing you get is you get towering and stooping. You get sinking. You get looming. And none of these things are what we're seeing in our black swan image. So, yeah, it's...
I've heard that. Forgive my ignorance, AJ. Just with that black swan thing, I was looking through a few of the chats and whatnot on the server, but I couldn't actually, because I heard it brought up the other day. And the dumbest, shortest form you can tell me what is it? What is actually that black swan? Because I forgot to Google it.
The black swan is when somebody is saying that all swans are white, and all you would need to do is show them one black swan, and it would make that argument null and void. So they use the picture of the two oil rigs out off the coast of California, and the apparent horizon is, and the camera set, I think, like at a foot. And so your geometrical horizon would be 1.22 miles, and then everything is going to dip below the quote unquote geometrical horizon. But what they show in that black swan picture is that the horizon is the observed horizon is past the second oil rig, which is more than 10 miles out, which can't happen if you're on a spinning water ball.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. So the black swan is not actually a phenomenon; it's just a name for a shit argument, basically.
Yeah. I mean, does anybody have that picture that they can post in the? I can see if I can find it. I'm not as good with Discord as these other guys are, so I'm still learning a lot.
I'm just looking
just how you explained it.
It's a modus tollens, yeah? So like you said, if no one's seen a black swan and we've only seen white swans, everyone assumes that there's only a white swan. It only takes one black swan to debunk that claim that there's only white swans, yeah? So when we look at the radius of the globe, they give us a radius of 3959 miles, okay? And that radius is going to dictate the distance to the physical curvature of the Earth, something that should be blocking boats, buildings, making things disappear from the bottom up. So the modus tollens is, if we have a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then the distance to the physical geometric horizon, the curve of the Earth, can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In the black swan photos, there's two oil rigs. One oil rig's about 7 miles offshore. The other oil rig is about 9 miles offshore. When we look at those photos, what we see is the horizon beyond both of those oil rigs with all of the water visible that should be curving away from you. So if in that photo, it's a 1.22, it's a I think it was 1 point something foot observer height, meaning that the distance to that physical horizon should be no more than 1.22 miles. But in that photo, we see the horizon at over 10 miles, therefore the name the Black Swan, because we've now proven that the horizon, or we've now shown that the horizon is not in fact at 1.2 miles away where it should be. It's beyond 10 miles, therefore debunking the globe and claim mathematically. Does that make sense?
I just put it in the lobby so you can look
Yeah,
at
no,
it.
so I saw that. And I saw that, and thank you very, very much. No, that makes a hell of a lot of sense. I really appreciate it, and I know it must be tiresome for newbies like me and you guys having to re-explain the same shit again and again and again. But I really appreciate it.
Just
So did
makes
you
us
go in the
stronger.
lobby, Jesse? Are you in the
What
lobby,
was that, sorry?
Kenny Vet? Are you in the lobby? Do you know how to get into the
Sorry,
lobby?
what? I'll just go to the server and look for it, mate.
Yeah, it's just above. If you keep scrolling up near where that VC check-in was, you'll see the lobby there. Click on there.
Yep, I'm in there, mate.
Now, can you see the photo of the oil rigs with the motors tolling at the top?
Yeah, mate, I'm looking at it right now. Yep.
Okay, so the modus tollens is if P, then Q. Not Q, therefore not P. So P, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. That would be the curvature of the Earth that would start blocking things. So if we have a look at this photo, not Q, horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. Earth cannot be a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. It's because we had an observer height of 1 foot, which would dictate that the max distance to that horizon can be 1.22 miles. And if you have a look at that photo, you'll see the horizon where the sky appears to meet the ground beyond the 9 miles, beyond the oil rigs.
Yep, makes sense.
We need to also talk about this photo too, because this one tripped me up when they pulled this one up. Now they say this is taken, and I believe it's taken at the same spot, same height up, right?
Yep.
But I
So
believe what QE was saying was that their swells and the waves and things like that will affect that.
It's not just the swells and the waves that will affect it. It's actually our atmos conditions, yeah? And we know that over a flat plane, things do disappear bottom up, and it depends on the conditions. So, you know, on a clearer day, we'll see further. On a less clear day, we won't see as far. We've got different, we don't deny refraction because we can obviously see refraction occurring in that first post in the cranes. Yeah. But that refraction is not setting a horizon back over 10 miles, because if you actually look at the video, that horizon's in line with 2 rock walls that come out about 30 miles. So 10 miles on that horizon is actually being very generous from that video.
Yeah.
But
now,
this
do you
just
have the
proves-
video?
I do on my main computer, but I'm in the car driving. But again, this just proves what we're claiming, yeah, because we know that the horizon is not a physical location as required by the globe. We know that the horizon is an optical location that moves in and out daily according to the conditions. So them throwing this photo up actually supports our position, not theirs. They require a
No, that
geometric horizon.
that makes perfect sense, man. You both explained it very, very well. That makes perfect sense.
See, can you see the second photo, Skinny Vet? It's got the second door rig blocked by the water. Going too fast.
Yep, I can see it.
Yep. So now what happens is the Globers pull this one up and go, well, here's a photo from the same location that shows the horizon in front. That's our physical horizon, yeah? But the problem is it's still not at 1.22 miles. It's beyond the 1.225 miles, or 1.2 miles. And secondly, this actually proves our claim that the horizon is not a physical location, but an optical location that changes with the conditions. Stop. Straighten up, guys.
Right, we need guys like you in every bloody high school, man.
Oh, there's people in here much more versed than me, but well versed than me. But yeah, that's basically, so what they do in these photos then is they start the refraction. But again, if they want to claim refraction in this image, yeah, then there's a good thing in here on refraction. Hang on. I'll give it to
Makes
you.
perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. It's the same as when you're shooting, even when you're using a scope. Depending on conditions, you can see so far some days, and other days you can't see as far. It makes perfect sense.
Find something here. So if we're looking at that black swan photo, and again we have a look at what these refractive effects are. There are 5 effects of refraction. So one's a mirage. So from above, mirages show an extra image or images of the miraged object. So in the black swan, the horizon is not miraged. It's not an extra horizon or horizons in the black swan photo. So that would be a non sequitur to the argument. To claim that it was a mirage that was occurring would be a non sequitur. Yeah, do you know what a non sequitur is?
Yeah, it's essentially a non-argument. I've actually used that phrase a few times debating people on history, philosophy, and economics and shit like that. Non-starter, basically.
Yeah, well, the argument doesn't follow the premise of the argument. Okay, so then the next one we get is towering or stooping. So towering and stooping change the apparent shape of the object itself, with towering objects appearing stretched, and with stooping, objects appear to be shortened. So the horizon in this picture is not being stretched or shortened or changing shape. So again, it's a non sequitur. So sinking is the opposite of looming. In sinking, stationary objects that are normally seen above the horizon appear to be lowered or may even disappear below the horizon. In looming, the curvature of the rays is increasing, while sinking produces the opposite effect. Right? So is the horizon lowered or disappeared in the photo? No, it's not. So it's another non sequitur. And then we have looming. So looming, the appearance above the horizon of a distinct object that would normally be hidden below it. So is the horizon appearing above the horizon Definitely not, because the horizon's supposed to be at 1 mile. We're seeing it at 10 miles. So there's no way that it's actually looming. So when they claim refraction for these photos are making the horizon do what it's doing where we can see it, it's all non sequitur to the argument.
Makes perfect sense, man.
But like I said, you'll get these guys in here that will start, oh, that's refraction. And then if you don't sit there and think about it, it can be hard to answer that question.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I wish I had you guys like yourself in high school, because I might not have sucked so much at physics and mathematics and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, I wonder where everyone is today.
It's still pretty early, isn't it? Hey, Platter just rocked up. How are you, mate?
Hello. I'm good. Time's it over there?
It's 12:26 Australian Eastern Standard Time. How about there?
About 9, half 9 as I would say, 9:30. It's coming up to. Settling in.
Oh, that's quite the accent. That's quite the accent you have there, laddie.
Funny, I was going to say the same thing. Yep, the old Northern Ireland accent. I lose it. I've been here in Canada over 10 years, but I think it's here to stay.
It's awesome, man. Yeah, I used to be pretty good at accents, Scottish, Irish, and that. I'm not nowhere near as good as I used to be.
You want to give it a go?
The only way I can talk Irish is in this particular accent here, and it's not exactly the fucking best, is it?
That's pretty good. It's better than any Australian accent I could do.
Have a crack at the Aussie accent.
I couldn't do it, mate. There's no way I could do it.
That's not too bad, man. Not too bad. It's the Australian accent and the Kiwi accent are two of the hardest to do on the planet.
On the planet? How dare you?
Yes. Solid point. My bad. Old habits die hard.
Yep. Oh, we've all done it. I heard a girl say it today. Just had to bite my lip. That's not worth it.
Yeah, I reckon if QE was here, he would have ripped me a new ass off for that one.
Yeah, I've been spared so far.
But no, man, I'm really glad that AJ brought me into this, and it's really been, he's explained a hell of a lot today. So did Tin Man, and I'm learning a hell of a lot. It's you guys are cool as fuck.
I have a lot to learn too. You took the words out of my mouth there, Skinny. I was going to ask, how did you find, like CB, Creation Bear often asks, how did you find the server? Nobody just randomly drops into this little corner of the internet of Discord. Did AJ invite you then?
Yeah, mate. So AJ and I go back fair way back to. I started working for him in 2014. I was one of his guards, and we ended up becoming good mates. Him and his wife, and it's been great. And he was also a massive part of my return to Christ as well.
Oh,
and
fantastic.
So when I returned to Christ, the word of God is either true or it's not true. And the word of God very, very clearly states it's land and water below and a firmament above. And it's just that, with the mathematics and the, scientific stuff and the physics stuff and everything like that, that's where I don't know anything at all. And so he invited me on this server. And yeah, that's all she wrote.
Yeah, that's wonderful news to hear, brother. That you know everything you just said. That's very encouraging.
The only issue I have with the Bible is people who take it too literally. So, for example, when God speaks through his, or the people who wrote the Bible, that's meant to be evidence for it being the Word of God, and you have to take it literally. And there are certain things in there that wouldn't stand the test of time, that wouldn't really apply today, such as the state of Israel. And we can get into semantics, but
I agree. I increasingly agree with you.
So that's the biggest issue.
I don't think that we should have those discussions right here and now with the YouTube bot or the going in here, and especially about that topic.
I just mentioned the state of Israel. We don't have to delve deeper into it.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think that's where it's got to stay, yeah.
Sorry, it's my fault. It's my fault. I brought up my return to Christ in the Bible. So.
No, it's all good. That's not an issue. The Bible's not an issue. It's I don't think we just shouldn't be talking about the state of affairs over there right now on YouTube. That's all.
We've got there's a room here. We've got a room, biblical room. So if ever anybody wants to jump down there to kind of ease more biblical, I mean, I think we can talk about biblical stuff here too. I mean, flat Earth, a lot of Bible verses in there as well. But yeah, there is a specific biblical room as well. If you scroll further down, been in there a couple of times myself. But that is genuinely great news. Skinny to hear that. But I do hear what you're saying, Tiki, as well. There, it's a tough pill for me to swallow, but
yeah, all the rest is fine, right? Be good, help others, be a good person, try and be the best that you can be. But sometimes it can be a little dicey regarding to those.
Yeah, it's a very difficult one to go into. AJ's actually been a massive influence on me as well, and it's not just him. It's actually when you read the Bible in the context it's supposed to be read in. It makes perfect sense. It's when you take it out of context that where you run into issues. And yeah, it's actually really, really clear. And since my return to Christ in 2018, that's cleared a lot of stuff up because, yeah, with the way that I was raised and the denominations that I was raised in, everything was very murky, everything was very muddled up, and it was horrible. And but yeah, when you read it in context, how it is supposed to be read, and it states very clearly in the epistles how it's supposed to be read, it's very, very clear.
Specifically as well with regards to flat Earth, it's it's a case of once you see it, you can't unsee it. I mean, how did I miss for so many years on my pilgrimage of that, my Christian journey? How did I not see all these verses that talked about a stationary Earth? And the sun and moon moving in the sky. How did I overlook that for so many years? And now I can't understand how when you present it to a fellow Christian, how they can not see it. They'll agree with you about evolution and everything, and that's not what the Bible teaches. And yet when it comes to this, they cannot make that step. It's like a veil covers their eyes.
Because they can't
get
over
the fact. The big issue with the Bible is that a lot of people use verses not intended to be showing the nature of Earth to try and make them show the nature of Earth, yeah? So if we're going to claim verses alluding to a flat stationary Earth, then we have to use the verses that describe that and find others. A little while ago in the other politics for the flat earthers, and the first part of it was rebuking flat earthers for some of their claims. Yeah. So a big thing that flat earthers do is they go to the etymology, right? And now, like Tiki was just saying, certain things don't stack up today, especially in etymology, due to the fact that the etymology of things change, and the etymology doesn't always give us a good understanding. So one they do that for is the firmament, yeah? And they say, oh, look, well, we've got something dividing the waters from the waters, and then they go to the original Greek word, or Hebrew word, sorry, And when they get there, it says it's the expanse of the sky or the vault of the sky or heaven. And then they go back to the etymology, and the etymology is by analogy to beat, to make flat, to spread broad, right? And then they say to stamp. Oh, look, we know that, back, and then they use the molten glass verse. And what they do is they say, we know back in the day they used molten metal to make mirrors. They had to beat it out. They had to make it flat to make that mirror. We had molten metal, and they linked this stuff together due to the etymology. So something like that would be an etymological fallacy. So what we need to do is look for the other verses so we can actually see that the firmament itself is on foundations. So a verse like that would give us a better understanding of something needing to be solid on foundations rather than going back to the etymology and committing an etymological fallacy, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and on the few times that has come up in conversation with other Christians, it's just generally been about the sun and moon going around. I know the firmament is a tricky one depending on the interpretation of the etymology. It's and some of those are in books of poetry as well. So then it's hard to, say whether that's history or just poetic language. But like the battle of when Joshua has the battle against the Amalekites or whoever it is, it seems to be a historical context. And anyway, it's just when you look at the balance of anything related to there's no mention of a globe in that I can find in the scriptures. But I'll leave it at that in terms of the biblical stuff for me.
Even in poetry or in allegorical language, that it's always explaining something in reality. It may be an allegory, but it's still, if we have a look at the fig tree, I think it's in Luke. I think it was in describing the fig tree. Was it Luke? Anyway, it's describing Israel being cut off, and it's describing God saying, "We'll give them 12 more months, and if they don't produce any fruit, then they'll be cut off." So, although it's talking about a fig tree, the analogy is giving us something in reality that was occurring.
So you two guys know each other then? You're as Skinny's your security guard, did he say? I'm not changing the subject. I had that in my head. It's great that you, I don't know anybody in real life here that I then see on the server.
So Jesse, Skinny, used to be, I keep using his real name because I know him so well. He was in the military, and I owned a big security company. And when he left the military, he came and worked as a dog handler for me. Nice. For quite some time, and I sold my company, and we now live in different states in Australia, but we catch up regularly, and I run a Bible study on a Zoom call every week, and Skinny's in my Bible study as well.
Brilliant. You have guys, how do you even say it these days, all across the world, in the Bible study, or is it just confined to the same? Well, no, I was going to say the same time zone, but I guess you confined to Australia.
No, I've got one other person in the US that joins us, and I have a couple of people from Canada that join us, and then a couple from Australia. There's mostly my family in there. I don't know if you ever see Carr in here.
ARR or CAR?
CARR, Carr. He's here. He doesn't talk, but he sits in here. So Carr's in the Bible study as well. So, next Sunday we're actually doing one on Flat Earth where I'm presenting another Flat Earth one in the Bible study. So I can send you what I have is a reoccurring Zoom link. It's the same link every week. And it starts about, what's the time now here? It's 1 o'clock. It's 20 to 2. So, 30?
So it's
12, 30, 11. So it started 2 hours ago. Normally it would have started for you guys. So it's 11:30 my time on Sunday. It's 7:30 Canadian time on a Saturday night. And I think it's something like Sorry.
Yeah, he's hold up. You know, if you ever need anybody, if it's an invite, I would definitely be interested in joining in sometime if you're okay with that. I think Saturday night generally suits.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. No, I can. I'll send you an invite shortly. I'll jump on my computer and what I'll do is I'll just send you a quick message now, just so that I've got your name, and then I can send you the link on here.
Thanks, AJ.
No worries.
What he's going through at the minute, is there a certain book of the Bible
We just did a big section on how to study the Bible. So we've probably been doing that for about 6 months now. Last week at the end of that we did a flat Earth one, but there was a couple of people that weren't there, and a couple of people want me to go over it again. So we're going to do that next Sunday, and then from there we'll have a chat and see one wants to do the following week. So last week we did a study on the Sabbath.
I'm definitely down if I can. Usually running crazy around the house at about 7:30 with my daughter, but I'll see if I can wrangle my way out of that next week, next Saturday.
No, that's all right. Yeah, it's all right.
Burn off whatever
I'll
energy she's got left.
I'll get my computer going and I'll
Many
send
do
you
you
the link
have?
now.
How many would normally join? Like 10 or 20 or
Um,
100?
no, not too many. It just depends on the day. So
Yeah.
I've got usually it's Skinny in here. My wife, my brother-in-law in Melbourne. It would be Yvette, Car, Nitesh. Usually about 5 or 6, and then sometimes there's up to about 8. It just depends on, or 10, depending on the week and who can come. But I don't really advertise it anywhere either. I mainly did this for my sister-in-law in Canada.
Oh,
And then
she's here too.
yeah, she's in Toronto.
Oh, wow. It's not far from me then.
Yeah. I'm not sure what suburb though. She used to be in Kleinberg.
That's north of the city somewhere, I think. That's a nice little town.
Yeah.
I graduated with a Canadian from a tiny little place called Imogen, so we used to call him the illegal immigrant. We used to call him the illegal immigrant instead of immigrant.
Illegal Imogen.
Yeah, but no, the Bible studies with AJ have been a massive help, and you know, we've been talking about it for years. I had him on for a live stream when I was still with Resolute TV, which is really, really good, and yeah, no, it's brilliant.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the invite.
Actually, it was only a couple of weeks ago that AJ was actually running us through in that Bible study. It was like 3 weeks ago, I think, through flat Earth stuff, and I was asking AJ a lot of questions and whatnot, and a couple of times he invited me on the Discord and whatnot. So yeah, here I am, and I'm very, very appreciative to AJ and you guys. So it's I'm learning a lot.
So we have Ultra Clown Mez here in the chat. If you want a demonstration of Globers embarrassing themselves.
Good evening, Mez. How are you?
Love it.
I guess he didn't like that introduction.
No, mate, no, I love it. That's it's.
No,
I love it, man.
He's talking about Mez. I thought he was going to be nice and friendly with those love hearts.
Oh, I see what's going on. He can now come off mute.
Hey, Heretic. How's it going?
It's going pretty swell.
What's new in the world of Flat Earth today?
I don't know.
Well, who does?
Yeah, I was just being run through, with AJ and a couple of others. They kindly ran me through a couple of real basic things, being that I'm a newbie to this. That's basically what's been going on.
Hey, Skinny Vet, based off that, what's on your mind, man? Did any of it resonate with you?
Oh, hell yeah, mate. As I was explaining to Platter before, mate, AJ and I go back quite a bit, and he's one of the ones that introduced me to Flat Earth. And obviously, I was going through my return to Christ was a big one with that as well, getting away from the globe bullshit, and very keen to learn. So AJ invited me here, and here I am, and I'm very grateful to him and to you guys, and I'm learning a hell of a lot. He was running me through before with regarding refraction, black swan, that kind of stuff, which I'm bad with physics, I'm bad with maths, I'm bad with all that kind of thing. So, but how it's been explained to me is really good. A couple of days ago, Drace was taking me through in the chat regarding tides and how they work. I'm learning a lot, and I'm very grateful.
That's awesome, dude. Welcome, dude.
Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I've heard people say this before. Like, it actually brings people. If the Earth is flat, right, and contained and not moving, it does tend to point to a creator, and that seems to be a common thread. And then you do have people who claim that they've been brought back to the creator. It's pretty interesting. Makes total sense.
Oh, most definitely, mate. Most definitely, mate. And look, that's the thing. Like, I never stopped believing in God. I just I made the typical mistake of mistaking the people in the church that I grew up in with God Himself, I guess you could say, or Christianity. So I walked away, and I came back in 2018 with no little help from AJ, and that's where we got onto Flat Earth and everything like that. And I don't know how people can not think that there is a creator, and a lot of biologists actually end up coming to the conclusion that that its creation is not evolution. But I'm obviously not here to debate evolution or anything like that. But yeah, you're right though. It does bring you back to the idea of a creator, and I can't see how it can't be, and it doesn't help that a lot of churches, including the one that I grew up in, teach globe, like in the Christian school that was run by the church, the main one I grew up in. They're teaching the globe, and a lot of them are teaching evolution and stuff as well, which muddies the waters.
It sure does, dude. Specifically, like with the Bible, right? Because you have one creation story that the Bible gives you, but you have this other creation story about how nothing created everything. And I can't see how these church leaders, religious leaders, teachers, whatever, they forsake their own creation story in their own holy book to prop up something that they have absolutely no evidence for. And they'll defend it even over the writings of Moses. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, just as a bit of an inside, because I grew up in church my whole life, primarily Pentecostal and Baptist, and what it is that they're trying to keep with the times. So it's just like, remember back in the early 90s, you'd had those really cringy, raps done by pastors and things like that, and they're trying to change views and change the Bible to suit their own narrative to stay relevant with the times and all that kind of stuff. They're doing the direct opposite of what they should. And one thing that they did end up doing was, creation works, but God used evolution to do it. We know the Bible says that the earth is flat, but that's just allegory. It's actually round. Science proves it, and they try and mesh the two together. And it's all it is to try and stay relevant, which is, it blows my mind and it pisses me off, frankly.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if they're doing it to try to save face, right? If you can't believe the writings of Genesis, then why believe the resurrection of the Lord Jesus Christ? Like,
Preaching to the choir, brother. You are preaching to the choir. I'm hearing you.
it doesn't. I don't know. And then to think like if you have to teach a heliocentric Big Bang cosmology so that you don't embarrass yourself in front of the people who are going to hate you anyway. It's just foolish to me. Like, there are plenty things in the Christian faith that they can mock Christians for. Jonah and the whale, Noah, the Christ walking on water, born of a virgin. If you're willing to give up the writings of Moses in the Genesis creation account, why not give up all those other things as well? And what are you left with?
Yeah, that's why my personal nickname for Christianity, the way it has been, especially in the last 30 to 50 years, I call it Cuxtianity. That's my personal nickname.
Yeah, man. Cool, dude. I've been seeing you around. It's good to talk to you, man. Hope you and yours are well.
Mate, absolutely likewise. I haven't met anyone here that I don't like yet, and that's pretty rare for me because I'm pretty antisocial. But no, you guys are awesome, and I'm very glad to be here, and I'm very glad AJ brought me here.
Yeah, AJ's awesome. I like that guy too.
Mate, you wait till you know him in the flesh. He's him and his family,
He can be a bit
man.
of a wanker sometimes. Hey, this AJ character, he's a bit of a wanker sometimes.
Yeah, he fucking certainly can be. So can Skinny Vet. So can Skinny Vet.
Mic check. Mic check. Sorry.
This is Lost 1 to Lost 3. What's up, God Rockin'?
Yeah, Lost 4 here. I'm all for it tonight. Thanks.
That was some very interesting Raytel that you guys were just using there. Is that American Raytel, or what was that? What was it, 4.4 or something like that?
That was just something I heard QE say the other day. This is Lost 1 to Lost 3. Are you Lost 2? Like a mic check?
Yeah. We call it radio check in Australia. With QE, I'd be interested to learn. He sounds like it sounds like he was a recruit instructor, a drill sergeant, or the equivalent at some stage. They're corporals in Australia, but I believe in America they're drill sergeants, if I'm correct.
Yeah, that's correct. He's a veteran. He was in the Army and definitely a military guy, military-minded man.
Oh yeah, no. He was telling me he was in infantry. But yeah, just seeing how he interacts on here. Yeah, it's pretty cool, and yeah, it's the same as being a recruiting instructor in Australia. You're taught to talk a certain way and it's the same in America with drill sergeants, how they're trained. I wouldn't be surprised to know if he was an actual drill sergeant and torturing recruits and all that kind of stuff. And I'm glad I never had to do that job, but yeah, I went through recruit training twice, so I went through that shit twice, and they come out with some really funny shit.
Where's all our Globe friends today?
I don't know. I reckon you might have scared them off, AJ.
And I'm
I wonder where our Norse friends are. What's her name again? Drace and Karma?
I don't know. Just depends on the day, yeah, what's going on. Sometimes it's really busy, sometimes it's a bit quiet. I think politics was busy this morning, but it's pretty quiet now.
Yeah, I ducked in there a little bit earlier, but yeah, just kind of watching and just seeing some of the interactions. Yeah.
I'll be back in a minute. I'm just muting for a minute. I got something I got to do.
So whereabouts in Canada are you, Platter?
Oh, it's a small country, didn't you know? In Ontario, so not too far from Toronto. Not in the city, but far enough away. I can see it, but I can see it across Lake Ontario, and I can see the big baseball dome. Ironically, a dome, across Lake Ontario, about 30 miles away, or no, kilometers, about 30 kilometers away. So I got to get me one of them P900 cameras to finish it off. I've had a good look with the telescope, but P900 would be good. Hoping to get one for Christmas this year, but all my hints didn't work. It's been Santa's bad books. I got a lump of coal instead. I got a flat Earth T-shirt. To be fair, I got a flat Earth T-shirt. My loving wife got me that. I think I'm on.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome, mate. So your missus is a flat earther as well?
I never ask her directly, but I think she gets it. Yeah, we're on the same page with pretty much everything. So she's kind of most nights she's sitting beside me, looking at stuff or whatever on her computer, and so she's listening in on you guys talking. And so she gets it, and it's like I see her shaking their head at the globe arguments. And we're both committed. Christians as
Dude,
well.
that's awesome, man. Yeah, my wife, God love her. You know, she's everything to me. But I've only brought it up with her once, and I haven't brought it up with her since. She actually got very angry.
Love their ball. No, I'm a great believer in people have to see for themselves. You know, so I would, you know, people go on the defensive very easily. So, just let her listen in, and she can make up her own mind. Same goes for my daughter as well. I'm not going to it'd be totally hypocritical for me to overwhelm her with flat Earth stuff. She gets exposed to enough globe stuff and kids' cartoons and whatever else, so she has to make up her own mind.
Yeah, mate. Look, I 100% agree. With my own daughter, I'm planning on actually because we homeschool, and you know all of the learning material is globe anyway. But yeah, so once you know she hits the science books and that are teaching globe and that, I'll just start implanting a few of the flat Earth things. But with my wife, yeah, she's Japanese, she's Buddhist, and
What do they
but yeah,
believe, Jen? That's the right word. Sorry, go ahead. I shouldn't interrupt.
No, you're right. No, you're right. Look, I don't know exactly regarding Buddhism, what they believe regarding the shape of the Earth necessarily. I don't even know if it actually presents itself in Buddhism. Really, Buddhism is more about state of mind, you know, meditative state, where you are on the wheel, kind of thing. It's not so much to do with like a creation story or anything like that. But yeah, I've changed her mind on a few things, but yeah, I think this one is one that I don't think she's going to budge.
No, you never know. Just keep listening in, you know, just keep tuning in, and little brick by brick, if that's the right analogy. So you have to kind of ruminate over it. I think people have to just take it in and make their own decision.
Yeah, one can only hope, mate. One can definitely only hope. But yeah, it's that's awesome, mate. You've got a wife and you've got a daughter.
Yeah. Just the
Sorry,
one
what were you saying, mate? Sorry, mate. What were you saying? I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, I was just joking. Just the one kid, as far as I know. But what was I going to say? How long have you been homeschooling? For a couple of years.
Actually, so my son actually used to go to the same school as AJ's kids, and both of us, when we left Townsville, started homeschooling. So I left Townsville in 2017. My son was 8 at the time, and he went from D minus average to A average kid inside of 3 months. Yeah, it's and we've homeschooled our daughter from the get go. So yeah.
Brilliant. There's no going back, I think. Well, that's not true, but we've done it for the last. You'll never guess why. You know, without going into details, we started a couple of years ago. I was never an advocate for it, you know, but nobody back in Ireland, Northern Ireland, whatever you want to call it, nobody really does it there. But here, when the SHIT hit the fan a few years ago, that's when we started, and we've absolutely loved it. We both kind of do it. Yeah, I do some days and my wife does some days, and it seems to be working. I sometimes feel when I walk past the school now, like with the big fence around it, and see the brown bricks, they all look the same, those schools, and you hear the bell going. It looks like a prison yard almost. So, yeah, it seems to be working for us too. You have a curriculum you use?
Yeah, I'm hearing you, mate. It definitely works, and it's funny you say prison because you know all Western education systems, you know, the schools and that are based on the Prussian model of the 1840s, which is designed to basically create mindless drones that will go into factories or go in the military. We do use some material from homeschooling shops, but a lot of it we research ourselves. And yeah, you're right. The results are great. Like the amount of friends of mine that are like, "Oh, I can't homeschool. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do that." And then with the pandemic, when that shit hit, and then they're forced to homeschool, and then they see the results. And a lot of them, more than half of my mates that started homeschooling during the pandemic, haven't sent their kids back to school because you've only got to do it for 1 or 2 hours a day. It's not hard.
The one-to-one attention is great, so it seems to be working for us. I mean, I enjoyed my time at high school, but we didn't. I'm 40 in my 40s now. Like, I enjoyed my time at high school. I enjoyed my time in school, but I didn't. We didn't face the same challenges that the kids are facing now. So it's never been a better time, maybe, to consider homeschooling. That's my plug for it. We use a curriculum, Skinny, called The Good and the Beautiful. It's loosely Christian based. It's Christian curriculum. It's very wholesome. That would be a good word to describe it. It's not over the top faith based, but it's very wholesome. I don't have to do any prior. Like, I'm a teacher, but I don't have to do any prior planning. The book is so well. The Good and the Beautiful curriculum is so well organized, so well scaffolded. From the previous lesson, you can just pick it up. And it even says, read to the child this, and the activities are all great. They're all relevant and just the right level. That's The Good and the Beautiful. I don't get any royalties for them. That's the one we use. But yeah, I haven't seen too many globes in it so far. I'm surprised. There was something on space a while ago, but I think that was my wife doing that lesson. So just kind of glossed over it quickly.
That sounds awesome, mate. Yeah, no, that sounds really, really good. Sounds like you got a good thing going there. You're definitely right with the challenges. Personally, I hated school. It took like just regarding history alone, like just history alone, like especially Australian history, how it was taught by the time I was going through school in the early 90s. It's just so skewed and so wrong. I'm still unindoctrinating to this day with the bullshit we were taught in school.
Did you know it at the time, or when you look back, that's how you kind of see it?
More looking back,
it was nonsense.
It was more looking back, man, and when and anyone that disagreed with what they're teaching in school with all the Black Livers bullshit, for example, you're called racist and all that kind of shit straight up. That was already starting over here in Australia at that time, and it's Orwellian. I know that's an overused term, but it's just Orwellian.
I daydreamed my way through high school for most of it. So I guess I was spared in a way. I didn't do too well in many subjects, apart from French, believe it or not. But I have French and English, and maybe art. So I kind of was spared a lot of maths, whatever you want to call it, never made sense, or the sciencey stuff. So, and ironically, I think if you did do well in those subjects, then you've now become somebody who's really bought in to the pseudosciences. Which for me, I wasn't heavily invested in any of that stuff, so it's easy there wasn't much for me to unlearn, put it that way.
I'm hearing you, man, and I sucked at the sciences as well. And I tell you what, I would have been a lot more interested in the sciences if I had had teachers like the guys on here and like AJ. I would have actually been interested in physics, and I would have been interested in stuff.
I'm interested in it now, and like you said, I'm trying to get my brain back in gear. So the inverse square what? Yeah, it's
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you.
Some of us, it's just not our gift. Languages seems to be my thing. I don't know. I wasn't when God was giving out math skills. I was playing football next door, I think.
But the thing is that you can't be good at everything, yeah. And that's why we have rooms like this. Everyone has their part to play, and just because you can't. What we find in here is the Globers come in, and if you can't answer that question and you're honest, somehow that one point apparently then negates everything and proves the Earth to be a globe again, and it's just simply not the case. We're just being honest about it. We can't know everything, and we all have a role to play.
I had that experience, AJ, in real life about a year ago, where the guy was asking me, I teach his kids one night a week, and he was, he knows where I stand on this topic. And so he said, well, what about the moon? The moon or what about tides? The moon what causes the tides? I said, I don't know. He said, you see, you don't know. I've never been up to the moon. I haven't, manipulated the variables to make sure it's the moon and nothing else, But he saw that as that can say, I don't know. Me saying I don't know as, oh, there you go. You can throw it all out. So that was.
Yeah, and realistically, it's just more fallacious reasoning, because what they want is a replacement for their model, or they can't accept it, and
big time.
that's why they come in asking for models and maps, and not realizing they don't actually have a working model themselves.
Well,
but
an adulterous generation seeks the sign. I don't know if that's related or not, but they do want something like that. They do want like some kind of idol to put in front of them.
Yeah, but the problem is that falsification is independent of replacement. We can falsify something as incorrect without having to replace and show what's really occurring.
That's key.
Not to mention that the burden of proof is on the person that posits the idea as well. And with you just saying that, Adrian, from that thing that was playing from the bot before, that's exactly what that guy was doing. He's like, I'd be more inclined to believe flat Earth that there was an actual flat Earth model. So that just cleared that up for me as well, because he could have got shot to shit just saying that at that time.
Yeah, so I think that someone who gives a really good analogy on this is Jeranism, and he says, let's just say I was raised by my parents and you knew me, and I found these adoption papers in the drawer, and it says that I'm adopted. Both my parents that I believe are my parents have signed this, and I found out that they're my adoptive parents, and I come to you and say, here, look, here's the paperwork. Here's the thing that says I'm adopted. It's all there. It's all legit. Here's the evidence. And then you turn around and say, well, who are your real parents? I say, well, I don't know. I don't know who they are. I just found out I was adopted. And you say, well, unfortunately, you're not adopted. These are your parents. They raised you. So unless you can show me who your real parents are, I'm not going to believe you're adopted. Even though we have the paperwork, even though we have the evidence, it's not going to be accepted until you can show who your real parents are. And that's exactly what they're doing here. Oh, have you got a model? No, we don't have a model. We don't claim a model. Oh, well, can't give me a model. Can't believe it.
It's like the bully in the class. I see the globe in a way as like the big bully in the playground who, asks for your lunch money. And if you can't provide, then that's it. That's your problem.
Yeah. But
I like that analogy. That's a really good analogy.
Yeah, something can be falsified and proven not to be correct, but we don't have to replace what that is. And now what we see is globers coming in. They say, oh, we have a globe model. Their model is their ball that they bought from the supermarket or from the toy store that's sitting on their desk that says model, not reality. Yeah,
not for educational purposes.
Now, what we have in the globe model is not one model. That model doesn't explain weather. That model doesn't explain electromagnetism. It doesn't explain the magnetic core. It doesn't explain many, many different things. We can't navigate off that model. So what the globe is made up of is thousands and thousands of smaller models modeling out different things, weather patterns, modeling out electrostatics, measuring out, whatever the case may be. They don't have, and no one can have, an overall arching model of everything. What they have is a pretend spinning ball they bought from the toy shop that they call a model.
It doesn't even
and then
spin.
They try to. Well, they can spin it if it's on the little holder, but
true.
I mean,
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but really what they're doing is it's a reification fallacy. They're reifying a model into reality that doesn't exist. So
yeah, that's true. That's definitely true. Like, because I remember one person. Sorry, when I was in recruit training and we started off navigation, and he got laughed at by everyone. But he was asking, okay, if the Earth's round, so why are the lines straight on the map? And got laughed at, and no one actually answered anything. But it's a solid question.
I've yet to see one of their, models when you see one in a classroom or whatever that actually has real water, sticking to it. Although, of course, gravity will take care of that on a big enough scale. That's what they'll say. Yeah. Their
So
models
yeah,
are
they don't have a model. They have multiple models of different things. Yeah, there's no overarching model. Now, when you look at these models, yeah, and I think this is a little bit of what Whitsitt does, he's pulling apart their models. Their model for gravity, their model, whatever the case may be. If you go and look at these individual models, so one of them I looked at recently was the dynamo model, which is the core. There's massive issues with that dynamo model. It doesn't work. It doesn't align. Just like gravity, we have dark matter and dark energy, a mathematical equation to make something that was 99% incorrect work. So they don't have a single model, and the models they do have don't necessarily work the way they claim they do. You just need to go and further investigate that claim. So again, they come in with a baseless assertion or a baseless assumption that they have an overarching working model. Not a fact. There are multiple models that don't work.
How long have you been on Flat Earth, AJ? It's a long time, like since 2017. For me, it's only been the last couple of years. Should have been longer.
To tell you the truth, it would be about. Oh, I don't even know, to tell you the truth. Like when I first started, there wasn't even anything from Eric Dubay.
Oh.
Eventually, I seen a few things from him and the 200 proofs, and I came to the conclusion that yes, the Earth is flat. I used to spend a lot of time on the water fishing. Skinny Vet will know what I'm talking about, sitting on the beach in Townsville and looking at the beach in Magnetic Island.
Yep. It's what's the distance again? About 10, 15K, something like that?
Yeah, 10Ks was the distance I was doing it across, and being able, on a good day, to be able to see the waves crashing on the beach. So yeah, I came to the conclusion back then, it was probably before 2017, and then I really did nothing with it. I just said, yep, the Earth is flat. That's it. There wasn't really a lot around. There wasn't a lot of information. And then they started becoming a few groups on Facebook that I noticed. I jumped into those, but they tended to be globers, just dogpiling flat earthers, pretending it was a flat Earth site. And it was only recently, about 12 months ago, that my kids introduced me to Discord. And I found the Discord servers and jumped in, and yeah, it's been really good. Yeah, some like-minded people. I learn a lot of things. I don't necessarily take everything I hear for gospel. I'll hear something on here that someone's speaking about. I'll go and do my own research on it, have a look into it, and I've learned a lot of things. I've learned about gravity. I've learned about gravity. I've learned about relativity. I've learned about all sorts of different things since I've been in here that I never thought I'd even know.
And the best way to do it, do your own research. Yeah, definitely the best way to do it. And like you, AJ, same thing, obviously 2018, came back to Christ, everything like that. And it's just like, well, yeah, what's in the Word is in the Word, and I didn't do anything with it either until recently when we started talking about it.
Yeah. So my son was born in 2004. So he would have been 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Probably somewhere around the 2012 mark, I reckon, I would have first heard about the flat Earth stuff. Maybe 2013. But I never, like I said, I went and looked myself, looked at a few different things over the ocean, and came to the conclusion myself, but never really went anywhere with it, just left it at that.
Yeah, the first time that the flat Earth thing was brought up with me was 2015. Andrew, who came to work with you for a couple of weeks there, A good mate of mine, he brought it up with me initially, and how we got onto that conversation was he was telling me how the moon landing was faked. I'm like, oh, bullshit. No, it's not. Come on, you serious? But yeah, like I came around to that, and I started kind of coming around to flat Earth, and then 2018. It's like it says it in the Bible, and just left it there. But yeah, Moonlander was actually kind of what got us onto that conversation. Yeah, right. What about you, Platter?
It's amazing how many times people, the stories overlap. I had the same. I'd been looking at 9/11 stuff about 4 years ago, and I ran that. I drank deeply. I drank deeply from that well, and then what happened, and we were all on our computers more. I was on Gab, I think, for a while, a social media platform. Not an awful lot, but there were some guys posting flat Earth stuff there. I wish I should actually try to get them to send them an invite to here. And then one of those Gab posts was definitely Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs. So I watched that. It's like, this seems reasonable, what he's saying. This makes a lot of sense. And then somewhere along the way, I got a hold of a link to QE's live stream. And so I was listening. I'd never heard it like you. I'd never heard of Discord in my life. But I listened to QE, started listening to his live streams through YouTube. And he kept mentioning this Discord thing. It's like, what the heck is Discord? And then I eventually figured it out, or I took the time to figure it out, and then found this place, and I haven't looked back. Haven't been back on Gab. Haven't been looking at anything else. This for me this is home for me. And then when I was back in Ireland a couple of years, last year actually, I did a big long range observation on the coast over towards Scotland, on the east coast of Ireland, northeast coast kind of, and I could see Ailsa Craig, which is a giant big rock off the west coast of Scotland, which should have been hidden even with its height, should have been hidden from my 1 foot observation height, and I didn't record it or anything. I didn't even have my phone, but that was for me. I felt that was a personal. That one was just for me. Rarely would you get a day in Ireland where you can even do a long distance observation with the flipping clouds and everything and the rain. But I was down on the water's edge and I was looking over towards Scotland, and there was Ailsa Craig. Went back to the house, punched into Google Maps where I was, and how far it was, the Ailsa Craig elevation height. I was like, okay, well, this should be like 300 feet hidden below the horizon. So that was great. Yeah, so it's an ongoing journey. But yeah, it's been here since 2023, I think. 2022, sorry. Or late 2021.
It's awesome, man. Same. I live in a place called Bowen in the Whitsundays in North Queensland, and we've got a big island directly off the coast here, directly east. It's called Gloucester Island, and it's 20 kilometres exactly from Flagstaff Hill, where the observation point is. And again, same thing. While you're on a hill, and Gloucester is a very, very tall island. Again, according to the globe model, I should not be able to see that. It's 20k away, and some days are so clear that you can even see the not individual, but you can actually see different coloured trees. You can see the sand at low tide. You can actually see the beach on really, really clear days, which you shouldn't be able to do. That was another little one that was kind of tugging at me as well. It's just like I shouldn't actually be able to see that.
Yeah, I mean, I know, and I've never brought it up, like my particular one, because like people will then say refraction or whatever else, mirroring, mirage, but you know what? It's the preponderance of evidence. So you put everything together, and hopefully this isn't fallacious, but like the main 3 points we have, like the gas pressure without a container, the lack of axial rotation, lack of curvature, and then all the long distance observations people are doing, and then that one for me, it's like, wow, don't have a problem with it being a globe, but where's the evidence?
It's not just that; it's even what were ships using for hundreds of years and are still used in airplanes and that, a sextant. Sextant doesn't work when you're on a curved surface. You need a flat surface for a sextant to actually work. And what are you doing? You're standing in the middle of the Earth where the diameter of the going through the core is to take your measurements, and then you magically transport yourself back up to the surface and it doesn't work.
It's hard to, I don't know about you, how do you, if you're out in public or you're with friends and you want to bring it up, do you just bite your tongue, your lip? What is the expression? Bite your tongue, and don't bring it up, or do you kind of look for do you look for an opportunity to bring it up? I'm guessing you look for an opportunity to bring it up, Skinny. Like, I know I kind of do sometimes, but sometimes I don't. Most times I don't, actually.
Truth be told, yeah, I know you do, AJ. I know you do, man. Truth be told, for me, like the way I looked at it when it was first posited to me and everything like that, and I even remember saying this to AJ on the phone, circa 2017, 2018. When it was brought up, and same with my mate Andrew when he brought it up in 2015, 2016, 2017. And it's just like, I think we've got bigger things to worry about than whether we're on a globe or a flat Earth. Like, we've got a lot of really bad shit going on throughout the world at the moment. So I was more into socio-political, geopolitical issues, things like that. The so-called culture wars. I got sucked into all that bullshit as well. So I was more interested in stuff like that than this, but I find it very fascinating, and just recently. So it's only really so for bringing it up with people. I don't know enough to do so yet. I've got a long way to go before I can, but it's certainly very interesting to me.
Hey, AJ, what's your typical reactions you get when you bring this topic up to people?
Well, the last stranger I brought it, or not a stranger, but I go out to dinner at this restaurant a bit, and the owner was there, and there was also a scientist, who's a physicist or something, sitting there at the bar, and this was when all this spy balloon thing was happening from China over the US, and he was talking about aliens and this sort of stuff. And I said, oh, there is no aliens. They can't get in here. The Earth's flat. And he started laughing and carrying on. And, oh, what do you mean, the idiot? Blah, blah, blah. So I said to him, I gave him a few examples, and he brought up Eratosthenes. No, the Greeks knew. And then I said to him, do you know how far away these other galaxies, solar systems, these locations, these aliens come from are? And I explained that to him and how long it would take him to get here, and like thousands of years. And then he stands there and straight out tells me, like it's a matter of fact, oh no, aliens can travel between dimensions. They have these powers where they can teleport to these locations like our dimension. So he's laughing at me.
You're the crazy one.
And I'm the crazy one, but he's telling me as a matter of fact that aliens teleport through dimensions. Like, they're off their guts.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that too, man. I've had like visceral reactions too. You bring it up with somebody, and like I'll assess the situation completely wrong. I'm like, oh, maybe this guy's open-minded. He'll think about what we're talking about. But the end of the conversation ends up with, if that's true, then God is a cruel child with a magnifying glass. I'm like, how did you get that? How did you get that from what we talked about?
Yeah, Joe Rogan reaction when Eddie Bravo brought it up with him, it was very similar. Like, I don't know if you remember that one, but Rogan got really, really pissed off and basically told Eddie Bravo to shut up. and he got really, really pissed off. And I've noticed that as well when I have brought it up, like even with my other half. Again, God bless her, I love her to death, but that's why I haven't brought it up again, because she literally got viscerally angry, and it's just like, okay, we're not going there again.
You need to get her into Discord.
I'm trying.
Don't worry, it won't happen. I've tried with Emily as well. Emily believes the Earth's flat, but I told her she needs to make her own account and get in here and join ladies' night.
Yeah, we'll see. I think I'd have about as much luck with that as getting people onto the Bible studies we do on the Sunday on Zoom.
Yeah. I got to start advertising that a little bit more this year and put it out there, but I just haven't done it yet.
Yeah, at least with that one, I can actually argue with people with that one. I've got a lot to learn with Flat Earth before I can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to hang it over the top. Okay.
Yeah, just one thing for me personally as well. Like, I don't know how I actually didn't realize that, because I used to do up navigation packages and stuff for remediating soldiers who were really bad at navigation. So, I mean, everything in navigation when you're in the army, when you map, protractor, compass, again, it fully proves flat Earth. And what they were trying to say was with the map. So, you take it off the atlas, and instead of the eastings, which are your vertical lines, closing it at the top and bottom, you've got to make them straight so it'll actually work. And it's like, so you're taking the global model and making it flat so you can accurately navigate on the ground. I mean, it didn't click for me then. That's a long, long time ago now. The first day getting ran through that in 2003 when I first joined up at 17 years old. But yeah, it should have, in hindsight, it should have clicked back then. But yeah, it's so freaking obvious,
It's funny, my brother, he's still a Glober today, and he's like all up in arms about it too. He's like a militant heliocentrist. But I remember as a child, he's about, I don't know, 7 years older than I am. And he was in high school at the time, and we had a little conversation. This was in the 90s. And he says, can you believe it? People used to think that the earth was flat, And it was raining while we were having this conversation. It was like drizzling, raining. It had just finished coming, like a hard rain had come. And there was a puddle on the ground. I remember looking at the puddle and telling him, well, they had to have a good reason to believe that, right? And I didn't but I didn't know what their reasons were, But I'm staring at the puddle as I'm telling him this. It's like a memory that came flooding back to me after coming to the conclusion that the earth is flat. It's interesting. It's kind of like your celestial navigation. It's like you should have known then. Yeah, well, I think we all innately know because that's what we experience.
Yeah, I'm hearing you, and it just goes to show you how powerful indoctrination actually is. But with Celestial Nav as well, like AJ sent me one the other day about where he was debating a Glober, and there was this dickhead trying to say something like, yeah, you can just get a plumb bob and a protractor, and you can easily use that for celestial navigation. And it's just like, well, you don't know what a protractor is for. You use it horizontally on a map to get a bearing, which is a horizontal direction that you walk. I actually envy you guys in the north up there because celestial nav's a lot easier for you guys. You got the North Star. Everything moves in the sky down here. So I'm not very good with celestial nav, but I know enough to know that you can't use a plumb bob and and a friggin' protractor and vertically hold it against the string and somehow get a reading, an accurate angle.
Well, so technically, it wouldn't be very easy, that's for sure. But like, if you tried hard enough, it seems like you come up with something.
Well, it wouldn't be accurate, that's for sure.
Right.
I mean, you can measure an elevation angle with two pencils, yeah? We can make a triangle out of two pencils and, we can do it. I've seen someone do that who was lost at sea. That's a really cool story, actually. That guy was lost at sea in a little life raft for months, and he managed with two pencils to make a what would you call it? A very shitty sextant. And he was able to somehow measure some angles. But what I had the other day, Matthew learns, is it was talking about when we're talking about celestial navigation, he was claiming that it's the azimuthal angle or azimuth angle, and the way that you would do that was by a plumb bob and a protractor. Now, a protractor is designed to work on paper, it wouldn't be accurate. But the second issue you've got is if we're talking about celestial navigation, we're generally talking about the ocean, and I don't see plumb bobs hanging from skies or masts for people to do it this way.
Right. Yeah, it's more. So there's two issues here: what would be technically possible and what's realistically possible. I mean, obviously, if the ocean, there's ocean waves, you can't hang a plumb bob very easily.
No, but his claim in the end was that all plumb bobs hang from the sky. So his claim was we somehow had these ghostly floating plumb bobs.
What is a plumb bob?
You got to be careful you don't bang your head on them as you're walking around.
Plumb bob is a string with a weight on the bottom of it, mate. It's used by plumbers to see how it's straight, to get the pipe straight when they put it in the ground. It can be used for other things as well in surveying. But all I know, as ignorant as I am, is that in navigation you've got to be bloody accurate. So with a protractor, for example, I believe it's the same in America. You use an artillery protractor, which has 6,400 mils instead of 360 degrees. Gives you 6,400 directions that you can go. And 1 mil at 1 kilometer is 1 meter. So if you are 1 mil out in your calculation, once you've gone a kilometer, you're 1 meter out, which doesn't really matter over 1 kilometer. But if you're traveling 20 kilometers, especially in thick country, that you can end up completely lost. You might only be, a couple of tens of meters away from where you're supposed to be, but you can in the jungle where you can't even see your hand in front of your face. That is a big problem. And that's why I've found the protractor and plumb bob thing. Yeah, technically it might be possible, but I found that bloody laughable, to be honest.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit confused. I kind of just joined this, today. What's the?
So you're new to the server today, Cowman.
I am.
Turn your mic up.
So where do you sit on the nature of our Earth?
I think it's round, or
yeah.
I'm a little bit confused because when I got introduced, I was told that it's different from this server is different from the Flat Earth Society. And so, what's the difference between? Is it just a difference in beliefs, or is it a difference in?
Well, the Flat Earth Society, they're just a shill. They're just there to make us look silly, and the claims that they make are definitely not what flat earthers believe, really. Any flat earthers believe. And if you jump online and you Google flat earth, well, the first thing you're going to get is the Flat Earth Society, and they give you a picture of a disk floating in space amongst all these other planets. We don't believe that. They make claims that the Earth is rising at 9.8 meters per second squared to account for gravity. Flat earthers don't claim that. They talk about an ice wall. Flat earthers don't claim an ice wall. That's actually a globe claim, an ice wall in Antarctica that they've tried to twist on us. So there's a lot of things that they make claims about in there that just put everybody off straight away before they even bother looking at flat earth.
Okay. So what makes you guys? So what is your? So you guys don't believe it's a disc floating in space. So like, what shape do you believe it is? If
There's
it's
no
not?
substantial evidence to make any sort of model based off of our own belief, and there isn't sufficient evidence presented by the globe community that supports that it's a globe either.
So you
So
think it's just it? We don't know the shape necessarily.
exactly,
Well,
yeah,
no,
precisely.
we can't know the shape, and there's a lot of places on Earth that we're not allowed to travel or go to actually see that. But what we can see is that the Earth is factually stationary and a topographical plane, and that the claims that the globe makes do not stack up. The evidence is not there to support it. So, if you're believing in the globe, what makes you believe in the globe? What makes you so sure that that's the nature of our Earth?
I mean, just looking at other planets, what will make our planet different? Also, just I'm pretty sure that we have measured.
That's called observer bias, and that's a fallacy. Just because you see them doesn't actually mean that they are in any tangible way the way we imagine them. So just take the moon for example. What is the moon?
It's just like it's a rock that kind of orbits our planet. I'm a little bit uneducated, so
Okay, so first of all, looking at the sky doesn't prove the shape of the Earth and what we're walking on. Yeah, we've got to look at what's under our feet. Secondly, you don't actually know what they are up there. You can't go up there. No one can go up there. And when we look from the ground, even through a telescope, we don't see spheres. Yeah, we see a light in the sky. It may look circular, but we can't tell whether that's a sphere. But regardless, what's in the sky doesn't dictate what's under our feet. According to you, a pool table should be a ball because it's got round balls on top. Or maybe our lounge room should be curving because we've got round ceiling lights. Yeah, things can be different. So I have some questions for you then. If this is your belief or you know. So who in history has ever directly measured curvature or measured a drop over distance? Because if we believe that we're on this ball, these are things that should be easily known. These are things that we should have been taught. That should be something like, oh, yep, so-and-so in 1900 measured drop over distance proving the curvature. Yeah. So who in history has ever measured drop over distance or curvature?
or like the circumference. I mean, I know that there's a Greek astronomer that measured the circumference of the Earth. If that's what you're asking.
You know what the circumference is and what the name of the guy who found that out?
Yeah, Aristophanes. Or I think I'm mispronouncing it. I have dyslexia, so sorry if I'm mispronouncing it a little bit.
Yes, Eratosthenes. So what did he actually do?
I don't know how he did it. I just I know that he was the person that
So
did do it.
So what he did was he measured the angle of shadows from sticks in wells 500 miles, I think it was, off the top of my head, apart in two different locations on the solstice. So, first of all, what he did was he wasn't measuring curvature. Yeah, he was measuring angles. He was already of the presumption that the Earth was a globe, and he was trying to come up with a circumference or a radius. Yeah. So he never actually measured drop over distance or curvature. Okay, he pre-assumed it. Second issue is that he also pre-assumed an infinite sun with parallel rays, something that can't be proven and something that we never witness is parallel rays. Yeah. And another issue that we have with Eratosthenes is that there is no primary source documentation. Yeah. This is happening back in apparently the days of Christ almost. And it didn't start being taught in school until the early 1980s, I believe. And there is no primary source documentation. So, no, Eratosthenes didn't measure any curvature. Okay, he measured a angle of a shadow with pre-assumptions, pre-assuming some things. So that's not evidence of a sphere.
I mean, but sorry.
No. So secondly to that, can you define what an angle is, please?
It's just like the if you draw two rays, it's going to be that point where they intersect. Not necessarily the point, but I guess like not to use it in the definition, but it's the degree of where those two rays meet.
Yeah, so it's two straight lines meeting at a vertex.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, he's measuring the angle of shadows. Two straight lines meeting at a vertex. No curvature involved. We can't have a curved baseline to acquire an angle.
If the sun's setting at different times at different places, like a little bit of a sidetrack. This is like more over a secondary point. But if the sun is setting at different times at different places, how can it be flat? If let's say,
Well, Eratosthenes wasn't about the sun setting. It was being overhead in one location and not casting a shadow, and at an angle casting a shadow at the second location. So we can also replicate this over a flat plane, no problems. If you stick two bottles on a table and put a light above it, the light above the bottle will not cast a shadow. The bottle in the distance will cast a shadow off that light. So again, it's got nothing to do with measuring curvature. So is there anyone else that this drop over distance?
I mean, just like, sorry, 1 minute. Like, I wasn't necessarily relating that to Eratosthenes itself, but you're
No,
saying
but we got to stay on track here, yeah? We got to stay on track here. We can cover that question later.
Okay.
That you have, but we're talking about Eratosthenes right now. We're trying to establish what you actually know or what we actually know. So,
I don't know
if
too
we're
much about
measuring.
Eratosthenes. So
Okay,
sorry.
so is there anyone else that you would believe in history that's measured a drop over a distance?
I haven't done research into that.
Cool.
No.
So, who in history do you believe has ever measured the rotation of the Earth?
That's right. I'm trying to. There was a study that I found earlier. Because before I joined here, I did a couple Google searches. So
That's all right.
The
What?
TMU,
How to
the
debunk
technical.
flat Earth?
What?
Did you Google search how to debunk flat Earth?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I know that the technical University of Munich, they made measurements of change in the Earth's rotation.
But wait, before you move on, can you just admit that Eratosthenes is not a good evidence for the Earth being curved?
I mean, why is it bad? Like, I understand that you're talking about the shadows, right? And how
Yeah.
do you have a video, or like what proof do you have of the shadow? Like, just so I can see it.
What are you talking about?
I know that AJ was talking about sticks in a bottle, like the sticks in bottle, showing how.
No, I was saying you can do this over a flat plane, yeah, and in your own paradigm, your own scientists say this is possible. The sun would just have to be local and smaller. If you have a line above something directly overhead, it doesn't cast a shadow, but something off in the distance will cast an angular shadow. That's just something that we'll see over a flat plane.
So if two same things can happen on a flat plane and on a curved surface, wouldn't that rule out that that's not evidence for a curved surface?
I mean,
Well, I think it rules it out to begin with, in the fact that he pre-assumed a curved surface and was trying to calculate a radius based on angle measurements. The whole thing falls apart right there.
There's 5 assumptions before he even starts the observation as well.
I mean, yeah, but isn't that how you do any like regular
And
experiment? You have the
who did
hypothesis, and then you have
who did it after? Who did it after him?
I don't know.
I will tell you. Nobody.
So it's not a good evidence, yeah?
and
It
people
can't. It's not evidence of drop over distance, which is what we're asking for. Who in history has measured curvature, drop over distance? Not who in history's pre-assumed curvature to calculate a radius. So it's not a good evidence.
I mean, yeah, but shouldn't you have a hypothesis before you make the evidence? So wasn't his hypothesis the Earth is
Well,
round? So therefore,
do you believe that the Earth can be scientifically verified as a sphere?
Yeah. I think.
Okay, so first of all, you've got a contradiction in terms, yeah, because science doesn't deal with shapes. Science deals with cause and effect relationships. If something is going to cause an effect, so what we're talking about, in fact, is geometry. So, no, science cannot prove the shape of something.
I mean, is physics not a science? And does physics not involve with geometrical surfaces? And does that
Physics.
not?
Physics is physical. That's a physical world.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Are shapes not
Yeah.
part of our physical world?
What's physics about a shape?
I mean, like, it's a physical part of our world. Is that
What's
not?
What's physics about a shape?
Can you define that question a little bit more? What do you mean?
What
What's physics about a
is,
shape?
if you're going to use physics to define a shape, how are you going to do that?
Because physics is the branch of
How are
science
you
that.
going to define a shape with physics?
It's a good point, actually.
I mean, like, you can define shapes with an equation. Like, if we were to graph a shape.
No,
like, if we were to graph a
geometry is what deals with shape, yeah?
I mean, also you can define shapes by how you shine light onto them. That's
All right, we're
another
getting
way
away.
to define shapes.
Can we just go back?
Can you use geometry?
Can we just go back to the Eratosthenes thing? Can you admit that if it's been proven that this can work on a flat surface as well, that this is not evidence for a sphere?
Hold on.
Can we
First
just
off,
get a concession?
why did you change subjects? Wait, hold on.
No, that was the original subject because we hadn't finished the first subject yet.
Okay.
I was going to go back to it later once we went through the questions and just confirm everything. But,
Can you give a little concession saying, okay, it's probably not good evidence if it can happen on both things, because it rules out it being one thing, doesn't it?
Okay, I'm gonna say yes, but partially because of my own ignorance, because I haven't looked too far into the topic. So, on one hand,
No, well, it's not even it's not even about the topic. It's about, okay, scientists on the globe side have agreed that it works on a flat surface. So, like, I'm not asking for a concession for something we've proven. It's your side that says it works on a sphere and a flat surface. So, if you disagree with that, then and it can be demonstrated. But if you disagree with that, you're disagreeing with your own scientists.
I mean, sorry,
it's not our claim.
You're right. I'm gonna concede. I'm gonna concede this to you. On one hand,
okay.
On one hand, that may be right. On the other hand, there may be a rebuttal out there somewhere that I personally don't know. That because I just haven't looked into it as much. So
okay, awesome. Yeah, so maybe if that's fine. Now we can move on because you can say, okay, well, it's not good evidence. Maybe it's a good idea if you actually go in and look at the Eratosthenes observation and have a look at the list of assumptions that he does before he even starts the observation, and then you'll see it clear. But yeah, sorry, buddy.
Okay.
All right, Jay, mate. Sorry, mate.
I'm gonna do more research and probably come back later. Secondly, so
quickly and then
you don't have to
all
go.
at the end, but
you don't have to go.
No. Sorry. Like, secondly, sorry, I was gonna keep on.
Yeah, okay. All right. I'll butt out. I'm gonna mute.
Okay. Another thing is, why do shadows have different lengths? Oh, well, that's what we were talking about with Eratosthenes before, I guess, if we were to talk about that.
Yeah, that would be the angle that the light is hitting the object at.
Yeah. Also, what about the sun setting at different times in different places? Wouldn't that imply that?
Well, like I said, we can cover that later, but first we want to see let's establish what we do know, yeah? So we haven't got anyone that's actually measured directly drop over distance, which is what we should be measuring to
On one hand,
Prove
that's
a
Yeah, because
true.
sphere.
On the other hand, I
you
haven't.
need to. Sorry, I know I was going to butt out, but
Oh no, you're
Go,
so
Tim. You're excited. Hit it, man.
yeah, I know. It's like in order for you to say that the sun is setting over a curvature of the Earth, you'd have to measure curve first.
Yeah, we haven't established that yet.
We haven't got any
We just
curvature.
found out that Eratosthenes didn't do that.
okay. I mean, so going back to the drop over distance point, I was wondering if you could stray away from that. Not because I don't. Not because.
That's the most
Excuse me.
important
Not
part.
because. Not because I'm conceding
Well,
it. It's just because I haven't done any
you
evidence.
actually took us back there because I was trying to move on to the rotation of the Earth, but you moved us
No,
back
that was
there
my
asking the
fault.
sun question.
Sorry.
No, that was you moved us back there asking about sun setting over horizons, over curvature.
Yeah, just about that. So
Yeah, we don't want to go back there. We'll move on to the next one. Yeah, we'll
next
go
one.
on to
What about photos
rotation.
from space showing that they're curved?
Well, first of all, we need to go back to the rotation. Yeah, do you know who in history has ever proven rotation of the Earth? Because it's another big claim.
I think the Technical University of Munich had a study where they measured the Earth's rotation.
How did they do that?
They had I'm pretty sure they had a laser that helped them measure. I didn't figure out like how specifically they did it.
So
if
you're
you
making
want,
a claim on
here,
ignorance.
I have a source. Sorry, excuse me. It wasn't
Have you read the source?
I skimmed it over. Remember, I have dyslexia, so I have an issue sort of reading.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
that's all right.
Well, this has actually been done in history and proven to be false, yeah, with the Michelson-Morley test, yeah, where they shot lasers and the prediction was if the Earth was rotating that those beams would return at separate times, but they never did. And to account for this is where Einstein had to come up with his length contraction garbage, yeah? So, no, I would have to read that paper, but no, I don't believe that they have
do you want me to
measured the rotation of that Earth.
What about that guy from that one Netflix documentary? I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Who used
So the only person in history that's measured a curve is a flat earther. Got to rely on flat Earth for that.
Well, I don't know. It's just something that came up. I was watching some video or something. I also tried to look for it. It's not on Netflix anymore. But he used what was it, like the ring laser gyroscope, and he said that it should say 0 degrees, and then it said 15 or something, which is what they expected it to say if the Earth was rotating.
No, so ring laser gyroscope. Yeah, if we look at what gyroscopes were designed for, in the beginning they're not actually designed to measure the Earth's rotation. They measure angular momentum in free space. Yeah, and what we find is when there is a drift on a gyro, it's usually due to calibration issues, and to just claim that it's due to there's other issues as well. It's not always 15 degrees per hour. It's not the same in each location. They don't get the same results in the same locations. So to assume that it is the rotation of the Earth that's causing that is just an argument from ignorance, because you're stating that there is no other thing that could be causing that.
So you're saying that they're saying if the Earth rotates, it would say 15 degrees, and then they said, but it wouldn't because it's flat, and then it showed the exact number that they predicted. And then you're saying it's a calibration issue. It just happened to be.
If
So
you
you're
want to go
cutting
and
out.
do some, if you want to go and do some research on gyros, hang on, Jimbo's keen to say something. But if you want to go and research this topic thoroughly, what you'll find is that no, gyros aren't designed for what is being claimed, and they don't always measure 15 degrees per hour. It measures differently. It's not repeatable, not in the same location. And generally it's claimed with a gyro that if it's measuring any drift, it's due to calibration issues with the gyro. The fact of the matter is that you need to be... Hang on a second. Sorry, I've got something else going on. Give me 2 seconds. I'm bandaging my wife's knee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She tore her ACL yesterday.
Oh damn! How?
In a paddock, in a hole.
Ouch.
All right, I do have to go. I apologize. I'll probably be back some other time.
Take it easy. You're asking all the right questions, so good job, Cowman.
All right. I'll be back some other time. Are you guys? How often is or how active is this call?
About 12 hours or so of the day, you'll find somebody here.
All right, cool. Well, I'll be back sometime. All right, toodles.
That was really awesome to see a debate from the beginning. That was really, really cool.
Sorry, I want to keep going. I'm just going to finish bandaging her knee. Hang on a second.
I didn't see the knee brace though. And any.
I do want to answer the gyro.
Yeah, I do.
So first question is curvature, second drop over distance, and third rotation. Is that correct?
No, first is curvature. Who in history's ever measured curvature? Hang on, dog. And the second, let me get a chair, was who in history's ever measured. And then the third is how do you have gas pressure without containment?
Gotcha. Taking it on board, mate. How you going there, Timbo?
Hey, Skinny Vet, I think Timbo's not here.
He just dropped out. Is it just me, or did it sound like that that guy was kind of sort of starting to, question in his own head a couple of things that when AJ and Timbo were tripping him up, he seemed to. I think he said at one stage that's a good point. Actually, I can't remember over what, but was it just me, or did he seem to be walking back a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think he admitted he didn't know some of the answers exactly. I think he made zero progress towards thinking the Earth is flat, but it was interesting to hear what he said.
See, what these questions do, now there is no one who can't have gas pressure without containment. So what these questions are doing are establishing that what people have is a belief and that they don't know. Yeah? Because people seem to think that they know these things. We know there's curvature. We know we're on a globe. We know that it's rotating. Well, when it comes down to it, we don't know who's measured curvature. There is no one who has. There's no one who's measured this rotation. And we know, according to gas law, we can't have gas pressure without containment. Otherwise, one, we're breaking a natural gas law, and two, we're breaking a thermodynamics law of entropy. So it's just to establish that it's a belief, not a fact, a known fact, yeah?
No, it makes sense, mate. No, it's really, really good to see it right from the beginning. See one right from the beginning. That was really instructional, man. That was cool.
Yeah, I think that there are good answers against each of those points, but I think Calvin doesn't know those.
We know you do, Matthew. You're here every day. What have you got for us new today? We need something new, buddy.
Demonstrations, not stories, mate.
I think stories and explanations are perfectly fine.
You would. What story have you got for us today? Story time.
Is geometry a story, though?
I'd say geometry is one of the oldest branches of mathematics, and it's about ideal forms, and it can match somewhat closely to the real world, but nothing in the real world is like perfectly circular or perfectly straight or something.
When you measure the real world, is that a horizontal distance?
Well, measuring distance, you can measure distance in any direction, not just horizontal. I mean, I know I can't prove the globe. I'm just here reporting a belief of mine.
Nice.
Well, at least you're honest. Matthew learns today. I'll give you
No,
that.
I'm honest every day.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know
Well, maybe
about
you're not
that.
being dishonest. Maybe it's just on a false belief. Yeah, maybe you think you're right, but
Right.
I don't know. Sometimes.
If I thought I
The
was wrong,
hand
it
of
would
a-
change my
the
mind.
hand of- What about honest? How's this for honesty? The hand of a clock goes twice as fast as the spin of the Earth.
Oh, I've never said that.
Yeah, you did. You said it in your video.
No, I said it spins at twice the rate, not twice as fast.
Yeah, but how are you using that?
I said I was listing RPMs. So there's a big difference in the
So you
raw
were
speed.
relating RPMs of a clock to and relating it to speed of the Earth's spin.
The RPM of the Earth is half as fast as the RPM of the hour hand of a clock, is what I said.
Yeah, and you were using that to try and convince people, or try and brainwash people that the Earth spin is not that fast because a clock spins twice as fast as it.
Yeah, the rate of spin is what we're
Yeah,
talking
so
about.
you were being purposely deceitful, I'd say.
No, I was being extremely clear and explained exactly what I meant.
Anyway.
Do you concede that the Earth, the heliocentric model says that the Earth spins at a slower RPM than an hour hand?
Yeah, well, that's a silly question, isn't it?
Yeah, okay.
Because
That's all I was
RPMs
saying.
are revolutions. All right. It does. Yeah, I'll agree with you there. When you use
So how many minutes do you have to hover a drone over the ground before you see the ground start moving?
Well, the drone is hovering in the air, so it depends on how fast the air is moving relative to the ground also.
So the air is a Velcro to the ground, or?
No, I mean there's wind, so it doesn't go exactly the same speed as the ground. That's what wind is. but generally it moves about the same speed, just not exactly.
So you don't expect to see Earth rotating underneath you from a drone?
No.
Because it's okay. So no 2 reference frames. You've debunked Coriolis.
They're the reference frame of the ground and the reference frame of the air above it are pretty close, and so you're not going to notice any difference in a helicopter or drone, no matter how long you hover there.
So any claim about 2 reference frames for Coriolis is gone?
Yeah, I think you wouldn't notice in those. So Coriolis effect is so slight that you're only going to notice it in like things like precision sniper, long range rifle fire, and
That's a
large
false claim
scale.
right there, Matthew. That's a false claim right there, yeah, because I can bring up many, including the that do not take any Coriolis into effect whatsoever. They take into account the distance, the drop over the distance. They take into account temperature, wind speed, humidity.
Yeah,
Many
literally have a
factors.
guy. You've got a guy in here that literally was in the military. I think he's still here. Are you still here?
Yeah,
Where's
Skinny
he
Fat
at?
was in the military.
Yeah.
Yeah, mate, I'm
Yeah.
still here. Look, if we're talking about the sniper thing with the Coriolis, that's some Hollywood movie bullshit. It is not in any sniper manual. No snipers use it. And in fact, when I asked him about that when the movie Shooter came out, and one of my mates, he held 3rd place for the longest kill in Afghanistan for quite a while there. But the sniper lads laughed at me. The spotter uses trigonometry. Yeah,
That's the Marky Mark. That's the Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch bullshit.
What was that, sorry?
Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. Do you remember Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch? That's Shooter. That's Shooter.
Yeah, I know that, but the reason I brought that up is I was asking my mates in Sniper Cell, and I've done a lot of work with snipers as well, when they are in an Overwatch position, in an elevated position, what they use to calculate, if they need it, they use trigonometry, because rounds behave differently when you fire them from an elevated position versus at ground level. They don't account for curvature, they don't account for Coriolis effect, or any of that bullshit. They use trigonometry, which is a scaling triangle with a flat base. That much I do know. I don't know a lot about this stuff, but I do know that much. They use trigonometry. Nothing to do with curved surface.
How come
we need
some
CB
manuals-
here? The soundboard. We need the soundboard, CB. Where you at? Uh-oh.
So how come some people mention the Coriolis effect when they're talking about long range shooting?
Well, it doesn't matter what they mention because we don't know who these people are. We don't know what their experience is.
The American Shooter Journal that I posted
we're
at 13 past the hour.
The what, sorry?
The American Shooting Journal.
The American Shooting Journal.
Has an article
Well,
about precision long-range shooting and the Coriolis effect. So are they wrong?
Well, it's not in any sniper manual that I've seen, and I've looked at quite a few. I have a mate who's in the French Foreign Legion who basically laughed at me as well and said, "Fuck off, cunt, the earth is flat. We don't use fucking Coriolis. We use, he said, we account for temperature, we account for humidity, we account for wind, we account for the bullet drop over distance. It has nothing to do with Coriolis." So, if anything, we're at a bit of a stalemate here. We've got snipers, manuals, and military guys who state it's never done, and you're claiming that these guys claim it does. So, where do we go from here?
Hey, Matthew, what's the quote in the book? What does that say? I'm driving, so I can't read it.
The Coriolis effect is the rotation of the Earth and the movement of the target downrange from the shooter. This is another element that a long-distance shooter has to consider for, along with the wind, rain, snow, distance, elevation, and many other factors.
Did they give you an equation based on...
Absolutely. So I was just going to say, no, you don't. Not for long-range shots. No, you do not. You're not expecting the target to move from where they are. What you're accounting for is windage. You're accounting for temperature. You're accounting for drop over distance. And the calculations that are made from an elevated position are using trigonometry. You are not expecting that target in that however many seconds, be it 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds until you hit that target, you are not expecting that target to move at all unless they are walking or unless they decide to duck down or something like that. They're not just magically moving across like it's some kind of shooting gallery. Again, I don't know a lot about this stuff, but I do know that. I do know snipers. I have shot sniper rifles. I have shot long range. I am telling you right now, that is a bunch of bullshit.
Well, they did a video and proved what they said, so I suppose you can watch the video and call them liars if you'd like.
Okay.
I'll happily watch the video, put it in the chat. I'll happily watch the video, but I don't need to watch it to call bullshit because I've actually done it. I've actually done this.
You have a preconceived notion about their video having never watched it.
Cool. Okay, Matthew. Look, it just states that they use Coriolis, but they don't demonstrate it though.
They do. There's a video in the link that I posted at 13 past the hour.
With
So what was the equation they used to account for it?
They didn't use an equation. They just showed the effect.
So they didn't show anything. They claimed it, shot a bullet, and said, "There you go. We accounted for that effect."
No,
How,
they shot a bullet.
how do they separate that from the Magnus effect?
They shot one direction straight east, another direction straight west, and showed the difference.
Matthew, if you had somebody you cared about, like, that's going to get killed, you'd go for the Coriolis guy? You'd be like, yeah, use the Coriolis effect. Like, definitely calculate that in. I got the guy right in my sights, but aim a little bit ahead because it's going to swing him right into it. And you would be like, you'd feel good about like your family member, like he's going to die. You're going to got him in his sights. Like, you'd be like, yeah, factor in Coriolis. And then, boosh, like nothing. Your family member's dead. You're like, Jesus.
I'm just saying that this article, it's the American Shooting Journal. I don't know who they are, but they seem.
Yeah, but they don't. They just make a statement, and then
They make a statement and back it up with a video that shows it.
Hold on, dude. If they're shooting east versus west, can you cite that it's supposed to be like that, or is it
Yes.
supposed to be north and south?
No, it's east and west.
East and west wouldn't make a difference on
Or-
target. though.
Yeah, it would.
Why?
Because that's the direction of the spin. So the bullet is
Yeah, but it
flying.
wouldn't take it off target.
Yeah, but it make it
Target-
go,
if
it
the
makes
target's
it go
going-
higher or lower, not left and right. Higher and lower. Is what
This
they're-
is the claim. If you're standing there facing west and the Earth's spinning east to west, then the target's going to drop. If you're facing east, then the target's going to rise. So basically, it's coming over the curve as the Earth's rotating towards you or towards the bullet, seeing as that you're still on the Earth, is the claim.
the claim and the
So
demonstration
that would be.
of the video.
So that would mean that anything else that travels at speed or leaves the Earth would also have to have the Coriolis affecting them, which means it would shorten
Yeah.
flight times. It means that, some of these very hypersonic jets would have to, I don't know the speed, but they would be accounting for it. This
Yeah,
doesn't
hot air
happen.
balloons. Hot air
Hot air
balloons would have to
balloons,
account for it as well.
drones.
Why is
the
it
whole-
only
the whole-
shown in? Why is it only shown in bullets, Matthew?
Because they're so moving so fast that
It doesn't
even
matter
with-
though. It
does.
actually
The
doesn't
speed
matter.
matters.
It wouldn't matter how fast it's
Yeah,
traveling.
it does.
No, it doesn't, because you're saying the
Here
Earth
it comes.
the Earth is spinning underneath
Too
You
biggie.
guys don't
at 1,000
understand.
miles per
Biggie.
hour. Fucking hell. The Earth is spinning underneath it at 1,000 miles per hour. So that would mean as soon as something leaves that surface, then it's going to be affected by it.
What's
Yes
in
or
the
no?
air for longer, Matthew? A drone hovering for 15 minutes or a bullet for 10, 15 seconds? You expect to
A drone
only
hovering
see
will
it
be in there much longer.
for very slight where you can pretend it's there rather than a long 15-minute of a hovering drone where you don't ever see the Earth spin, yet you have to say it is.
Right.
only affects bullets.
You've never heard it for long range artillery or any kind of big gun. You just haven't. It's nonsense. It's Hollywood, Marky Mark nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, feel free to call up the American Shooting Journal and tell them how much nonsense their video is.
Yeah, all right. I'm more than happy to do that as well, because also you're not just talking to someone who's dealt with sniper rifles. You were talking to someone who is a mortarman. Now, yes, it is high range, it is high trajectory ammunition. It is affected by MET, but again, mortars can shoot out kilometers. Artillery, mortars shoot out to around 5 to 7 kilometers. The mortars are what we used anyway, and artillery can shoot out to well over that. Artillery can shoot out to about 20 kilometers. They don't account for Coriolis either. They account what they do. You plot it. You do your map protractor on the map. You plot your bearing. You have a forward spotter. They get you onto target, but you are not putting any of that into account. The only thing you are putting into account is what we call MET, which again, that's temperature, that is wind speed, drop over distance, things like that. Doesn't come into it at all, and it doesn't prove anything at all.
Well, the fact is, Matthew, I've just looked at all this in your video. Yeah, they're not giving us a calculation. They're not really showing anything. They're just shooting at their target and claiming this is what is occurring and what they're accounting for. So, you know, are there some stupid people out there who got their sights off maybe thinking that they have to account for this shit because they're globers? Maybe there is. But from my experience with, like I said, I can't prove it, but I've got a really good mate who is a sniper, Jesse here, and any of the sniper manuals that I've actually read since I've encountered this argument don't actually account for the Coriolis. You can bring up the US Marine Sniper Manual and do a word search for rotation and Coriolis, and it is not there. So I'll take the US military manual over the US shooters manual any day.
The guy that just broke the record, he said specifically he does not use any Coriolis to factor into it, and that's the bullet flying for 24 frickin' seconds. Like if he's not using it, believe it, it's so dumb.
I mean, that makes sense.
I wasn't going to bring that up, but I can't.
Why would they?
I couldn't remember his name.
Because why would they be accounting for something nobody ever measured anyway?
Well, this is correct, yeah. We don't seem to have it in any other case. We don't have it with drones, balloons. How are we measuring this Coriolis effect if the atmosphere is actually rotating at the same rate, nearly, as the Earth? Obviously, it's going to lag as we get out further, but where are we measuring and witnessing this Coriolis effect, this not actual drift?
Nowhere.
Yeah, I don't know.
And is that claim correction? I mean, is it even relevant? What's the uncertainty of the shot? You're talking like an inch and something over 1,000 yards. Does that even make a difference?
Yeah, an inch or two over a couple, 1,000 yards. It does make a difference.
Yeah, that's just a calculation based on the assumption that there's spin anyway, and it's probably within the uncertainty overall of the shot, and it probably just makes sense.
That's in the error.
Just makes the Globers feel good.
See, even Matthew said he doesn't know where this Coriolis is observed. Why are you claiming it then?
I was just saying that providing another reference, because somebody in here was saying that nobody ever takes it into effect and it's not a real thing. And I'm like, well, some people say it's a real thing. Here's a link.
Well, how can an apparent deflection be something that you need to correct for? Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I've never shot a rifle, so I don't know.
So let me get this straight. You've never shot a rifle long range. You've never shot a mortar. You've never shot an artillery piece. You've never shot a recoilless rifle over long range. And yet you are claiming that the Coriolis effect actually comes into those calculations. Now, again,
not quite.
As a mortarman, part of my job, okay, I'm not trying to state your position, but it sounds a hell of a lot like it to me. Part of my job as a mortarman, even the newest mortarman, learns how to calculate how to call in fire, but how to calculate the actual shot itself. And if you fuck that up, you kill your own people. You have to be very, very careful. It has to be done with precision. Now, don't you think that the Coriolis effect would affect things at that range that you would factor that in so as not to hit your own people? It is not factored in, and therefore it has no effect on the shot itself.
Yeah, fair enough. So therefore, it doesn't exist, or it's too small to make an effect. And you're right. I've never shot a mortar or a rifle or any of these types of things. My claim was not, hey, this definitely has an effect. My claim was, hey, some people say that it has an effect, and so claiming that nobody ever takes it into account isn't quite true. Because
you are the one that brought it up. You are the one that brought up shooting, my friend. And again, I wasn't planning to get in on this debate at all, but you're the one that brought it up regarding shooting, regarding sniping, and I'm speaking from experience here. This is not an appeal to authority fallacy. This is speaking from actual experience using heavy and small arms, using long distance arms as well as small arms. No, it doesn't come into effect. And believe me, the last thing you want to do is have blue on blue friendly fire. You don't want to kill your own troops. So if something like this was a factor at all, you would factor that into your calculations, but you don't.
It's a special pleading fallacy when you say it's experience in a sniper shot, but not for 15 minutes when you're hovering a drone stationary and not seeing the earth rotate underneath.
Sorry, can you say that again, mate? I don't recall bringing up drones.
That was
sorry.
to Matthew. That was to Matthew.
No, he wasn't speaking to you.
Oh, sorry, mate. Yeah, no. I wasn't. No, I wasn't having a shot at you, mate. Or anything like that. I didn't quite understand what you said. Sorry, mate. I've lost a lot of hearing. I'm an ex-mortarman, so I've lost a lot of hearing.
So, Skinny Vet, do you understand what Coriolis actually is?
To be perfectly honest, I believe it is the rotation of the Earth. Yeah, the movement of the actual Earth. What pisses me off is when people say it comes into shooting, because it doesn't.
Well, what it is, it's got to do with the inertial and the non-inertial reference frame. Yeah, so we have the non-inertial or the rotating reference frame, which would be the Earth, and then we would have the inertial reference frame, which is the sky, yeah, above the Earth. So the easiest way to explain it is it's a not actual drift, it's an appearing of a drift. So if you were on an old school roundabout in the park, you know, the things that used to fly us off and nearly kill us, the big metal roundabouts, or say you were on the Gravitron and you were on that roundabout and you were spinning and there were two people on the ground and they were to kick a ball over the top of you in a straight line, the ball is taking a straight path, but it appears to deviate due to the fact that you are the one that's rotating underneath it. So if this was the case, what we would see is planes wouldn't be flying in a straight line, yeah? They would appear to deviate above us because the Earth would be rotating underneath them. We would be in the moving reference frame. They would not. Does that make sense?
No, it makes perfect sense. You just explained it a hell of a lot better than I did. But yeah, it'd be again.
What old mate was saying. Well, if it occurs with what old mate was just saying, if it occurs with bullets, yeah, bullets in the air for what, 20 seconds, depending on the length of the shot, be a little bit more, a little bit less. But this then should be happening with a drone that leaves the Earth. If we just to fly a drone straight up, or a hot air balloon straight up into the sky, and we leave it there to hover, well, then we should be witnessing the same effect. The Earth should be rotating under the drone or that hot air balloon, and when it comes straight back down to Earth, it would be landing in a different location, but we don't see that occurring. So the claim from the globe side there is oh, well, it's caught in the atmosphere that's rotating with the Earth. Everything's moving at that speed. But then they claim that it doesn't occur with bullets, yeah? So
yeah, no, I'm definitely hearing you with that. I definitely understand what you're saying. I hear you with that. And again, I am sorry about getting a little bit heated there. I do apologise for that.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, it's just when you're firing any kind of weapon, the last thing you want to do is blue on blue. And often, for example, when you're calling in mortar artillery fire, a lot of the time you can be within 100 meters of that target, and if you mess that calculation up, and the only contention that I was making was, Coriolis is not used whatsoever when you fire weapons. Be they range out to 25k, or they're as close in as 1.5k, like a sniper rifle.
And I do have to correct Matthew on something, because at the beginning of this discussion, we were asking the other young bloke in here, it was his first time in here, and we were asking him about evidence of the rotation of the Earth, and your claim is that you didn't believe that you believe there was evidence of rotation of the Earth, and we asked what that was, and this is what you brought up as evidence. So to claim you weren't using it as any sort of proof or evidence of rotation, that's being dishonest.
Yeah, sorry, mate. I wasn't.
I think he brought up.
Yeah, I wasn't. All I was saying was that.
Not you.
If it was important, I know it wasn't at me, but yeah, if it was important, you don't want to be killing your own troops. It would be factored in. It is never factored in. Therefore, it does not affect firing kinetic things like rounds and bombs and all that kind. It doesn't come into effect. That's all I was trying to say.
No, Skinny Vet didn't bring it up. You actually did as one of the evidences for the rotations. Skinny Vet only got involved a little bit down the track after I started speaking, and someone said, "Oh, look, we've got an army vet in here." So this is where I was saying before that I feel sometimes you come in here and you dishonestly represent your position.
No, I'm always honest.
Yeah, I'm always honest.
Well, you just claimed that you didn't bring this up as any sort of evidence. You just thought it was interesting that, this is something. But the beginning of the conversation was, I think there is evidence of rotation. Look, here it is right here.
Yeah, I don't remember. I thought I didn't bring it up. I thought somebody brought up Coriolis, and I said, "Here's the link to the American Shooting Journal," but I don't remember. That's true.
Anyway.
So,
Any globers
have
in
you
the
got
house?
anything else, Matthew, other than floating plumb bobs, lining up elevation angles with protractors on your eye, or claimed Coriolis? Have you got any new ones for us?
Floating plumb bobs.
Just the same old ones.
that?
The constant size of the full moon, the success of GPS systems and satellite TV, sun setting over the ocean, all the common things. But we've been over this before.
Is the sun setting over a physical horizon?
Yes, that's what blocks the bottom half of the sun as it sets.
Matthew, we went through this yesterday. I show you the video, and you said yes, that looks very strange. The sun is going too far and too small. You forgot about it yesterday. We talked about it.
Yeah, the one that you said, you're seeing part of the sun, not the whole sun.
Okay.
Floating plumb bobs, Timbo.
Yeah, what the hell
I'll
is
send
that?
it. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, sweet.
Why do Globers disagree on so many things? You'd think they would all have the same beliefs if they're referring to the same model, right? Some say no, it's a physical horizon. Some it's an optical horizon. They don't even
Because they don't
agree.
know their own. Because they don't know their own claims.
Oh yeah, because we Globers don't talk about the horizon hardly at all. I mean, it's only in discussions with
never.
flat earthers.
You just
Basically,
mentioned You just
No,
mentioned it with the sun. You said,
yeah.
what's the sun going over? So you're talking about the horizon.
Kind of important.
It's only important in the discussions about whether the Earth is flat or not. Mostly, most people don't care about it.
Well, that's the only time where they're referencing it when we're talking to them. About the Earth.
There are no moral victories. Fighting, man.
Oh, Jesus. How long have I been unmuted?
Oh, wow. Sorry.
I just turned the TV off. Okay, I guess I'll speak. Might as well. No, the reason why reason why Globers fucking aren't on the same page is because they're really just a bunch of followers, and they just have their own beliefs that they concoct in their own head. They think they get it, but they aren't on the same page with one another. And they come in here individually telling you whatever it is that they've manufactured in their head, and it doesn't line up with any of the others.
Exactly, and most of the time they're just making it up on the spot. Like right when you ask them, they're like, oh, that's probably because of this. And they just make it up. It's ridiculous.
The old the instant expert one where they you tell them what it is, and then all of a sudden they become an expert on it. I like that one. That's funny, comical. The instant expert.
Exactly.
Yeah, my bad, by the way. I don't know. Was I hot micing or anything, or was I like? I thought I was on mute.
Nah.
Seriously, like.
We were watching TV with you.
Yeah. I just got done watching the Packer game, man. They almost beat the 49ers, dude. Should have beat the 49ers, actually.
I know this is a dumb question because I'm from Baltimore. Does anybody know if the Ravens are still in it? I really don't watch football anymore.
Ravens won. Yeah.
One thing I noticed with you Americans is that you're just as passionate about your footy teams as Australia is. It even gets incredibly violent at times.
From time to I mean, yeah, with the when alcohol is involved.
I used to go to Baltimore Orioles games at Memorial Stadium. Like you'd hear stories about like if you were up in like Yankee Stadium, you'd get like they throw batteries at the back of your head, and like we weren't nice to the Yankees fans in
we've all seen the soccer stadium riots, like getting seats thrown and upper decks collapsing and stuff like that. That doesn't really happen over here. It doesn't get that crazy like it does with soccer in some places. But typically with the NFL, it's mostly shit talk, razzing, but usually in good humor and faith, but when alcohol is involved anytime, there could be a
freaking the black hole was pretty bad when the Raiders used to have people coming. That it could get pretty ugly there.
Yeah, look, it's in Australia, like you don't. It's normally at the pub or something after that. Probably the worst crowd we have here are the AFL fans. And for example, when I was down on my mortars course, and me and a bloke from New South Wales and Queensland is predominantly league, rugby league, not AFL, Australian Football League. But anyway, cut a very long story short, we went to this pub. They just had a game between Essendon and St Kilda, and we were in St Kilda. We'd gone to this pub, and it's all made of concrete. We were asking the bartender, why is it made of concrete? And he's like, oh, you'll find out in about 20 minutes. So we're just sitting there. All these people come in their scarves and their beanies, their team scarves and beanies and all that kind of stuff, and they split right down the middle between the supporters of the two teams, and they're coming up and grilling us. It's like, who do you go for? It's like, mate, I'm from Queensland. He's from New South Wales. We don't go for anyone. So we got left alone. Next thing, it was all out friggin' war, man. People were getting glassed. People were like, it just bar stools, like everything. I could see why they made it of concrete. It was so violent, and yeah, it reminded me what you're talking about with soccer, mate. In the UK with the hooligans, it can get very violent at times.
Hey, you talking bad about AFL?
Check your messages, Timbo.
No, Timbo, I wasn't talking bad about AFL. I was talking about how violent the pubs can get after an AFL match. And I believe in this particular situation, Essendon beat St Kilda. And then we're giving the St Kilda fans shit about it. So St Kilda fans started beating the shit out of the Essendon fans. And then it was just on for young and old. And we were just sitting there enjoying the show.
Bye-bye. Am I robot?
No, you were good.
So where are you based out of, Timbo? I'm up in North Queensland, mate.
I think he's watching something. He's in Victoria.
Mexicans are all right. For the Americans here, that's what we call people from Victoria, Mexicans.
Yeah, I'll
Do they swim to get there?
Wait.
You're roboting bad now.
No, we don't swim to get there, mate. We call them Mexicans because they're south of the border.
You're roboting bad, Timbo.
He's roboting so bad it's going to be like an hour before he hears it from you.
I just said to him on his messages, you're roboting bad, and it automatically changed it to rooting. You're rooting bad.
Well, he does have a kangaroo, and he has a kangaroo in his profile. And when I was down in Puckapunyal in Seymour, in Victoria, yeah, seeing the male roos down there and they're massive. Yeah, I can definitely imagine the rooting part.
He's still.
He's still going.
Think he gave up. I think he gave up 2 minutes ago. It's just going.
I think he said he was driving, so he's probably in a bad place.
If I had known he was from Victoria, I wouldn't have brought up fucking AFL because, oh shit, I shouldn't swear, sorry. I wouldn't have brought up AFL. They're pretty passionate about that shit down there.
Wait, what are you guys talking about?
We're talking about the nature of Earth. And how do you feel? Where do you stand on the nature of Earth?
It's a plane, not a planet. And we're stationary from observation. And awesome. Just senses. Yeah. I think it's just simple. If you just simplify it, just what do you see, what do you feel? What do you see and what do you feel? What do you see and what do you feel? Not
yeah, but
appeal
you can't
to authority.
trust your senses. You can't trust your senses, you know?
I know, and that's the weirdest thing, is like everything is backwards, it's inverted. So like it's like whatever like so many things that you were told growing up is the polar opposite. It's insane. It's absolute. Hold on, I needed. I'm gonna take a listen to this. I need to like refresh myself a little bit because I'm gonna go on a rant about this stuff unless somebody else wants to talk about it. Because It's actually kind of insane. It's kind of exciting though. It's exciting knowing that like you've been lied to your whole life. It's kind of like at the end of the movie, at the final boss of the video, the final boss of the video game, where like you finally are at like level 99 before you hit 100. You're like, what's gonna happen? But to hit that 100 is gonna take like so much effort, because it's hard to go against the grain, and a lot of people choose to
Yeah,
just not go against the grain.
most people, yeah.
But that's the
But
beauty of being
that's how they've
naive.
convinced everyone. It's like
Yeah.
that's how they got away with it. It's like they just tell you no, you can't trust your own observations, your own senses. It's
Correct.
crazy.
Yes. Exactly. And this is the ultimate thing that Mayhem has shown me, is that now that when I have discussions with anybody now regarding any topic, not just the Earth, but just anything, you ask them, "How do you verify what you're saying?" And then either they say, "I don't know," or they will say, "Well, there's a scientist that knows." Like, and so it's either it's either you don't know or you're appealing to authority. If you can't explain what you are saying that you believe in, that's all it is. It's like you can't say you believe something. Well, you can say you believe in something, but it's odd not being able to explain what you're saying is true. So if I tell you that the Earth is a ball, then I have to give you some sort of empirical evidence that it is something that I can't. You just can't take my word for it. You just actually, that's a life lesson. You just can't take word for it. Yes, words are powerful, and even the Bible says words can either create or destroy. But at the same time, it's what do you see? What do you observe? It's not what you're told. It's what do you see? What do you see and what do you observe? Do you see the sun and do you feel the sun? If those are both yeses, then you really have to ask yourself: is it really that far away? Like things like this, things like that. We just ask, just look and just what is it? See and feel. There you go. Just observe. Have some sense. Then you can conclude your own conclusion. Conclude your own conclusion. That's right. No, sincerely though, if you ask somebody if the Earth is a ball, and they say yes, and then you ask them what's the measurement, what's the drop rate of the curvature, nobody can give you an answer. There's no answer. They don't. Is it 1.2 miles or is it 1.6 miles? Is it
8
even 2
per
miles? Like
mile
what
squared.
is it? Sorry, I'm rambling. Huh?
8 inches per mile squared.
Oh, is that? Oh yeah, and so okay, so they give you that number. So if they did do their homework enough and they do give you that number, then you have to ask the question, then why can you see a horizon 10 miles away? Why can you see that? Why can you see something that's straight, that's flat 10 miles away if you're on a ball? That doesn't make any sense. Because you can observably
Yeah,
see that. You could see,
refraction.
and that
Refraction.
too, yeah. Yeah, like a perfect, beautiful reflection as well. Like you can't have that on. Well, I might chop up the words here, but you can't have that on a. You can't have a convex surface on a ball. Am I saying the right words here? A convex surface.
Yeah.
A convex. Thank you.
What?
Really? Did I say it right? Did I say it
No, well, convex would be the ball.
right?
That is
Oh,
the
okay.
ball.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Did I say Did I word it right though? I'm kind of like not exactly. Huh?
Concave
But
would
yeah,
No,
be
you
the
mean
opposite to
you
the
mean you
ball.
can't have flat surfaces on a convex surface. That's what
that's what I meant
you
to
can't
say.
have
Yeah.
flat surfaces like flat
Well,
oceans, flat
you
land.
you can't have any truly flat surface on a sphere. And
Right.
then we have, some of these so-called scientists claiming, well, it's not a sphere, it's a oblique spheroid, it's a pear shape, it's
It's a pear
bulging at
shape.
the edges,
It's an egg
But
shape.
well, if that's the
Yeah.
If that's the case, they better contact NASA because NASA's images seem to depict a perfectly spherical Earth.
Yeah, after watching footage after footage of outer space, it is kind of weird to think about how well I know okay, but quote quote in air quotes
I'm just being a dick.
No, you're right. You're right. I'm
Animation.
glad you said that. I
Animation.
need to word things better. I definitely need to word things better. But it's just it's like a Pixar film, if you will. It feels like I'm watching like a Pixar film or something. Like it's not like something that you would show me on your phone and like this is real time. Like this is actually happening kind of thing. And then
I think Pixar looks more real, to be honest.
right, exactly. Like it's almost like they purposely make the outer space footage look shitty on purpose, and I was like trying to figure out why that is. And I think the reason
What
why
about
that is
what
because
about
what's up?
pictures from the ISS?
I don't even know. I don't even believe in it. I
Well,
don't even. I listen. This is yeah.
Apparently, now I'm trying to learn all this at the moment, but apparently, according to the mathematical equation, which is let me tell you here, because I've been looking into this. It's actually a quadratic equation, right?
Quad equation.
To see any quadratic equation, which is an algebra equation.
Yeah.
To see any curvature of the Earth with a 3959 mile radius, you would have to be 264 miles above the Earth. So all these people claiming they're seeing it from plane windows, that they're seeing it from the ISS. I think the ISS is actually under that height. We're definitely not seeing what we're seeing from the ISS. Yeah, so we're definitely seeing over half the globe or quarter of the globe from the ISS to even begin to see curvature. According to the equation, it would be 264 miles.
The any claim to only it should work out to be 2% of the globe they should see from the ISS height. 2%.
Another interesting thing is.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to include that there's no footage of the Earth spinning 24 hours on like a live stream or some sort of video.
That's right. Just like there's no video footage live stream of the 24-hour sun in the south.
Correct.
It cuts 12 hours out every day.
Come on, man. You're just a conspiracy theorist.
Well, I don't know about that. When I can watch the video for my... And then all of a sudden it jumps 12 hours.
I'm not even joking when I say that. Yeah, why would they lie? Why would anyone lie? Why, for control? It's actually
gain.
To control or gain the situation. Yeah, like, you don't lie to like lose a situation. You lie to like somehow manipulate the situation. Obviously, because it's not the truth. So it's manipulating the situation.
That would mean that everyone would have to be involved in it.
Well, yeah, in a way, yeah. It's a big club, and none of us are in it.
Oh no. Not necessarily. Maybe a couple of people at the top, yeah, but it's compartmentalized. I don't think people are lying. Your school teacher wasn't lying. She just believed the lie and taught it as true.
Too. That's
she was just understanding. She wasn't being dishonest.
Well, no, I'm talking about the homies that put.
She lied to me when she said, "Don't tell anyone."
What? Oh, yo! I'm talking about the. I'm talking about the homies that put the teachers in the school, like the people that decided that this information is good. They're like, "Yep, this is good to teach everybody." They're going to be confused as all fuck. And sure enough, everyone.
Where did our education system begin? Who started it? What was the purpose?
The Rockefellers, the Rothschilds. They just wanted to create what's the best way to create a bunch of slaves in a short amount of time and that they volunteer to do? School.
Make all their children go to school and learn to be slaves.
Exactly.
That's a very solid point.
It's not
That's
even
a very solid point.
It's not even a joke. That's why kids hate school so damn much. They hate it because they hate it for good reason. Like good reason.
That's a very solid point. That's a very solid point. And when this education system started in the 1840s, it's called the Prussian model, and it's designed to basically create lemmings. It's designed to create people that can't think for themselves, and they'll just go into the factory and mindlessly go in every day in wage slavery, or go into the military and do whatever they're told when they're told to do it. That's what the Prussian model is
Mindless.
designed to do.
Exactly. That's why, like, the personalities of the people that are in lectures, that they're like drawing pictures, they're like writing songs, writing poetry. Like, they have the right idea because their brain knows that it's bullshit and stupid. Like, everyone fell asleep in class, everybody skipped class, everybody hated school because it's stupid. It's
From my
it's not even
experience,
just
and the
stupid.
people,
It's not even just stupid. It's a waste of time. It's actually quite
all of
insulting. It's insulting.
all of my
disgraceful.
experience. I owned a
Yeah.
fairly big security company, so I dealt with a lot of businesses and a lot of people, and I've got a lot of friends around that own businesses. Most of the people who do well in business are the entrepreneurs that left school at a very early age and started working their way towards their business. There are others that, like accountants and stuff, that have gone through the system, but most people who have done well in business didn't do well in school, is what I found.
Correct. Because they don't teach you how to like make money. They teach you how to spend it. It's actually quite insane. And not just
That's
that.
right.
Not just that.
They don't teach you to think outside the box either. So when there's a problem, there is no problem-solving skills.
None at all. None at all.
That's silly. And then you just go and borrow money off them then. And then that'll sort it all out.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, the Federal Reserve will hate me for this one, but like school loans are literally just made up. They're not money from It's not money from taxpayers. It's not money from the Federal Reserve. It's literally money that they just put in a computer and then they say you owe them that much.
I can't believe that.
No,
I
the
can't
schools
believe
get
that in
money.
the US. I can't believe in the US they charge interest on those student loans.
Yeah, what kind of financial rape is
criminal.
that?
That's criminal.
It's literally criminal. It's mafia shit.
No.
Yes, it's not like Jimmy's gonna get his finger cut off, but Jimmy's gonna be working a shitty fucking job his whole life, and he's gonna be stressed out to no end.
Come on, Matthew. Support why school fees in the US are like $50,000, $60,000. Go on.
They
support it.
are too much, but I'm saying that federal loans do come from the federal treasury, the federal budget.
Dude, we can even lowball it to $30,000 and just say that there's 5,000 students at a college, bro. Dude, they're making millions of dollars, dude. Millions.
Yeah, so a medium-sized university
Millions.
probably has a budget of maybe $200 million a year.
So insane, bro.
But most
that's
colleges
literally
are losing money right now.
Losing money is still more money than the average company. It's not even dude. That's the genius of schooling, is that it's not even a company. It's just, I don't even know how to explain the fuckery. But I
believe that.
Have you seen a downturn in people enrolling in university?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because people are getting a little. I know, right? It's so.
I mean, it's not only that. It's not only that. It's also. So I was just going to say, it's not only that. You're dropping a couple of $100,000 on a degree that's not going to even get you a job in a barista or a McDonald's half the friggin' time with like so many of the courses in universities in America, Australia, and across the West. Anyway, what's this? Gender studies or things like that, lesbian dance theory kind of things. They don't translate anything in the real world.
My lesbian dance theory degree is not going to get me a job.
Yeah, and then all these millennials.
Are you telling me? I can't even top that. I can't even top that. I was gonna try. I was trying, but I couldn't.
Well, and then you get all these millennials who graduate all entitled, walking around like they rent the place.
And that's the
or
thing.
Just love to hear you're overqualified. Like you can't work here. You're overqualified. That would be like my favorite thing to hear. Like, oh,
aren't you a teacher, Matthew? Don't you teach a university or something? Yeah. Okay.
Dude, even high school and college and prison are all the same. Actually, no, I meant to say school and prison are pretty much the same thing. The buses are the same. Like literally by design,
I'd rather go
the
to prison.
buses are. They're literally the same. They're the same design as a prison bus. Like a school bus is the same, same exact design as a damn prison bus,
Oh, you know the
and not
schools
just
are designed by the
yeah.
same. My high school that I went to was designed by the same company that made the prisons in the area or something.
I 100% believe that.
Yeah, it's
100%
like the
believe that.
same layout and everything. It's crazy.
Yeah, and then the food even like the trays,
Yeah.
right down to the trays, is the same thing as prison, and then the food is kind of well. I think everyone kind of it's an inside joke, right? Like everyone knows that school lunch was kind of whack sometimes, most of the time. I mean, maybe Fridays were they might have done something cool, but like other than that, like
Yeah. Then the bell
like
rings and you have to report to your room or whatever. It's like it's all
yeah, like you know that
getting
something's
you
wrong
ready.
with yeah,
In
like you know there's something
over
wrong with
here, what they
society.
do is the bell is music. It's like a concentration camp. So they play
Yeah.
music, and you have to return back to the rooms as the
Right.
music's playing.
Wow.
And they
Well,
give
I
you a
was
little
watching.
30-minute break, and then
I
yeah,
was
it's
watching
bullshit.
Squid Games. I was watching Squid Games recently, and I was like, "Oh my god, that's like going back to class at school."
It's
Yeah,
so
you took the
odd.
words out of my mouth there, Timbo. I was going to say the same thing, Timbo. You took the words out of my mouth. That gay ass music that they always play,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
because I was going to bring the same thing up just before you actually did that. You took the words out of my mouth, man. But that's what it's like. It's not a bell. It's just some like really really stupid tune. It gets stuck in your head. You can't get it out of your head, and you're going to sleep at night, and it's just playing in the background, driving you nuts.
And then they change it at Christmas time to some Mariah Carey song. And, no,
But you
no,
guys have
no.
music instead of a
Oh,
bell.
don't
We have
get
a
me started.
regular
Do not
bell.
get me started with the Mariah Carey at Christmas, man. Do not get me started. Look, she should have been assassinated. She should have been assassinated decades ago.
All I want
She makes.
for
Did you get that
Christmas
video,
is
Timbo?
I think it's safe to say
Oh,
that like
I'm
I think
driving
it's
at the
safe to say
moment,
that
dude.
everyone hates
I'll
that
check it
song.
out when I get home. Yeah.
I honestly I think people hate that song, the All I Want for Christmas Is You song by Mariah Carey. I think people hate that song more than any other song, even like the Rick and Roll even.
Well,
Like I
Christmas
don't
is
think that
just another way for companies to make a ton of money. Like, oh, okay, every
100%.
year, everyone's just gonna go out shopping and buy a bunch of shit and spend
Excuse to
all their
catch
money.
up with your family.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, actually,
exactly.
that's actually what. So it's actually calculated to a T, right? So like every holiday is calculated every so what 3 months.
Yeah,
There's like a holiday. So like they calculate it by like, well, if this person works full time, they're gonna have this much saved up, and they have no choice but to celebrate these holidays because if they don't, they're gonna be an asshole. And so
even
everyone just
Halloween, go out and buy a bunch of candy and all that shit, and then give it away. It's like
yeah,
go
like
buy a bunch of costumes. Yes, it's just they just want
it's
you to spend
all
all your
it's
money.
100%. That's why everyone hates the holidays low key because it's a negative event. It's like it's not like Japan where like they celebrate that the moon's out. It's like these are like these holidays are fucking
They're
just
pagan holidays. Yeah.
they're 100. Yeah, like they're just train wrecks. They're train wrecks, and everyone hates
Christmas and
them.
Easter have been taken over by Christianity, though. They're no
Mm,
longer pagan.
But
me,
in
I don't know,
Japan,
man. I don't know.
in
Can I
Japan,
talk,
what you're
can I
saying,
talk to him about that? Sorry, go ahead.
I disagree with you there. It wasn't Hank, sorry, it was
Matthew.
Matthew. I disagree with you. It's been made out to be Christian, but it's still not Christian. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
the
still
100
origins
pagan.
are
We just
exactly,
got,
pagan, but it's been
exactly.
taken
we just got,
over.
Real followers of Christ know this, bro. Like the Bible's is
what we've
so
got is a
savage.
heap of people like the Globers in the churches, but falsely worshipping false gods. Yeah, without even realizing they're doing it.
I don't think you're a true
that's
Christian if you.
exactly
You're not
right.
a true
That's
Christian if
exactly
you believe in the heliocentric model. I just want to
Yeah,
throw that out
no,
there.
that's not true. There are lots of true Christians that believe in the heliocentric model.
Yeah, but because of Psalm, there's like a handful, a dozen verses by Psalms that explains that the earth shall not be moved, it shall not be changed. It was set in place and shall not be moved. Like, and then when I bring these scriptures up, everyone's like, "Oh, that could be metaphorical." I'm like, "What do you mean it's metaphorical? It literally says it shall not be changed and it shall not move. It's set in place. It's not like anything's gonna change that." And then I don't know. I just think the Bible's true. Anyway, sorry. I don't even know. I don't even think it's Sunday, or is it? Oh, it is technically Sunday on my end, so I guess I could talk about it.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
no,
so
I would say that
Amen, brother. Bible's true. Amen.
I would say that the shall not be moved in Psalm 112:6 is metaphorical, not physical.
Sounds like an excuse to me.
No, I think it's
How
just
do you
true.
decipher? How do you decide what's metaphorical and what's not, Matthew?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. So if you point at an object and you say that object shall not be moved, or like if you point at anything, like what does it mean to not be moved? I think that's quite common sense, right? Like if you say that something shall not be moved, that means that whatever that thing is not moving. That means it's not going to be.
What we actually need to do is look at it as a whole. Yeah, we can't just take one verse. We need to look at all the scripture as a whole and not take it out of its context. And the problem we have is that we've got many descriptions about the earth not being moved, such as being on foundations. Foundations doesn't move. If there's no foundations, it falls down. If we want to look at the firmament, we don't have to commit the etymological fallacy. We can see that the firmament is also set on foundations. Yeah. And
I know the firmament's real though. It's got to be.
And then what we have is we've got foundations. It says that the firmament has some sort of foundation. So there's many different verses that all give the description of a flat Earth, and to claim that they're all allegory. Well, the problem is that allegory, poetry, and things throughout the Bible are explaining something in reality still. They're actually giving an explanation. Even the parables that Christ gives are actually related to something that's actually occurring, He's addressing a problem. So if you say it's allegory, cool, it's allegory, but it's still giving us a description of something in reality, something that cannot be moved, that's on foundations.
Yeah, there's more eggs that hatch.
Out like a tent.
There's more eggs that hatch in that reasoning than just a sitting egg. Because it's true. It's like how many more, like maybe one scripture could be metaphorical, but all of them? Are all of them going to be metaphorical? And if they are metaphorical, what in the actual fuck do people mean by that? What does it mean to metaphorically not move something?
Well, under that logic, Jesus down on the cross could be just a lovely metaphor, and he didn't really rise from the dead after 3 days, and your salvation is just a metaphor. I mean, if we're going by that same logic, anytime you quote a scripture, I could just say,
there's more.
Metaphor.
Well, that scripture is very direct. That's very direct.
It's the language that calls. Yeah, we know the language. We know the English language. If something's poetry, the language calls for it. If something's allegory, the language calls for it. If it doesn't, it's not. Very simple.
Yeah, if you said like a person is sweet like honey, you don't mean that they taste like actual. Well, maybe they do taste like honey, but
are you sure about that?
Yeah. And so the whole point is if you say something's not going to be moving, then what else are you? What other thing is there? Like I can't think of any object that won't move that will move.
Well, that's why people say it was kind of the translation. That's why it got lost in translation, the actual true meaning of what it says. So you can't take it exactly for what it says because it's just a translation.
What's the definition of? I don't even need to tell you. What does it say in Hebrew, or what does it actually say in Hebrew?
Well, we can look that up, and we can look at the original definition. So it's not that hard to work out.
Yeah, Psalm 112:6 says, "Shall not be moved forever," but I don't think that means physically moved.
Well. The definition of move
is forever.
The literal definition of move is go in a specified direction or manner or change position.
Yeah, but what's the original word though?
Hand.
What is it? Psalms what?
It's 41:31 in Strong's Concordance. I posted the verse.
Yeah, what's the actual verse though? Psalms. Sorry.
112:6 shall not be moved forever.
Psalms.
That's enough for me. Because even
as Adrian was saying,
As Adrian was saying, it has to be taken. It has to be taken in context. You
Right.
can't take just one verse, and this is exactly what all of these denominations do: is they take one verse or
Hang
one
on.
part of scripture
Psalms
and adopt that.
Psalms 112 doesn't actually exist.
Psalm 112:6.
112:6.
Psalm 112, verse 6.
Oh, sorry, 112. Sorry.
Well, what else would it mean by
Verse
not
6, so
being
it
moved?
says, surely shall not be moved. So the original word is moot, M-O-W-T.
Yes.
Pronunciation is moat. A
Moat?
primitive root
A moat?
to waver.
I like that word.
By implication, to slip, shake, fall, be carried, cast, be out of course, be fallen in decay, exceedingly falling down, be moved, be removed, be ready, shake, slide, slip.
Yeah, I think that
All of the above. All
Right.
of
Bro,
the
no,
above
Psalm
concerning
93,
all
verse
of the
2.
above concerning entropy.
We can
Wow.
take that. We can take that metaphorically, and not say we can say that doesn't mean physically moving. It's not talking
So what
about
does it
physically.
mean then, Matthew? If
What's
it's metaphorically
metaphorically?
speaking, what is it?
That's my question. What the fuck
Moved
is
from
moving metaphorically mean? Someone tell me.
yeah, moved from their position in God's kingdom. Jesus was moved with compassion, for example. That type
But
of
it
movement.
doesn't say
But
that.
the world doesn't. You're not going to
Are you
move
a
the world with emotion.
Are you a televangelist, mate? Because I reckon that's a career path you probably should take. Because that's the bullshit that televangelists do all the time. That's the bullshit that a lot of denominations do. It's one bit of scripture and then an hour's talking on what they think or what the denomination teaches that scripture means. The Bible should be treated exactly like any other book. You read it literally and within the proper context. When people start making up their own shit, that's where we fall right out of the way, and that's why you have so many different denominations. It's either the word of God or it's not the word of God.
Yeah, so you take it in context, and the context makes it clear that "shall not be moved forever" is not referring to physical movement.
Okay, so
It's not
then
even talking about the
moving,
earth,
slipping, sliding, any
Right.
of these things.
No,
But then
listen to what
But
we
the
Hank
word,
also
no, literally, the word "move" itself, verb or noun, means to change direction or position.
Hank,
So,
what
I
did you
mean, if
say?
it's
It's not even talking about the earth. It's talking about the righteous. So what are you
Right.
putting this verse for?
Because it's the same exact word. And now you guys all realize that you've been
So earth
talking
is
about
righteous?
No, this is it. Let me read the whole context. A good man showeth favor, he lendeth where he guides his affairs with discretion. Surely he shall not be moved forever. The righteous shall be in everlasting remembrance. So therefore, moved is not talking about physical movement, but in being in everlasting remembrance.
Bro, this is the complete non sequitur to the earth.
No, it's the same verse as same exact word as 104.
well, I think it's talking about like a spiritual, like you're traveling. You're still moving.
Perfect, exactly. So it's talking about
You're
movement.
traveling. Yeah, but it's claiming that he's moving, not saying that he's not moving.
No, it says surely he shall not be
well,
moved forever.
104.5.
Oh, he shall not be moved. So that means that he's not. And then what does it say after that?
The righteous shall
I
be
think-
in everlasting remembrance. It's
I
talking
think
about the righteous.
I think
Oh,
Hank's
because if you're
Hank's on the
sinful,
way to making a good point. Can we I think he's got really something good to say.
Yeah,
Go, Hank.
I'm going to 104.5 now because that verse didn't have anything to do about the earth. I have no idea why it was brought up.
and while he finds that, I just have to say Psalm 93 verse 2, on top of the page it says the world is established, firm, and secure.
So,
it literally all
I'm
three of
talking
those
about-
words.
Yeah,
Metaphor.
Hank, I'm talking about Psalm 104, verse 5.
Okay, well, you said something else just a second ago. So, okay.
I'm talking about what I posted at 11 past the hour. I posted the verses in the
And
context.
without one,
It's the same word that's used.
Right.
Okay, so in this one, the context, he's talking about you are great, clothed with splendor and majesty. He wraps himself as light with a garment. He stretches out the heavens like a tent, laying the beams of his chambers and the water above, making his clouds his chariot. Walking on wings of wind, he makes his wings his messenger, flames, fire servants. He set the earth on its foundations, never to
And it
be
can
moved.
never be moved. I know that's verse 5. I know that one.
So he thinks this is all like
It's a metaphor.
So the same, what he's trying to point out is the same word was
the earth
used.
on its
Hang on.
foundations, and it can
What he's
never
trying
be
to
moved.
do
Guys,
is
I
he's
know
trying to
everyone's
make a
getting.
context.
I know everyone's getting excited,
Yeah.
but it's hard to
He's
listen when everyone's
making a
talking over the top of each other. Yeah.
he's just making a contextual fallacy. That's all he's doing because, again, like Hank has just pointed out, the first verse, yes, was talking about a person in their faith. The second verse here is using the same word, yeah, to be moved. However, in its context, it's talking about the earth being on foundations, that it should never be moved. So we can use the same word in different contexts as long as the language is explaining what the context is. So by saying the word used means to slip, slide, to be moved, to be taken out of place, to be all these different, there's a lot of different meanings there. Yeah. By claiming because they've used the same word, it means the same thing. Therefore, the earth is moving is a contextual fallacy.
And I would even go as far as saying, is there any scripture that says the earth is spinning?
No.
Right.
Yeah, so AJ's right. It is
process
the
of
same,
elimination, right?
It is the same exact Hebrew word, so AJ's right. And my point is that word can be used metaphorically sometimes. That's all I'm saying.
It's really
Correct.
depends on the
Correct. But
context of the verses.
that's true. No one disagrees with that. But in
You
this
were
context,
earlier, that 5 minutes ago, you said, "Oh no, it has to be taken physically." But then you realized that I was talking about the righteous.
No, and if you listen to what I said that the language dictates whether it's going to be a metaphor or whether it's going to be in context. Yeah. So we have to actually, we know the English language. If it's calling poetry, we know it's poetry. It's a metaphor. Metaphor. Yeah.
Yes.
We know
And
allegory, but again, it's describing something we see in reality. To say it's not, you're taking it out of context as well.
So anyway, if you look at the 103, if you go to like, let's see, verse 17, he's everlasting, his righteousness, to those who keep his covenant, precepts. 19, the Lord has established his throne in heaven, and his kingdom rules over all. Is that part metaphorical too, Matthew?
That's literal, I would say. But sorry, I just want to say that.
It's talking about God being in charge of everything. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, but is his kingdom in heaven?
Yeah, but I think heaven's a spiritual place.
That's true. That's kind
So
of
you
true.
don't think the heavens are a physical
Well,
place?
I think the kingdom that's described that comes down from heaven, physical kingdom, is we get given dimensions, we get given the size of doors, walls, materials it was made of, we get given the overall size of the area it's going to take up. Seems to be describing something physical to me, if I'm reading in context.
There are scriptures that support that as well. Like it literally says everyone who goes to heaven will have their own mansion. It's basically like a literal rap video. It's literally just mansions, beautiful, like scenery and lots of food. Like it's perfect, perfection, heaven. And so yeah, I would say it is. Yeah, exactly. 100 exactly. It's MTV Crib in real life. In actuality, forever eternal, right? So yeah, that's why rappers are always trying to sell you on mansions because you get mansions in heaven, but they want you to sell your soul on earth so you don't get the mansion in heaven. Anyway, that was a fun fact. Anyway, so yeah. Anyway, so moving forward. So what was everyone
Any
talking about?
mentions of galaxies and stuff and space in the Bible or no?
No, not at all.
God created the Milky Way
reality,
galaxy.
when it talks
or
in reality when it talks in Genesis about the literal creation of the earth, it mentions that we have a firmament that's dividing water from water, the water of the earth from the water below.
Yeah.
That's on foundations, and that he set the sun, moon, and the stars within that foundation, that firmament. Sorry, and that there's two great lights, not one.
Yeah,
two.
the sun and the moon.
One to rule the day and one to rule
One
the
to
night.
rule the
not
night.
one reflecting off a rock.
Exactly. There's no
And-
scripture that says the damn sun shines on a rock that's floating. Thank you. Sorry. Anyway,
It's interesting that the
then-
moon is in the daylight more than it's in the nighttime.
And then there's definitely no talk about planets. There's talk of wandering stars.
and people don't even realize the word moonlight. the moon is radiating a light. It's not called the sun ray on the moonlight. It's the sunlight. It's the sunlight that comes from, you guessed it, the fucking sun, and then the moonlight, you guessed it again, comes from the moon. So the word
Are
itself is
you
telling you.
saying it should be called moon reflection?
No, I think it should be called moon reflection rock. That's actual wood. I don't even know,
Petrified
dude.
wood light.
It's dude. Did you hear about that? So like,
Oh yeah, that's
NASA was trying to
crazy.
sell like moon rocks, and they turned out to be literal like pieces of wood. Anyway,
Yeah, it was a
so
gift. They gave a gift to
yeah,
I think it was the Netherlands,
yeah.
and they did a test on it, and it was petrified wood. Yeah,
Oh, and Buzz
interesting.
Lightyear, Buzz Aldrin.
That just proves. All
Buzz
that also
Lightyear.
proves is
I said Buzz Lightyear. I fucking
there was
see the propaganda, bro. Fucking Toy Story is trying to make you believe in outer space. Everything is, but no, the Buzz Lightyear,
it proves
Buzz
that there
Aldrin.
was forests on the moon.
What you're saying? NASA intentionally gave away wood and claimed it was part of the moon.
No, we're not dividing
Yeah,
people's thoughts, Matthew. No, we're not
yeah.
dividing people's intentions. We're just saying it happened. So that's it.
To infinity reference frames and beyond.
Yeah, dude. When someone said, like, somebody told me a star was that there's a certain star that was like a light years away. I'm like, and I asked them, "Is that true?" They say yes. I say, "Well, how do you know that? How do you measure a light year? How the fuck do you
measured it.
measure a light year? You tell me. I don't think
Ask
most people
Matthew.
even know
He
how to
knows.
measure a couple feet. Like, how the fuck do you measure a light year? Is there a light year ruler or a laser that I don't know of here? A light year telling me you can measure a light year. Just
Well, they
really
think
think
light
about it.
travels infinitely, which it obviously doesn't.
It doesn't. Correct. Inverse square law states that, which also proves why the sun isn't
Right.
96 million miles away. Exactly.
Well, they
Inverse
say
square
no. It
law is.
only in a vacuum it would, but not on Earth with the atmosphere. That's what they say. So in a vacuum it would, which makes no sense.
I kind of want to go back in time and just like sit at the meeting at the Rockefellers like mansion where they're like making this plot for the Nazis coming over for Operation Paperclip to be like, yo, how the fuck are we gonna fuck with mankind? And then they could have made it anything else and the people would still believe it. They
Just
would
tell them the
believe it.
stars are light years, trillions of miles away. They'll believe it. They're dumb.
Well, so a
They
light year
literally.
is just a unit of measurement. It's an exact number of meters. So it's
Oh
just
shit, man.
Yeah, and how the fuck did they measure
You
that?
can't test a light year because you
by
can't
definition.
test. You can't test that.
Oh, and you know what's even fucking crazy?
Sorry, Matthew. Can you repeat that? What did you just say?
Yeah, a light year is by definition an exact number of meters. So it's basically just like a different unit, just like meters.
Yeah.
Versus
Okay. So
centimeters.
how did they come up with the distance to these stars then?
Right. Where's the experiment showing light will travel that far? You can't say, well, it travels this
even
far,
just
so if you multiply it by this amount of time, it'll be that
there you
far.
go.
That's not how it works.
So they guessed
they
the
guessed
distance.
with
They
parallax.
guessed the distance to these stars.
Ah,
Yeah.
they guessed.
Oh,
Thank you.
It's called a guesstimate. You can trust it. A guesstimate.
For the closer ones, they use
you just say
parallax. For the
parallax?
farther ones,
So we observe parallax.
There is no
Yes.
parallax. Stars are in the same exact place they've always been.
What kind of
the
parallax are we
closer
talking
ones,
about?
the closer ones shift back and forth every 6 months if you take pictures and look close.
Oh, I got something for you, Matthew.
What? I've never seen that.
Well,
I've
yeah,
never heard of that.
you have to take.
I got
pictures
something for
and
Matthew. This
look
is
at
where
every
Matthew's
day.
going to say you don't understand what assumed means.
It means to make an ass of your. It means to make an ass of yourself. Sorry.
No,
No,
not when NASA says it.
You shouldn't assume, because if you assume, that makes a fool out of you and me.
No,
Correct.
Ass
About to make a fool out of somebody.
Ass
it ain't
out of
me.
you and me. Exactly. That's what I was trying to say. See, you guys are picking up what I'm putting down. Exactly. Everyone's witty in this room. I like it.
Yet you
So-
admitted that they assumed things, so that's funny.
Yeah. Well, everyone.
It gets worse.
They don't know the exact distances to the stars, but their best guess.
Well,
yeah, it's just how
That's
many
not science.
pretty much just it's the opposite, right? So try to like navigate with the opposite philosophy. So the sun, they say the sun's far, it's close. They say that you're spinning, you're not. They say that the stars are far, but they're close. They said that the
That's
sun
the
was.
best guess.
I think the only
That's not-
only thing that they didn't lie about is that the sun is hot.
Is it? Are you sure?
Actually, you're right. Then again, like all I can verify is the sun ray is warm. But how do I
Exactly.
know the fuck it's hot? Well, I mean, I guess you could. Well, you can verify that by like a light bulb, even like the light bulb. If you touch the light bulb, it will be hot. So anything that radiates light will be hot to a certain degree. So yeah, I guess you could verify that the sun is hot, just based on the fact that like you can feel the sun ray and it is warm, not cold.
That would be inference.
Is that what it is? Inference.
Well, you're inferring that because that happens, then that must be that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just I mean, yeah, that's the best of my understanding of light. Is
if the sun is a burning ball, though, how come if you put plants near a fire, they die? If you put them near an electric light, they grow. Shouldn't
why is that?
You know? Because the sun's not a fiery burning nuclear furnace or whatever. It's electric.
Oh,
I've been
you're
looking
right.
into this actually, and people.
He's right. He's right. Electrostatic. Yeah, he's right.
If people put these grounding rods around their garden beds, their fruit and veg grow massive. Yeah, something to do with the
Right.
electrical current.
Exactly. That proves it right there. Globe debunked.
Well, I'm having trouble finding this. Guess I'm going to have to go to my images.
What are you looking for?
It's a NASA website where they say the only thing they assume is the motion of the Earth around the sun.
Kind of a big part of the heliocentric model.
A little assumption there.
Just a little.
Yeah, I found it.
So if that's wrong, then doesn't that pretty much throws out everything?
I think NASA.gov is more honest than Globers. What I found is that Globers will strawman their own model.
At least they're consistent, yeah. They pick a lie and they stick with it. At least they don't just make up new stuff. Yeah. But the problem with saying, "Oh, it's their best guess," it's an assumption. It works. No, that like either proven or it's not. Like, shouldn't have beliefs about something that is based on just an assumption.
I was talking about distances, like I was saying, Arcturus. They say, oh, it's 36.7 light years away, but then they say plus or minus 0.2, so they don't have an exact number. It's just their closest guess.
But they don't even know that it's the distance that they, it could be 50 miles away. Who knows? And also, that's not the only assumption. I've heard you admit too that Eratosthenes had to assume a globe for his calculations.
Well, yeah, if you're going to measure the radius, you have to assume there is a radius.
Exactly. So you don't see a problem with that?
No, he wasn't trying to prove the globe. He was just trying to measure it. He was assuming that it exists and wondering how big it was.
Right, but then you're using these measurements as some kind of proof or whatever to back up the globe. So you can't.
Others might be. I don't think Eratosthenes is a proof of the globe.
All right, I got it. It took me a second. I had to go through my images to find it. All right. So I'm just going to click on that link. I think it says nasa.gov. Astronomers derive distances to the nearest stars closer than 100 light years by a method called stellar parallax. This method that relies on no assumptions other than the geometry of the Earth's orbit around the sun. So that's an assumption, huh, NASA? I thought you had satellites.
I like how they have to say
it's a bit of an
not
oxymoron, isn't it? No assumptions except the assumption.
Yeah.
No, they're clearly saying that there's one assumption.
Here we go.
Yeah, but the first claim is that there's no assumptions, but this assumption.
That's not what they say. You need to learn to read.
That's what he just read out.
Can we read it again, please, Hank?
This
Was it
is
Hank
one
reading
that
it, or was it?
relies on no assumptions other than the geometry of the Earth's orbit around the sun.
Right.
Called a
So one
caveat.
assumption.
Yeah.
What's that
So
assumption?
no assumptions, but this one.
What's
That's what
that
he said.
assumption?
That the Earth
Matthew?
is
Is
The
orbiting the
size of
sun.
the Earth's orbit.
that what it says? Matthew, I think you need to learn how to read, bro.
Oh. Even
They
if it's
said the
one, that's
geometry of the
one
Earth's
is
orbit.
too many. That's one too many. You can't have any assumptions.
You're going to base your mathematical equation off an assumption and tell us the distance.
Yeah, you can't even have
Cool
one.
story,
Everything
bro.
has to be proven.
All right, I want to bookmark this site again. We'll see if it stays this time. And I'm going to
Well,
go.
wouldn't
Go ahead.
built into that assumption be that the Earth's a sphere? Because
Yeah. And that it's orbiting due to the bending and warping of space and time.
and the universal law of gravity, universal law of gravity, working in all the same way across the universe, assuming the universe.
Contained with 98% dark matter and dark energy.
Oh, where did that come from?
Oh, a mathematical equation, because they just happen to be wrong about their assumptions of gravity. In fact, it was only 1% correct. So we had to come up with a mathematical equation to make it work somehow. Don't throw it out when it doesn't work. We just make new maths. How do you sit with that reification fallacy, Matt?
No, I'm perfectly happy with it. I need explanations, not like made up stories.
So you're happy to say that would just be a reification fallacy, dark matter and dark energy?
Yeah, dark matter and dark energy, that doesn't bother me that much. Another way to put it is unknown energy and mass. So saying that we don't know where some of the mass comes from, I'm like, who cares?
Explanations can be
99% of the mass
stories.
comes from.
Right.
So when 90, well, so at that point, shouldn't it just be thrown out?
No. Don't throw out the baby.
No, 99% incorrect should be not thrown out, yeah?
It's
Not
not
establishing a
97
cause and effect relationship.
It's not
Shouldn't be thrown out.
97% incorrect. It's 97% unknown. They're just admitting they don't know where the rest of the mass is.
What's the difference between? Okay, I propose my theory, and then all of a sudden someone comes along and says you only have 1% of the mass required for your theory. Do we then throw the theory out, or say, well, the theory must be right, so let's
99%
make it work?
just unknown. Yeah, it's just unknown. So
Yeah,
It's more like
it still
it's still a
exists.
good
We just
theory.
don't know it.
It's more like here's a theory that explains our solar system and moon phases and seasons and everything really well, but down at the edges of the faraway parts of the universe, we don't know how it explains that part. And
So is that a
if you want to throw
scientific
something else,
theory?
you can throw out this stuff. Yes, it is.
It is scientific theory.
Right.
So what was their naturally observed phenomenon?
Oh, there's no experiments in astronomy.
So no theory then, not a scientific theory.
Astronomy is a science, even though they don't do experiments.
What?
What?
Experiments without
There's no such
science.
thing.
Is that like driving down the
No.
road without a car? Don't you need the experiment to do the science? Because
You said it backwards. It's a science without experiments.
wait, how do you have an experiment without science or science without experiment? That doesn't make sense. It's like I'm
Very
going
easily.
swimming, but the pool's drained.
Saying that the only science that exists is experimental science is a flaw, and there's a lot more science than just that narrow type.
So you're saying observational science then?
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay, so what about the black swan?
What
That's
about it?
observational science, right, Matthew?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So you just observe reality and you call that science, so welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Yeah, so observing marine animals is marine biology, so that's the science of marine animals, even though you're just observing them. Same with astronomy.
But you don't observe things orbiting. You
Who
don't observe
cares?
the Earth orbiting the sun. You observe the sun moving across the sky.
Yeah, you observe all these things and then come up with explanations and ideas and theories
Come
about
up
what's
with.
really going
You
on.
come up with. That's a story.
Right, you're coming up with stories and explanations. And see
Yeah,
which one
that's not.
works the best.
I can't. I can't even.
You can't understand how science works?
No. Because this is a minute ago you said I don't believe in just people saying stories, and now you're saying, oh yeah, you just come up with a story that explains it.
What do you think science is? It's a story. It's a bunch of stories about
using
how
the scientific.
real world
No,
works.
use the scientific
Science
method.
is
You
using.
test.
Yeah.
2 minutes
You test your hypothesis. Yeah.
You're establishing a cause and effect relationship, not making up a story.
Right. If you're going
Because
to
you
do
can
an experiment, then you can come up with a cause and effect relationship. That's right. But sometimes you can't. Like you can't affect anything about the moon or the stars, so you can't
So it's
do
not
experiments.
science. It's falsely called science, but it's not science.
Yeah, I think.
Well, I
I
mean,
think that was
then
warned
we're
about in the
talking about
Bible.
arguing about definitions. Then
Science falsely so-called. What was he talking about when he wrote that letter to Timothy? Do you know, Matthew?
yeah, I don't remember the context. I've heard that verse
Science
before, but
falsely so-called. Sounds like some pseudo-intellectual shit to me.
yeah, I don't think God was anti-intellectual.
No, that's not what I said. First of all, God didn't write the letter to Timothy. Paul did. He was warning about pseudoscience. You aware of this, Matthew? That the Bible warns us about pseudoscience?
I don't remember pseudoscience being in there, but maybe you're talking about a different translation.
What
I'll
is
have to look at the
science falsely so-called? What do you think that is? If I call something science and it's not.
Yeah, that's science falsely so-called.
Right, that's pseudoscience. For example, if I cherry pick the data and only post the readings that fits my theory, and I present this as science, right, that would be pseudoscience, right, Matthew?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you don't have an experiment at all, there's no data to pick from, and you call it science, that's even worse, right?
No, I don't have as narrow a definition of science as you do.
Oh, you got one of them liberal definitions. So you're saying my definition is too conservative, huh?
Yeah.
Hey Matthew, can men have babies?
Oh
No.
Oh, at least you agree with
Okay,
that.
he knows that at least. That's good. Yeah, no, but an explanation is not scientific proof. You keep saying, well, there's an explanation for the globe or whatever. You can come up with an explanation. You can make it up out of nowhere that explains everything perfectly on a globe or in space or whatever, but that's not proof. That's not proven. It works in the model, maybe.
Yeah, that's why we call it explanations, not proof.
There you go. So you just admitted there's no proof of the globe. Thank you.
Right. I would say it's a strong evidence that that's the best explanation. I wouldn't call it a proof.
Okay, there we go. I think we're done here.
Hank,
Hey, Matthew.
1 Timothy 6:20 says, "O Timothy, guard the deposit entrusted to you. Avoid irreverent babble and contradictions of what is falsely so-called knowledge."
Oh, my Bible says. The science falsely called. Thank you. Yeah,
What
so
do you got,
Matthew,
the King James?
I don't
Which one is
remember.
that?
I think it was King James. Science falsely so-called or something like that. So Matthew, what holds down the oceans?
The weight of the water.
The weight of the water. Okay.
They hold themselves down, basically.
If I manipulate
that's what makes things go down is weight, right?
Okay. Fair enough. If I were to boil the water, what happens?
It becomes less dense than the air, and so the weight of the air goes down and the steam goes up.
Right. And what happens if I were to lower the atmospheric pressure to something really low?
then it's easier to boil the water because part of what keeps water from boiling is the pressure on top of the surface.
So I think a better, more scientific answer would be what holds down the water is atmospheric pressure and low temperature. Would that be a scientifically accurate statement to make?
No, what holds down the water is the weight. What keeps it from boiling is the air pressure.
But I can boil the water and make it evaporate.
Yeah, once it boils, then it's less dense, and so that's why it goes up. You're talking about two different things. Why is water going down? And the answer is weight. What keeps it from boiling? The answer is atmospheric pressure.
Well, weight's kind of a generic thing. I can manipulate two things and cause the ocean to leave the surface of the Earth. I can make it boil. Let's say with some sort of eruption, right? Lava.
Okay.
Or let's say, for example, there was a hole in the dome, right? And all the atmospheric pressure spewed out into open space. What would happen if that were to happen here on Earth? All the atmospheric pressure were gone.
Yeah.
Like that movie Spaceballs.
Yeah, if all the atmospheric pressure were gone, then the water would slowly boil away. Well, maybe not slowly, I don't know.
So, logically, it makes sense that the reason that the oceans stick to the surface of the Earth is because of low gas pressure and low temperature. I'm sorry, high gas pressure and low temperature.
No, it's the reason they don't boil.
And what happens if they boil?
If they boil, then they change into gaseous state, which is less dense, and so the weight is less than the air around it.
So I have a question.
Specific gravity. Go ahead.
What about the centrifugal forces of the rotation causes the water to bulge at the center? Is the centrifugal force not quite strong enough to overcome the weight of the water? And
that's right. It's something like 0.3% of the weight.
So how much weight is on the water on the surface?
Like I said, it's a difference of maybe 0.3%.
So it bulges, yeah, but doesn't come off. Doesn't come off, doesn't run to the bottom, but it's just the weight of the water.
That's not a very good way of describing it, but if things are spinning, then they bulge in the middle, yes.
Without flying off.
It depends on how fast they're spinning. If they're spinning fast enough, then they'd fly off. If they're not, they wouldn't.
About 1,000 miles an hour. Would that cause it?
It's not about the raw speed. It's about how much centrifugal force there is, which depends on the speed and the size of the circle.
Do you know the centrifugal force of what the Earth, at the size it is, what that would be?
I don't remember. Like I said, it's something about 0.3% of the weight at the equator.
Uh-huh. All right.
So pretty much immeasurable.
No, it's measurable. That's why if you take these very specialized scales that measure gold and super valuable things, you can input the latitudes so that it will compensate for that. And it's 0.1%. I just looked it up, not 0.3.
So wouldn't we be able to measure or notice like even a slight bulge of water in the ocean, like a hill of water?
No, I mean that hill is going to be less than the 8 inches per mile squared of the curve itself, and so it's not going to be that noticeable.
Not that noticeable, or not noticeable at all, because you'd still be able to.
Yeah, not noticeable at all from the surface, I'd say.
How convenient.
Yeah, that is pretty convenient.
Everything is convenient. It all looks flat, but it somehow isn't. convenient. I thought the Earth was pear-shaped too. So where do we measure that?
That's just referring to the idea that there's a little bit more mass in the southern hemisphere than the northern hemisphere. But again, calling it pear-shaped is an exaggeration.
So it is almost a perfect sphere then.
Right. The difference is 0.3%.
So there's another claim here, because if it's the air pressure or the weight of the air and the weight of the water is the fact why the water's not leaving with the centrifugal. Why is it that even in your globe model, you have oxygen escaping due to the centrifugal forces? And yes, the bottom of the ocean, the weight of the water is very heavy. The surface, you would be completely relying on the surface, the weight pushing down from the atmosphere.
And no, the reason that
for it to bulge, even bulge, it would be thrown off. It's not just going to bulge. The fact is that due to centrifugal forces, according to your own model, you've got oxygen escaping the Earth due to the Earth's centrifugal forces, but you're claiming that the oxygen is part of the weight that's holding down the water, preventing these centrifugal forces. So you're in contradiction there.
So first of all, the centrifugal force is enough to create a slight bulge, but not enough to make the water go flying off. And I've repeatedly said that it's not the air pressure that keeps the water down. It's the weight of the water. So the reason your beer is still in your cup is because of the weight of the beer, not because of the air pressure on top of it.
Okay. Nice story.
Well, I mean, I think it's a nice story because it's true.
So the water be on the ground without the pressure? My bad.
No, you go, bro.
How would the water be on the ground without the pressure?
If there were no pressure, then the water would slowly turn to steam and then it would leave the ground. But the reason the water is on the ground is because it's weight.
Oh, but I mean, it wouldn't be on the ground if it weren't for the pressure, but the reason is not pressure. Okay.
Yeah. You got it right.
Great.
Well, I think Matthew's trying to understand specific gravity, which is something flat earthers have been trying to teach globers for.
I understand it perfectly. I'm not trying to understand anything.
So you're not trying to understand because you already got it figured out. I guess in your mind,
no,
the
I already
science
have it. I already have it figured out. That's right.
Okay, the science is settled according to Matthew.
I mean, for this type of simple stuff, yeah.
So isn't it according to the globe model that it's not the weight of the water so much, but it's the planet's gravity that pulls that water to the Earth?
So the weight of the water is describing, the effect, and we could argue about the causes for that effect. Obviously, the mainstream model would say that gravity is the reason there's weight, but we don't have to talk about gravity. You could leave that out of the discussion because everybody agrees that the objects have weight. So that's why I said weight and didn't like.
Yes, but weight isn't the weight isn't the claim according to the globe. If
it's the
you were to, the claim that's always with the globe is that it is the gravity that's holding this in. Now, yes, we need weight according to you for gravity. However,
other way around, but yeah,
I think you're being a little bit intellectually dishonest or a bit sly there when you're claiming it's the claim is weight when the actual claim is that it's caused by gravity.
Not at all. I was just trying to use a word that we can all agree on. We both say that water has weight. You're right that I say that the weight is due to gravity, but I'm happy to like ignore that for now and just talk about the weight of the water.
Well, the problem is if we pull gravity out of the equation, which is what is actually causing this weight to stay on the ball with the centrifugal forces, well, then you no longer have gravity. We have the water flying off.
Right. If there is no gravity, then the whole thing falls apart. The whole story.
Correct. So we can't leave gravity out of the equation because gravity is the actual claim of the cause, not just weight. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're right. Gravity is the cause. I was talking about just the effect. I was just saying, hey, we all agree on the effect. Let's just talk about the effect. But if you want to back up one level and say,
well, no, we don't. We don't really all agree on the effect, yeah, because we would say that we're on a flat topographical plane where the contain. As we understand it needs, as we understand it needs to be. Now, the water, yes, contains weight, but when you remove gravity off your spinning sphere, then unfortunately, it's all done there. Yeah. So yes, you do need gravity. Gravity is the claim.
Right.
So, unfortunately, I think just stating weight, the argument just falls apart there because you've specifically left out gravity.
No,
we claim we don't need gravity. That's cool. We don't need gravity because we've got a topographical plane where we've got buoyancy and density and weight, yeah? And we've got something that's containing that water. We don't have centrifugal to deal with. We don't have bulging centrifugal forces, yeah? So if you remove your gravity, like you've asked to do, the weight means jack shit, yeah? You need the gravity to hold the weight down.
Yeah, gravity is an integral part of what causes weight in my model.
So then the argument's over right there. What you've put forward as just purely weight is over right there.
No, I was just referring to the weight without bringing up all the other causes for it.
Am I misunderstanding something here, guys? Or?
Yeah. So if I say, hey, look, I have beer in my cup, and you say, yes, but you had to manufacture that cup somehow. And I say, well, the cup is holding my beer. And you're like, yes, but you didn't describe where the cup came from or who manufactured the cup. And I'm like, fine, but I was just talking about the cup. I wasn't talking about where it came from. Same thing with weight. I was just talking about the phenomena of weight, not arguing about where it came from. Now, if you want to argue about where it came from, fine. But, that's what I was trying to do.
No, we're not really arguing about where it came from. Fact is that it's not just weight that's holding your water to the earth like you've claimed.
It is just weight.
The claim is that it's the gravity, yeah, that's holding that weight.
No, it's just weight.
You pull the gravity out of the equation, the whole thing falls apart.
No, it's just weight, but gravity causes weight.
I see what you did. You smuggled your gravity claim in.
I didn't bring up gravity. He did.
No.
Gravity smuggle.
What he's doing is he's just claiming that the water is stuck to the earth due to weight alone, and that it has no centrifugal forces have no effect. Now, I know that weight causes gravity. However, in their mainstream globe paradigm, yeah, it is always that it's gravity that's holding the water to the earth. Now, I think he's being sneaky by not claiming it's gravity and just by claiming it's weight and leaving gravity out of the equation. No, yes, we agree it's weight. We agree it's weight, but on a flat surface with a contained ocean, yeah, 100%. But you still require gravity on your spinning that you're leaving out here. That's my point. I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm...
No, you're right. Gravity is an integral part of the heliocentric model. I was saying weight without referring to what causes.
So then you can't leave gravity out of your weight equation for your heliocentric model like you have.
I was talking about the effects and not arguing about the cause of the effect. That's all.
Amazing.
I've got to go for a drive, guys. I'll be back on shortly. I've got to drive.
Nice.
We got a couple of new guys here.
What's up, brother?
Hello, everybody.
My boy Doug, he's gonna do a science experiment tomorrow to prove that the Earth is a halo sphere.
Kind of like the video game Halo, but not just a ring, it's a full sphere, to where if you could look up and see the other side, you would see all of it, but I'm arguing that light does not travel straight. And so my experiment tomorrow is to conduct a observation of a mirage inside of a vacuum chamber.
You don't have to try to hide it. We are all familiar with concave earthers.
Right, but do any other concave earthers assume that the speed of light changes with altitude?
I don't know. I'm more disinterested in you than I ever was before, honestly. But maybe somebody else.
Understood.
Why
Well, I mean, at least he's sincere. He seems really genuine.
If he proves this, are you gonna stop being a flat earther?
Who, me?
No, everyone, all the flat earthers.
Yeah, as soon as he proves his halo sphere, sure, why not?
Because flat Earth model doesn't make sense. How does the sun go? How does the sun set?
All right, floor is yours. It's concave Earth for the next 3 hours. Let's go.
I don't mind. I don't want to take over the discussion. I just want to answer questions as they approach.
Okay, when I see the stars in the sky, is that the Orient?
I'll have to go look up that word.
Orient just means like China, Vietnam, Korea, Japan.
No, because in my model, as you increase your altitude, the speed of light slows down, causing light to retract towards the center. So if light did travel straight, you should be able to see all of the continents at once, but light doesn't travel straight. It slows down as you increase altitude, causing the mirages to exist and for the horizon to conceal the rest of the Earth. Light doesn't travel straight. It slows down as you increase altitude, causing the mirages to exist and for the horizon to conceal.
Oh, right, he's recorded. So, how does the sun set on a flat Earth? Wouldn't that destroy the Earth?
Well, you can't mix the models, right? You have no evidence that the sun is 93 million miles away. And
actually, in my model, it does also support the idea that the Earth is a flat surface, three-dimensionally.
Yo, James, mute your mic, bro. Come on. But how does the sun then? The sun goes away,
well,
right?
I was answering it. You interrupted.
No,
So
that was James.
I was waiting for James.
I apologize.
No worries.
So you can't mix the models, right? So what we believe is that the Earth is bigger than the sun. The sun is a lot smaller than the Earth. We don't know exactly how big it is or how high it is because we don't like to make claims about things that we can't prove, like other people. So if you take your cell phone, you turn on the cell phone light, you walk in a circle around the perimeter of your backyard, does it light up the whole backyard?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't, because it's the spotlight effect, right? Light doesn't travel forever at the same intensity. It does travel forever due to the inverse square law, but every time you double the distance, the intensity decreases 4 times. Do you know what that means?
Does the light travel straight, though?
Well, it depends. Is it going through mediums?
Assume it's a vacuum.
Okay, so yeah, it travels pretty darn straight. Mm-hmm. So, if the sun is a lot closer and has more of a spotlight effect, rather than lighting up the entire, how big is the solar system? Like millions and millions of miles?
Well, the sun is 93 million miles away in 3 dimensions, so more than that at least.
Right, so yeah, the way that we understand it, when the sun gets further away, it can't light up the whole Earth at once. Just like if I'm standing under a light on a street corner and I walk 10 blocks away, that light doesn't light up where I'm currently located 10 miles away. So I'm going to pass the mic and go outside.
If I had a telescope from 10 miles away and I looked at you with the light, would I not be able to see the light shining through the telescope?
Yeah, that's with a telescope, though. But would you be able to read a book from a light bulb that's 10 miles away?
But that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, the sun does not, it's nighttime, for me at least. The sun's not here. So the sun is like in Australia, right? If I get a NASA telescope and point it towards Australia, will I see the sun?
Wouldn't it be better for the flat Earth models to adopt the idea that the light does not travel straight in order to better reinforce this spotlight effect?
No, it doesn't matter. Because the sun isn't all that large or all that high, and through that amount of distance, through your perspective and angular resolution, it'll have lowered itself so low towards the horizon and disappeared. Like you have no chance of seeing it on the
we can
flat
see
Earth.
planets. You can see planets though. The telescope.
How far away are they? How big are they? And it's completely different, and it's also a completely different scenario. Like you're looking straight up into the air instead of against a flat surface.
Right. So if I went on top of a mountain, I pointed a NASA telescope at the sun when it's nighttime, wherever it is, I should be able to see the sun, right?
No.
Like a huge NASA telescope, bro.
Doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
You're shining through, like along the surface, through the thickest parts of the atmosphere, as well as the angle being lowered to a point where it's unresolvable and obstructions in the way. Like if there's another mountain or another whatever, like
Mount Everest.
there's no reason. Yeah, no, like this, it doesn't matter. Like this whole idea of being able to see forever is one that is in your head and in like video games and theory and vacuums that don't exist.
We have telescopes. So we can see forever.
You don't see forever with telescopes. Are you fucking kidding me?
Let me ask you this. So you guys use the example that if I have my hand next to my face, it's big, but if I move it out, it's small, right? So things get smaller when they move away.
Yeah,
so why does the
by
sun
the
stay the
inverse square
same
law,
distance?
if you double the distance, it becomes half the size.
Why does the sun stay the same distance or the same size when it goes further away?
It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Can a flat Earth
globe model, it actually grows in size, on the horizon. It's got to do with atmospheric lensing.
What?
Yeah, when you're shooting along the surface and you're going through the thickest part of the atmosphere and the sun is low during sunrise or sunset, it actually appears to be larger, but that's through atmospheric lensing because of the thicker parts of the atmosphere. That is a optical effect that happens. So, I mean, your idea that we should be able to see forever if the Earth is flat is also negated by if you live on a concave Earth, you should also be able to see the sun at all times, day and night.
Because light bent, or I'll let him explain it.
If light were traveling straight, then yes, the sun would illuminate the entire sphere at once. But what I'm claiming with my model is that the light retracts and goes towards the center so that the sun can only illuminate up to half the sphere at once.
How is that better?
It bends and goes towards the center of the universe.
Because it explains why the sun is not visible from all locations of the Earth, while also supporting the idea that the Earth acts flat.
So you've got a model in which the Earth acts flat, but is actually concave?
Yes.
So we're talking about angular resolution, we're talking about atmospheric lensing, things that we actually know and can see do occur, and you're talking about evidence as something made up in your head.
Oh, he did an experiment and it proved it.
Yeah, it starts off in your head, but then you do the experiments to prove whether it's right or wrong. And the experiment that I'm working on tomorrow should contradict Einstein's theory while supporting this one.
So, what's the experiment?
The experiment is to create about a 10-foot long vacuum chamber and observe a mirage at the bottom of it. Einstein says that in a vacuum chamber, the light should travel perfectly straight at 186,000 miles per second, unless the gravity of the Earth was so intense that it could somehow cause the light to bend downwards. However, if light were to be observed bending up inside of a vacuum chamber, it would be the exact opposite of Einstein's only, what's the word for it? Exemption?
Here you go.
Sorry, I was muting my mic to hit my vape pen.
So
Also,
if the Earth, if space doesn't exist, Hank, I believe you don't think space exists like how they say, like a vacuum. I remember you debating here a while ago. Is that true? Is that true?
Hank's not answering, but pretty much all flat earthers will tell you that a vacuum of space cannot exist by the second law of thermodynamics. Yeah.
So, where's the ISS then? Is that in the sky?
Don't know. Don't think there's anybody on it.
But we can see it. So how's it staying
You
up in
see
the
an
sky?
object in the sky. I mean, you get a lot of different answers here. I think it's probably more like a drone or there's some kind of object up there. I don't think there's anybody on it, and that's easily provable because of all the fakery that we've seen in all of the video that they've ever produced for us that's supposedly from the ISS.
You don't see the ISS, you see a light in the sky, and you assume it's a spaceship with people on it.
There are videos and pictures, many of them, of the direct ISS. So how can you see a drone that small?
Not in the sky.
Right. Yes, it is.
There's
That
also
high.
videos of the ISS with a mouse crawling around it, so there's evidence that the NASA's been deceiving us.
The size
Let me
that
ask
it
you a
is
question.
and the distance they say
No,
it's
the
impossible
mouse
to
that's
see it.
the skunk. I think it's a skunk, and that was on one of the SpaceX rockets.
So my question to that is,
Falcon Heavy.
if a man tells a lie, is everything he ever said a lie, or is it just now he's no longer trustworthy?
He's no longer trustworthy.
So is it possible that NASA was failing to do certain things and lied about it, but now we just assume that everything they told us was a lie, even though some of it might actually be true?
What is true with that they've said? That's the problem.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure that out.
The moon landing.
I don't think anybody round or
none of
flat
it is
thinks
true.
that happened.
But okay, Doug. You know they shined a laser at the moon and they put panels on the moon and the laser reflected.
I believe
They
that.
said that they did that before they even went to the moon.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's BS.
Yeah, they
I know where
claimed
you're getting that from,
yes, they had a successful photon return moon bounce, supposedly according to them, before anybody was ever
According to
claimed to
who?
have gone on the moon.
According to who?
According to NASA.
No.
Yes.
Yep.
Where'd you get that from?
NASA.
Okay, where?
Do you need? Somebody will actually. If you watch the chat, I'm sure somebody will fucking pop it up. Otherwise, it can be searched
Right.
up.
I can't see the channel, by the way. The live stream channel, the text one, I can't see it.
Yes. Listen, they had successful. They had at least one successful moon bounce before any retro reflectors were supposedly placed on the moon. And then even with those retro reflectors, there was they only recently, a few years back, had a successful return of a photon or two after a 10-year drought of no successful fucking returns.
Not true. There's a whole laser that they showed in the picture.
No, that's never happened. There's no fucking you could see the laser.
Yeah.
No, that's fucking obvious bullshit.
Give me perms to post in the channel and I'll show
They
you.
don't use visible. They don't use visible light for that shit.
I need perms to post in the channel. Also, Doug, I think he has to see the channel as well. I don't think he has perms either. But yeah, if you give me perms to post images in the channel, I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Just send it to me. You don't really get perms here. Like first day. It's something that you have to earn because you can imagine we've been targeted for our beliefs in the past, right?
Right. Well,
So
I mean, do I seem like I'm a
it's not
post
about
globe?
what you seem like. It's just, can you send it to me and I'll post it for you?
Sure. Here, I'll send it. We have many satellites that are up there. That's how you get Google Earth.
Many.
Yeah, many thousands.
You say,
So
dare
those
I
just
say,
require
Google
it.
Earth?
Yeah.
Even
You need to go
GPS
up.
satellites. What about that?
Do you know how much oil it takes to keep a plane flying for that long in the sky? That's what you're saying.
Here
It's a
comes the
drone.
straw man. Yeah.
No,
You're
because he
saying
said
it's a drone.
He said it's a drone. I'm gonna quote. He said, but it cannot be a drone because you wouldn't see a drone that small. So he's saying it's a big drone,
Well,
right?
look. I told you that you're gonna get a lot of different answers from different people, and that I think it might be like a drone of some type. Now, if you do have some advanced drone that can fly around the Earth very fast, like make a circular orbit over the flat Earth, it would come into view of the sun every, say, 90 minutes or so. And what if it had solar panels like what they claim it has, and that it could stay up for long periods of time?
Valid.
You can't see it yet. So if they have that type of speed, bro, why would they not put that in like a Lockheed Martin and just blow everyone to smithereens in the air?
I think they're working on it.
But they already have it.
Well, the point is how could they do it with gravity and a ball when there's no ball?
Right, but you guys don't believe in space, so it must be flying around in gravity, right? So it
There's
must
another
be
problem,
defying
yeah.
gravity.
That's another problem. You got a natural law violation that's supposed to be happening, and got all kinds of problems with your story.
No, I'm using your model, and I'm saying why your
My
model doesn't
model?
make sense.
Oh, really? Could you
Well,
post my
I don't know if
model?
it's your model. I don't know if
I've
it's
never
your
seen
model,
my
but I'm
model.
saying the
I've
flat
never
Earth
seen
model.
my model, so could you post it just so I can get a
Right.
look at what my model
I'm
is?
done, bro. I'm saying the general flat Earth model,
Yeah, I would still need that posted. I don't know what you're talking about.
where they don't believe in space. Tell me this is true. Then, do you guys believe in space?
Is this a model? No, and space, yeah, you said it yourself with the question. It's a belief.
Okay.
So no, can't be
Okay,
demonstrated.
then. So you don't believe in the 0G space, right? So then you believe that there's gravity everywhere that we go.
No, I think it's all 0G. I don't think the bending and warping of space-time exists.
So how, given whatever you believe, heretic, do you believe that they have this many satellites in the air flying at incredible speeds?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't make any sort of claim about it. It seems to me you were the one doing that, and I was just pointing out the flaws with that.
Well, technically, I was talking to this guy, and then you started talking about your thing, but I was talking about his what he said.
Yeah, I'm just saying the claim of globe, like orbital mechanics, doesn't make any sense because firstly, there's no globe. So there's
I
no
agree.
globe to bend and warp the space-time to, make all of
I
this
agree.
possible. So, okay, cool. Good. All right.
I agree
My
in
bad.
the halosphere.
Can you explain to us how having it be concave would help to solve any of these problems?
You want to do that one, Doug?
Yeah. Let's talk about gravity first. If you have two neutrons in a universe all by themselves, will they accelerate towards each other? I want to hear people's answers on this.
Yes.
Okay, so does that not violate the conservation of energy, suggesting that they're essentially just rockets that get stronger the closer they get and they have unlimited fuel?
No, they're exchanging potential energy for kinetic energy.
Right, but the potential energy is circular logic, suggesting that the energy was set by a certain distance. But what is the maximum distance, and where does that energy come from?
Well, that's a separate question of where things come from, right? I mean, just
Right.
to have matter creates is energy.
So, for argument's sake, can we, just for the future of this argument, assume that the current definition of gravity violates the law of conservation of energy? And I guess moving forward, what would cause objects to be attracted towards each other, or what would more importantly cause things to fall towards the surface of the Earth? And in the concave model, we give most of that credit towards centrifugal forces. However, in order for the Earth to be only a 4,000 mile radius, it would have to be spinning at 288 times its normal speed in order for us to experience 9.8 meters per second at the equator. However, in this model, what happens is when you increase your altitude, you are decreasing your speed of light in a way that causes the circumnavigation of the Earth to be equal distance at all altitudes. So if you were to walk around the Earth, it would be 25,000 miles till you end up where you started. Or if you were to fly around the Earth, it would be the same 25,000 miles. So that begs the question of what is the actual radius? And in this model, in order to achieve that 9.8 meters per second squared, the radius must actually be 1.1 million miles, suggesting that we're 288 times bigger than we think we are, and time is ticking by 288 times faster. However, this effect is concealed by the nature of time and space, and it also gives the suggestion that vertical lines are parallel, meaning that the Earth has flat properties while also engaging with these spherical properties.
Wow.
So it is an attempt to unify the flat and the round, but we have to back way up, even before gravity. We have to reintroduce the atomic model, and before we even do that, we have to introduce the ether. The ether is essentially a spring that connects a unique proton to a unique electron. This spring causes the atom to be inside out, where all of the electrons are in the middle and all the protons are centrifuged. The protons on the outside eventually become the Earth, and the electrons in the middle remain in the middle, and they stay as the stars. Because the speed of light is so slow in the middle, the stars appear to be very large and very far away, but they're actually, as we know them as electrons, very small and very fast. So because the speed of light is so slow there, they seem to be stuck in time, and with the Earth rotating once a day about the stars, we can know for a fact that the Earth's rotational speed is 1 revolution per 24 hours. And we can deduce the radius as being 1.1 million miles, albeit the circumference only 25,000. So essentially, the Earth is this flat looping plane with this magical downward acceleration due to its unapparent concaveness, I guess.
You think it's spinning what?
It's spinning 1 revolution per day, but due to the 5-dimensional nature, the 5th dimension being the speed of light, it appears to have only a 25,000 miles.
Didn't answer my question in the slightest.
Is it spinning? Yes.
You know that how?
Because of its motion around the stars. The stars are not moving.
So just a circular claim.
Well, we see the stars reappear in the same location once every 24 hours. So if the stars are moving around us, they'd have to be going really fast. So the only logical explanation was that we're rotating with the stars in space, essentially. So the stars are fixed, and that's how we can determine our rotation.
You said that we would have to be going really fast too, so why is it not a problem for us?
Well, we would have to be going really fast.
You inflated the radius into the millions of miles, so we would have to be going really fast. So I'm going to just hand wave everything you said on the logic that you just gave me.
If our radius was 4,000 miles, derived from a 25,000 mile circumference, we would have to be going really fast. But in my model, the radius is not.
Do jokers have anything worth discussing to say?
The radius is not 4,000 miles. It's actually 1.1 million miles.
Why do you think there's a radius?
Because the Earth is circular.
Yeah, this seems pretty complicated. It seems like the heliocentric model is a lot simpler.
It's an inverted heliocentric or inverted geocentric model.
How do you know that?
How do I know that? Because I have 2 experiments that can support my assumption while simultaneously contradicting the current assumptions of all the other models.
It's an inverted geocentric universe, that's what you said?
Yes.
What the fuck does that mean?
It means it's a concave sphere with space on the inside.
A halosphere.
Alright, I guess you guys don't really want to be here, huh?
I absolutely do.
Well, you're kind of just wasting this chat's time with nonsense.
So you're also basing it on something that is, I suppose, on the level of dark energy and dark matter by claiming that an ether is required because it's something that can't be seen, it can't be detected, it can't be interacted with.
It certainly can. That's what the
Well, it was
experiment
claimed that
tomorrow
light
will prove.
It claims, the claim is that light will propagate through it, yeah, through the
Well,
ether.
light will have a gradient direction towards the center if it's above the horizon. If you point it down, it will expand towards the Earth. So it either intersects the Earth or it retracts and goes back towards the center.
So the experiment you're doing. So the experiment you're doing is going to interact.
Repeat that. Your mic cut out.
The experiment that you're doing tomorrow is going to show interact with the.
Right. It's gonna. Well, there's two experiments, and I'll explain the second one in a moment. But the one I'm doing tomorrow is just showing that a mirage can exist inside of a vacuum chamber. And that will essentially go ahead.
Yeah, where do we see that in nature, though? That's the thing.
On the ground, we see
vacuum. We see mirages in vacuums. On the
no,
ground?
we've never tried to observe one in a vacuum. We've always assumed that a mirage is due to atmospheric conditions, such as the density of air changing, causing light to bend towards the normal.
Right. That's exactly what it causes it.
So what do you think causes it?
So if you remove the air, I think it's the ether that connects the proton. The protons in the Earth connect to the electrons in the center of the universe. As they converge, the speed of light must slow down so that.
Guy's a comedian.
Are you serious?
He's just a comedian.
Yeah, we were just going through the ether. Alpha Veritas. We were just going through the ether claim, and he's claiming that tomorrow he's doing an experiment that proves or shows that he can, in fact, interact with the ether.
Correct.
I think he'd be the first one in history.
Yeah, that's not possible. You're not going to do it. This is false advertising. That's what this is.
All right.
It's false advertising. And
why are you guys making assumptions without
you want to hype up?
You
want to listen because there's no. Okay, what's a naturally observed? You want to do an experiment? What's an experiment? I mean, what constitutes
observational, testable?
No, that's some bullshit right there. No, that's not observational. What are you observing? What are you observing?
A mirage.
The mirage.
A mirage. Okay. You observe a mirage in nature, correct?
Correct.
All right. So what are you doing outside of that to then identify whether or not in a controlled environment, if it is or isn't causing, atmosphere is not causing that? How are you going to control for that?
By removing the atmosphere.
Remove it. How are you going to do that?
In a vacuum chamber.
Vacuum chambers don't remove atmosphere.
Yes, they do.
What is atmosphere, bro? What is atmosphere?
Yeah, you tell me. You tell me the.
It's air, bro. It's literally air. That's what the atmosphere is.
It's not literally air, bro. Atmosphere.
You remove
I want
the
you to
air
go on Google.
Sucking all the air out
and
with
look at what atmosphere is.
You're not going to remove all the. You think you remove everything, all of the air out? No, you're never going to do that. That's a perfect vacuum. Do you think that exists in nature? Somewhere?
It's not in nature. It's in a controlled environment that I'm going to be building.
You never listen, dude. You can never get a perfect vacuum ever. That doesn't exist. I don't know why you keep saying that. That does not exist.
It doesn't have to be absolutely perfect.
Even theoretically,
hang on. Can we go back a step? Because
but Lou was trying to get in.
We need to go back a step.
But hold on, because Lou was trying to get in here.
Yeah, look, even in the Glover's model of like deep space, there's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. Nature abhors a vacuum. On Earth, we can try to create a vacuum, but it's only a differential of atmospheric pressures. You never remove all of the air from the vacuum.
False advertisement is what I said.
Okay, how about a better experiment?
You don't. It's not even an experiment, bro. Like you're way out.
No, I have another one.
Another one?
This clown said
listen, how can you have another one if you haven't even stated one yet? That's what I'm saying.
I did. You're just denying the fact that
I'm denying. I asked you to name how it's a natural. Your natural observation of a mirage is what happens out in nature, right? We understand that.
Right.
So you're going to try to say, why does this mirage happen? And when we see different fluctuations in ambient air temperature, we see different things happen, don't we?
Right. So if you remove the air, you should not be able to see it. Correct.
Listen. The different types of mirages that happen all in the conditions of air changing its density. So like what we see happen is when hot or cold air fluctuate in between, and we see like turbulence. So this is what happens.
Shall we talk about the interferometer instead?
Interferometer? Why are you talking? You went from making a natural observation of a mirage to an interferometer.
Well, I'm not going to be able to convince you that vacuums exist, obviously. So let's move on to the next.
That's not the point, though. You're trying to figure out why.
It's your only point.
No, you're trying to say that you're going to do an experiment, and I asked you if you're seeing something in nature and you see the fluctuations happen from cold to hot, and you see what happens when that occurs. We see different things in the distance. How are you then going to say you're going to make an experiment to remove something that's actually causing the thing that you see happening, and then you're jumping to another idea and saying that it's ether? Dude, you're way off. Like you're not making any sense. None whatsoever.
I'll post a link to the book.
Link of a book.
It's a paper I wrote that you can read page by page.
You wrote a paper. What the heck? Okay, so what does the paper state? That you're just going to make stuff up?
The main assumption is that there is a spring of ether between the proton and the electron.
Yeah, key word there being assumption, right? Cowboy?
That's how the scientific process starts. You make an assumption and then you test it.
You wouldn't know science if it hit you upside the head, bro.
Showed them the picture of the actual thing with the Lego.
Are you guys in tandem? Are you guys working? What are you like?
Yeah, they are.
What is this?
Yeah.
No, this is a LARP crew. They're a LARP team.
But you guys are also working in tandem. You guys are also five of you are working in tandem.
Yeah, so you just admitted it. You said also, so you just admitted it. Thanks.
This isn't tandem. This is a team.
Is it not?
We've been
is that
here
against
destroying.
The rules?
No, listen, bro. I don't care. I'm just saying, like what you do. It's like Heckle and Jekyll. You guys are just like a clown show. There's nothing. There's no evidence. Listen, there's no evidence that you're producing, bro. Relax. There's no evidence that you're producing.
And now I'm just trying to share my information.
Relax. Sharing
I'm
what,
relaxed.
Dude?
You are getting your panties in a wad over the idea.
Yeah, because listen, you're stating.
Hey, Hank.
You're Hank. Just relax, bro. What you're stating right now is that I don't care. I was talking to Doug.
Why are you getting so mad right now, bro?
Let him
talk. Because you guys are in here spinning everybody's wheels, thinking that you got something. You don't have anything. You've been like every other clown show that comes in here, thinking that you got.
Why
science.
Why does that make you mad?
Because, dude, it's irritating. You guys who think you're pseudo intellects. I wrote a book. I wrote a paper on what? Ideas of fakery? Like, what is this? False advertising, dude. Like, well,
let's assume that we were misled. Why would you get angry?
We're not assuming anything here.
No, bro. Listen, because the keywords that you use when you open with whatever you're gonna put forward, you say, well, the assumption here is like, what do you mean assumption? You don't start with an assumption. You start with the naturally observed observations.
The speed of light is constant. Do we all agree that Einstein's assumption is the speed of light is constant?
Dude, this is maddening. How do you know the speed of light is constant? Did you verify that?
Nobody has verified it.
Thank you. Well, then how is it constant, bro? You've already started off with, listen, all these things that are propagated out in mainstream are being told again or recalled by you guys who think that they have something going. And then you start off with that premise and move off into saying that we got science. No, we don't. They don't even have science.
Do you have science? Explain one thing to me.
What do you mean explain one thing to you? It's not my claim.
The sun turn red?
Brother, listen to me. I didn't come in here saying that I got a paper. You did, sir. And you're the one claiming that you have science.
Can you post the experiment in chat? Can you post the experiment picture in chat?
I didn't say I had science. You did. And now you're misled to think that we're going to be here indulging your fakery and this idea that you're going to prove something, which nobody can. Ether, dude, come on, man. I don't know what kind of idea you think
if
you're going to
come
out with.
Look up a vertical interferometer. That will show you that the ether is interactable.
Let's talk to somebody who doesn't know what he's saying and then hear him speak on like 30 minutes to an hour about something he knows nothing about. When I asked you, you said, well, start with an assumption. That's your
Isn't that exactly what you're doing, though?
Me? I'm starting with an assumption.
Speaking on hours about nothing?
No. I'm demolishing you instantly because I asked you to provide evidence of the thing. And you're just saying,
I was in the process of explaining it until you denied the fact that a vacuum could exist.
Bro, you're promising that you're going to show something in a test form, which you said experiment, which you're misappropriating the word.
I've already done the experiment once. I'm just going to rebuild it tomorrow.
Listen, man, for once and
I'll
for all.
put
There
money
is
down
no
on it.
experiment.
What do you want to bet?
Money. You are because I already won. I don't have to take money from it because it's like taking
You've
candy
only
from a baby. Why
convinced
would I do that, dude? No, because you're not doing science, bro. What science are you doing?
I am performing an experiment that contradicts the well-known established principles of the laws of light.
Laws
with something
of
that
light.
you can't see, something that you
I
can't
asked-
detect, something
bro,
that you can't
check
interact
this
with.
out.
But you
Not
can
science.
detect it, and you can
Doug,
interact with
Doug,
it.
I just asked you can you verify the constant speed of light, and you said no. How is that verified science, brother?
I didn't
How?
say I couldn't. I said nobody has except through experiments.
Nobody has except it's just like a
But what you
paradox.
do
Nobody
is you
has
make an
except through
assumption,
experiments.
and then you do an experiment that either
No,
proves
you
the
don't.
assumption to
Dude,
be right or wrong.
Why are you saying that? Nobody
Because
does
it's
that
the
in a natural
scientific process. It's how
No,
you
it's
learn
not,
stuff.
dude. What you're speaking of is pseudoscience. Of course that
It's
works
only
in pseudoscience.
pseudoscience if you don't experiment.
You haven't listen, the premise
I
should
have
be
completed both of these
Doug,
experiments. I'm here
Doug,
confidently to tell you that I'm
Doug.
about to unveil new information.
No, I don't care, dude. You're unveiling clown shows.
Clearly you
There's
don't
no-
care.
Yeah,
You're
because you're
rejecting
saying
the simple words like
Alpha,
vacuum
hey,
and
Alpha,
rejecting-
just take a breath, bro. Take a breath.
take a breath, dude. Why am I gonna take a breath if this guy is just gonna tell us
You're
nonsense?
ranting right now.
Yeah,
Ranting.
ranting.
Let him.
I'm actually taking him down because he thinks he's going to come out with science, which I asked him what would be the naturally observed phenomena. And then he said the constant speed of light. Okay, how do you know it's constant? Well, nobody's done that. Nobody knows. Is his
That was
answer
half
based?
of my sentence.
Half of nothing because you didn't start off with something you know. You start off with something you don't know. I've
I'm
already torn
fully
you to
versed
pieces,
in
dude.
this.
You don't know. Fully versed in what?
The
What?
laws of light, the laws of
Laws of
physics.
light.
I have
How
a
is it a
bachelor's
law?
of physics enough
Bro?
to write a book about it.
Yeah, a book. I don't understand what you're going to write a book of. I mean, if you're going to have people just
Already wrote
razzle
it.
dazzled by your. So what?
Yeah, it's written. The experiments are
you.
done. Now,
Experiments.
can we
You don't
continue
know. You
discussing
didn't.
it?
No. Why?
Because
You
according
haven't
to you,
given one
vacuums
single.
don't exist, so we're
Listen,
not
you
allowed to
haven't-
talk about it.
No, because you haven't given one single viable experiment point. There's nothing you've done.
If you mute yourself, I will.
I'm not going to mute myself. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you, I'm going to quiz you on some things that you
Okay.
have no knowledge on, right?
Okay.
Number one,
Let's do it.
what are
Go.
the three constituent parts of the scientific method?
You,
Yeah, go
you
ahead,
tell
Doug.
me.
You tell
Bro.
me. There you go. Right
No,
off
no,
the
I'm
rip.
actually.
Right
I
off
want
the
to know
rip.
what you
There's a
think the answer is,
little
because the first step is
gravestone.
to build
There's a
yourself
little
a make an
gravestone that
assumption.
says Doug of Rice. Great.
Bro,
Good
what?
luck, man. Yeah, your book is full
Step
of
one,
nonsense. Thank you.
Make an assumption. Step two,
Step one, make an
experiment.
assumption. Listen
Step
to this
three
guy.
is ridicule it and improve
Listen
with the
to
new
this.
assumption.
Step one, make an assumption.
You really
And
don't
I
like it
asked
when
you-
people answer your
I asked
questions,
you,
do you?
no, I asked you what natural science is, and obviously the scientific method. You said, "Oh, you tell me." There you
You're
go.
the person who
Dude,
denied that.
all right,
Hopefully-
ask him another.
hopefully
Ask him
everybody-
another question.
I don't know.
Ask him another
Everybody,
question, bro.
ask him another question. I don't want to hear more of what he doesn't know.
You said you were gonna give him a quiz. You said you were a quiz,
Yeah.
bro.
I just started off with the first thing and he failed. So what do I need to go? You want me to ask him what
That's
his
not a
favorite
quiz.
color
A
is?
quiz has multiple questions.
All right. So okay, I dig that vibe. Let's go through it. How shall we? All right.
Has
so
to be a
who's-
question you know the answer to, though.
Sure, I know the answer to this,
All right.
and
question
everybody here does as well. All right, ready. So, and now you can jump in on this too. You can help him out. Phone a friend. All right. So, who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance?
There is
Go.
no curvature of the Earth measurable.
Oh, great. Okay, so it sounds like you're not a baller. Let's see. Who's ever measured the spin of the Earth?
That can be measured simply by looking up and seeing the stars return to their original position once every 24 hours.
Wrong. Because first of all, your observation is of the stars, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you observe the Earth spinning? Answer, please. There goes your book. Up in flames, isn't it? Alpha Veritas. Thank you
I
very
guess
much.
I'll have
be
to
here
take
all
off.
night.
On. You beat me. Good job, bud.
No, I don't want to beat you. I want to destroy you. I don't want
Go for
iterations of you
Well, if
popping
you're
up
going to
like
destroy
base.
a theory, you
He's a
should at least
fanboy.
learn.
It looks like he's simping after you, which is fine with me. I don't give a shit. Like, you guys can have little simps
I'm
everywhere.
his biggest fan right now.
I know you are. You sound like it too.
You're gonna give me 10% of the profits.
Great. I'm glad you're gonna make more idiots. So, but in here, you're gonna stand by your own merits and you're gonna be able to answer some questions. If not, you don't have
Okay, so
anything
what's
in
the
the way of
question?
science. You
Answer
don't.
to that question, according to you.
According to me, according to a naturally observed phenomena, there is no observation of the Earth spinning. Got it?
Does everybody agree with that?
Do you got it? Yeah, you bet your ass everybody agrees with that.
100%, bro. 100%.
Because
So
I can tell you this
What causes objects to fall? What causes objects to fall to the ground?
fall? First of all, listen, you know what you're doing? This is a little tap dance that you guys do. I like that because it shows that you got a little spunk. But the little tap dance you did, it took everybody's eyes off that you said the stars are in motion. And so you didn't.
No, I said the stars are.
Let me just tell the audience. Yeah, let me just tell the audience to be aware. To beware of Doug of Rice, because he wants to get your eyes and your ears off of that. He said that the stars are in motion. And I asked him the question, did you make the naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth spinning? He said, that's interesting.
I said, either the stars are going around us in perfect unison really fast, or the Earth is spinning once per day.
No, once again, you're incorrect, because I asked you, is there a naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth spinning? Do you make that observation, sir?
Simply by looking up at the sky.
No, simply looking at the other direction, which is not the Earth. Once again, let's look at something else other than the thing we need to observe to see if it's actually doing something. That's great. Good job. I like the way you think.
I appreciate it.
You think that all science works that way? Okay, let's control this experiment, but let's look opposite of it and then see if we can see something.
Foucault pendulum proves the Earth spins.
Foucault pendulum. No, it's not. That's a reification fallacy, guy. So if you're looking at a device and then assuming that listen, I'm going to tell, because I indulge these things. I like that you guys have a little kickback to this. I do, because you guys don't know what this server stands for, and these guys in here, they're critical thinkers, each and every one of them, and you guys look like you don't know what you're talking about. So Foucault's pendulum. Go ahead and tell me how. First of all, because you're saying that Foucault's pendulum, looking at something swing back and forth, is going to tell us that the Earth is spinning, correct?
It's on the Earth? Yes.
Yeah. So, okay, we're looking at Foucault's pendulum. Now, where do we go from there? Go ahead, Base.
It's Coriolis effect.
Yeah, you like those little answers, right? Those little buzzwords, Coriolis effect.
You know what it means. It saves a lot of words.
It saves a lot of words. Okay, so when we look at Foucault's pendulum and say Coriolis effect, tap our heels 3 times, therefore the Earth is spinning. Is that how that works?
More or less, yes.
More or less. You guys don't have anything, do you? There's nothing you.
If it was
you don't know science.
You deny everything we give you.
If it's Coriolis, doesn't it have to be in the inertial reference frame?
The inertial reference frame is the Earth's surface.
Yeah. Okay, so the Earth's surface. Now let's check this out, AJ. Now that we're looking back at the Earth. Okay, we're looking at the Earth's surface now instead of the sky, like you said. Let's look opposite.
Okay, what about water spinning?
Which is claiming it's now not moving.
Wait. No, okay, AJ. We have to identify this, bro. What they're doing is called scattergun. They want
we
to
have labeled 3 individual examples.
Dude, you need to stop talking. You need to stop talking through me. That's number 1. You have bad manners. Stop talking through me.
Advice, bro.
It's easy. Just stop talking, right? So so what he's doing is called scattergun. He wants to shoot out as many questions as he can and baffle you with bullshit. That's what he wants to do.
Listen to you.
For the audience,
he was wrong anyway, Alpha. He was wrong because I said that it would need to be in the inertial reference frame, and he said, "Well, it is. It's attached to the Earth. It's the Earth. The Earth. Well, the Earth
what
is
else
the
would cause
accelerating.
A bullet to travel in a curved path?
The Earth is the non-inertial frame because it is the rotating reference frame." So
ahead,
if you want to claim that it's the inertial frame, we're happy with that because you've just told us it's not rotating.
Let's hear Doug's fountain of wisdom. Go ahead, Doug.
Let's hear the paper on that.
Mr. Book Writer, go ahead. Tell us.
So do flat earthers believe that the Earth is rotating like a disc?
Let's switch the topic. Why don't you? Is that easier for you? You like to switch
simply
the topic.
Asking a
you
question.
Didn't answer his question. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear the answer. What's his answer?
Because you were talking.
Okay, then answer him, please.
There is a spin to the Earth. It is observed through multiple experiments.
Go ahead.
Well, we're not talking about multiple experiments. We're talking about the Foucault's pendulum, where you just claim that the Earth was the inertial reference frame.
The pendulum should go back and forth and never change its location. It should just continue to go back and forth. Am I right or wrong?
The claim of the Foucault's pendulum. The claim of the Foucault's pendulum is Earth
is rotating underneath, just like you claimed about 2 minutes ago, where you said it was due to the Coriolis effect. So can you please explain how the Earth
is an effect?
Can you explain then how the Earth is rotating underneath this pendulum to create this Coriolis effect?
The Earth is a sphere that is rotating.
Yeah, nice claim. I like that claim that you got there. Now provide evidence.
And that is observed through the effects of, for example, a bullet traveling in a straight line is not.
We're looking at bullets now. We're looking at bullets instead of the Earth. Once again,
he's giving you evidence, dog.
It's evidence, dog, of the bullet. Yeah, everybody can see a bullet flying out of a gun. Based. That doesn't take a genius,
right? A Foucault's pendulum and doesn't explain how the Foucault's pendulum.
Is a bullet a measuring device?
It's the same principle. A pendulum, a bullet, a swirling toilet.
Okay,
it's all due to the rotation of the Earth.
We don't want your false claim of a bullet. Dude, it's a false claim anyway.
Did you just, AJ, hold on. Did he just say swirling toilet? Dude, are you got like 20 arguments from 2015?
How does a flat earther explain that when you cross these wires?
No, wait. Stop, Doug, stop. Don't say flat earther. Say critical thinker. All right?
Okay, how would a critical thinker explain the rotation of water at below the equator?
Equator.
Actually, if I could just jump in for a second.
Yeah, go ahead, Lou. You know this one.
It'd be a good. No, I'm not even going to address that. I think we've already exposed them from the beginning. I called it out. They came in as concavers. Timbo or somebody in the chat freaking pointed
I'm a critical thinker.
No.
I doubt it.
No, you're a fucking glober.
Nah, that was me.
He was just trying to derail. I knew it was one of you guys. One of you fucking guys down on there.
It is a globe, but
dude, why are you talking through him, bro? Just relax.
Flat and round.
Look at these guys. You guys have been exposed already as being LARPers. Okay, you are globers.
So who's willing to put money up to say that I'm wrong?
Lou, they're just gonna talk through you. That's what they do.
It doesn't matter. I've already called them LARPers.
That's what you do. And you accuse people of doing things that you do.
Objection, bro.
Are you standing up for the concave Earth or are you standing up for the globe? Because now you're standing up for the globe, is what it sounds like.
My model is a unifying round and flat model.
Dude is smoking that good.
You don't understand that, Alpha? You don't understand that?
It's round and flat.
You're smoking that real good stuff, man. You know that primo.
The speed of light causes the
speed of light. You don't know the speed of light. You didn't verify, did you?
Yes, I did actually.
Are you gonna write a book on how you don't know anything? Because when I ask you questions, that's all you say. I don't know.
Sure, I'll dedicate it to you, Mr. Alpha.
You better, dude. You better dedicate it to me. Look, I don't know anything. This one goes out to Alpha because I just admitted on Discord, on Rumble, and YouTube that I don't know. We got to record it.
It'll be the experiment.
Oh, you guys don't know what
experiment is. You don't know what it is. I run circles around you guys all day long. I could. I don't want to though.
Logical circles, maybe.
You better believe it, dude.
Do you know what that means?
Yeah, it's great. But where is the naturally observed phenomenon? Well, 1 second, guys. 1 second. Naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth spinning. Go.
We have given you 3 examples, and you've denied them all.
No, you were not looking at the Earth. I'm asking for
he's got his circular reasoning.
Right? So if you go straight to the Earth, and you look at the Earth, where can we make this observation that the Earth is moving? Where? Italy, Mexico, where do we got to go? Tell me.
You got to look the other way, brother.
The other way, right? And that's how things are done when you look the other way?
It's called the power of deduction.
It's called the power of being an idiot.
Critical thinker would know what that is.
That's what it is. You're a big doofus, aren't you? You don't know what you're doing.
Bigger than you can imagine.
Yeah, you better believe it. I could tell, man. It's just like the way you guys are in
Alpha,
here.
let me ask you a question, bro. Let me ask you a genuine question.
What?
If 3 separate, let's say one experiment didn't prove it, right? If we have 3 separate ones that all prove it, doesn't that mean that it's true, bro? If all these ones are proving it.
Okay, dudes, it's not an experiment. What you're doing is you're making an observation of something. A bullet
Define
out of
an
experiment. Can you wait until I finish telling you before you jump in like a squirrel on crack?
Your accusation is so misplaced.
My accusation.
Your first 4 words
are you better believe it's spot on. Right now, what
an
you guys
experiment is an observation.
Well, if your experiment
it's not. It is not an observation. An experiment has 3 constituent parts.
So all experiments must be concluded with a blindfold over your eyes. Is that true?
Yeah, sure.
That's what you're saying.
No, you start by making it. You make an observation of something happening in nature, right? That's where you
just say
start.
no
You
observations.
don't end it. Yeah, listen, dude. It's part of the scientific method. So when you make your when you make your experiment, your hypothesis test is the first step. You're making an observation of something happening in nature. For those who wrote a book and are calling themselves concavers and all kinds of crazy mess, you don't know anything, do you? That
was a jump.
I'm just saying, yeah. Because I'm labeling you already with everything that this panel has already known you to be from the start.
Then instead of labeling me with your words, bet with your money.
I don't need
I'll
to
bet
bet,
you
dude.
$1,000 that this experiment proves conclusive.
It's not
It's not an experiment when it's based off your assumption, dude. An assumption.
That's what an experiment does.
No, it's not. You need a naturally observed phenomenon.
It's naturally observed, and we're going to
form a
isolate it by
hypothesis
removing the air.
on what causes that effect.
Yeah.
You are proving yourself to be retarded.
Yeah, not
Seriously.
a bullet. Listen, a bullet flying out of a gun is not a naturally observed phenomenon. It's you shooting a bullet out of a gun. So when we're talking about a naturally observed phenomena, it's something that nature does, not man, dudes.
Right.
That's synthetic.
Nature creates a mirage
man-made.
on flat surfaces because the light curves up when it reaches a horizontal path.
You said 3. I have 3 things. This is what you said. I have 3 things. And Base was saying the 3 experiments. And AJ and I were listening to you. And Lou, we're hearing you say experiments, right? But you didn't produce an experiment. You're just making observations of things. And not naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth
Observing a natural mirage inside of a vacuum chamber is more than an experiment.
You went back to that?
That's my experiment. That's my assumption. That's my hypothesis. And then that's going to be the conclusion I draw again tomorrow.
I hopefully the guys who are listening to you on whatever platform you're on right now are blushing.
Nobody's listening to me.
Well, if you record it or whatever, we got it recorded.
I have no followers anywhere. I've been silent and then writing, and now I'm ready to publish.
Well, they'll be astonished. They'll be astonished by your book, right? They'll be blown back and they'll be taken for a ride when they read your deep thoughts on how you know nothing.
Goal. Everyone's looking for the theory of everything.
The theory of everything. You don't know you should call your book The Theory of Nothing because I have nothing.
You're not allowed to use theory in publications. That's reserved for the academics.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, you're like so far removed from anything academic. It's not even funny.
Okay,
even if you said you came from a college and you went to how many years of school, it would not matter.
I do have a bachelor's in physics, so I know what I'm talking about.
You have a bachelor's in physics.
Yes.
Good. I like that you have a bachelor's in physics. Yeah, I do. Because now that you can pin it on your chest, it makes it that much more fun when you get buried in here.
I doubt you do. I seriously do.
I don't care. Label yourself whatever you want. You call yourself a doctor, PhD. It doesn't really matter. You guys are all
you're claiming that you can say whatever you want and it's just whatever you believe.
No, you have to provide evidence of the thing that you say. And
okay, provide evidence of your degree.
I don't need to call myself into this because I'm not.
So you worked for 4 years for a degree, but you won't show people to prove that you know what you know.
Did I say I had a degree? I never said that. You did.
You said you had a bachelor's in physics.
Did you? Are you high? You just said
Did anybody else hear that? I'm pretty sure you said that.
You guys are really clowning around now, huh?
Just
You're running out of steam, Doug. There's
no. He said he was quite. He said that he was happy that you had it. Because when he destroys you on here, on YouTube, you're going to look like an absolute fool.
Yep, that's all it is.
All right, well, make your claims now and post them before
My claim is, listen, this is how I do it. My claim is, you don't know what you're talking about. That's my claim. And I can prove it.
You don't know what I'm talking about.
Listen, and I can prove it. How about that?
Oh, you can
I'm going to take it a step further. I can say that you don't know what you're... Listen, I can say that you don't know what you're talking about, and I can prove it. To based. How about that? To your friend.
What would be your assumption that you prove it on?
It's not an assumption, sir. It's an assessment of what I've been listening to you. You sound like an absolute clown show.
I'm sure I do to you.
No, I think to everybody. Okay, what naturally observed phenomenon is there of Earth spinning around? Go ahead.
I'm not going to answer this question because you continue to deny my answer.
Let's go to the next one.
Yeah, please go to the next one. This is a waste of time.
So are we in a cosmic vacuum? Do you know that we are, or you just believe we're in a cosmic vacuum?
Are you actually going to let me answer it this time?
I haven't stopped you. Go.
You haven't stopped me.
Go.
At the Earth's surface, we experience the presence of a vast amount of hydrogen and nitrogen, which we breathe. Above that, we experience helium, and at the very top, we experience hydrogen.
Wait. Very top of what?
The atmosphere.
How do you know where it stops?
The higher you go, the thinner the air gets. The thinner the air gets, the lighter the atomic number is for each molecule that you'll experience.
What's the height of the extent of the elevation of the atmosphere? What's the height?
I don't have that information readily available.
Okay, that's one for me.
Yep,
keep going.
The whole theory's debunked at this point.
Easy, so easy, dude. I don't even have to try.
I know.
Nothing but net.
You should get a Nobel Prize.
No, I don't need one to debunk you. I just need you to be here present, telling me that you don't know anything.
Above the layer of hydrogen would be no hydrogen. And since there are no elements lighter than that, it would be a vacuum.
Okay. How do you know that?
This is due to the centrifugal force of the Earth.
Don't give me some rhetoric. How do you know that?
Because I was able to experiment based off of my assumption.
Yeah, experiment based on my assumption. What experiment did you do that the furthest layer of the air is hydrogen, and then after that is nothing? How do you know that?
Have you ever traveled up a hill and your ears pop?
Yeah, but how do you know that? I'm asking a question.
Have you ever experienced that?
Why are you asking me a question? Why are you asking?
Because
I'm asking you.
I am stating a list of principles that we can build off of.
People have in different elevations felt the feeling.
Tell me
of the
5
earth.
things.
Listen, bro, I'm trying to answer what you just said. I'm answering. Listen, I'm answering what you just said. Everybody's experienced when they go over hills and that their ears pop, right? Everybody has. Right. Now that being said, how do you know when you go to the highest point of elevation in this air that we're breathing that it's going to change over to nothing? Go ahead.
Because if you continue to increase as if you were in an airplane or something, your ears will continue to pop because the pressure is continuing to decrease. If you continue going all the way to the top, eventually the pressure will be 0 because above the layer of hydrogen is a vacuum.
All right. So how do you know that? Go ahead.
How do I know? Because it's the power of deduction. If you continue
the power
to go up,
of the, you should say it more dramatic. This is the power of deduction, right? But so
I thought you said this was going to be a more civil conversation.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing: you're not doing.
I don't know who these people are, but the guy I was talking to is civil.
Listen, I don't care about you, based. You're not providing evidence of what you said. Your claim of there being nothing, 0. So you're not providing that.
Saying that since I didn't go up there and measure it myself, it can't be true.
You're damn right. Prove me wrong.
Okay, so let's all
prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, Doug. Prove me wrong.
All right.
I'll send you. You can't do it. Yeah, you can't do it, can you? There you go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. You're done.
Creation Bear was more.
He'll send you a copy of.
He'll
send you a copy of his paper.
Yeah, go ahead and send me forward that to me so I can.
I'll put it in the chat right now. Actually,
so I can do it a Kobe right into the.
Are you a flat earther? Bin.
No, I'm a critical thinker. Didn't I just tell you I'm a critical thinker? And so are the rest of these folks in here.
Do you believe the Earth is flat? Do you believe the Earth is flat?
Yes, I know it's flat.
Okay, I also know the Earth is flat.
You better believe it.
Then the sun, when you look at the sun at noon, it's the exact same size as the sun at sunset.
No, it's
Even though when it's supposed to be getting further away from you, it's supposed to get smaller, right?
That's cap. Yeah, I can tell you what.
Not cap.
That even Globers can disagree with you. So you're wrong on 2 sides.
Right. I don't care if Globers can disagree with you.
Yeah, but so here's the
thing.
It's
not part of your own paradigm. Yeah, it's not what we see every day.
Are we seeing? Listen, based. Are we seeing the actual sun or the apparent one? Go ahead and answer that.
What sunset?
Are we seeing the actual sun or the apparent sun? In the sky?
No, we're seeing the imposter sun, bro. Imposter sun.
You don't know what? Am I speaking Greek or what? I mean, do you understand what I'm saying or not?
You're speaking woman, bro. You're ranting.
He just doesn't understand his own model.
So you just don't understand. You don't understand, and that's fine. That's okay.
No, I don't understand.
Yeah, no, you don't. Then is it apparent or is it an actual sun that we're seeing?
I'm gonna go with actual.
I'm gonna go with actual.
Of course, it's the actual sun. Apparent. It's not an imposter. Right. It's not
so
bro.
When you see the sun's position in the sky, is that where it actually is?
No.
I didn't ask you.
On a flat Earth?
No, on this Earth that we live on. Everybody.
Right, and I'm asking, do you think it's flat or not?
No, that's not. The question was about the sun, my friend.
Because the question was related to flat Earth sun.
Yes, but we're talking about the sun.
We're on a Minecraft cube. It's going to be different properties than
so you're just here's what you're doing, right? You're doing the old song and dance. Yeah, you're doing the song and dance because you don't like the question. You don't like me asking you the question. You sound like you don't know.
All right. Is it the actual sun
or the apparent sun? Which one is it?
It's the actual sun, bro.
Okay, so
can I clarify? Are you another concave earther?
Yes.
Oh, we got another one.
Yeah,
He's got his buddy in.
Listen,
I always said I was.
Let me, AJ, but I was asking him a question. AJ, I was asking him a question. So he just answered right now that it's the actual sun. So when we look at the sun in the sky, are we seeing its position where it should be, or where it's gonna be, or what are we looking at here? Is the actual sun's position, right?
Did you say where it's gonna be?
Yeah, like where.
We're not looking forward in time, bro. We're not King Crimson.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That we're looking forward in time, dude. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
you said where the sun is going to be.
The position of the sun is not where it actually is.
Correct.
Based?
The light doesn't travel straight.
No, I'm waiting for I'm waiting for No, it's not the flat. Listen, this has nothing to do with the Earth. We're looking at the sun, bro. Relax.
All right, let's talk about
the sun.
The Earth.
The sun.
We're assuming.
Focus, dude.
Yes.
You have a problem with following? Wait, Doug. He's not following, dude, and I have a problem with that because if you want to
only
ask a
learned
question,
this 2 hours ago. Give him a break.
All right, so you want me to let him off the hook? I'll let him off the hook.
Yeah, focus on me.
Let me off the hook.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't mind.
The path that light takes from the sun to your eyes is not a straight line. If anything, it's a 180-degree arc. When the sun is setting.
Bro, you don't know that. Why are you saying things, man? Why are you guys
because
in
you're
here
asking
saying
me questions.
I know, but you're saying things that you're making it up. How do you
I'm
know
not making
that?
it up.
Yeah,
I
how
wrote
do you
it.
know
I
that,
learned
dude?
it. I figured it
How
out.
did
I'm
you- no,
sharing it
learned
with
it-
you.
listen,
I'm trying
learned
to
it-
tell you that there's a
learned it-
unifying theory between flat and round, and if you listen to me, you can actually get ahead of times.
That's a paradox. You can't keep saying that. You
It's
can't
not a
say
paradox.
unifying. Yes, it is. How is it round and flat? How?
Because it is a spherical inside-out curve that acts flat in 3 dimensions because the 5th dimension causes the 3 dimensions to
Yeah,
straighten.
you guys are clown shows. But thanks for the
No.
content, anyways. You know,
He just gave you an answer, and you say it's a clown show.
No, you
without
guys
explaining.
are content. That's all you are. That's what
All
we're
right,
using you for.
let him get to the end of his questions.
Basically clickbait. You know, somebody's gonna hear you guys chiming in here saying absurd things. They're just gonna be like,
Hey,
"Dude, let me get in on that."
It's only going to benefit you.
It already
I chime
has.
in for just a second.
Please.
James Richard, man, why were you muted, dude? Like, what did you say? They got you muted.
Doug, AV is trying to get a
I don't think you
cause
can hear
and
me,
effect.
bro. Did you hear what I just said, James? Why did you get muted, bro?
I don't know why I got muted. They told me I got muted 45 minutes ago, and that was about 20 minutes ago, but I
Were you
didn't
hot micing or
join.
something? Or I didn't. Maybe it doesn't matter.
I never even been unmuted. I just got
I
unmuted.
remember. We were getting feedback from your microphone.
Maybe it's just
Yeah,
all right.
I'm not sure.
Sorry, James. Go ahead.
Doug, I want to. AV is only trying to get a cause and effect relationship out of you, and every question he asks you, you answer him with another question that doesn't have an established cause and effect.
That's exactly what he's doing to me, and it's not what I'm doing to him. I'm trying to
No,
answer.
that's what you're doing to him. If you can go back to the Foucault's pendulum, and there was no cause and effect, and then you change the subject. You just keep changing the subject because you can't give him an answer of a cause and effect relationship.
Which is fine.
I'll mute.
No, I'm just saying though, James. Like that's all. Okay, so when these guys or whoever, it doesn't matter, think that they're gonna come in here and poke fun at the group or whatever and make it sound like
we poke fun. When have we ever poked fun at you guys?
Oh, yeah, just relax. So whenever somebody comes in here saying
You just made a claim.
saying the things that these guys are saying, and they don't have any information to back it up or any testable, repeatable.
That's what you just did. You just made a claim without information to back it up. That's exactly what you just did right now.
I'm backing it up right now because I'm saying I'm telling you guys that you're making these claims and coming in here and not supporting them with how we know. You're just saying these are our assumptions. So
no, I'm saying the experiment will result in a curve of light inside of a vacuum.
It's not an experiment. It's not.
See, how is that arguing efficiently when you say that my experiment is not an experiment? Like, what do you suggest it is?
What are the 3 constituent? Because then tell me what the 3 constituent parts of a scientific experiment are.
Assume, experiment, and then scrutinize.
No, bro, you got it all wrong. See, you're already wrong. Like nobody's gonna.
Then you tell me, correct me. I'm here to learn, motherfucker.
I already told you. All right, relax, dude. Why you gotta go all with the names?
You're telling me to relax after being literally on 9.
Yeah, I'm just. All I know. Listen,
35 minutes.
All I know.
Doug, he's trolling. Doug, he's trolling. Don't give in to him.
All right, go ahead.
I'd like you to give in to me because this is what I like, based. I like to get under your skin. I want the mask to fall off because really, you guys are clown shows. That's all you guys are.
You're not getting under my skin. You're just making yourself look like you hate the idea of thinking. You call yourself a critical thinker, but you refuse to call an experiment because the assumptions are always going to be false. How do you learn anything?
You don't make an assumption to start an experiment, dude. Do you?
What do you call it? A hypothesis?
No, an idea, like something. It's not an experiment.
Wow,
Yeah,
it's
you
called
better
something, but
put
you
that in your
can't call
book.
it an assumption.
Put that in your book. Say it's my idea.
Go
that
ahead,
this
AJ.
is what's happening. No, go ahead.
It's got to be a
You're not
naturally
you're not
observed
going ahead.
phenomenon.
Is a mirage not a naturally
Listen,
observed?
here's what's not going to happen. You're not going to give people the go ahead in this server. You are the guest in this house. Don't wipe your muddy feet in my house, dude. Don't do that.
Now you're the one that's getting mad.
Here's what you got to do. Relax. All right. So that's all you got to do. Just take a breather. Don't interrupt people when they're talking. Relax. I'm going to mute you guys. Just relax. All right. Take a nice chill pill. That's all you guys got to do.
I took a Xanax.
I'd like a citation that states that natural science or the scientific method, that the first step is what you're claiming, yeah?
Assumption. Yeah, it's an assumption.
Your assumption, yeah?
Tell me. Give me an answer so I can correct my misinformation.
No, wait.
I'd like a citation with the assumption in there.
You said I wrote a book on something that sounds like an experiment. When asked the question what it is, right, to the scientific method, you don't know. So how is anybody going to take you seriously at that point?
It's that simple. You could just tell me what the answer is and we can move on to the next topic.
No, listen, us spoon feeding you answers isn't going to help the cause here.
Because you don't know it better than I do.
Better than you? You said
well,
it's
give
an
me a
assumption,
better answer,
Doug.
Give me a better answer.
Or give us a citation with assumption.
Yeah, being the first step. The citation needs to follow what you just said. That the
citation.
The first
you got to cite somebody who did something before you. How did they get to that point?
First of all, you're speaking on things that academia has already like founded and stated and like rhetoric, right? So if you're saying that this comes from academia, then you need to pull from a source and a citation from that source and say, look, this is where it says that an assumption is the first step, and then from there we're going to go ahead and test. We're going to repeat the test, and we're going to validate that. And we're going to see that all the constituent parts of the scientific method follow what you're saying. If you know what you're talking about, then we're going to know. If not, like you said, you enlighten me. We're not here to spoon feed people.
Okay, to settle this and move on, I've looked up the scientific method. It's 6 parts. You start with an observation. You formulate a question. You then formulate a hypothesis. You experiment on that hypothesis. You come up with a conclusion, and you publish the results. At what point did
that experiment? Well, how'd you contradict? You began with an assumption, not a naturally observed phenomenon. And secondly, we've now made your hypothesis. So now we need your
experiment,
independent and dependent variables.
But your Google search.
The independent variables
are the nature of light. No,
the dependent variables are the.
You're just gonna have to wait. I said wait, dude. Just relax. No, you're gonna wait because the thing that we're asking you right now is that you've just Googled it, right, on the fly, and you've got it wrong. So we already know academia's got it wrong. So you're getting it wrong by repeating what they say in Google. I'm gonna unmute you now. Just wanted you to let you know. Well done. You just repeated what Google said on the fly, and you want
for
this
everybody listening at home.
You want but you gotta relax, dude. This body of critical thinkers are gonna listen to you repeat something from Wiki or Google. That doesn't constitute you knowing what something is. It just means that you're a parrot. That's it.
Okay, then just tell us what it is. For everybody listening, tell us.
So here's the thing, right? I don't mind. But if we're gonna go that way, then what we're gonna do is expose you, and I want you to say that you don't know what you're talking about, and we'll tell you.
Sure.
How about that?
I don't know anything. Enlighten me.
So thank you very much, guys, for saying you don't know anything and providing evidence to us once again that you don't know. But go ahead, AJ. You want to tell them?
I got to apologize, Alpha. I stepped in there when I shouldn't have because I thought that it was just clear to the audience they failed with their scientific method. Yeah.
No, I just like their concession. Yeah. I like their concession. I love it when they come in here and they concede. Makes my day. Makes it the job and what we do here a lot easier. And it exposes them as clowns and frauds. So,
while simultaneously exposing yourself for not also knowing the answer to your question?
I do know the answer, and we've talked about it in spades in this chat. So I don't need to prove anything to you. I just need you to expose yourself to the whole chat that you're a clown and a fraud show.
All right, bro. We're clowns, bro. Now give us the answer. Give us clowns the answer, bro.
Like the Foucault's pendulum.
Mhm.
You're not barrier manipulating the Earth, right? So
Right.
the only thing you're doing, and you can't even. There's no pendulum you can make that's going to swing for over an hour. So to get degrees per hour is laughable. No, you're not gonna make a natural pendulum that just swings in the air.
It's in the museum.
That swings in the air. No, it's not gonna happen.
Is just denying that
it's fucking. There's something involved, man-made.
Yeah, Drace, do you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, James.
A natural pendulum is going to slow down because of your. If I gave you gravity, the pendulum will come to a stop because of your gravity. If I was to give
you been to
the
have you been to the
pendulum
Smithsonian?
is not a natural phenomenon. The Foucault pendulums requires
not.
magnetic
You're
drive.
You're not varying,
It does
manipulating
not swing forever
independent
on its
nerve.
own. That's not how pendulums
Oh, hey,
work.
can I
little
ask
man.
you this? Can I ask you this question? How would we prove that the Earth spins? Like, what
Why do
experiment
you gotta
could we
ask?
do to
Wait,
prove
time
it?
out, bro. Time out. Why do you gotta ask us to give you the answer to your questions?
Because
that you
you're
should
okay.
Hold on, base. Relax, dude. Let me finish. Because you
Yeah,
should
multiple
already,
questions.
dude. Why don't you know how to like stop talking? You guys don't learn that in wherever you come from. Like, what the hell?
Where'd you
No,
All right, so
I'm from
check this out.
California, bro.
Oh, yeah, shows. All right, so what we got to do here is establish the reason why you guys are you don't understand, right? So, and not only that, but you're
Well, it's already
asking
been
us.
established we're
I know,
retarded.
but well, I know that, not that, but like that you don't know what you're talking about. I'd rather say that because you don't. So
Well, we
when
just
you
make
come
things
in,
up.
well, here's the thing: when you come in here and start asking us questions, that means to us, it's showing us that you want us to give you the answer, like on a
The
test.
thing was, you
But
asked
the
us a
thing,
question and we
but the
gave you
thing
the
is,
answer. You said
no,
that
you're
answer
not.
isn't
It's not an answer.
applicable
Listen,
because it's the scientifically
Alpha,
renowned one.
you guys think
can I
you
ask
know
you a
what you're
question?
talking about in a sense, but then you come in here and you understand whenever we ask you. I know, base. Hang on. Whenever we ask you the question about how things are going on and what how do you know what you're saying is true? There's no verification that you're doing. There's no way that you know that any naturally observed phenomenon is taking place. You're not doing anything to do with science. Number one, we already know that off the rip because of what you've been saying so far. And then you want to come and ask us what the answer is, like a cheating on a test, dude. You need to do the work. You need to be in here.
Just exposing you as much as you're trying to expose me.
I don't need to prove myself to you. I didn't come in here
All right, Alpha.
saying that I had a claim. You did, sir, and that you had a paper and that you wrote
And
some
you just
information
deny
down.
the fact that science exists, essentially.
Okay, I said that science doesn't exist. Did I say that? When did I say that?
No,
You're
you
charging
didn't
me.
say that. He's
Alpha.
just
This is
strawmanning you
this is
because he's a
irrelevant, bro. Can I ask you a
retard.
question?
What
So,
do you?
Alpha, you're this is gonna relate. Trust me. Are you a Christian?
Oh my god, dude.
I'll take that as a
It's
no.
gonna relate,
That's
bro.
called an ad
Okay,
hom.
let's say
Try
let's
to
say
keep
you
up,
are,
little
right?
man.
I'm
Like,
not,
try to make a
AJ,
coherent
I'm not, bro.
argument about the
Drace.
subject matter instead of trying to argue about the people.
Yeah, really.
Drace.
What does it
No.
have to do with all the
It's
Team
gonna
China,
relate,
bro?
bro. If
We're
you let me
talking.
finish talking,
It's
if you
not.
let me finish, you know how it relates.
I don't know.
So
If you guys
when
want to let him indulge saying this question, I don't mind, but it's up to you guys.
So when you ask somebody, like let's say I'm a Christian, right? Well, I'm a Christian. If I asked an atheist, what evidence would it take for you to believe in God? There's really almost zero actual evidence you can give them because they're working in a whole different realm of assumptions that they cannot prove either, right? I can't prove my assumptions, you
Irrelevant
can't prove
red
your assumptions.
herrings.
So I'm asking, what evidence would it take for you to believe that the Earth is spinning? What experiment do we need to do to prove it? Because if you don't
Spinning
know,
Earth.
then you cannot say one is wrong if you don't know what's
but
right.
Based, are you coming from the
point.
perspective that good point? He doesn't have a good point. All right, so are you coming from the perspective that the Earth is concave? Is it flat or is it a globe? I don't know. You need to tell me.
All of the above.
It's concave.
No,
Yeah.
what?
It's
You're giving him the
and
credit that he knows what an experiment
No,
is,
okay.
and
So
he doesn't.
Base says that it's concave. Doug says all three. Right?
Yes.
No, I say all three as well.
Okay, let me
Because
ask you.
that's what
You
concave
just
is.
changed your answer. You
That's what
changed your
concave
answer.
is. No, that's what concave is.
What?
Okay,
what
let
is,
me ask you a question.
uses
You think the
ultimate.
Earth is rotating regardless of its shape?
Spinning.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Why do we not detect that with optical gyroscopes?
I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. I don't know what an optical gyroscope is.
Why do we not detect that with mechanical gyroscopes?
I don't know what a mechanical gyroscope is. Isn't that a thing on your phone?
He doesn't.
No,
these
dumbass.
guys.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're just talking out of your ass.
Yeah, that's why I asked you a question, bro.
Basically, the way this goes right here, Drace, is that Based is Doug's simp. So he's simping for Doug. I don't know why. Maybe he's just more intellectual, or I don't know. But you know, he's his lackey. Doug is kind of like the brains of the outfit right now.
I'm his minion, bro.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. I don't know how many he has, but you know, that's the way.
We're building in numbers every day.
More power to you, man. Just bring them on in here so we can slay all of them. Line them up and we'll knock them down.
So Alpha, if you don't know what a right experiment would look like, how can you say any is wrong?
I do, but I'm not gonna tell you because it's not my job to baby spoon feed you.
Oh, okay. So you know, but you're not gonna say it, bro. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
We've gone over it 1,000 times, idiot.
Listen,
we don't
every
have to
flat
teach you
earther in
anything
this room
because you
knows
don't
what-
understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't.
But we're not allowed to hear.
I'll
Yeah,
give
first
you
of
a
all-
clue. I'll give
first
you
of
a
all-
clue.
Yeah, hold on, James. 1 second. Like, all I'm saying is that we don't owe you anything. So what happened here, what happened tonight or today, wherever you're at, is that you came in here with a claim, with a book, with an assumption, whatever it is you came in here with. We exposed you to the audience that you don't know what you're talking about, and then you're in here saying, well, now you need to give me something. We don't need to give you a damn thing. All we got to give you is a shellacking for you coming in here saying that you think
You don't
know
gotta
what you're
wipe your
talking
ass
about.
either. You don't gotta wipe your ass either.
Yeah, I don't know what that has to do with anything I said, but great.
I'm saying you don't gotta do anything, but it would be good if you would.
Because he doesn't understand logic.
All right. So each and every one of us.
Why are you insulting me, bro?
Because, dude, like, why you got to be insulting? Why are you playing
when
the
did I
victim
insult
now?
you? Name
Listen,
one
you
insult.
just
Name
gave-
one.
you just-
Name
you just
one
gave me-
insult.
You just gave me something right now, and then Drace came at you, and then you're like, "Oh, playing the victim." Come on, Base.
No. I just want you to name one insult.
No. It was insulting the way that you came in here thinking that you would fool people, that you were concavers.
I agree.
How is that insulting? If I genuinely believe it, how is it insulting?
No, wait. Oh,
You don't believe that. You don't believe that.
I do believe it.
Lou, he just changed. Lou, he just changed his mind. He agreed with Doug that it's all three. It's concave, it's globe, and it's flat. Like
That's
Doug
what concave is. It's all three.
No,
that's what we believe.
You're a weasel, bro. There's no way that you guys are. I don't know.
Let me get this straight, bro. You said I'm insulting, but you've insulted me 5 times in the past 10 minutes.
Stop being a pansy. Stop being a pansy base.
Logic is just logic. If you find logic insulting, that's your issue.
No, you called me a retard. You said I was a retard and a weasel. You said I was a retard and a weasel.
If you're being illogical, your issue, not ours. Do you understand that?
I mean, stay in here if you're gonna be in here, dude. Just like relax, dude. Don't go all into like, well, you said this, and just shut up, dude. If you got some evidence,
see a poor person on the street, do you call them a broken?
All right, yeah. You just need to be muted, don't you? Is that gonna take care of that?
For what? What rule did I break?
Don't take everything personal, man. That's childish.
A little mute doesn't hurt anyone. Just relax. It's good for you, Base. You're out of pocket, bro. You don't even know. You're just out there saying you're saying dumb things, and Doug is just sitting back there probably laughing at you.
Not laughing at him.
Yeah, you are. Because he's your lackey, and he can't keep up with you, with your sophistry.
He's the only person that's kept up so far.
Anything else that I can expose you on? Because you've already shown your colors from the rip, dude. You were in here saying the Earth is concave. Wait a minute, no, it's globe. No, and it's flat. Yeah, let's go that route. We cover all our bases. You forgot the other. There's another one. I'm not gonna tell you which one it is. No, sorry, I'm keeping it to myself. I'm gonna do it like I did the scientific method, so that you don't know anything, and I do. How about that?
No, I'm gonna throw out more options.
Yeah, go ahead, Luke. Tell him.
Yeah. All right. Are you a Pac-Man Earther? Are you a Hollow Earther? Are you a freaking what do you got?
Hollow No. Infinite planar. There you go.
Yeah, infinite plane. What else we got? Other people now. Let's go. Let's go.
Outer Ponder.
Maybe a Cuba.
Outer Ponder.
Donut Earther.
Cuba.
Not a
Dinosaur Earther.
Toilet Earther. Morvis came up with the Toilet Earther.
Yeah, Toilet Earther is good. That was good. It's old now.
But we got to cover our bases. Doug doesn't. He's thinking that there's just 3 of them. He's like, well, we got them all, and concave fits all of those. Does it fit all the ones that Lou just said too, Doug?
No.
Why not?
Because it's not a cube. It's not a dinosaur. It's not a banana.
Yeah, but you don't. Well, how is it what you said it is? How is it concave? How is it globe? Observation.
I come up with a theory that matches all the observations in the natural world.
Nervous? Nervous of what, dude?
Oh no, you're laughing for something I said.
Yeah, because you
it's
sound like a
dumb.
dumbass,
That's why
dude.
it's funny.
It's funny.
If one theory can explain everything we observe, wouldn't that be the theory of everything?
You basically just stated what an actual paradox is. And that's things that exist simultaneously as the same thing without having any contradiction to the other, which means
Alpha.
it's a globe and it's concave and it's flat at the same time. You don't think that's a paradox, though?
Alpha.
Well,
Yeah,
globe
you
and
need to learn
concave are
logic, buddy. You can't violate the law of non-contradiction like this. It's
Alpha,
just so
like you
dumb.
said, bro.
It's hilariously
Like you said, bro.
dumb, and so
I'm
we
this
laugh
guy's
at
lackey,
you.
right?
Just because you don't understand why we're laughing at you doesn't mean it's what you imagine it is. It's because you're so dumb.
Alpha, you said
that
I was
we're
this guy's
laughing.
lackey, right?
Yeah, for sure. You're
I've only been this guy's lackey for 2 hours, so it's very easy to convince me to go back to flat Earth. So I just have one
But
question.
that's not our job, dude. Base,
How
we're not here to convince
yeah,
you.
right. I understand it's not your job. You don't have to do anything. I'm just. It would be good if you could, right? So, in Australia, how do they have different stars than what it's in America?
Yeah, that has to deal with, that has to deal with the idea that you're looking at a map and saying that the world map is what it is. So, like, let's just say, right, the globe, or it doesn't matter, whatever map you take, and then you point to wherever you're at and look at the night sky, you're trying to correlate that map to how you see the night sky. So get this. Isn't that what you're doing, first of all? You're looking at the night sky and you're saying, okay, that correlates to, I don't know, whatever the globe is showing me. Isn't that what you're thinking?
I was referring to a flat Earth map.
It doesn't matter. Flat Earth map, globe map, it doesn't matter. Because they're maps.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
But you're identifying what you see out in the night sky to that map, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so a map, let me tell you this, and I'm going to tell everybody here, is a reification fallacy. That means that when you say the Earth is like this, I'm going to ask you and everybody else, how do you know? And what do you think they're going to answer me based?
With experiments.
No, I'm not asking you, Doug. Stay out of it. Based,
How do we know the Earth is what it is?
Yeah, no. Like if you say you went to the night sky and you saw something in let's say Australia, like your example, right? You look up at the night sky and you see stars, right? Now, how do you know it looks like the map you're looking at, whatever it is, globe, flat Earth, whatever, it doesn't matter. How do you know that the night sky correlates to what you see in the map? Like the whole world looks like the map, like that map.
Well, I guess I don't understand the question.
Okay, so the map that you're looking at, how do you know that's
Which
what
one?
It doesn't matter.
Which map
The
am I
flat,
looking
the AE map.
Okay, flat. All right.
Right. So how do you know that the night sky correlates to that map you're looking at?
Because if we go to the same spot, it will be the same stars, and if we go to a different spot, it will be different stars.
That's good. Okay, so now let's change the map. Let's change it to, I don't know, a Mercator, globe Mercator. Let's use a globe. Do you think we're going to see the same stars in the night sky or different?
In the same spots, like Australia will have their stars, America will have their stars.
Same thing. Okay, so what has changed and what hasn't changed? So give me first what has changed. What has changed?
What has changed
done?
is now we're working on a 3-dimensional thing where somebody can be upside down from another person relative to where the other person is.
Okay, so that's changed, but what hasn't changed now?
The stars.
The stars.
Let him answer, Doug. Yeah,
the stars haven't changed.
Yeah, so once again, right, I said maps are reification fallacies, right? So now you understand the position that I'm coming from. As a critical thinker, when you identify what's wrong is the argument. When somebody presents to you a flat Earth map, a globe Mercator, whatever it is they're presenting to you, they haven't validated that the whole world looks like that. All they know is they're correlating what the night sky is showing them to that map. Do you understand now?
Yeah.
This is the issue. So it doesn't matter, like, you can show whatever map you want, and I'm going to be like, yeah, whatever. But how do you know the Earth looks like that thing? Because on the one hand, you have the globe Mercator, and everybody's like looking at the ball, like Doug was saying, it's 3D, right? And you're looking at the flat Earth AE map from a top-down perspective. Like, okay, that's fine. But on both maps, you can still see the same night sky. It's going to represent the stars in the same orientation. Now, what I'm asking for is how do you know the Earth is orientated that way? How do you know it looks exactly like that thing you're seeing?
I guess my question was more if the Earth is flat.
No, I know, but that's what I'm answering that to, because when you see the same night sky,
been a pleasure. Have a good one, guys.
Did I just spin him out of control? Did I just lose Doug there on that one? That too far ahead of
you lost me, bro.
But do you understand what I'm saying, Base? Like, how would you know that the whole entire Earth looks like that based upon what you see in the night sky? That doesn't follow.
Oh no, I was just trying to give an argument against flat Earth to.
Well, it doesn't. I know, but it doesn't matter, dude, because we're looking at maps. Do you get it? Maps aren't gonna like. Okay.
I get it, but I don't get how that responds to my question.
Because it doesn't matter what map you use. And on the argumentation side, when you go into an argument with somebody, no, it's a globe. No, it's flat. No, it's a globe. No, it's flat. And then we both go to the same night sky. We're going to see the same stars in the same place on the same map. It doesn't matter. It's not going to change into a globe or into flat or into whatever orientation you see the content. All we're saying is that we see the same stars in this location. And we can make any kind of geometric shape and superimpose that geometric shape with the stars over it. And it's going to work just fine. Could be whatever geometric shape you think of. It doesn't matter. Or a flat or whatever. But there's never going to be a difference because we see the same stars, but we're using a different map.
Oh, no, it wouldn't. Like on a cube model, that would not work, right? The math wouldn't add up.
Listen, what I'm saying is when you superimpose the stars over that map, it's still the stars will still be the same. You don't think you understand? Okay, so the celestial sphere is not the terrestrial sphere. It's how we see the night sky. So when we're trying to superimpose that over a map, you can do it over a ball, over a cube, over whatever, so long as what stays intact is where the stars are in relation to where the continents and viewing the stars. This is the hard part, right? A lot of people don't understand is when they engage with this argument, they're getting it wrong when they say, well, it's how does this work on a flat Earth when you got the stars in Australia and some in southern Chile, and you're saying two different locations looking out? You know what I mean? You're looking south in two different positions, and that's not it because you're using the map as the main crux of your argument. When the map is the reification fallacy, you can't use it as an argument. Because then I'm gonna. Go ahead.
Are you saying that you don't know how the stars work?
Oh, you're missing it, dude.
No, is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You do know how the stars work,
bro. Seriously?
Yeah, that's what you're logically. If you don't not know, then you should know, right?
What I am saying is, we know what the stars are doing in the sky. We can see them apparently outside. We know what they're doing, their movements and all that. They've been cataloged for thousands of years prior to any map. We've known the sky. The sky has been mapped out. That's known. What is unknown is the orientation of the entire world, the continents and such. Where that's situated and how it's looking like overall, nobody knows. There's a lot of speculation of what it could be looking like, and I guarantee you, on flat Earth side, people argue over where the continents are in relation to another, sizes, positions. Do you get it, or no?
So,
you still don't get it.
Okay, tell me this is right. So you're saying that we know the stars.
Yeah.
Just because we know the stars doesn't mean that we know it's a globe.
No. What I'm saying is because we know the stars, it doesn't mean we can tell people what the whole entire Earth looks like.
Yeah, that's
in a map. So when a map is presented to you or to anybody, it's not the crux of an argument. It's a reification fallacy. You can't use that as a crux of your argument and saying we're going to go based off the AE map and destroy the globers or whatever, concave, or it doesn't matter. You can't use a reification fallacy to be the crux of your argument. It's going to fail. Because when I ask you, how do you know the Earth looks like this? What are you going to respond to me? Well, it has to be, right? Because of the stars. Do you get it? No.
The globe? Are you asking about the globe?
It doesn't matter, dude. You could use a globe Mercator. You could use, the AE, the Gleasons. It doesn't matter what you use. When I ask you the question, how do you know the whole entire Earth looks like this? What are you going to tell me?
Because we have observed it.
Who? You saying we, as in who's we? You got a person next to you.
NASA shot rockets into the sky and they looked at Earth.
Awesome. NASA's doing wonderful things, right? But they're not you. They're not you.
They're sending
So
a
how
black
did-
woman to the moon.
That's wonderful. But how? Because they're not you, right, Base? So how are you knowing that's what the whole Earth looks like?
Like I can see with their pictures that they send.
That's great. I know they do a wonderful job in indoctrinating individuals into thinking that the Earth is whatever globe shape.
Do you think the moon landing was fake?
No, that's not. Why are you getting off on a tangent, bro? I'm not
Because
gonna
I can
follow
see from
I'm
the
not
moon
gonna follow
landing
your
that the Earth
trails.
is round.
You can baffle other people's with this little type of tactic, but you don't do it to me, Base.
You think I'm trying to do tactics? I'm asking questions.
Let's get back to the point.
Remember, I'm a lackey. I don't have tactics, bro. I'm a lackey.
Well, I think you fail fundamentally in understanding, so you want to switch the topic to something you're more comfortable with, which is nothing. That's what it is.
Because you asked me how would I know that the Earth is this
using
size.
the tactics of sophistry. You've only presented fallacies so far. If you care to present a logical argument, we'll be willing to hear it.
Yeah.
But
Okay, here
you haven't done
the
so
logical
yet.
argument is
No, we're not going to listen to you
the
present.
moon.
We're going to go back to we're not going to listen to that moon thing. We're going to go
It's
right
the
back.
same thing,
We're
guys.
going to go right back to the map. How do you know that the whole entire Earth looks like that from NASA's perspective, where they're shooting rockets up? Let's go with that. How do you know that that's what
Right.
the whole entire Earth looks like? How did you verify that?
They took a picture.
No. How did you, based Muslim, verify that?
Because I watched the astronauts say it was true.
Okay, so you're just believing people telling you stories. Wonderful.
Yeah, that's called hearsay. That's
How do you know
not
anything
evidence.
ever
That's
happened?
Not proof.
No.
That's not
Hold on.
logical, buddy.
When you say that you watched the astronauts say it's true, did you watch the astronauts on a two-dimensional screen?
What does it matter if I went to their meeting or not?
In other words, did you watch them on television?
Yeah,
Went to their meeting. What are you talking about, dude?
because they have like those fan meetings.
Yeah, like everything
meeting in
you
person.
see about your space fantasy is on television, dude. That should tell you something.
I feel like this conversation is way above Base's pay grade. Like, dude, you're just really. You need your
I'm a
friend in
lackey.
here to
It's
kind
above
of.
my pay grade.
I know you need your friend in here to help you. You're doing real poorly,
I do.
man.
That's why it should be easy for you to.
I don't
tear
want
down
that,
the truth
dude.
now that he's not
There needs
here.
to be a challenge.
You
There
want
needs
me
to
to
be a
not be a
Superman.
critical thinker?
No, there needs
Let
to
me
be
say
a guy
this
that-
real quick.
Go ahead.
It's like Superman. He only exists on television. That's the same with your globe. And what he's asking you is, how do you verify the image they present to you as true? How do you verify that?
Okay, that's a good point. I'll agree with you there, but then
Well, we're
if you're
job
gonna
is
use
done
that
here,
logic.
then,
If you're gonna use that logic, you can't say anything in history ever happened because most of history
You're
is
not
eyewitness.
using logic.
Wait,
That's the
James.
problem.
Hang
That's
on.
not logic.
No.
I'll
That doesn't
mute.
follow.
I'll mute.
That doesn't follow. That does not follow. We're not talking
Okay, I'll
about
tell you
history.
how.
No, wait, Base.
I'll explain how it follows
No,
because
we're not
you're
gonna.
saying
We're
that
not
I'm
gonna.
wrong.
No, stop. So you need to relax and stop. I'm gonna expose why you don't understand what just happened here. Okay, you switched off to history when that wasn't the context of the premise of the discussion. We were talking about something that they're telling us the Earth is from NASA's perspective. And when asked you the question, right, and James was getting into it, right? If they're showing you images, pictures, or 2D or whatever, it doesn't matter. How do you know that that's the case? And then you went to history. We're not talking about history. We're talking about the Earth under your feet. Because they're telling you that the Earth under your feet, right? It's physical, not history, not something the Romans did about 1,000 years ago. We're talking about what they're telling you the Earth is based. That's what he's saying. Go ahead.
Oh, would it make a difference if I said I was on that spaceship and I saw it for myself?
You got nothing you got nothing left in the tank, dude. You're running on E. That's what you.
So you're just a liar
I
now.
agreed with you. I agreed with you.
No, this is
your
this is your feeble attempt. This is your feeble attempt at reclaiming any.
I'm asking questions. I'm asking questions.
You're utterly destroyed.
Sure,
Doug
I'm
was
destroyed,
utterly
bro. But
destroyed.
I'm asking you questions. Can you
But
not
we
answer
don't need
them?
to. No, because they're silly. We don't need to answer.
Can't answer
indulge silly.
questions?
Nah.
No, you come in to teach us about your model of flat, spherical,
I
and
already
concave
conceded on
all
that.
in
I already
one.
conceded.
Well,
conceded.
we're not here to teach you, yeah? You came in here to teach us.
So this is a flat
Allegedly.
Earth Discord.
This is a critical thinking Discord, which people in here know that the Earth is flat. Already said that.
Now, how do you know it's flat? Can I ask you that?
Because it measures flat, it's practically used as flat, and it's navigated across as flat. Simple.
And how do you? By the way, how do you measure that? I'm just asking. How do you measure
Okay,
it's
so
flat?
it's simple, right? So, have you ever measured curvature? Like measured it? Has anyone?
Yes, people have.
Okay, who?
Not me. But,
Who?
there was this guy in the I think it was recently, but he set a post 5 kilometers away, and the light shining through it. They should have seen it. But since the curvature happened,
what guy?
I can get his name if you want.
Yeah, give me his name.
Yeah,
but
try
I think
it, buddy.
He's talking about the Behind the Curve mockumentary with Jared Newsom.
Oh yeah, that.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know that they used a flashlight.
Are you saying that's wrong?
Can't reach those holes because of the diffraction of the light. He's just a dumbass. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
It's the second time it's been brought up today.
Did he bring it up, or did somebody else?
Nah, someone else did earlier, but it was destroyed earlier as well.
Yeah, no, I mean we're not even talking about that. That's just you're really grasping at straws at the moment.
Are you saying? Fine. Well, that's my evidence. Are you saying it's wrong? And I'm gonna ask why.
Okay, so here's what happened, right? You just said that this guy who's allegedly a flat earther provided evidence that the Earth is a globe. Correct, right? That's what you just said, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in all of history, he's the first guy.
Probably not. People were probably doing it way before that.
Well, let's go to the probably not. I'll go with that. Probably not. Then who else?
You want names?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, before you go there, I want him to try to elaborate how it proves that the Earth is a sphere, because there's no way that test or horrible attempted a test could work to prove the Earth is a sphere. So I would like him to try to articulate that into a logical syllogism.
Okay. That's too much for him, Drace. He's going to short circuit with all that. He can't hold on to that.
I don't understand most of
that. I told you, bro. I know this guy. There's no way. He can't follow, bro. There's no way.
Okay, Greek ethnographer Megasthenes.
Huh? What?
Oh.
He's claiming Eratosthenes.
No,
the Greek Eratosthenes.
Is that what you're saying? Eratosthenes?
No, it's Megasthenes.
Dude, the way you said it sounds like your tongue fell downstairs.
It says Megasthenes.
No, it does not say mega.
Yeah, I'm on Wikipedia right now.
Post a link. Wait, does he have posting privileges? I want to see this. Post a link. Dude, is that you in the avatar? Why are you shirtless, bro?
Yeah, I gave you posting privileges. I want to see that shit.
I guess.
He's pronouncing it wrong. It's Mongotosthenes.
It's not Mongo. There's no O.
There's no M in Megatosthenes. What the hell, bro? There's no M in it.
No, go to history and concept of measurement.
Hold on, let me see. You got spherical Earth. Is that the wiki link? Let's check it out.
That's a Wikipedia.
Okay. Your friend dropped out. Why did he do that? He lost all will to to fight.
He has to go set up the experiment.
That's hilarious. Did you not read what it said there? He's been interpreted as stating that the contemporaries of Brahmins of India believed the spherical Earth is the center of the universe. However, the Brahmins and the Indians claimed that the Earth was a flat plane within a sphere.
No doubt.
So you're a dumbass. That's so hilarious.
He's based.
I don't know why that's that funny, but
you're based, right?
Yeah, it's based.
Dude, stop trolling, man.
So you don't think anyone's measured the curvature?
Negative.
Right. There's no curvature to measure.
Far beyond that. So if you can't measure curvature at all, then what does that mean?
That it's not curved. I would agree.
There you go. So it measures what?
What?
Ding, 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 ding.
Okay. When do they say it curves?
What, the alleged spherical Earth? Yeah, 8 inches per mile squared, according to a parabola.
So have any of you actually gone and measured it?
Basically, you test the claim, right? So the claim is everybody's hearing that the Earth is a globe with the radius, diameter, circumference, and all you got to do is a line of sight test. See how far you can see, and then see if the globe prediction of where the Earth's curvature, the horizon, should drop off and obstruct your view from the far distance. If you do that test and you see that there is no curvature, then you've got yourself a non-globe. That's simple, man.
So-
there's no like real hard thing to do. It's just if there's curvature where they're telling you it is, where it's predicted to be the Earth's curvature, then you got curvature. If you do a line of sight test and you don't have any measurable curvature, then it's not curving like they say that it is. It should be curving where they telling you the predicted value of where it should be. That's what you're looking for.
Based, can I say something here? Because your mate told us that you're only a concave earther for a couple of days. You're all new to this, yeah? Now, your mate came in here spruiking off, saying big words, sounding really smart, sounding like he knows what he's talking about, and I can see how that can fool people. But you can clearly see that argument was completely pulled apart, yeah? It doesn't matter how good it sounds. People can be good speakers, yeah, and they can say big words and confuse people, but his argument was destroyed here.
Yeah. I showed him to be
it really wasn't, because that wasn't even his full argument. He has a 95-page book.
It doesn't matter, bro.
that he
Listen, who cares, dude? He didn't know what he was talking about and exposed him in front of you. So your hero just got demolished, and he didn't even know.
My hero?
Yeah, obviously. He's like, he got a 95-page book. Who cares? His book didn't have anything to give you any information you could verify.
If you read the book, you'd understand all the questions you asked for in the book.
Brother, I don't want to read nonsense. Why? Would you read nonsense just for the hell of it?
Well, I thought it was nonsense too, bro. You got to realize that.
What? And then how did he prove you wrong? That it wasn't? What did he do to make it?
Because I asked him where he got that from as well, and he said that he said that he got it from observation. He did the experiment.
Which one?
Where it showed
I asked them for that. I told him, "What is it?" Didn't I say that? Weren't you here listening? What's your naturally observed phenomenon? Based, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. I said, "What is the naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth spinning?" And what did he answer? Based, the stars. Remember the stars? So we're looking in the opposite direction, not at the Earth, at the stars. So his base is okay. Oh, just okay.
Oh no! I was gonna say more. So then, how do you know that's wrong if you don't know what would?
Because he's not looking at the Earth, which he needs to be. If he wants to
you want me to look at the ground and say it's spinning?
I'm telling you, if you're saying that the Earth is spinning, then that's the naturally observed phenomenon of Earth spin, right? Looking at the Earth spinning. When do you do that? When does he do that? Yeah.
Can I give you an example?
No, I'm asking you when does he do that? Answer my question.
He said looking at the stars, and that's a valid reason.
Valid reason for what? For looking at the stars and saying the stars are moving?
Yeah, that's a valid reason.
Of saying the stars are moving, yeah, but not the Earth.
Can I explain why that's a valid reason?
Of what? Valid reason for what?
Of why the Earth spins.
No, it's not, because you're not looking at the Earth. You're looking at the dude.
Why?
No, it doesn't matter.
I can't explain why.
Listen, no is no. Because you're not telling me how the Earth is moving and how you're observing it naturally.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Explanations mean nothing.
So evidence works.
There's no evidence that the Earth is spinning. All experiments and all devices show that the Earth is not moving. So your beliefs and explanations why it could be moving because of your religious beliefs do not change the fact.
That's simple. You don't see it. You don't see it.
Let me ask you this.
No, we're not going to go into your 20 questions, dude. If you don't see it moving,
it's only one.
You have to
only
concede
one
first.
question.
Well, concede first. You have to concede that you don't make
concede.
the observation.
Now, can I ask a question?
You didn't even know what I was going to tell you. You know what I mean? Like you just want to get to the next thing.
Because you keep asking me to concede on it.
What are you conceding on?
And concede that looking at the stars doesn't mean that you're looking at the Earth spinning.
I'm good. Go ahead, Reese.
Yeah, when you look at the stars and you see them moving, yeah, that's you looking at the stars and seeing them moving. That's not proof of the Earth is moving.
All right, so if I leave a glass of Kool-Aid in a room, and then my roommate walks in there, and he walks out, I walk in the room, the glass Kool-Aid is empty.
I can literally hear you smiling.
Can I assume that he drank it?
I can literally hear you smiling.
Or do I have to actually observe him drinking it for it to happen?
You were literally smiling when you were saying that. You know that, right? I could hear your voice. Yeah, you were. It's a bunch of crap, dude. We're not gonna.
You're assuming your friend drank the Kool-Aid. Your friend might have poured it down the sink. He might have poured it wherever he wants. It doesn't. Your assumptions are correct. Do you understand that?
you just want to talk because you want to say your 1,000 words or whatever, get them all in so that everybody can hear your
Alpha,
voice.
why do you assume what I want to do over and over again?
Because you're doing it. That's why. I'm not assuming. I'm assessing it. I'm looking at you doing
Actions
it
infer
right now.
motivation.
Yeah, you don't stop. You're just like Chatty Cathy, dude. You just don't know how to stop. Your diarrhea of the mouth is just continuing.
Hot calling the kettle black.
Yeah,
It's really
because I'm
easy to show.
I'm
really
addressing
easy to
your dumbass. That's why.
It's really easy to
You
show
just
you
yap,
that the
bro.
Earth is not moving. Mechanical gyroscopes operate on the gyroscopic effect. The gyroscopic effect is called rigidity in space. So if the Earth was moving, see it within all mechanical gyroscopes, we do not.
Yeah, but you would also have to make the first naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth doing something before you come to that, even close to that, and say that you're
Yeah.
going to test. And then testing for that, you'd have to say, okay, so if the Earth is spinning, then we have to visually have that already documented as an observation, and then go forward to the next step. So you can't just say that dare say anyone can't just say that you're making any kind of test done with any kind of device, and then say, thus say the device, the Earth is doing this. No, it's not going to work. You're going to have to start first with the first step, that is seeing something in nature. And if you don't do that, then what are you just making assumptions for? That's not going to help the cause. We're not getting anywhere.
Say in nature when we looked at the stars.
Yeah, the stars, not the Earth. Once again, I mean, we're going to keep going round and round based. You're going to keep pointing to the stars.
Just like the Earth.
What'd you say, James? It's not helping your case, by the way, based. It really isn't.
So you see the stars moving, and you think the Earth is moving. That's sequitur. It just shows how little logic you understand.
Yeah, you got to
That's all
step
it proves.
Yeah, you keep saying that to him, James. He's not gonna for some reason he doesn't understand. I don't know. Maybe he
It's
does
not
understand.
just that. It's 3 different experiments. Here's the pendulum.
What's an experiment?
The pendulum.
The
pendulum
experiment.
Can't do that, man. They claim that the original pendulum swung for 32 hours.
That's not.
There's
Man,
not a.
Have you seen the one in the Smithsonian?
Guys, hold on. There's not a pendulum that any person can make, literally, without any unknown devices attached, where it'll swing for over an hour.
Have you seen the Smithsonian?
No,
He's
we're
correct. He's correct.
No, there's-
in actually,
Hold
in
on,
order
hold
to
on,
make
hold
the
on.
Foucault pendulum swing that much, you need to have a magnetic drive to push it. And
Yeah,
did you
there's
know that
no-
Foucault actually tried to use the mechanical gyroscopes to prove Earth rotation, but then was the single contemporary of his, and he was called a fraud for that?
Redneck, mute up, dude. You're burping on the mic. It's disgusting.
I love you.
I'm just saying, there's all these things that he's missing. Allow me to just build for a second here. If you draw a circle on the far left edge of a paper, represent that as Earth. Draw it somewhat small, but it's on the far left edge of the paper, and then a tiny little dot on the far right side of the paper. How you, as the closest star to Earth, 3.5 billion light years, whatever. How you going to get an angle from that circle that's representing a sphere? How you going to get an angle to that star? The only way you can get an angle to that star is if it's actually over a horizontal. There's no way that's even. You can claim that on Earth it looks like it because the Earth's so big. It's actually a sphere, but we look at it as flat. But when you zoom out to the image I'm trying to give you, you'll never get an angle. So the illusion on the Earth with our vision would be an illusion, not an accurate angle to that star, if you get my point.
That makes sense. I have a question then, just for Flat Earth.
Oh my god.
Does anyone here believe in the ice wall?
Oh my god.
You mean the coast of Antarctica? You don't believe the coastline?
No, the ice wall.
Now we're off onto something else.
Yeah, ice walls. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's called a red herring, numpty. By the way, First of
we're
all,
gonna
we were on
spend like
rotation.
an hour talking about fucking ice walls, man.
We were on rotation. Care to try to elaborate how Foucault's pendulum proves rotation?
He's not gonna
Can I
engage.
ask him
Grace.
something about rotation?
Yeah, go ahead, Redneck.
Okay.
I already
You
said that makes sense when the guy explained it.
You said that you know that the Earth moves by the stars, right?
Yeah, him and his buddy. Yeah.
Does it also move because of the moon and sun?
It doesn't move because
How
of the
you-
moon, but yeah, it's a.
Is that how you know
can
the Earth
observe
is
the moon.
moving?
You can observe the moon, the cycles.
But you know that the Earth is rotating because you see the moon and sun go around us.
Not just that, but the pendulum and the stars and the moon, and it's like all adding together to make one.
How is it that they're all rotating at different speeds?
Yeah, so you see a car moving at high speeds. You're moving.
It's all adding up, guys.
Well, that's what you're claiming now. You're seeing stars and you think that means you're moving. But there's no evidence that you're moving, Dumpty.
If I look at my tires, and I see that they're spinning really
right,
fast.
dude. All right, yeah.
I can
Stop,
assume-
dude. Just stop. No, stop.
You look at the tires of your car, but
Okay,
you're not
so
in
do you
the
want me to
car
keep
when you're
going or
looking at
stop?
the tires.
No,
because
I
you
asked a
cannot look at
different
them from
question.
that perspective, Dumpty.
I asked a different question, and you try to come back to this. So you don't want me to stop. You want me to keep
No, you
yapping on
because
about
your
this.
your assertions are just foolish. You don't even know what you are.
Hey, that's
Are you
all right,
concave?
sure.
Are you concave? Are you flat? Are you globe? You don't know what you are. You're confused, bro.
Sure,
You're
I
really-
don't know. So does anyone believe in the ice wall?
No, dude. Why are we gonna engage with that? Say something else dumb. Like
I'm just trying to have a conversation, bro. You're treating this like a debate. I'm just trying to conversate.
How many
On
times?
Earth, yeah, there's many ice walls on
Grace.
Earth.
How many
Yes.
times do you want to
Grace, you're-
hear? How many times do you want to hear the answer to that question?
Who?
You.
Yeah, 2 times.
I'm pretty sure somebody will oblige. Seems like you want to talk about ice walls. Here we go. Ice
Yeah,
walls.
I'll
Everyone.
oblige real quick so he can drop this nonsense.
Grace, you're treating it like a debate. I'm just trying to have a
There's a
conversation, bro.
coastline of Antarctica, and 80% of it is considered to be an ice wall. We're not claiming that an ice wall is the end-all, be-all of the world. That's your
didn't say that. I
straw
just
man
asked if you
argument and
believe
a
in
red
it, bro.
herring to what's being discussed because you cannot
Grace.
discuss the actual topic, Numpty.
Grace. A discussion goes from different topics. A debate stays on
It's
one
called
topic.
a red
so it's not a
herring because
discussion.
you're avoiding the topic.
Okay, a red
at
herring
hand.
is in a debate,
It's
bro.
called being
a red herring
illogical
only
or
exists.
irrational. You numpty
Grace,
motherfucker.
calm down, bro. Calm down, bro. A
I
red
don't
herring
like
only
irrational
exists in a
motherfuckers
debate.
who try to bullshit people
Okay,
and don't
what
listen
good
to
does it
what's
do for you to
being
get
said.
angry, even if I am irrational? What
You
good does it
could
do for you to get
address
angry?
what's being said, concede that you're wrong.
Conceded already. I said I conceded, and then I moved on, and you try to bring me back.
So the Earth is not moving then?
No, the Earth is not moving.
Okay, great.
Okay, so is there an ice wall?
You mean the coastline of Antarctica? Yes, there's a coastline of
answer that,
Antarctica, and
man.
80% of it is
Is
considered
there
an
anything
ice wall by
beyond the
globe
ice wall?
believers, Numpty.
He's talking
there
through you,
anything
Drace. when
beyond
you-
the ice wall?
No, stop, dude. Because when you get the answer, you talk right through the man. So why do you want an answer that you're gonna talk right through, bro? Why?
Because first of all he's ranting and he's yelling.
So
the
he
second of all,
can't.
it wasn't clear.
All right, so he
It wasn't
can't tell you
clear
an
an
answer. It's only somebody else. Like he's
No,
never gonna
what,
be able to.
I
Answer.
think
yeah,
he
actually, yes.
I
James
feel
will give
like
me a
he's just trying to
perfect
straw man
answer.
the position, yeah? It's
Dude,
obvious,
straw man only
you know,
exists. My man
the
only
ice wall.
exists in a debate. This isn't a debate. It's a discussion,
What's
bro.
the point of your stupid question when there's
Maybe
verifiable
if you would
evidence
answer without
that
judgment,
there
I'll tell
is
you.
a tall wall of ice as the coastline of most of Antarctica?
Mm-hmm.
Well, and it circles the Earth.
Oh God.
Did we say that? What does water require? A shoreline,
I
yeah?
asked
So
you
what's
a question.
Antarctica?
I didn't
I'm
I didn't
answering your
say
question now. What does water require? Yeah, if we've got a lake, we have a shoreline. Now, some of that might be some high rocky areas, some cliffs. Yeah, if we have a look at the ocean, we have areas where we have a shoreline, and then we have some big rocky cliffs. We might have a lighthouse up there. You know, so now let's have a look at Antarctica. What do we have? We have a shoreline. There may be some areas of high ice wall or high ice cliffs in certain areas. Yeah. Our claim is not that there's an ice wall encompassing the entire Earth. Yeah. We have a shoreline that encompasses the water.
That's not circle the Earth, is what you're saying.
Dude, your encircling part that you're thinking of happens to deal with the AE map, which I already told you is a reification fallacy that you're going right back to, encircling the Earth. How do you know it's a giant circle? Answer.
Well, does it square the Earth?
How do you know? Answer my question, for God's sakes. How do you know it's a circle? Answer.
Because when I look at the sky, it's a circle. So
no, you don't know. You don't know how to answer that, do you?
The
Just be
sky's
honest.
connected to the Earth, right?
Base. Just be honest. Just be honest and say I don't know. Just say it.
No, that actually this one makes sense.
I need your concession. No, I need your concession. No,
based on it.
Here's what we're gonna do.
All these questions
No, here's what we're gonna do. Stop, guys. Stop. James.
Okay.
I need his concession. You're gonna tell me how you know it's a circle, or say I don't know. That's what I need from you, Base. Be honest. Go ahead.
Okay, I know because if it was
Stop. Now, if you know that the Earth is a circle in its entirety, I want to know how you know the entire Earth is a giant circle. Go.
Okay, you muted me before I say I know.
Yeah, now tell me.
Earth is a circle because if it was not a circle,
that's the wrong thing. If it's not, it needs to be what it is. I know that the Earth is a giant circle because this. It's not something else. It's not a banana. It's not a tiger. It's not a bowl of spaghetti. No. You need to tell me how you know, and then follow up with how you know that the information is verified. How did you verify the Earth as a giant circle? Go.
Okay, so if you're just gonna mute me every time,
yeah, of course. Unless you answer the question. Pretty simple. Answer the question.
How do I know the Earth is a circle?
Yeah, how did you verify that the Earth is a circle? Go.
Are you trolling at this point, bro?
No, I'm actually wanting you to get answering the
You
question.
mute me every 5 seconds before I can answer.
Oh, answer. Go ahead. How is it a giant circle? How did you verify it?
So we shot rockets into space.
No, we did this. Listen, we did this and we did that. It's not going to work. I want to know how you know it's a circle, not how somebody else shown you it was. How do you know, Base?
Okay, bro. I've flown in the rocket and I've seen it's a.
See? I just exposed you.
Yeah, he's a liar.
See what I did? See what I did there, Base? See how easy that was? I'll keep exposing you.
Okay,
Keep going.
Here's evidence, bro. Here's evidence.
Nah, we're not here's evidence. I need your concession, sir. I need you to concede that you don't know that the Earth is a giant circle right now. If we're going to move forward.
Satellites have mapped.
Nah, not going to do it. How is the Earth a giant circle? I need your concession, please.
What does that mean?
Yeah, that means I need you to tell me I don't know how it's a giant circle. I made it up.
I do know how it's a giant circle.
Okay, so let's get down to the business, right? Let's see how you can verify the Earth as a giant circle. How did you verify the Earth as a giant circle? Go.
Because there are satellites that have mapped the.
No, satellites are not you. They're satellites. So how did you verify that the Earth is a giant circle? Based.
I looked at what the satellite showed me.
I looked at what the satellite showed me. What did the satellite show? When did they ever show you a giant circle? Show me. I need a citation. Take me where it shows that the Earth is a giant circle. That satellite said that. Go.
Oh, I got you, bro. So it's called Google Maps.
Google Maps. It's a giant circle. So once again, what I told you a reification fallacy was, you went right back into that, like a hog going right back into shit. Right?
What?
You just went back to the reification. Hang on. You went back to the reification fallacy that I just told you about. How do you know that the Earth is a giant?
You were asking about ice walls.
How did you know that the Earth is a
walls? He was asking about ice walls encompassing a flat Earth. Now he's claiming that Google Earth
he asked me a question, bro.
Hang on. Now you're claiming that Google Earth shows this round flat Earth.
Yeah.
You're very confusing.
See, he's flipping back and forth, AJ, because I asked him how does he know that the Earth looks like this. Now he's going back to the map, because the map. That's what you're telling me. And I told
do you not think it's an accurate map?
So no. Here's what I want you to tell me. So you went back to Google Maps, right? So okay, I'm gonna indulge that. But here's the thing: you're gonna have to tell me how you can verify that the entire Earth looks like what they're presenting to you. How do you know that? How did you verify that? Go ahead.
The question was, how was it round and flat? And he's trying to use Google Earth to show how it's round and flat.
AJ, let him answer. Let him answer, please. Based.
Are you asking how I?
Okay, so let's go over the question once again. I'll tell you. Don't worry about it. You went back to Google Maps, right? Now I need you to tell me, how did you verify that Google Maps, the entire Earth that's shown to you, is exactly what's being shown to you? How do you know? What did you do to verify that? Go.
I went to multiple locations that the map told me, and they were the locations that were on the map.
No, that's not what I asked you. I asked the overall worldview of what the map is. I don't care about you going to Italy and France and going to China. I don't care. I need you to tell me how you know the entire Earth looks like what they're presenting to you.
Because they don't present any. I'm not talking about.
No. I need you to tell me how you verified it. Go.
Okay. Like I said, before you muted me, I'm not talking about when you zoom out and it's a globe. I'm talking about the flat thing that they said, and it is a circle if you look at it.
No,
right?
I don't.
Before you go all the way out.
That's good. You went back to the map again. Good for you. Now, how did you verify that map is true?
Because I went to the places directed on the map.
Yeah. So it doesn't matter, because people are arguing
that
exactly
where they were.
The Earth. They're arguing that the Earth is flat. Some say that it's a globe. Some say that it's concave. Some say that it's a toilet. Some say that it's a dinosaur. People are saying all kinds of things about the Earth, and they're showing you images of what the Earth looks like based upon their ideas. Good for them. Now, how do you verify the Earth looks like what you think it is on whatever map you're looking at? Tell me.
Because what do you mean? It's literally the map, bro. It tells you.
No, I'm sorry. That's the wrong answer. The Earth is not literally the map. That's the wrong answer. It's not literally the map. The Earth is the Earth.
Map is not the terrain.
So you must know this, Base. So therefore, there are hundreds, if not maybe thousands of maps that have been done. For sure, hundreds. Do you know that how many maps there are, Base Muslim?
Yes.
How many?
Across history, probably thousands.
Okay, so which one is correct?
One that use satellites.
Which one is that? Put it in the live stream voice text for all to see.
Oh, I got you.
Okay, you got me. And then whenever you post it, I want you to tell me how you verified that golden map is the one.
Yeah, don't worry.
Okay. It should be easy, huh?
Yeah. I wonder if the ocean actually has the word Google in it.
Well, there's no spherical map that's used to go to point A.
So what do we got here?
All maps are flat.
All right. So what we're looking at here is Google Maps. Okay. Google.com Maps. Right. So how did you verify when you zoom out, right? Zoom out on that map. How did you verify that whole entire Earth that we're looking at from that map's perspective is what it is correctly? How do we know that?
It gives the correct measurements on any distance.
No, it doesn't matter. That's not what I'm asking for. But the
Yes,
entire
it does, because the maps.
No. Here's the thing, right? So when you're looking at the entire Earth from this perspective, how do you know that matches reality? When you get it high in elevation, how are you going to know the whole entire Earth looks like what Google Maps is presenting? Have you
I would
verified
see it with my eyes.
Yeah, I know that. Have you done that?
Have I gone in a plane and seen the Earth?
No, not plane. It doesn't matter. You said, yeah. So how do you know from an elevation, which you've never been to, because I'll just say that in the case for you, you've never been to that elevation to view the whole entire Earth, have you, Base?
No.
Okay, that's the answer I'm looking for. So you didn't verify that the Earth looks like what your little map is telling you. Doesn't matter what you say.
I didn't verify anything. They did.
Okay, there you go. That means that you don't know
Yeah, they
because you're only
verified it.
Okay, so that's fine. You're trusting somebody else. That's all you're doing. It's blind
Right.
belief.
Yeah.
Right. It's a blind belief in somebody else saying what the
It's not
whole entire Earth's
blind.
like. Oh, it's blind. Then how
Can I
did you
explain?
verify it? No, because you have to tell me now how
I
it's been
can't
verified
explain?
by you. No, you can't, because you just said it's
Okay.
not blind means that for some reason there's a way to verify the information. So how did you do it?
There is.
Okay,
Take
tell me.
Columbus's map, for example. He had a map written by Magellan, right? And his map gave him an estimate that was like 600 miles off. That's how he ended up in the he also didn't know the Americas.
Are
but
you're not just not tracking with what we're saying. This is not
Okay,
verification.
well, if you let me finish, sir.
It's not.
If you let me finish, you'd understand.
At what point are
You
you
need
and Magellan
little
going to come
patience,
into
man.
contact?
Little patience goes a
No,
long
not really,
way.
not really. Until you tell me how you and Magellan are going to like. Did he hand off like the golden map to you and say, look, just go and verify it, and you'll
No,
find
it
out that
wasn't a
this is
golden
true.
map.
Yeah, so
It
you
wasn't
didn't
a
do that.
golden map, is my
No,
point.
yeah, you didn't
So
verify.
every
Sorry.
map in history besides Google Map has given false measurements, even
How do
off
you
by
know?
like 50
How
feet
do you-
is still false
How do you know? How do you know?
because every navigator that we know, their
You're running out of
courses
gas
that they
again, are you?
travel.
Yeah.
Huh?
What?
Faulty generalization, buddy. You're just being fallacious. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You don't.
Google Maps actually has a flat elevation profile. It doesn't have a curve in it. It's only visually curved for indoctrinating idiots because they believe it's a globe. It has no relation to the actual ground. That's a radiation fallacy.
Yeah, and you're not conceding the fact that you say that you don't know. So we're going the long way around. We're going to take you and drag you to the mud until you get used to the fact that you don't know. Because you went from you saying that you know that the Earth is what it is based upon a map, which is a reification fallacy, jumping back into talking about Magellan, whatever he was doing, and then coming back to like some point that's obscure, and then saying that you can verify the map with some like freaking, down the line. Somebody verified it like in the 1600s. Like, dude, you are
No.
you're crazy.
He didn't verify in the 1600s. If you listen to what you didn't listen to what I said at all.
Does that make any
Christopher
sense?
Columbus was off by like 600 miles in his journey because of the map he used. Google.
Do you know?
That's how he ended up in America.
Okay, just because somebody said something doesn't mean that you verified that thing they said.
This is what I went back to earlier.
So it doesn't
In
matter
history,
what base. You're
you said it was irrelevant. You said history was irrelevant.
You're gonna stop, dude. You're just repeating things. I don't care about that. I need you to tell me how you know based upon how you verified. You don't have that information. You did not verify it. I'm exposing you. You did not verify anything.
Okay.
You're just speaking because you want to sound like
let's use
intelligible.
math.
No, it's not about math.
Let's not use
Because
math?
because whenever you say math is applicable, then I need you to take that math, go out into the field, and verify that the math checks out. And you haven't done that, have you? Nothing.
Let me ask you a question.
No. We're not going to ask questions. I need you to answer.
No, I haven't done that. Can I ask you a question?
Thank
no, I haven't
you.
done that.
So there you go.
Okay.
You haven't verified
What's
it.
the base of a dome? What's the base of a dome?
What does it have to do in regards to what we're talking about?
If you'd answer, you don't know the answer?
Yeah, but you're not tracking though. You're losing the plot and you're changing the topic.
He just conceded. He just conceded he doesn't know shit. Now he's trying to run away from the fact that he doesn't know shit.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about, and then you want to go off into talking about some other subject that has no relation to what we're talking to you about. No, we're not gonna talk about no domes, dude. Change it back. You don't know what you're speaking of.
I don't know what I'm speaking of. Now, what's the base of a dome?
Don't want to engage with you.
Oh, you.
Yeah, we don't.
Did we claim a dome? You guys, that's called the burden of reversal fallacy. We're not claiming a dome. You're the one claiming shit, and we're destroying it because you have no basis for it.
A dome, and then he brings up math, like that's gonna help him.
I'm telling you guys, this guy has watched multiple videos of top 10 things flat earthers say, and he uses those videos to put us. It's like flat earthers are all think the same. That's what he thinks.
No, I never said you think this. If you would listen to what I said instead of muting me,
we don't listen.
I said, "What's
dude.
the base of a dome?"
You don't know.
Every question you ask is top 10 things flat earthers say.
What relevance does that have to do with anything that we've said
Because you
so
asked
far?
me how I know the Earth is a circle. The base of a dome is a circle. The sky is a dome. Therefore, the Earth, which is the base of the sky.
Stop. How do you wait? How do you know it's a dome?
Look at it, bro. What does it look like?
I don't care about looking. I don't care.
Circle,
What is
a
it?
cube.
No.
Does it look like a triangle?
Stop, dude. I need you to tell me how it is a dome. Not that it looks like one. How is it a dome? Because you got the hard rock evidence of it being a dome. I need your verification of how it's a dome right now. How is it a dome?
Bro, how else do you see it?
If we say that a dome of perspective, right, how we see it, matches what it actually is. I need the verification of how it actually is. Because what we see and how we can verify to test it is are two different things. What we can see in perspective and what it actually is are two different things. Do you get what I'm saying? Answer me that. Don't answer anything else. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. So can you tell me how how do you test something as a dome?
You go and fucking physically see it as it is. If it really is a dome, then you're gonna.
You look at it. You observe it. What does the sky look like to you? A triangle.
What's the next thing? What's the next thing you do after looking at it?
Does the sky look like it's a triangle?
What's the next thing after you look at it? What? Yeah, I said perspective-wise, it may seem that way, right? But when you listen, when you go down a long hallway, it looks like the lights are looking like they're converging down to the ground. The ground looks like it's converging up to the middle point of your eye line, and the walls look like they're converging to a point. Is that what's really happening? Answer the question.
Yes.
Right. So everything's converging to a point down a long hallway. You just made a lot of sense. You destroyed yourself.
In other words,
you just destroyed yourself.
If I put you in the middle of a tunnel, you would think there's no exit because you think both ends are closed off. That's how dumb you are.
I wasn't listening to that part, but I know how we can measure the sky.
Yeah, but you need to listen to that part because we're not going to hear you measuring the sky. We're going to go back to the point that you didn't get. And if you don't answer, you're going to stay on mute. How about that? It's easy for me to just keep you on mute. So be a good sport. Answer the question.
If you mute me after asking a question,
I'm going to mute you right now. When you said, if you mute me, I'm going to mute you right now. So answer what we said or fuck off.
Yeah, if you don't answer the question, you're being unresponsive, and that's an indicator of being deceptive. So you're a liar. Great to know.
Well, bye.
Top 10 things flat earthers say. That's his arguments, guys. I'm telling you.
Fucking
Every
dumb,
single
dude. So stupid.
And he has no cause and effect. He just believes, kind of like I believe in Christ. He believes in the globe.
I think it takes more faith to believe in that.
It does. Yeah, Christ has eyewitness accounts at least.
Yeah, the globe don't.
Eyewitness of the globe. You can't get a... This is the thing that makes me mad. You can't get an angle to a star if the closest star is 3.5 billion alleged light years away. All of this is fantasy. But
you can't get an angle to a star if the ground is curved either.
I'll entertain it for a second, but you can't get an angle to it when you're zoomed out, looking at the Earth as a sphere, and the closest star is still 3.5 billion light years away. You can't get an angle to that star back to the Earth from that view. You can only do it if that star is over the horizontal plane. Then you could get a 45, a 90, or any angle.
So Tweedledee and Tweedledum came in here like earlier and did their own tap dance. The hell.
I was just about to start pulling it apart and destroying it as you came in because they started out with ether and then they started talking about their scientific experiment. So, yeah, I was just starting and you jumped in. So
scientific. Oh, man. And then he's got a bachelor in physics. Are you kidding me, dude?
Well, a bachelor or any degree in 2023, 2024 and beyond, or a little before, it's like a receipt of how dumb you are. It used to be a receipt of how smart you are. Now
I don't think he has a bachelor's degree in physics. He's just a liar. He's proven that time and time again. So, like, he's too dumb to have a bachelor's degree.
That's cap, Andres. Oh, we're well into Sunday, so I don't know if you guys want to speculate or whatever, but It is what it is. Sunday.
I think this is another good example for new flat earthers that were in the room when this discussion began, because these guys, again, came in speaking these big words, sounding really professional, sounding like they knew what they were talking about, but, you know, just listening carefully to what they're claiming is an experiment, you know, for an example. Don't get fooled by the bullshit, yeah? Don't get fooled by these big words and this rhetoric and them trying to sound smarter than what they actually are. And that's what I was trying to tell his mate, yeah? Don't fall for this crap.
You're not going to tell me you have a bachelor's degree in physics and you don't know what the fucking gyroscopic effect is. You don't know what an optical gyroscope is or a gyroscope. Oh, you don't have a master's degree in physics. That's fucking a lie.
Yeah, it is. It was a straight lie, man. But, you know, we're going to pin it to his chest and then fucking put him in a grave.
But if you guys recap this video, you will see, like, if you just type into YouTube right now, Flat Earth, most videos at the very top will be like top 10 things Flat Earthers say.
I think it's the behind.
That's what that guy was asking.
It's behind the curve.
Multiple videos.
Behind the curve documentary comes out when you do that.
Yeah, that's what he watched, and he might have Googled like James was saying. He might have Googled like what flat earthers say or how to destroy flat earthers, and that's all he got. He had nothing else.
Well,
he didn't understand
makes
physics.
us guilty by association. When he does that, we're guilty by association. His mindset when he comes in is all flat earthers think the same. He doesn't realize that we don't.
Yeah, go ahead, James. I'm interrupting you.
Go ahead.
You got some scratchy noise coming from your mic, James. By the way.
I'll drop and join.
Shit, I was gonna say something. Okay, I'll remember in a minute. Yeah, he didn't know anything. He's just, those guys are just clowns. Probably bored or something.
You can just smell a mile away. They were trolling. It's like so boring.
I didn't even have an argument, to be honest. It's all three. Nobody, not even Concavers say it's all three things. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's really bad. At least normal concavers actually have like, well, I forget what it's called. They had plumb bobs dropped into a mine shaft.
Yeah, they have rhetoric, don't they? They have some stuff.
They have certain rhetorics which like identifies them as actual concavers. These are just liars. Like trying to bring up Megasthenes as some kind of proof. It's so dumb.
Megasthenes. I was like, who the fuck is? I mean, of course, he probably is somebody a long time ago, but. And then the guy's like, well, how do you know the history's real? Shut the fuck up, dude, with your history. The fuck? That's a different category altogether, even. Like, we're not even talking about history. Something that can be demonstrated. Like
the funny part is he doesn't know what Megasthenes did. He just interpreted as state contemporaries of Brahmas of India believe that spherical Earth is the center. So it doesn't say that the Earth is a sphere. The Brahmas believed that the Earth was within a dome shape, or like a spherical shape. But that doesn't say that the Earth is a sphere or that you're living on the inside of the sphere. He doesn't even know what he's arguing. He's so dumb.
I still hold to that. He didn't know anything. Like none of them. They were just. I think it's just all games. All games.
Of course, he just Googled on the spot and just read it. That's why he didn't know anything that follows. Like he just did the first thing and
they're just bored. Yeah. They're just bored.
He looked in Wiki and saw history of concept and measurement, and the first name he saw there was Megasthenes. He didn't bother reading the rest of the paragraph.
Yeah, it's...
Well, when I first joined, I was muted, and somebody had claimed that gravity caused weight, and that's why I was asking to be unmuted. I was like, hold on.
No, that
First,
was
you have to have. Go ahead.
Mr. Learns,
Matthew.
Learns, but he was being sneaky, yeah, because what he was trying to do was he was claiming that weight alone in the heliocentric model prevents the water from leaving the sphere. Yeah, with the rotation, and even with the bulge, he was saying that it holds it in. And I was saying to him, without in your model, it's gravity that does this. To just claim weight and leave your gravity theory out, you're being dishonest in the argument. Yeah, because according to them, if they don't have the gravity, so his argument was that it was the weight that caused the gravity.
Well, the reason I wanted to join, the reason I wanted to speak on it is because you could take a flat piece of paper, right, and drop it in the medium of air that we live in, and it'll sit there and sway back and forth depending on the wind and shit. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah, the density of the medium is.
But you could take that same piece of paper, crumble it up, drop it in the same medium of air within a very short time difference, and have a different result. And the only thing you changed was the variable you're manipulating. You didn't even change the medium.
Air resistance, though.
You didn't even. That's what I'm saying. Hold on. Let me get to my point. You didn't change anything, but you crumbled up. You just made the variable you dropped within the medium. You made it different. The structure of it different.
Yeah,
and that gave a different result.
Yeah, the weight.
So that change is what caused the result.
It's hard to read James when he pauses, right, Drace? Like I've noticed that too. When I'm trying to talk and James is talking, it's hard to read his pauses.
Yeah.
Sorry,
It's
James.
all good, man.
It's hard
Did
to
you
read
guys
your
get
pauses,
my
bro.
point, or should I repeat it? Because I think
you
it's.
don't have to repeat it, man.
I totally get you. It's similar to get a steel ball completely compressed of the same weight as a ship. The steel ball will fall down through the water, through the air, but the ship will stop at the water because it's less dense than the water because of all of it.
Well, you can also change the shape, but keep the same materials. Just change the shape of it, and it'll give you even a different result. Like if you made the steel ball, it was all the same amount of steel and everything, and you made the steel ball like a flat weight that you would put on to lift weights, like it was a circle but flat, and then you dropped it in water, it would give a different result than the steel ball, even though it's the same. Everything's material wise, it's all the same. It's just a variable. Its shape has been changed.
But you're talking about there's air and it's resistance to the shape.
That's what I'm getting at.
What I was trying to get
Everything
at was
is
as
relative.
a flat earther, yeah. As a flat earther, we don't need gravity. We got buoyancy, density. Yes, we still have weight. But as a glober, the rhetoric is that it is the gravity that's holding this weight on the Earth. So just to say that it's weight alone, he's being dishonest with his argument, yeah? Throw the gravity out and the water flies off, regardless of the weight. They're just claiming that weight's caused by gravity.
You can give them all the gravity they want. You could give them Newtonian gravity plus gravity and still cannot hold air. And as soon as you lose the air, all will go as well because they will degas and turn into water vapor, and they will go away as well because they're now gas. We
just happen to live in the medium of air. That's what people. That's what most people try. Hold on. We live in the medium of air, and within that medium, most things in the world are far denser than it. Yep. Therefore, it'll fall through that medium. But you can take dense things like a tree trunk or a whole tree, drop it in air, and drop it in water, drop it in mercury, drop all these different. You're going to get different results because you're changing the medium. The variable is still the same. So the cause and effect relationship is the change of the medium. We just happen to live in the medium of air.
Yeah, here's an example that really showcases this really well. You can get a container, you could put an anvil in it, and you can weigh that amount. But when you pull the air out, it weighs more. That's the opposite of what the Globers
Yeah,
need, because they
exactly.
claim
Why
the
is that?
air is
But
weight.
you're changing the
The weight is
medium.
held down
In order to
by
get that
gravity.
distinction, you're changing something. And
Yes,
that is the
you're
cause
changing the
of the effect.
medium. You're changing
Whatever
the
you
medium within the
changed is the
container.
cause of the effect.
You're changing within the container, and the
It's like
container is relative
it's
to
like this
the
God
surrounding
reproving the
medium.
lie that people are putting upon us by expanding an imaginary vacuum that doesn't exist, and therefore the people rely on imaginary mathematics, which rely on itself on linguistics, which are in terms of it just. I mean, how can you come up upon yourself with that? There's no way you can walk about this very way unless you come to conclusion that none of what has been presented to you doesn't exist in terms of scientism, and not scientism. I mean, scientism is what's promoted in the first place, but you know, it's like we walk about what we can perceive and what we can measure and repeat, and therefore everything else is nonsense.
What was the whole thing about the anvil and mercury? It weighs more when you take the air out. How does that work?
Yeah, you can test it, and it's been tested. Take the air out, it weighs more. What
cut out
the
on me.
conception is that it would weigh less. You would expect that it would weigh less because you're removing all that mass from within the container, but that's not the case. That's not how reality works. They always in this issue where reality doesn't quite conform to, and so the deeper you look into it, the more it starts to break down.
According to
I don't know.
what has been teaching already, it's like, yeah, I agree.
Like, for instance, they claim that they proved gravity because in a bowling ball drop at a roughly the same rate in a vacuum. That's over a very short distance, and when you manipulate the medium, which is the thing you take the air out, you're actually extending the drop required to show a difference, because now the difference between the medium and the two objects is that much greater. And so when you drop things in the largest vacuum tower there is, you can actually see that there is a difference. It just needed a longer drop than it's usually used to fool people into the belief.
Yeah, if you do an experiment within some sort of gas pressure and you do the same experiment within a vacuum, if there is no difference, I would be very surprised, because you're changing the medium. Hold on, you're changing the medium. We don't live in a vacuum. So even if you did an experiment within a vacuum, why would you hold that applicable to what we live in?
The point is the difference is negligible when you have a very short distance if you change the medium enough. If you, for instance, did the opposite and made the medium more dense, you would see that the objects drop now at more and more similar, more and more different density of the objects. So a feather would drop slower and slower, and there would be a greater and greater distance, a a difference between the two objects dropping in that medium. So because you're manipulating the medium, when you so it's less dense, they're going to needle further and further drop to show the difference, because now the difference between the medium and the objects is that much greater. They're just manipulating the things to.
You're not even manipulating. You're not even manipulating the medium. You're changing the medium.
Well, that's the manipulation
There's
of the medium.
There's a difference between manipulating a variable and changing a variable. So you can't say that hold on.
Same variable,
you can't say that a vacuum is the same medium as atmospheric pressure, and I hate to use that term.
Well,
I just believe in gas pressure.
You're making a big mistake here, because the medium is still the
they're
same.
two different
It's changing
mediums.
the value of the medium. It's the composition.
They're two
of
different
the medium.
mediums.
You're just changing the how dense the medium is by taking a certain amount of it out of there. You still have air in there. You never have absolute vacuum. You always have air in there. So there's always a medium in there.
You could say less dense or more dense. It doesn't matter what you say. You're changing the medium.
Yeah, that's called manipulation.
And if you get a different result, if the experiment is the exact same, the only thing you change is the medium, and you get a different result, the medium change is the cause of the effect.
Correct.
Yes, that's all I'm saying. So, and you can also do that with the variable, like I did earlier with the piece of paper. A flat one will kind of float back and forth as it hits the ground. And then if you crumble it up, it's still the same medium. You're just changing the variable structure.
Yeah, you're manipulating the object instead of the medium there.
Yeah, and a lot of people can say, well, that's just resistance. Well, you can do that with any medium. Any medium will give you a different. If you go from air to mercury, that's quite a difference in resistance.
Yeah, just like when you make it into a vacuum, you're also changing the resistance.
Yeah, and the only thing you changed was the medium. Therefore, the result change is the medium. That's the cause of the effect.
Yeah, that's how specific gravity, relative density, and Archimedes' principle are all validated. Problem is,
the density towers.
Globers have a problem because they think the effect is gravity and they think the cause is gravity, but they don't really understand that specific gravity or things falling relative to the medium are well understood and validated. What they have is an assumption that things go up or down, and they think that's because everything is attracted to the, which is not validated at all.
Yeah. That's why I like the density tower, because it's you can vary and manipulate each liquid, right? And then you can vary and manipulate each variable you drop in it. So some variables will stop in the middle of corn syrup, right? Some variables will stop in different mediums within those layers of the density tower. But if you was to inject air at the bottom of all of them, the air is going to go to the top. That's the medium we live in. So that tells you that all those things, all those variables below the air will fall through air. Right? You get my point? Because the air goes to the top of all of them.
Yeah, that's relativity or Archimedes' principle, or what the Globers call specific gravity. That's something that's validated and 100%. We can prove and show to anyone. But the problem is, they when they're talking about gravity, they're not talking about that thing. They think that is caused by gravity, which is the bending and warping of space-time, or because the dumbasses, they think that the Earth is the mass that's attracting other masses, when that's not Einsteinian. And even Einsteinian is debunked because it doesn't work with galaxy rotations, and so they have to invent dark matter and dark energy to try to patch those holes. They think 98% of all reality is this undetectable nonsense, when even with that, it doesn't work with quantum mechanics. So the highest echelons of physics are like, well, we don't know what gravity is. We need to find quantum gravity because our theories don't work. They don't have gravity.
I mean, technically speaking, quantum mechanics doesn't even take a place in this, because it's all observable. You have to be observant in order to determine what is happening in your eyesight. But despite that, what is the estimate? They're all talking about the estimate about 9.8 miles. That is a drop rate about every element that has been estimated. Excuse me.
Yeah.
So you make just a correlation about different measurements. What is the difference then? Teach me about every element that has been different.
I guess my point is, if we happen to live in the medium of syrup, we would see things rise and fall all the time.
Yeah, relative
But
to the
because
density of the syrup.
but because we happen to live in the medium of air, most things that we observe on the earth are far denser than air, so they fall through it. Simple. You don't need to add anything to it.
I mean, guess what? Test all elements about moving in the same rate in water. You might have a exclusionary and very different measurement that you would have in air.
Yeah, and it's only the medium you changed. So there you go.
Yeah, even if you think of standard model physics and all that jazz, it doesn't work with gravity there, because if gravity was there, all matter would collapse in on itself and we'd have singularity.
Yeah, it would be a fantasy come true. It would be terrible.
And that's why they're looking for a unified field theory, because the standard models of gravity, they need to have two different things to try to explain things. So inherently contradictory. They don't have a working model for the globe. It doesn't work. They need to imagine things that doesn't work and isn't related to reality to try to imagine that it's working, but it's not. It's not. Clearly, it's not.
Yeah, a model is not the real thing. That's why it's called a model.
And it is still a theory, And scientism is being a curse for exclusionary information and truth. For people who try to ponder into exclusionary understanding. And therefore, all who try to explain everything away in terms of what they have heard or something, we're not soothsayers or, omens. We don't believe in this kind of shit. This is all imaginary. This has nothing to do with reality.
Yeah, gravity is a fun one, but most Globers have no idea what they're even talking about when it comes to gravity. Their conception are basically based on the movies they watched and people travel space in the spaceships and going into a planet. That's basically where it comes from. even the professor, they're all stuck in this belief system, only going far. You really have to go deep into physics to realize that, oh, there's a bunch of errors with this, and they're looking for a solution because they don't have one.
Well, I could be wrong, but I don't think that guy would have asked those questions face to face with anybody. And he definitely wouldn't have come across with that demeanor. So it's only these kind of, it's only, and I ain't dogging on the platform, don't get me wrong. It's only social media where people act like that, and you can witness it. Yeah, I'm not dogging on this platform. I'm just saying these things are observable.
He's not going to tell me he's got a master's degree in physics and doesn't know anything about this.
They'll talk to you different than they would face to face, is my point.
Technically
They'll lie to
speaking,
your
I mean,
face
he
just
is a
because
man.
they think that'll work, but it just doesn't when you know better.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, technically speaking, he should know better. Exactly. You know, we men think logically, so therefore there should be kind of reason that takes place unless everything else makes no sense. But if you follow the status quo, I mean, you're doomed. What?
No, I don't think so. I mean, even like if the side of the truth is putting you down or silencing you or whatever, persecuting you, you're still on the right side. Hold to the truth, no matter what. Just if it causes your death, you just hold to the
I mean,
truth.
if you have understanding and backbone to confirm what you have learned, then yes, of course. But unless you're very vague and don't know how to determine what you have just learned, then there's no way to bring understanding to other people. You're
I
not
think so.
able.
I mean, if
You're
there's
not
a
able
reason
to
why.
converse the situation.
Well, there's a reason why elder people, so-called scientists of the globe model, won't come on shows like this, right? There's a reason why they won't do it. It's because they know they'd get ripped apart. They would look like children. So they just won't do it.
Part of the problem, I think, is because education system removed the trivium and the quadrivium, so they don't know logic, they don't know linguistics. They're just talking out of their ass or parroted to, and they're just parroting it back to you, thinking that's going to work because it worked on them.
Yeah, no, I think it's more indoctrination that took place in their lives, because they have no other challenge or other challengers who try to prove them wrong. Our generation is just about to break through to them. But besides that, I've lost my grandpa, my grandma. I have no challenge anymore. There's no one to teach other than my father. Oh, my mother has also passed away. But besides that, it's like you give your best, and it's important to stay to the truth and what you have gathered in terms of information, which is correct.
I think the biggest problem I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I think the biggest problem with scientists today is that they don't understand logic. So a lot of them use logic to try to justify their beliefs, and they're confirming their bias. They're assuming they're wrong when they get conclusions that don't fit with what they believe. It's a horrible pseudoscience. It's not based in science anymore. They've lost the core of science, which was based in philosophical naturalism, which is natural science, and which gave birth to experiments. And they don't do that anymore. Like you listen to Michikaku, he'll tell you they don't use the scientific method.
Yeah,
They just
I
more about playing and it's guesswork.
I can attest.
The scientific method was actually designed to keep biasness, religion, all of that out of it, and only deal with a cause and effect relationship, right?
Yeah,
which would be correct, if we would do it, but they do not.
They started to find out.
Make-believe.
It's of my opinion that they started to find out that true science actually proves a creator. I'll leave my religion out of it, but it proves a creator. And so they turned science into a religion.
Yeah, scientism.
Like people who use science to not be a religion, not understanding that they are in a religion. A cult. It's no longer a cause and effect relationship. It's a consensus. That's what science is.
Logic itself proves a creator. If they just understood logic on our side, but because they don't understand logic, they're just stuck trying to reify their beliefs some way, anything to confirm the beliefs. They will like listen to the last guy. He conceded everything. The Earth isn't rotating. It's not curved. But I have a belief. Therefore, what about the ice wall?
Most students haven't developed critical thinking, you know. It's like when they go into the university, they just sit there and listen to the doctor and professor and what have you, and just get pounded upon. You know, it's like, he must be the guy. He knows everything about this very topic. But no, you are the one. Everyone, each who sits in this very cell, you should know. You have the development to be a better one of who you are listening to. You should make your logic useful and think about what you are listening to. And that is what the most people don't do.
Yeah, I mean, there's a certain virus that they said, that this shot'll cure it, and it didn't. But they said that. And they kept saying it even though they knew that it didn't. Right? So that's science. That's a cult. They even said trust the science. Like that's what you do with propaganda. God. You trust God, you trust Jesus. You don't trust science. How about you just give me the science? Show me the science.
Even then, if you would listen to God, what has been written in the Bible, you would figure out
what they did,
that the Earth is flat, basically. If you go into Apocalypse and read everything about it, you would learn that. Yes, yeah.
True for all the ancient religions. The Nordic religions had flat Earth. The Hindu religion had flat Earth. The Mayans had flat Earth. You name an ancient religion, all at flat Earth. Why? Because
we are so developed nowadays because we have science. We know it all.
Yeah, true science can create marvelous things, but pseudoscience, that just creates a religion, a cult.
100%.
Especially if people are willing to say, I don't know the science, I just trust it. I wouldn't even go. If I felt I had a disease, I would research the disease before I even went to my doctor. I would immediately start researching that disease.
Yep, and you'd find a bunch of ways to work on it and get healthier, and you try those things and test those things, and you find like that didn't work. That actually worked. I'm feeling better, and that worked. Then now the disease is gone.
It's not. Like I said, I trust Jesus Christ, but I don't trust science. Science is cause and effect. There's no reason. Matter of fact, science, if it's done right, proves my. I won't even go there. You get my point.
I mean, when I was in middle school, I asked my teacher in chemistry about how the elements and what the chemical table generally represents to me. It's like, how do you explain every element into reality? And he wasn't able to. He was baffled. He wasn't able to, and therefore every element about atoms or Newton or who else? I mean, there are so many different models. What are we are going to agreeing on? If everything is working on frequencies and vibrations,
Yeah.
and
It's like even climate change. You can take it to climate.
Yeah, exactly. You have to
believe.
find about this very thing that you can observe and measure in exactly.
Right.
I mean, we can in frequency measure everything. They can pound, I guess, 7 to 8 miles or even 12 miles underground. Exactly how the structure is reconstructed in 3D.
Yeah, a
In
real
coded,
scientist don't want to keep
reverse
it.
coded. Yeah.
A real scientist don't want to keep it a secret. He wants to hand it out to everybody to make sure it's true. You know what I mean?
We have very few real scientists today. A lot of the people today
They don't want to keep it a secret.
They think they're doing science because they don't understand. They say, well, we're doing science looking at the stars. Observational science. Well, then a dog is doing science when just looking at a poo on the ground. It's not science. That's you looking at stuff and assuming things.
Well said.
Science, they don't even know what science is anymore. The problem is don't know shit. They're just parroting what they heard, and if you don't repeat what they said, you get failed. You don't get a pass for critical thinking. You don't get a pass for debunking the professor. You need to parrot what the professor says, just like he needed to parrot what his professor said. It's the blind leading the blind.
Yeah, it's
you have to have a heart for truth. You want to know what is going on in reality, and wherever your position is, you have to know there's something that goes beyond you which you don't understand, and therefore whatever your interest is, seek the truth in this and ponder upon it, and if you find it, you will find it. This was my way. I found my way to you, to all of us.
Yeah, if you're going to question something and somebody gives you an answer, don't take that answer for granted. Test the answer. Make sure it's, you know what I mean? Test the answer.
You know what I just thought of, you guys? Fucking Jim Brewer. I think it was Somebody Had to Say It, where he's literally and figuratively like making fun of certain groups of people and saying that they're parrots, and he's squawking like a parrot. He's saying, "Trust the science, right?"
Yeah, that was funny.
Oh my gosh, appreciate listening, you guys. So for real,
I like the very fact that you can laugh about it. It's like,
what can we do?
and the honestly, yeah, I mean, there's an understanding that goes beyond what people living by. It's like, what the heck are you on? Are you on drugs or something? It's like your teaching is your drug. There's no way you can go out of it unless you're starting making questions about that.
I wouldn't even question if they was on drugs. I would just question their answer.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Because you could actually be on drugs, seriously, and be right on something. Just because you're on drugs doesn't mean you're wrong on everything.
Yeah, but the problem is in modern schooling, you questioning the professor and not parroting what he said, you fail.
I just got to put that out there because some people think legal drugs are not drugs. Illegal drugs are the only thing that are drugs.
Drace, will you repeat what you just said just a second ago?
How can you repeat
I'm
it
like
again?
5 beers deep, Jenny. I don't remember.
Oh God! But what you said was a really simple, short form way of, describing the indoctrination centers. It's like insane. How do we let this happen? You know what I'm saying? It's like wow.
I get you. It should be
Yeah.
on the YouTube channel somewhere.
All right.
It's a lack of love. A lack of love is how we let it happen. Because anytime you love, you always try to correct. You don't want the child to touch the hot stove, but sometimes it takes the child to touch the hot stove in order to know not to touch it again. You get my point.
Well, yeah, we're seeing lots of examples of what not to do.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if you have self
That's what I'm getting.
experienced it, and this goes of course right. But besides that, if there's something outside you have to be learned upon, it's like there's a certain boundary you have to learn, You cannot go this boundary unless you're going to be punished, either by your father, mother, or whatever, by society in general.
Just shut up and eat your pudding.
But to use that as an analogy, we tell them that the Earth is flat, and they tell us no, it's not, and we're like, bro, if you don't believe me, just touch it, and they're like, no. Professor said it's not hot. It's not gonna be hot. I don't need to touch it.
Right.
That's a good way to.
But until you do, you'll never
I know.
Everything in terms of evidence is in front of our eyes, and we can measure it, we can manipulate it. This is everything we have to do. But they live in a dreamland which they don't understand, which have been manipulated beyond measurement, which we try desperately to take them out of. I mean,
Yeah, we're the people who actually touched the stove because we were like, well, I'm gonna prove it's hot. It's not hot. Because we believed in the globe and we touched the stove and we're like, I got burnt. I guess it is hot.
yeah,
Guys, it's
yeah. I
actually
mean,
hot. And they're like, no,
we
it's not hot. My professor said so.
we go the extra step exactly.
All I know is without religion involved, love equals creation, sin equals destruction. Or I'll replace sin with hatred.
Wait, did you just say sand? Are we on the beach or something? Everything is blue and clear.
I just realized it's 9 a.m. You guys are too fun. I gotta go to sleep. Good night, guys.
Night, Trace.
Have a good one. Good night.
You're going to bed at 9 a.m.? You must work the night shift.
Yeah.
Bye. Good to see you.
Yeah, I was watching the and then you guys were talking about some fun stuff. And that time, I guess I'm gonna sleep until like 2. Gives me like 5 hours maybe.
Dude, you're just addicted to hearing Globers squirm. You had to be here.
I
To listen.
know. I just love hearing them squirm. It's just so
I
funny
mean,
when they
at
say
the
some
moment
dumb
there
stuff
ain't
that
any.
like,
I mean, this is
come
the
on,
sad
bro.
stuff. Yeah.
You better go to sleep, man. You got to go to work.
I'm good. I don't have to work tomorrow.
I'm just like amazed how they still don't get it. Some of these people, like, they are so involved for years, some of them, and like, how does it not dawn on you? For me, it was so quickly. As soon as I started thinking about it, it was like so obvious, but how does it take years? Like, I just don't get that. Are you like retarded for real? Like, how does it take that long? How?
I think it's because you're not possessed, highly narcissistic, and stuck in your ego. So to see the truth when it's presented to you, but they're like to find a way to make it not to be true. So they rationalize and
It's a
turn
cult,
themselves into
guys.
pretzels.
It's
So
hard to.
they can't actually conceptualize what you're saying. They're always imagining something else to try to say next, so they don't listen to you.
It's mind-boggling that it like lasts for that long, for years. Like, how can it last that long? It's like I can't wrap my head around it.
It's literally a cult. Like, if you just step back and look at it from a distance, it's a cult.
I think with some of them, they're actually smart enough to understand that if they accept this as their new reality, everything they know, everything they already believe in is going to get flipped on its head, and they are going to have to relearn their whole lives, and they don't want to do that.
It's also the ego, because like they have told their friends all this space junk that they read online, and the friends, God, you're so intelligent, you can parrot all this space. And so their ego is tied all up into this. If they throw this away, they have to throw away all of this validation that they're intelligent. And so they have to accept that they have been fooled and that they're idiots.
Yeah, of course, and their cognitive dissonance is speaking. Basically, they're not conscious about what they are actually talking about. They're just following status quo.
It is much easier to fool a man than to convince him he's been fooled. That sounds cliche, and maybe you've heard it before, but it's so true. It is much easier to fool a man than to convince him he's been fooled.
I think there's even
Yes,
more.
yeah, some of them. Some of us are not that easily fooled, but yeah. I guess that's what it just comes down to. It's like some of us are just detect the bullshit quite quickly.
There's a
while
lot
others
more into it.
are lost in the sun.
Have a look at people that have been hypnotized.
Well, they deal with consensus. They deal with popularity. This person thinks that, therefore I do. So it's like it's so much easier to. I think it was Mark Twain that said that. But you can change men. It is much easier to fool a man. You can change man with people. It is much easier to fool people than it is to convince them they've been fooled. It still works if you change individual to people or collective.
High five, bro. Love that.
Yeah, and that's what's happened. Like, not only on, one of the things I've been known to say is, we're all Truman. Like, if you ever seen the Truman Show, where the neighborhood is in on him being on a TV show, but he doesn't know it. He's just living his life normal, but the whole neighborhood is in on it. My argument is, when it comes to the world we're in, everybody's Truman.
You're right. You're not a special kind of Truman or anything, you know. You're like the rest
I
of
mean,
us.
Truman became aware of the repetitiveness which has been taking place. He started to observe which has been taking place over and over and over again. And at some point, he
Repetitive,
started
yes.
noticing it. Yes. So there was something wrong, so he started questioning it.
Yeah, you were right. It was Mark Twain. Voltaire said it's difficult to free fools from the chains they.
You cut out there, man. At least for me. What did you say?
Yeah, you were right. It was Mark Twain that said the quote that you said earlier. But Voltaire, difficult to free fools from the chains they revere. So they have all this belief in this whole idea, and it into this idea. So it's really hard to free them from this because they revere the belief. They revere their uh, imagined intellectuality from parroting it.
Yeah, you're like a lot of Globers will be like, "Whoa, you think all the teachers are lying?" No, they're just teaching what they've been taught. You know, so when you can actually see the world you're in with your own eyes. And you don't have to listen to anybody. You can just. What is science? Cause and effect relationship? Well, as you experience life, you'll see cause and effect relation. Everybody's a scientist if they went through life because they've seen cause and effect.
Dude, you didn't sit in a room where a guy talked to you and told you things, and then you wrote down the things that he said to you. You're not a scientist if you didn't do that. You know, that's how they think. I'm being sarcastic unless it's not clear.
Yeah, if you're not presented by Harvard or Yale. Yeah, I got you.
So to them, it's like if you say that, immediately they think, "Oh, you guys are the only ones who figured it out. Like you are in a special
Yeah,
club. All these other people actually figured it out. It's not you. Definitely not some
yeah,
guys autistic."
they look at you as egotistical without looking at themselves. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, society has put Yale and Harvard higher than they actually are, you know? We common people who figure it out how things actually work, you know? It's like what they are going to teach their new students, you know? Are they teaching the truth? Are they making them aware? Or just is it a club making them part of something else, you know? Just keeping a secret just because they can do it. You know, it's like, get some backbone.
Yeah, it's like they realize they're a peasant. They just don't care why. They're
I
just
guess
a
part of what
little
it
part.
is, like,
They're just a little piece of the machine, and they
I guess,
don't care why.
yeah, part of what it is, like, they just want to close their eyes. Just like anything to not face the uncomfortable truth. It's like they kind of feel the inkling of it, but it's like you just have to not face it. Just run away from it as however you can. Just find a way. Find an excuse. Find the coping mechanism. Just anything.
Truman, like I said, fucking Truman. Just be Truman. You'll be all right. Although in the end, Truman found that door, didn't he?
Man, you guys keep referencing this, and I should just watch this because I never get it because I haven't seen that. But I should, yeah.
You
It's like,
found the
like,
truth, in other
it's like,
words.
what do they mean?
I mean, you're missing out. I mean, if you haven't seen the movie,
Yeah, I'm gonna
just
see.
watch it, you know.
Yeah. I'm tired of hearing this, and
He
I'm
found
like,
the
okay.
truth out, man, and it set him free. Yeah, even as a flat earther, I wouldn't like say the earth is flat. Like if you poured a bunch of dirt and scattered it about a dinner table, yeah, you'll have mountains and valleys, but the foundation is the dinner table, therefore it's flat.
We Earthers see that every element seeks its equilibrium. So therefore, what we observe is usually which is in the flat, or else.
Water, every liquid will remain flat. If it's untouched, if they put water in a vacuum, I don't know. They say it'll boil. I guess that's true. But I mean, if you could get water, and on Earth, there's instances of water being totally still. They call these lakes glass. When the lake there's no current, no wind at all. They call it glass because it just reflects like a mirror.
Yeah, I mean,
It's funny, like when we talk about these things, when you talk about these things, I get like sometimes PTSD. What I mean by that is I get like these little answers that are like excuses in the globe world. Oh, what about a dewdrop, a raindrop? I just get these things that get in my head that were programmed into me. I understand they're not really excuses that are valid anymore, but they still show
a
up.
raindrop. Well, a raindrop is a little tiny bit of water falling through the medium of air.
Yeah.
The reason it gets its shape is because it's falling through the medium of air.
Yep.
That's what gives it its shape. It has nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
Of course.
It's falling through the air. No ground at all. It's on its way to the ground. Not because of gravity. It's just because it's liquid and it's more dense than air. Therefore, air does not have the properties to hold or levitate that water. Therefore, the air falls through it. Or the water falls through the air.
Pretty much what I'm trying to say is like, I just still get these things in my head. Even though I know how to disprove them and that they're incorrect, I still get them in my head, which is like just a sign that programming was working really well. And it's still like inklings of it are there, but of course it doesn't work anymore, but it's like footprints of it are there.
I wanted to go back about the water and vacuum kind of experiment. Of course, if you take fresh water and put it into vacuum, it starts to boil. What happens after that? If you give it some time, after about 10 to 15 minutes, it starts to freeze. It goes into ice. So, why is Earth not ice right now? Well,
It's all stupid.
ocean.
It just all falls apart if you just think about it. It's just dumb. It's so stupid.
Yeah.
Like that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. It's like,
Yeah.
how could you ever not see it really quickly? Like it's so dumb.
I mean, this is the very experiment you can put into their face in order to realize what is actually happening, or should happen upon everyone right now. Usually, every one of us should not exist anymore. Everyone should be an ice stone, basically, afterwards. Or petrified.
You guys ever heard the term that no snowflake is the same?
Yeah.
Well, as the rain, water, falls through the freezing air, it starts to flatten out the raindrop. And as it flattens it out, air's pushed through it at certain points, at the most weakest points. So it starts creating a snowflake. Would you guys agree? I have no, I'll admit it, I have no cause and effect, but when it snows, it's actually rain. And as it falls through the cold air, it turns into a snowflake.
I mean,
With perfect symmetry, which to me proves God.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, water is the exact perfect example how frequency basically works even in cold temperatures, because water starts to form a certain pattern in itself in order to represent what is actually happening to itself.
I guess my question is, and it's kind of irrelevant to the shape of the earth, but my question is, do you think snow actually falls from the cloud? Or does it fall as rain and the cold air is what turns it to snow? You see what I'm getting at?
I guess your second example would be the correct one, I guess.
The only reason I ask it is because if the snowflake falls from the cloud and it's never a drop of rain, that would be amazing to me. That would be amazing that the snow just falls right from the cloud.
I mean, technically speaking, your second would be correct, because if it would be formed already in its star pattern, it would freeze. So basically, there would be fall a wall upon us because of the temperature change, but it doesn't. So therefore,
Well, when you get
it forms
snow,
while it
according
is
to
forming.
I have no cause and effect relationship. But when you look at the weather channels, you only get snow when it's really cold and humid. So you got to have the humidity and cold. I know it's a silly question, but for snowflakes to just fall right from the cloud and never been raindrops that turn to snowflakes, to me that would be amazing.
It's interesting. That makes me want to like send up a weather balloon near a cloud and just just
right. See if it's snow from the start. Man, for snowflakes to start from the very beginning, that would be crazy. Because you know how water turns kind of gel-like as it gets cold, right? Freezing temperatures kind of turns not really gel-like, but kind of gel-like.
Yeah, at some point it gets a reaction, you know, as soon as you flip it or click it, you know.
Yeah. So I could see how it could flatten out as it's fallen from a liquid state. It gets kind of gel-like, so it flattens because of the resistance of the air. And then the air starts pushing through the weakness parts of the raindrop. And
then
it
you
freezes
see
it
that
and starts creating a snowflake.
even then you see that a frequency, which is a click or something that causes it to vibrate in a certain pattern, frequency, in order to freeze the whole about, you know. I was like, this is awesome. This is, I mean, this is what we
And
should focus on.
it would also give every snowflake a different fingerprint. None of them would be the same.
I think it's in the sky. I think it's just in the clouds.
It just starts right from the clouds.
I would
That
think
would
there's
be
like
cool
not enough time
and
for
amazing.
it to actually do it in the process of falling. So
Right.
it would probably have to be in the cloud. Like same with hail. A hail wouldn't have enough time to actually become that hard. I
Well,
think.
hell freezes as you know. You get a huge. Have you ever been in a huge rainstorm where the raindrops were fucking massive? They
Yeah.
produced a lot of water when they hit your windshield. Just one raindrop.
Yep.
Yeah. If it was to be falling through freezing air, it would turn to ice before it hit. You know what I mean? That's my theory, anyways. Like I've watched videos of YouTubers that live in Alaska. They'll go outside in the freezing temperatures, like 0, like not 32, which is freezing, but 0. And they'll throw a bucket of hot water in the air, and you'll just see it turn to frost, snow, and ice, slush. Big chunks will turn to slush.
Are you talking about Celsius?
Small chunks will turn to snow.
I mean, you need to a lot more. I mean, you need at least 30 degrees minus Celsius
Check out those
in order
videos.
to turn this very phenomenon into snow, basically.
Yeah,
check out those.
Yeah, it doesn't change in an instant, you know, when you have 0 degrees Celsius.
Check out those videos where they throw in Alaska. They throw hot water into the freezing air, and before the water hits the ground, it's either snow, ice, or slush. You see it happen in the air too. Like you see it instantly change.
I know.
Phase
But it's
change.
not 0. But it's not 0 degrees. It's beyond 0 degrees.
Yeah, it's beyond 30. 32 is freezing Fahrenheit. So if you're at 0, you're pretty much 32 below freezing.
Which just kind of puts into perspective how amazing our bodies are, that our blood doesn't freeze over in that temperature completely, like immediately.
Yeah. Check out those videos, guys, right now. I'm telling
We're
you.
talking about wonders, you know.
Hot water
Praise-
into freezing air.
praise, yeah.
It's amazing, man. It turns to fucking pretty much snow. I don't think snow would have the density at the cloud level to fall. I think it has to be water and turn into snow as it's falling through the cold air.
Yeah, you're about right. I think this is what is happening, you know. I mean, how long does a raindrop take until it reaches the ground? I take 2.5 minutes, but temperature and friction, you know, it's very, very little of friction that has to take place in order to take this very drop into a snowflake.
But what's crazy is in either situation, the cloud that's producing all of them is not falling. It's holding the weight of all of it.
I mean, why wouldn't it? I mean, it has different density and hasn't seek equilibrium equally, so therefore there are still differences, of course. It's still gathering, you know, it's like...
But you'll never see it rain or snow without a cloud, right? And the cloud is what's producing the rain
Yeah, I
or
mean,
snow.
this would be something you're
But the
doing.
cloud itself is not falling.
Yeah.
It's holding all that water, the rain cloud. It's holding all that water, but the cloud's not falling. Only tiny little drips of water, and that's for anybody to... Why wouldn't the cloud fall? You get my point, guys? If it's got all that water in it, why wouldn't the cloud fall?
I guess it does. It's just like not all connected, so it's falling part by part. It's like disintegrating, if you will.
Yeah. You got to get so much accumulation for it to even occur. I can understand that, but how can all that water be in the cloud, slowly dripping like a faucet? But in the grand scheme of things, it's far beyond a faucet. It's far beyond a river. It could flood an entire state.
Yeah, that's weird when that happens.
Yeah. There's no cause and effect relationship we can put into a test, right?
I mean,
how could you test it? How could you put in a laboratory a cloud that stretches across an entire state? Wouldn't you need a laboratory
have to have an equivalent
as big as an entire state?
I mean, I guess it isn't about the whiteness about the cloud, you know, or how long it is, but the density that seeks equilibrium unless it can bind into something. Let me think about this again. I had my thought previously, but
Hey, no problem, man. We don't even have to go there. I don't want to sidetrack from the main.
I think it has to do with how big the clouds actually are, how spread out they are. Because if you have that hot water, for example, as you were saying before, you have it in the pot, it's not going to freeze yet. But as soon as you throw it, it's going to spread out. So when it spreads out, that's when you're going to have the effect. So
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. That's part of the equation, right?
Yeah.
The water actually falling through that cold air, and that gives you the effect.
Yeah. It's also like it's not as much of it in one part of this air. Yeah. It's not as much as it in the pot because it's still in the air in the pot. It's like the pot is open.
It's not even like, well, most clouds, they're up there at 15,000, 10,000, 25,000 feet. So the videos you see that I'm trying to say, they don't even compensate for falling through that much air.
Yeah.
Cold air, I should say. It's more instantaneous.
What I was thinking previously was the raindrops having to overcome the pressure, which is the air in general, unless it cannot drop because it's still gas and still forming.
Right. I don't know. It's just something I didn't mean to sidetrack the channel from flat Earth to that, but it's just something I've always pondered on.
It's interesting because, how many times can we just talk about the same thing anyway? It's Sunday. It's Speculation Sunday, so anything goes, I think. It's fine.
All right.
Because, how many times can we talk about these Globers not getting it? They just don't get it, and we're just going to rehash that? Come on. It's just... Many times.
They don't ask questions that questions their beliefs. That's the problem.
Technically speaking, we could
if you really look back, if you really look at it, they never question. They never question anything that questions their beliefs. If you really look at it.
Yeah, I mean, we could blame them that they are lazy, that they don't work on themselves and such, But I mean,
well, we all have narcissism.
Give them some slack, It's like they have to work on themselves, which is why we are here.
Every individual has a little bit of narcissism.
There's a spectrum of egotism. Some people have it more than others.
If you're not willing to question your own beliefs, then you are fully narcissist. 100% narcissist.
You're also a fool.
Yeah.
I believe what you said about there's a little bit of narcissist in everyone, but I don't know if I can be on board with all the way with what you just said. I mean,
I think there's a part of it, like that's always going to be there. Because the reason you want to argue that is
I would say pride, ego, it falls in the category of narcissism.
Yes.
I'm not calling like everybody a narcissist.
I know there are people that do that.
We all have, every individual has a little bit of narcissism. It's just, the question is, how much?
So yeah, there are people that do that. Like, you disagree with an individual, they think you're a narcissist. It's like, what? So I think that word is overused these days, kind of, sort of. So
yeah, I would agree. It's basically used on consensus.
Right.
So if there's if
Not
there's
agreed upon parameters that have been
yes,
defined.
yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's basically also when they try to explain themselves and try to explain their own made-up bullshit that comes from themselves, which is
Well,
also
there's that too.
narcissism. It's all about me or me, what I understand. It's like they try to teach us and
Well, I've
don't
heard
come
people
up
talk
with an
about.
example and don't research and such. It's like it's all and over and over and over again. No, you don't get it. Just it's like. I mean,
I
you
don't
get it,
mind
of course.
psychology. I'll just say that.
Yeah, it wasn't a point about you,
But yeah, I don't know. I think what what you were talking about with the narcissist traits that kind of perk up with the ego kind of being puffed up. It's like, bro, get a hold of yourself.
Yeah, I
It's like,
believe. I ain't saying it's true, but I believe every man has a pride button, and usually
so do I, but those are
nine
things that I
times out
can
of 10,
control.
9 times out of
I
10,
mean,
the pride button
this
is
is
truth.
very far-fetched. I mean, for me personally speaking, I don't have a pride, but what the heck is that?
I have pride over things that I
Well,
can control,
well,
not
you
over
cut me
things
off. You cut me
that
off. Hold on. Let me finish.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, man. I'm so sorry, bro. Go ahead.
So the pride button for a man, it's different for a woman. I'm sorry.
No, I'm with you.
For a man is the truth. If a man done something wrong in his life and you called it out, it's gonna hit his pride button because you're
Dude, I just experienced that very
exposing
same
the
thing the
truth.
other day, and
But
I don't know.
unless a man knows already, then it hits the pride button.
Well, we've
Unless he
all done
doesn't know,
something wrong,
there's
right? We've
nothing
all
to hit.
done.
It's like, hey, throw it here and there. It's like make your best guess, basically.
I mean, are we
I'm
talking about?
45. I'm 45 years old, and I would argue that anybody that makes it to the age 45 has not only done things that are wrong, but continuously done them wrong because they believed there was nothing wrong with it.
Well, when the
That's
ego
pride.
flares up, that just means they're in
That's
denial of
pride.
their worldview.
That's narcissism.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's
Where you
narcissism.
think everybody else is fucked and there's nothing
Yeah.
wrong with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with
Right.
you.
But when
It's not cool, but
a
God
man is
damn.
humbled, when a man gets humbled, it's the truth that humbles him. It's not a lie that humbles him. It's the truth that
I
humbles
think
him.
I'm not trying to start a fight or anything, but I think guys are kind of more emotional than women.
We are.
I don't think so at all.
Anger.
Guys are like
Guys crying. I'm talking
either
about.
one or two, good mood or bad mood. Women are everything in between.
Oh, come on now. I just said I wasn't trying to start a fight. I'm just okay. I was being a jerk by saying
It's
that. I'm sorry.
subjective. It's not objective. I would
Yeah, I
never
mean,
say
usually we
it's
don't
objective.
portray it outside, but we are very conservative about this. We're very.
Come on now. I hear more guy fights than girl fights in here. So far as going toe to toe with somebody, and I've been listening to it for years. I hear more ego from guys than women. So I'm just saying. That's all. That's all I meant to say, really.
I would agree with that in a certain context. I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Like power.
Well, whatever. I mean,
I
I
would
don't want to
agree
go
with
too
that.
much into it. I mean, because.
Well, you don't see most nations are run by men, so power would be observant, not just a claim, but observable.
I'm being in a position to
What you were trying to
change.
get to is describing people that are in denial about what is happening to us all, or what has already happened to us all that we've been lied to, even down to Santa Claus. It's a whole lie.
Well, even in America, I don't think we've had a female president.
Oh, it's 333. Oh, it just turned 334. Ah. Anyways, but yeah, I don't. I like this style more than the debate style. It was getting pretty hairy earlier. I'm like, dang.
I mean, it's pretty relaxing, most likely. Also, usually pound about facts and just talk about and just get a little bit relaxed, you know.
Yeah, I like the discussion more than the, trying to deal with somebody who's still asleep. I mean, I can appreciate the brothers that are trying to shake people. It's like, hey, wake up! Like, but some people just aren't having it, and I don't know. Hopefully, it benefits those that are listening.
I mean, whatever suits them, you know.
I think waking up disturbs them more than living in the fantasy, so they choose the fantasy.
Oh, exactly, for sure, bro. I've thought that for
It's like
years.
the red or blue pill, you know.
Well, my
Which one
sister is
you
in, my middle sister is definitely in that category. Just wants to stay in her little fantasy matrix. She's good. Doesn't have any. She's not a seeker. At one time I was a seeker within the confines of religion, and somehow I managed to get out of there.
Well, it is kind of sad because even though we've woken up from it, we was still part of it. You know what I
I
mean?
didn't say my journey. Oh, sorry, bro. My journey out of religion started when, the Bible group that I was in. They always focused on that the church is not a building. And I think that meant something different to them than what it meant to me subconsciously. Like we are the building, and they would, I don't know. I don't want to get into religion discussion and doctrine because that's not what we're about here. But,
I mean, that's totally fine. You're something on a
I
point,
think
you
I
know.
do. Go
Yeah, I
ahead.
mean,
Sorry.
usually, yeah, no problem. Usually people who talk about church and such see it as a gathering point, which is exceptionally correct. But when you talk about the word itself, church, we think about a structure, you know? It's like, okay, then they think about gathering there.
Well, no,
But
I was
it's
meaning more in the. Oh, sorry.
yeah,
I was meaning it more in the
But
direction
again,
of like the temple is us. Like an esoteric
I know. I know. I was kidding
opening.
about
Like
that.
I think at that
But
time it kind of. Oh, sorry.
no problem. I'll fine. They gather there, but they don't think about themselves. They don't rewind what the word is actually talking about. When it's talking about the temple, for example,
Right.
the spirit resides in the temple, which is you, your body, which God the Creator created in you. You are not born by your mother or father, which is a byproduct, you know, but your soul has been created in your mother's womb. So everything outside besides that, everything you learn from your parents and such is basically confirmation for what has God put into your parents.
Right. Well, and then there's talk about generational, like DNA
That's where
passing
it's
the
at
DNA
right
now.
there.
I love that.
Yeah. I mean, I would go further, but to be honest, I'm a little drunk, and I'm about to drive home right now. So,
bro,
yeah, bear with me. When I'm sober, I'm can clearly talk about this more further. But besides that, pardon me.
Alrighty then. Man, hey, are we allowed to talk about title case, quote unquote, the list? like from the E Island.
No, you're not allowed to talk about it.
Hey, Jim Carrey was just released that he was on the list. I'm like, no.
Jennifer Aniston is on the list.
Oh, Jennifer Aniston.
Somebody as famous as Jim Carrey wasn't in that shit. Come on.
Will Smith is on the list.
I can't. I mean, did he go just once? If you went once and you didn't return, I can give you a pass.
No.
Really?
Nobody knows.
Really?
Hold on. Nobody knows the case files, right? So in the court of law, right there where the person that types everything that's said in the court.
Oh
yeah. If you was on Epstein's island, you're in big trouble because
all I know is
what the case claimed is and provided evidence for was that underage children were the cocktail waitresses.
Right.
Either naked or in lingerie.
Don't go too far.
Dishwashers, the cooks, they was all naked. So there was no way to be on the island and not know what was going on.
Bro,
You could be client. You could be a client with. Hold on. You could know Jeffrey Epstein.
Listen, I was bringing it up.
Okay. But if you was on that island, you're in big trouble.
I was correlating this to Flat Earth, if you don't mind. That's why I brought it up. I don't know where you're going, but we can't go that far. I apologize.
Wait, I just want to figure out, you okay with him being there once, if that's happening there? Like once, that's okay?
Well, no.
One time?
Even if it's more than once, whatever. But my concern is, the type of movies these quote unquote stars, and then they appear one way for public consumption, then behind closed doors they're like demons or some shit, and then they're just two-faced. I'm just really concerned. You know what I'm saying?
If hypocrisy takes a place, what they portray and don't live out, it's like.
But see, I mean, how can you do a movie like The Truman Show and not come to some sort of understanding in your study of being an actor and performing that part? I mean, is Jim Carrey a flat earther, but he doesn't spout his mouth off about it?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean,
I think he is, because The Truman Show.
Every actor is afraid of something, They are humans also.
Okay,
whatever
so
they are involved in or have information gathered, they are afraid in terms of backlash,
So let's
what can
just say,
destroy them.
let's just say that Mr. Carey went a handful or more times, okay? So what does that say about, that is it predictive programming or just the truth in plain sight? What would you say The Truman Show is? I mean, so, and Jim Carrey's involved.
In terms of acting, it's negligence. It's negligence.
Well, in that industry, he would have agents, right?
Yeah.
And the agents would be like, "All right, Jim, we think you would nail this character. We think this would be a box office if you did it." So that's what agents do, right? And they told Jim Carrey if he did The Truman Show, he would nail it. And he did.
Oh yeah. I mean afterwards, nowadays he is pretty open about what is going on in Hollywood nowadays.
I know, but I'm just skeptical. I'm just highly skeptical of when things are mainstream and it's put out. Okay, so ultimately, overarching why I'm bringing the whole thing up, does this kind of give a coincidental clue that this information is a controlled release, so we can digest it slowly, so everybody's tummy doesn't get upset and everything? I mean,
this is something that they make us think to believe. that we are not able to understand what is going on. But
Wow,
truthfully, we
okay.
are.
So this is why I say this. Okay, so any gamer knows that you know when a new feature comes out on a game, it's depending on how big the game is. It's put out to a small portion of people, so that way, if something goes wrong, they can, recover from that and fix whatever needs to be
I
changed.
see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So I
I mean,
mean,
yeah, I mean, of course. The sooner
so
you bring
then
something out, like
wait. I'm not done. I'm not done. So then after
Yes,
that,
he was getting to the point.
so then after that, the people that went through the bugs, they tell others what has a heads up. So it's kind of like that type of release. You don't get an update to just the whole like a huge platform of gaming. You can't just put out something brand new. It would just be too catastrophic to manage the data. That's what I've always been had to understand. But yeah, so this is kind of like the same kind of thing, just repackaged for a different topic or whatever. I mean, so yeah, I mean, what does it say about Jim Carrey? I used to love him. I used to love Tom Hanks. I used to love a bunch of people, and I guess I just don't idolize
We're on the list.
things anymore. You know?
Yeah, don't idolize people. That's
I remember one
number
time
one thing.
shortly
Idolatry.
before. Oh, sorry, you broke.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you know what they are politically stand on, it's like,
I remember
yeah,
on my
yeah.
way
Once
out of
you know
religion.
what they think about, there's a specific breakdown that takes place.
Well, yeah. Why recreate the wheel?
It's all done. It's all done in a manner for idolatry
Exactly.
to create idols, right?
And then we innately
They
trust
don't-
people we
yeah.
idolize.
As long as you don't idol one person, we don't care who you idol.
Okay, I don't know. I remember on my way out of religion, there was a new pastor that took over, and I don't think he was formally trained anywhere. And so, anyway, he was putting out his message, whatever you want to call it, his sermon. And I can't even remember what the topic was because I was just so taken aback. I mean, my head flinched back. It's like, what? He was trying to make a biblical point, and he brought up LeBron James. I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? You're talking about sports within religion? It's like, dude, you do
They're
not know
presenting
what you're
idolatry.
saying. Exactly.
Idolatry is so strong.
Yes.
It'll literally get the world to
I'm not
believe they're
kidding
in a
you.
world
I stood up
that
and I
they're not
left.
in.
I mean,
I
it's
stood
so
up and
sad that a priest who should be theologically very well versed in scripture and also understand what is going on, but when such examples take place, like talking about idols and such, or making someone an idol and talking about their example, how they live their lives, excuse me? This is
right.
non-secular.
I'm not kidding. I got up and I walked out. I'm like, no, I'm not listening to this bullshit. I was like, wow.
You could even go to sports, right? Tom Brady. He's an idol.
Right.
Idolatry is being perpetuated for fans to love him. Like, love him. Worship him.
And then listen to whatever bullshit comes out of his mouth later,
They do the same with mainstream media.
They set up idols
You know what it's called?
in order to get a certain consensus. Hey, look how many people are following this anchor.
It's a
Well, we'll just keep
tactic
putting this
called
same anchor up.
it's a tactic employed that elicits what's called a parasocial relationship.
Idolatry.
Well, yeah,
To sum it up,
that's kind of a psychology definition of idolatry.
to sum it up and make it simplistic,
Well,
it's idolatry.
Well, yeah, I mean the one who's being who's being idolized has no idea about how many people or what these people think of them, and the people that worship the idols, they think in their mind that they know who they are, and then therefore they're trustworthy of whatever they do.
Like on the conservative side, you got Trump, Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity. These are all idols.
Oh man, Tucker
and the people that listen to them, they start to believe that they're in a world they're not even in.
Tucker's on fire right now. He was on. Did you guys see it on Roseanne Barr's?
Oh, he's on fire. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I'm
with
not
Roseanne
saying I don't.
podcast.
I'm not saying I don't agree with anything he says. I'm just saying he's being presented as an idol.
Well, I think he's part of the controlled release. That's my opinion. He's a player on the world stage. I mean, come on, bro.
An idol.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, I agree. I wish you would talk more about God.
Without television, you would never even know him.
I mean, he represented himself as a godly person, believing in God and such. But, I mean, in his position, he actually make a stand for this very point. Just for the shits,
You can agree with him on 90% of the things, disagree with him on 10% of the things. All I'm saying is he's being presented as an idol, just like Rachel Maddow of the opposing side. The opposing side, right? They're all being presented. They're all being presented as idols for certain sides.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
creating division.
Understanding, it's just like you said, it's all making about idols who has been broken free from the general mainstream media corporation.
Yeah, they're idols like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil deGrasse Tyson is an idol. That's why people believe the Earth is a sphere, is because of idolatry.
People think that
It's
there's
all
still
idolatry.
journalism. Is there some people that really think that there's still independent journalism, that they can report on anything?
Well, they believe they can be astronauts and fly to Mars, and we're telling this to children, which is a lie. Hold on. Which is a lie, but we're telling children Santa's real. That's a fucking lie, right? All of it's It's all based on idolatry to keep people, individuals, from discerning life themselves.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, making criticism become a life for yourself.
It's all about the individual, and if they can't discern life on their own self and have to rely on a power authority, that is by definition idolatry.
Yep.
And we all believe it. Conservatives believe Trump. They hate Biden. Democrats, liberals hate Trump and love Biden. So it's like
a purposeful division that they can control. Don't fall into it. A lot of, like, I'm a constitutionalist when it comes to America, and a lot of constitutionalists side with Trump, and I can't help but acknowledge that for the first time in American history, lockdowns occurred under Trump. I don't like Biden, don't get me wrong. I like Trump more than I like Biden. But Trump, if it was the deep state, if it was the deep state that kept Trump from doing what he wanted, why would it be any different this time?
There's no way.
Trump's a player on the world stage. He's all there for that.
You know, whatever they plan for 24 or 25 doesn't matter. Trump would be in it.
Yeah, it's all a competition and idolatry.
Yeah, he can't resist the pressure that is upon him.
It's like an NFL team. Hey, be our fans. Love our team. That's what Republicans and Democrats give you. Love our team.
They've been planning Trump to be president for a long time. Let's not kid ourselves here. I mean, he's a businessman turned reality TV show star. They were getting him ready for his future position, in my opinion. That's my
bound to happen.
Yeah, he's just part of the. Are you saying that he's just part of the theater?
Yeah, he's a player on the world stage for sure.
I agree. I agree with that. If that's what you're saying.
Yeah,
He's just part of the theater. He's acting like the enemy when really they're all in cahoots with each other.
Well, he had to learn how to be an actor to be president, right?
They're all in cahoots with each other, so they got to make it look.
I mean, I remember back when.
Actor besides that, but regardless, okay.
They got to get that idolatry going.
Well, I remember hearing back in 2016 when the election was going on that his daughter and fucking Hillary's daughter were like best buddies and shit. It's like, what the fuck? And they're talking shit about each other to everybody for public consumption. Come on now. Come on. Give me a break.
Wait, what? Say again?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's all a show.
Yeah,
for
it
a
is.
certain outcome. It's all theater for a certain outcome.
Ooh. Okay. Let's be real. Let's tippy toe into a topic real quick. Just tippy toe. Just pinky toe in for a second. Do you guys think that Hillary Rodham Clinton was relocated to Guantanamo Bay?
Yes. Yes, I do.
You guys do?
Yes, I fucking do.
Yeah. Oh. No, that's a juicy topic. We could talk
No,
to.
it's really more in depth. Tell me why Donald Trump would expand Guantanamo Bay and do absolutely nothing with it.
I don't know, man, but I think we just have a look-alike. We have a look-alike if we ever see her again.
I mean, technically speaking, what else would she do in Guantanamo Bay besides killing her witnesses that testify against her? You know, it's like.
Okay, wait. Okay, so this is my theory, my personal belief that, you know, she fulfilled her role and she was allowed to retire and she went out with a bang. Everybody thinks she went to Guantanamo Bay. I mean, I think she's still alive, just like everybody fucking else, like Tupac and all that fucking bullshit, man. I mean, come on.
But Jen, I also think that there's some motherfucking deep fake.
Tupac dead on the bed.
Wait, I didn't hear what Flatsy said.
Oh no,
You can
it's
see him
Jenna,
dead on
it's
the
Jenna
bed.
here. It's the two Jens.
Oh, sorry, Jenna. I wasn't looking. I'm sorry, honey. Go ahead.
It's cool. I don't even remember what I was gonna say.
God damn.
Do you believe Bruce Lee is still alive?
The who?
Bruce Lee.
I don't know about him. I don't know enough about him. But I do believe that there's whatever celebrity island somewhere where they all get to retire for a job well done.
I remember what I was going to say about some deep fakes and some clones, right? There's like
Ooh.
some shit going on about
Okay,
some
tippy
deep fakes
toe.
and some clones. Okay.
Actually,
And
deep
my
fakes wasn't.
speculation, can I tell you my ultimate speculation for Speculation Sunday?
Yes.
Okay, that Joe Biden is not the real Joe Biden, and that the real Joe Biden was taken out in 2018, and y'all about to see this political theater play out.
Dude,
I mean, no,
What?
bro.
wow.
Joe Biden is
Are you kidding
it's
me?
close.
Barack Obama is running the show.
Hey, I
Living
believe,
with some
It's not
uncle
look,
somewhere
Biden.
I
else.
speculate on that too. That
Biden
Barack
can't put two
Obama is running this
sentences
show.
together. Barack Obama, it's the same administration, except for Condoleezza Rice and Hillary Clinton. There's
I
only
think
two
people.
people missing from the the Obama administration. Even Biden's there. Biden's the fucking puppet.
I think that there are certain characters that get swapped out. I totally think that.
Obama's running the show.
I don't
It's his
know,
third
man,
term.
but yeah, something fishy, hightail fishiness is going on for sure, man.
I guess it sounds like funny. I guess the Biden clone is malfunctioning.
Dude, you can totally. If all you gotta do is look at the facial features on the man. I mean,
But
what the
Obama's not
hell?
worried because everybody thinks it's Biden.
I
So why
mean,
would he be worried? Like Biden has to be brought onto stage by his wife, Jill, and taken off of stage by his wife, Jill. He
okay,
can't do things by himself.
okay, listen. So
He's not running the country. That's
okay,
for
so
damn
there's a
sure.
real fringe conspiracy that I don't think I can get on board with because it's just way the fuck out there. And I'm gonna
What
be
I just
mean.
said?
It's gonna say, oh wait. Do you have something to close with? Because I can pick up.
No, are you saying what I just said is way out there?
No. It's kind of going piggybacking on what you said. Okay, so there's
Okay,
some
my
whack
bad.
jobs.
I'm sorry.
There's some whack jobs out there that say that Prince Charles and his new whatever title she is, Camilla, that they play dual roles as Biden and his wife. I'm like, ooh, that's a little too much. I don't know, man.
No, but you want to know something? You want to know something, Jen?
Trudeau
Jen,
does act in
What's up?
part of
you need to go
Obama.
look up. Hold on, though. Go look up British actor. I think it's Roger Strawn or Strawn Rogers. Go look up British actor Strawn Rogers.
Can I have a special favor? Can you DM me a link so I know to get back to you on that after I watch it or whatever?
Yeah,
That'd be
I got
cool.
you.
Sweet. Thank you so much. You're the best. But yeah, man, that's just a little bit out there for me. But I don't put anything past those slimy motherfuckers. It's like, wow, man. That's just like. And then they're taking it a step further, right? It's a step further than that. They say that fucking Biden's daughter plays a dual role as Harry's wife. What's her name? Meghan Markle. That the forehead look the same. I guess you can put some sort of prosthetic on a forehead, but
George Soros just said it.
Oh, really?
They're all paid by George Soros.
Well, yeah,
all
he's
the Clintons, all the Bidens, Obama, they was all funded by George Soros.
Well, yeah. Anybody we see, the front mans, they just play a role and do as they're told. I think those types of people that are deceiving others, they themselves are being deceived. So
Most people don't even know who that guy is, George Soros. Most people
It's
don't
all
even
a
know.
demo. It's all a demo. All for demonstration. But no crazy. It's all crazy.
So I put it in the chat, Jen, if you want to see it. Strong
Okay,
arm.
I'll do that in just a second, dear.
They're all just idols. They're set up and presented to influence a certain amount of people, right? So they can go on with their agenda. Donald Trump and and Joe Biden act like enemies on the camera. But when it comes to voting day, all their supporters vote for the same fucking thing. Like the Patriot Act.
What did Donald Trump do before he was elected? He was all pounding against Hillary.
Well, I
What did
know
he
that
do? He said
he had 4
he
years
sat with
as
her
president,
and said
and he
he's
never got rid
incredible.
of the Patriot Act. And the Patriot Act right now is what's killing him.
What you mean?
So Donald Trump never got rid of the Patriot Act when he was president for 4 years. But the Patriot Act can declare Trump a terrorist, and he has no due process, just like they're doing. And Trump wants to act like he doesn't. Trump wants to act like he doesn't know about it, but he does. He just doesn't want you to know about it.
Wait a second. Oh my god. Do you know about the game Metal Gear Solid? Has anyone played this game? It's
There's no presidential candidate talking about getting rid of the Patriot Act. Not one of them. Trump, Ramaswamy, DeSantis, none of them. None of them were talking about getting rid of the Patriot Act because they want it as president. As president, they want that power.
Kojima, the game developer, was twisting the story about how something would unfold in terms, and he named it as a Patriot Act.
The Patriot Act. It gets rid of American citizens' Miranda rights. Most people don't even know what the Patriot Act is. They just hear it and they're like, "Oh, that's bad," but they don't know what it is.
Straight out. I mean, in the game, it's totally converse.
It gets rid of your Miranda rights. You have no due process. A lot of people will say, well, they can just call you a terrorist and detain you. But really, they don't have to publicly call you a terrorist. They just show up in an unmarked van, pick you up, and off you go. Because you have no due process. Not even Trump is talking about getting rid of the no candidate is talking about getting rid of that act. Everything people believe Trump is going through,
Yes, definitely.
it's because of the Patriot Act. They're allowed to do it.
Well, they declared themselves that they're allowed to do it.
It gets rid of your rights. You don't have a day in court. You don't have any due process. And the reason I don't think Trump's talking about it is in order to get revenge, he needs the Patriot Act.
I mean, what is the difference between martial law and the Patriot Act then?
Nothing. Executive orders, Patriot Act allows executive orders.
It's basically coup d'etat.
Well, we've always had executive orders, but the Patriot Act allows it 10 times greater than what it originally was supposed to be. Like, you have no rights. If you threaten the president's power, he'll just declare you a terrorist, and he don't have to do it publicly. He just does it silently, and he gets rid of you because you're threatening his power.
Basically, I can say, prepare yourself. Get guns, get ammunition, save your family, whatever you can. Holy shit, bro! What is going on?
Well, if they keep allowing the Patriot Act, then that's what's going to happen. What we're seeing now in America, I don't know if any of you guys are in America, but what we're seeing now will continue to happen until the Patriot Act is extinguished. A lot of people think Trump's last election was stolen from him. Why would they vote again if that's what they felt? It didn't work last time. They just cheated and won. Why would you vote if you felt your vote didn't matter? Why would you vote?
If it's all a play, then I mean they played it really well because it's working for them. It's like Trump is going to be elected again, for 100%
Yeah, but
sure.
what I'm contending though is it's all theater. Even Trump is part of the theater.
I know.
To get you to go along with the theater.
Hey. So,
Go along with the movie.
I have a question for you along that line. So my mom, of course, would be a baby boomer, and she is like half awake, right? But she gets seethingly mad when you talk about Trump. I don't know why she doesn't understand the concept of the world stage. She is into politics and economics and, things like that. So she knows that there's a handful of corporations that take care of everything. She knows that. But I just don't understand how you can't trickle that down.
My tip is when you visit your mom next time, you just cut the power line, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, people that watch the TV have a psychosis, so just get rid of the TV. TV is the causing effect there.
Dude,
it's doing it.
She said out loud that the news just makes her mad. That's why I stopped watching it. I mean,
that's what it's designed to do. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, okay, but so far as, the theater of politics, how do you get a baby boomer to understand that that's theater? We need to have a boomer night on Sunday. That's what I wanted to do with Sundays, but it turned into speculation Sunday.
It's all a fraud. It's all a fraud. The United States dollar is a fraud. Let me explain why.
I understand, but how do you convince somebody?
According to the Constitution, Congress has the power to coin money. As soon as they relinquish that power to a private industry, that private industry can now print money. What private industry could compete with the industry that's printing the very money that industry uses?
Right. Private companies printing money, you're talking about money laundering.
Yeah. Well, they claim that the Federal Reserve is a private industry, right?
Correct.
And the reason they do that is if the people have questions about how the economy's going, Well, now all the Congress has to do is say, take it up with the feds, the Federal Reserve, right? Even though they even claim it's a private industry, therefore it's a monopoly. That would be like you and I playing the game Monopoly. I control the bank, but yet I still have a token on the board.
Dude, I went into a
That's a
Walgreens
monopoly.
earlier. I went
That's a
into
monopoly.
I went to a
Go ahead.
store. And no, sorry, dude. I didn't mean to cut you off at the end there. So I think it was like a Walgreens. I went into in my town, and it was the name of my town, Opoly. I don't want to dox myself, but I'm like, what? There is a Monopoly version with my town's name. I mean, I'm sure other towns do it, but just strange. Okay, so yeah, I think a lot of people in the general public don't mind that monopolies are happening everywhere around them. Right?
Well, Google, the corporation Google, is
Oh
a
God.
very, very, very rich and powerful company, right?
And very intrusive.
But they don't come close to the Federal Reserve because Google is using the Federal Reserve's money, currency. That's a monopoly. And the Federal Reserve has a token on the board. So they control the money. And there was a wise man that once said, give me the control of a nation's currency, and I care not of its laws.
Wait, repeat that.
Wasn't it Rockefeller? I mean, who else would say
Oh,
so?
Prince. Okay, yeah.
Give me control of a nation's currency, and I care not of its laws.
Didn't Nathan Rothschild say that?
Yeah, it was Rothschild.
But Nathan, was it Nathan?
I don't know if it was Nathan, but it was definitely Rothschild.
Yeah. All in the same bed, all whore.
True.
Because it's a monopoly. And they don't want the American people to discover that, so they use idols. Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton. They use idols to disguise the monopoly.
Nice. Not so nice.
Military industrial complex, it's all based off the Federal Reserve, which they claim is a private industry. That way, if you ask Congress, hey, what's going on with the currency? Why are you guys... Oh, well, you'll have to take that up with the Federal Reserve. In other words, they have no accountability because they gave it to a private industry.
The question was, how do you change a boomer's mind? What answers you don't?
Yeah, that's why I wanted. Thanks for bringing that back up, man. I appreciate you, bro. High five. Okay, where were we?
It's the same like the pharma industry, They are not accountable for any damages that has been caused by their products, basically.
Is this a flat Earth Discord or a political conspiracy theorist Discord?
Yeah, how did I do? Well, I think we're coming out of like tiptoeing around religion and idolatry, and then I was thinking, how do you convince a boomer that things are a lie? You're halfway there. Go the rest of the way, man. It's like, go. How do you? I don't know.
It's all a lie.
It's all part of the big picture. Don't be worried about it.
You gotta consider that they think that they went to the moon, so it's very difficult to
I
convince
know.
them.
You were in my brain a second ago because that's what I was thinking while whoever said something a second ago was talking. I'm like, well, I don't know if it's going to happen because my mom, she believes we went to the moon. and she gets super triggered when it's brought up. She just flies off the handle, immediately triggered, like insane.
You should show her that clip where the Buzz Aldrin is on Leno, I think, or somebody, one of the daily shows or whatever, and he says that they didn't actually show. It was an animation. It wasn't real what they watched. So maybe you watch. So show her that.
And then on top of that, his conversation with the little girl.
Yeah, that's good too.
But I think, you know, the individual that you're referring to, I think he's been swapped out once or twice. So I don't know, dude. It's like, oh God.
Buzz?
Yes.
It's kind of like it's like the root lie, right? So if a person tells a lie, they all of a sudden they got to tell more lies, right? But all the lies they tell after the first lie are a growth, a branch from the baseline, the root lie.
Okay.
If you can take down the root lie, all the other lies come down with it.
True, man. I love that. That's from like a gardening perspective, which my mom could appreciate.
Yeah.
Hey,
Because they
listen
was
though.
branched off the root lie.
Okay, this is when she gets super triggered, like at the end, where I say, "Mom, I gotta go somewhere for a minute. I'll be back." It's because she gets really triggered. Her main thing is she says, "What does it matter?" And I know what that means, but you know, it means that she's, you know, a lot of people are scared to confront their worldview. So that's like a trigger, like defense mechanism. I get that. But so, like a boomer edition, you know, what does it matter? Why would a boomer want to know the root lie? Right? Does it
And
matter? Does it matter?
I would contend that the root lie must be a world lie. Like you must believe one of the branches that stemmed from the root lie in order to believe the lie, period. I don't know. Yeah. So that's what I'm guilty of. I used to believe it was a spinning ball. I used to be a space freak. Like I watched all the space channels.
Okay, but what do you think from a boomer perspective why it should matter to them from a boomer perspective?
That one's hard to.
I know, right?
That has to do with like wars and. Are you talking boomer like the baby boomers?
Okay, yeah. So my mom knows that both sides of the war, there's, you know, groups of people that play both sides. I think she knows that,
Yeah.
maybe not.
Yeah, even the like back then is the same as now. The left and right are both coerced. They're manipulated. They're being brainwashed. But most veterans, the reason veterans have such a high suicide rate is because they finally discover they killed a lot of people for nothing but lies, and it just sits there and gnaws on their bone.
Mm-hmm. And they got it stuck in their craw.
Yeah. Yeah, they're like, all these motherfuckers lied to me, and I killed all these people because of it.
Okay, yeah. That's horrible.
Well, it's true.
Well, yeah, I'm not
Most
saying anything against it.
even in live interviews, like most interviews now,
Okay, so but wait, let me try this again.
They're missing legs, they're missing arms. They happen to keep their life, even though the amount of blood lost, they should have probably died, but they didn't.
So ultimately, I guess my mom is asking, what does it matter if they're lying to us? I don't even know if she's thinking it that far.
The only thing that matters is truth.
I think she's thinking of it from how is it going to change your life, knowing and believing it. No,
Well,
that's contradictory. What I just said an oxymoron. Sorry.
I understand your question, though. It's a hard one to answer because I believe, and there's no, to me, there's no cause and effect relationship you can give to it. But I believe that sin, wrongdoing, evil only creates destruction, right? Love, true love, creates creation. Like creation, like the world just keeps creating with love, but with lies,
That doesn't
deception,
sound like how boomers think.
lies, deception, sin. All you get is destruction.
Okay, so this is
Now,
where I'm going. Okay. So you know how you have a detective trying to catch a serial killer. In order
yes.
to catch a serial killer, you have to think like a serial killer. So I'm trying to think like a boomer here, and what you're saying doesn't sound like what a
Even
boomer.
in that's a good analogy because even in lawyers, prosecutors, and defenders, right? They're still trying to establish a cause and effect relationship.
Okay.
So even they're siding with science in their investigation. Now, the defendant's lawyer might know that their client is guilty, but he's still looking for, he or she is still looking for, you know what I'm trying to say? Reasons to prove them innocent. You need.
Okay, so
But
I'm
at
just
the
gonna.
same time, there's only truth and lies that separate. Like,
Okay, somebody can step in for me because I've been needing to get off here for like 20 minutes. So I'm just gonna make a clean break. TTFN, everybody. Love y'all. Bye.
Are we supposed to know what TTFN means? Because I don't.
a lot of people will say, "Oh, he's guilty. That means he's a bad person," but they're giving credence to the justice system, and what they're really saying is the justice system is the arbiter of truth. When really, people get sent to prison innocent and sent back into society guilty because of the justice system. So the justice system is not the court of law, is not an arbiter of truth. The only arbiter of truth we can have is cause and effect relationship. That's it. And even lawyers, especially a prosecutor, is looking for cause and effect relationship. Did that make sense, or did I just spew a bunch of nonsense?
That makes sense. It's all good. We're just tired, I think. All of us are tuckered out.
Yeah, it's getting there.
Why don't we bring it back
Bring it back. Let's do some
to
FE speculations. How about it?
to the real topic?
I bet.
Okay, so what do you want to talk about? What do you want to speculate about?
What this server was born for?
Okay, let's
What it
get a
started on.
topic. Come on,
Yeah, let's get into it.
Something specific. Let's go. The floor is yours. The floor is yours. Start something.
Gotcha. The Earth, not flat.
Okay. More specific.
Sorry, I have to
Have
be.
you ever observed it to not be flat?
With my eyes, no.
What have you observed it as? Flat or spherical?
Flat.
What else? Does your
Okay.
nose smell it? Does the nose smell the globe?
Nope.
Hey, I'm not saying just because you observe it as flat means it's flat, but that's a pretty good evidence, right? Observation.
Sure, it can be a factor.
Right. Now, do you believe it's a sphere?
Yeah, I think the evidence points to it.
So you believe that you could stand on something that appears to be flat, measured flat, practically used as flat, but yet still be spherical.
Sure.
Okay. Do you believe something that could be spherical could be flat?
Yes.
You believe something spherical could be flat?
Depends on what you mean by flat. Sorry if I'm being quiet.
Well, I think you know what I mean.
Yeah,
like
I think
flat
he
earthers
does. I
don't
feel like he
believe.
doesn't know because he said that. I feel like he doesn't know.
Well, hold up. I don't think you guys know what
Why do you believe it one way and not the other is my question.
Because if a sphere is sufficiently large, it can appear to us as flat.
Okay, so you think that a sphere has properties of flatness?
I think a sphere that is sufficiently large can appear as flat.
You think that
the human
if you had a bowling ball, if you think that if you had a bowling ball, and once it got to a certain size, that bowling ball would appear flat?
If you were standing on the surface of it?
No, just looking at it.
Just looking at it.
Yeah.
Okay. From a certain distance or what?
No, just looking at it. Because what I'm trying to get at is, you're saying something spherical could appear flat, but something flat could not appear spherical.
Yes, absolutely. What you just said.
See how that's a contradiction or not?
Not at all.
You don't?
No, because something spherical.
You want to say it? You want to say it again?
I would
Just
love
to
to
make sure
explain
you
to you.
understand.
Oh, you said it? Sure, go ahead. Sorry.
You're saying that something spherical could appear flat, but something flat could never appear spherical.
So something spherical in shape can appear flat to observation if it's sufficiently large and you're standing on the surface of it. If something is flat, while flat not being a shape, flat is not a shape. If something is flat, like a rectangle, can appear, yeah, it would appear flat to you, but it could never be spherical. Sure.
You're saying that flat is not a shape.
Flat is not a shape.
No?
Yeah. No, it is not.
How would you define flat?
I would define flat as being, so here's where we get into semantics, and I'm happy to define flat as whatever you want it to be.
Semantics is the definitions of words.
Sure. And that's what I'm trying to express to you, is that, yeah. So like something can be flat, yet can be a different shape. Like one side of a rectangle is flat, you know.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
One side of a rectangle is flat.
Oh, sorry. All sides of a rectangle are flat. All sides of a cube are flat.
Okay.
Three sides of a triangle are flat. Four sides of a pyramid are flat.
A pyramid is a triangle.
Sure. I mean, pyramid is the 3D It's a 3D triangle. I guess you could.
Yeah, but it's
call
a
it that.
triangle on all sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to say flat isn't a shape, and so if
Yeah, it
if I
is.
make a sphere large enough,
No, they claim it's not, but it is.
they what?
It's an actual visual shape.
What is?
Flat.
Flat is a visual shape?
Yeah, it's something you can visual. Have you ever seen a 2x4 laying horizontal?
Absolutely.
I mean, it would be flat, right?
Depends on your definition. Sure. I would
It's a
call it flat.
3-dimensional object laying
Sure
horizontal. It's flat. Well, okay. But you just said it wasn't. Like,
what are we talking about?
You said flat.
No, it is
you
flat.
said flat's not a shape. I will agree when it comes to what did you say earlier? Semantics, definitions of words. Yeah, but if you really think about it, flat is a shape. It lets you determine
it's not
if your
it's a property
tire
of a
is
shape.
flat.
A flat is a description of the surface. It's not a shape. I don't agree with that.
It is a shape.
Yeah, dude, flat earthers
They
would
claim it's
agree with
not,
me
but it
here.
is.
No, man, I'm sorry. You're wrong. Flat is a property of a shape. You can have a triangle. You can have say you have a pyramid.
Yeah, no matter which way you turn the triangle, the horizontal is always flat, right?
Really? What if the sides of the triangle were
Every line of the triangle is flat. Every single line of them is a flat line.
It's just flat is like property of a shape. It's not a shape. Flat
Well,
is
it's a
not
line.
a shape.
It's a line. It's a line.
Okay. So you're saying two-dimensional
You got 3 lines that give you 90 degrees each, right?
Okay, that's a triangle, right? Is a
Yeah,
two-dimensional line flat?
3 flat lines.
3
You
flat
could
lines.
sit there and turn the triangle, and the horizontal line will always be the same, no matter how you turn it.
The horizontal line will always be the same. I don't know what you mean there, but again, I'll just
Of the
reiterate
triangle.
that.
Like if you picture a triangle and you turn it left or right, what used to be the horizontal line is now one of the angle lines. What used to be one of the angle lines is now the horizontal line. Right?
What if I turned in a triangle 45 degrees? Would any of the lines be flat then?
Yeah, they're all flat. Without any curvature at all.
So flat has no direction to it, right?
Well, they say it's not a shape, but I would contend that it is.
They say it's not a shape. Who? Flat earthers
Yeah.
or Glovers?
Yeah, well, a square is a shape, right?
What?
A square is a shape, right?
It absolutely is. I agree.
And it has to deal with nothing but flat lines.
It has to deal with nothing but flat lines.
Yeah, some of them are vertical, but if you was to turn it, the vertical ones would become the flat ones, right?
That is a quality of the shape, but it's not the shape itself.
It's not the shape itself, no. But the line is.
What is flat?
A vertical line is flat, right? A vertical line is flat on all sides of the line.
A two-dimensional vertical line can be flat, I guess, but it depends
all
on
lines
what flat
are
means.
flat.
What is
No,
what
a
does
line.
Flat mean
A
to you?
line. A line is flat.
Okay, what is flat
Even
mean
if
to you?
even if the line's vertical, you can turn the vertical line down to its side. It's still the same vertical line, but it's flat.
I agree. If you turn a line, it's still a line. But what is flat?
They're all flat lines. Like you gotta have four lines, which are flat. Lines are flat. Lines. You gotta have 4 lines to get a square. You got to have 4 lines.
I can describe
2 horizontal, 2 vertical. That'll give you a square.
I can describe a square without saying the word
But all
flat
those
ever.
lines are flat. They're all flat no matter which way you turn the square.
What does flat mean to you?
Flat is flat, dude. What are you talking about?
You just described the thing by saying it.
You ever framed a house? Have you ever framed a house?
No, I haven't. No.
Oh. So I don't know how to explain to you what flat is, dude. If you don't know what flat is, what can I say to help you understand what flat is?
Here, I can help you. So what you're trying to describe as flat is something.
A line.
You need a
A
some
line.
sort of
a diagonal line, a vertical line, a horizontal line. They're all flat lines. It's just how you have them turned.
Okay. Then we have no issue.
They're all flat lines.
You guys should just boil it down to how it pertains to a flat earth.
Right.
Just that.
Right.
Keep it to
And
that.
in order to get angles, you need flat lines, right?
Sure, you need
To
a
get an
reference to something that is flat. Sure.
Well, yeah, you gotta. That's okay. So if we get angles to stars, is it just one straight line, or both of the lines straight?
Can you ask that in a different way? I don't understand.
If you get a 45 degree to Polaris, do you have a vertical line and a horizontal line, or do you not have either?
So if I get a 45 degree to Polaris, so if I have a straight line going to Polaris, and then another line 45 degrees.
How do you get a degree to Polaris if you're not using flat lines?
Well, I'd need 2 points, right? One line,
Which are flat lines.
Sure,
Yeah.
flat.
No matter which way you turn them,
I would
they're
call
straight.
them. Okay, I would call them perpendicular lines. I wouldn't call them flat. If I'm talking in geometry, I would never use the term flat. I guess I would use parallel, perpendicular, collinear, shit like that. So
if I was to give you
flat is really a term we made up to reference the surface of the Earth, right? So if something is aka flat, I'm using air quotes here. That means it's.
So you're using the Earth as flat? Is that what you said?
Sure. In our local reference frame, I would use the Earth as, we refer to the Earth as being most of the time flat plane.
Most of the time. What are the times that you don't use it as one?
When you're talking about outside of a local reference frame.
Well, if you're not inside the reference frame, what reference frame are you utilizing?
No, you're a reference frame is something you're always sort of in, I guess.
Yeah, that's my point.
Right. So if you were to not be on the surface of the Earth and instead move away, right? Maybe go up, your reference frame would increase, right?
What would be your reference frame if you're not on the surface of the Earth?
What would be your reference frame if you're not on the surface of the Earth? It would be sorry, I'm trying to explain this in a way. If I were to move out from the surface of the Earth and go into outer space, right? My reference frame would increase. I gotta be quiet. Sorry.
What? I've never seen that reference frame. I've seen the reference frame of the Earth.
Sure.
But I've never seen one outside of it. So, how would you explain that to me in a way that's realistic?
I think that the only way you would be able to see a reference frame outside of Earth is that if you were outside of the Earth, right? If you were to go into outer space.
So have you been to outer space?
I have not, no.
So how do you know it's real? Because I know you've been on the Earth, and you know that's real, right?
Right.
But how do you know space is real if you've never been there?
This is a good question. And this, I feel like, is the question we always come down to when I talk to you guys. Is that how do you know this is real without having seen it for your own
You know
eyes?
why? This is the
The
thing that comes
reason
to
it's a good question is because you have no frame of reference, and you're bedazzled on why you can't answer it.
I mean, so there's, I say this every time, there's countless hours, live streams even, of rockets going to outer space.
But I've
SpaceX
seen
does one.
Superman. I've seen Superman go to outer space. So why does the rockets create credence and Superman doesn't?
Due to the sorry, one second. Due to the fact that these videos that are produced are coming from a company, a rocket company, right? Somebody who makes profit in developing rockets.
Well, Superman makes profit.
Okay, fair enough. But
no, I'm serious. They both make profit. Superman makes throughout the career of Superman, he's probably looking close to $1 billion. He might not be that far, but he's close to $1 billion. Superman.
Okay.
Right. You see them both on the same. You see them both on the same place too, right? The television. Like you've only seen the globe on the television. You've only seen Superman on the television.
Right.
Like where do you draw the line that one's fake and one's real? What gives you that credence?
I think my first thing I would go towards is that everybody says, or I mean, the people who made Superman, people who made those special effects, say it's real, or say it's not real. You know, say it's special effects. I think that would be my first line defense.
But you could see how one could say that it's not special effects when it actually is.
Sure, and then I would go on.
Like if they was to claim Superman was real, you just haven't seen him yet.
Right.
It's the same thing as space.
Well, hold on.
They're claiming it's real, but you haven't seen it yet.
Right. I have not seen it with my own eyes. So that's when I would go on to ask for more evidence. Right?
Yeah. And where would that evidence lie?
So when it comes to SpaceX, let's build up. I love this actually. Let's build up. So we have Superman and we have rockets going into space, right? We have movies made about Superman.
Well, when you hold on, I hate to critique you in such a minute area.
Go ahead.
But you say we as in you're part of it. But you're not part of Superman or NASA. So why are you saying we?
I could use a different term. Sorry, I'm not a part of Superman.
Right.
I didn't make Superman. I wasn't on the visual effects team, nor was I on the visual effects team for making Space. Is it okay if I continue now? We good on that?
Yeah, just don't say we.
Okay, sorry. I guess the people who made Superman. Where was I? So let's build up from evidence, right? There are people who made visual effects for Superman, and there are people that made visual effects for Space, allegedly, in your belief.
No, in your belief, not mine. That's your belief.
I don't believe Space is visual effects, especially not.
Have you seen it yourself?
No, I haven't.
So where do you get the visuals?
Dude, I haven't seen a fucking penguin either. I've only seen them on the TV. That doesn't make them not real. So can you
Okay.
can you
Fair
level with
enough.
me here? Right? Okay.
Fair enough. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. So SpaceX live streams the majority of their rocket launches that they do, right? Would you agree to that?
Well, something tells me that you have seen a penguin, but go ahead.
Have I seen a penguin? Maybe in a zoo.
You've
No,
seen
actually,
a penguin.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you have. I mean,
I've
you seen one on TV?
Sure.
Okay.
So, does that make it not real?
Well, I would say that, if you had somebody say, "Hey, penguins aren't real," and you said, "Well, I've never actually seen one," you might have to go along with the guy that said they're not real, right?
No.
Is that what
would
you're
not.
contending?
No, that I wouldn't.
It
say
sounds
that.
like that's what you're saying, because you've never seen a penguin, they might not be real.
So this was a response to your argument.
Yeah, but you're like collaborating it like it's the same thing as seeing the Earth in its entirety. You're saying I've never seen a penguin and I've never seen the Earth in its entirety, and those two are the same argument when they're really not.
I agree with you. I'm not saying just because video evidence of a penguin exists that
Right. We know that they exist, right? Yeah.
So have you seen a penguin?
I
I'm trying
have
to
seen a
deconstruct
penguin.
your argument.
I have seen a penguin, actually.
You have.
And they are very fucking hilarious. Hilarious creatures.
I agree. So, I guess what I'm getting at is that this new age, we have video evidence has become so prevalent that it's so hard to dismiss every single piece of it when it comes to rocket launches, when it comes to the ISS, shit like that. It is so hard. It's going to be really hard to convince me that all this shit
Yeah,
is
but
fake.
for penguins, we have eyewitness accounts, yes, that can be verified by millions of people. It's not millions of people haven't gone to what they claim is space.
Thank you. Please
It's
go
not
on.
really the same. It's a false equivalence.
So millions of people have seen penguins?
Yes, dude. Yeah. I've seen penguins in Colorado. Colorado.
Okay, at a
The United
zoo,
States.
maybe?
Colorado,
Sure.
yes.
I agree.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not a big fan of the zoo. So.
They're hilarious creatures, dude. Hilarious.
Sure they are. I watched Happy Feet, though. It's a pretty funny movie. What I'm trying to say is that if you can show me evidence of all the shit, all the videos of space, that they're fake, then, like, you might have a case, but you can't.
The issue I have with that is that they
No,
claim
no,
to be going
no,
to an
no.
area. There's a vacuum that doesn't comport with natural law, doesn't comport with gas behavior. That's my main problem with it. Not that they have lots of videos of something they claim shows that. It's that the place they claim they're going to cannot exist. That's our problem with that.
I disagree. Because the fact
Yeah,
that
but I was gonna go there. I just didn't want to do it yet.
there are
So you're saying
hours
that
long videos. 1 second. There are hour-long videos of interviews with astronauts in the ISS of them literally being in zero gravity for hours on end. How do you explain this? Is it wires? Are they underwater somehow and they're but still able to talk to a microphone? What is it? Where's the trickery?
what are you talking about, dude? The only place you've ever seen the globe is on a television. Your argument was the only place I've seen a penguin is on a television. Bullshit. They're
Yes, I've
there's
never
nobody
seen a
on
penguin.
Earth claim.
I still believe the penguins exist, even though I haven't seen
Yeah,
them.
yeah. But there's nobody on Earth that have seen the Earth in the image they give us. Not even the ones that give us that image. They've never seen the Earth like that.
Disagree.
But why do you? Why would you?
Due to the video, I haven't seen it with my own eyes.
Are you
I've seen it
saying?
in
Are you
videos.
saying that? Are you saying that there's more people that seen the Earth as a sphere than there's people that seen penguins? Like that's a logical argument?
No, that is not what I'm saying. No.
Yeah. How many people do you think have seen the Earth as a sphere?
Every astronaut, I guess that's
just a ballpark figure. Like how many people? Just a ballpark.
few, maybe 100, maybe at least 100, I think.
Okay, so we'll say 100, right?
Okay.
Are you saying that there's only 100 people that have ever seen a penguin?
No.
So why is that argument logical?
So it's the quantity of people that make something true. Quantity of people that have seen something that makes something true. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you know, I would kind of lean that way in your behalf. But what you're actually saying is, because you've never seen a penguin, you're saying because you've never seen a penguin, that's a logical argument of you've never seen the Earth, therefore the Earth is what they claim it to be.
Exactly. I have never seen a penguin, yet penguins exist. I have never seen the Earth.
But don't you think there's more people?
Of the Earth.
But don't you think there's more people that have seen a penguin?
Don't you think there's more? Doesn't matter how many people have seen a certain thing. That doesn't make it false. That doesn't make it true, right?
It doesn't make it true. Like if they, took a real fucking picture of it, like a real picture of it, that you could, what is that? The one I like to use is, the one I like to use is photo forensics. It's like a free website that teaches you how to.
If the videos and the photos from space are fake.
Yeah, you got to critique the videos, right?
Okay, critique them.
I mean, if you did,
show me the fallacies.
If somebody showed you a penguin, you've never seen one, and so you was like, hey, I don't believe that's a animal that exists, right? Wouldn't you critique the photo that they gave you?
Sure.
To make sure it was a real photo. Look for the metadata. Sure. Look for all that shit.
Absolutely.
How come you don't do that with space?
Let's pretend I don't think penguins are real. And I've never seen a penguin.
It's just an analogy. I'm not claiming that's what you're saying.
I get it, but it helps me prove my point. Let's say I don't think penguins are real. I've never seen one before in my life, and somebody shows me a picture of a penguin. It's
wouldn't you want to?
Person.
Wouldn't you want to verify the leprechaun?
Yes, I would. I would do
The
that.
pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, wouldn't you want to
Sure.
verify?
Sure. That person would show me the picture of a penguin and be like, "What the fuck is that?" And be
Okay,
like,
so
"These are
verify it.
things that
Verify
live."
the images.
Hold on
So
one
how
sec.
have you
Give me
verified
one
the
sec.
images of space?
Right. How would I verify? What? So what's
No,
my goal?
no. Not how would you. How
Brother, can
have
I
you?
finish? Can I finish a
How have you
sentence real quick?
verified them?
Can I just finish what I was gonna say? So somebody shows me a penguin. I've never seen one before. I'd be like, "Wow, that's crazy." And this guy tells me, "Hey, these things exist. You know, they're somewhere on the earth." I'd be like, "Okay." I mean, I don't believe you at the moment, but you know, whatever. And then I
You would.
continue to see penguins. More people bring me pictures of penguins, show me that, hey, these things, you know, live out here, you know, in the Arctic and what shit and whatever. Be like, man, I get more and
You
more
can't.
photo evidence of this, right?
Right.
Then
Right.
right, and then
But
eventually I'm like, okay.
how do you determine photo evidence? What is your critique of photo evidence?
So this was a lot easier to explain, like
Is it consensus?
back in the 60s.
Is your critique of photo evidence, is it consensus? A bunch of people showing you the same images.
At a
Would
certain
that be
point,
a
yes.
critique?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Because there's a lot of images of Bigfoot, Superman, aliens.
No, they're not. Not
Yeah,
really.
there's a lot of them. Yeah.
Okay.
There's millions of them.
Can we look at a photo and determine if there was any trickery going on in it? Do you think that's possible to do?
Yes, you could. But have you ever done that for the Earth?
Me personally, no.
You've never critiqued the Earth images that you've been given by Hollywood.
I mean, yes, at a level of me looking at them, sure. Like I feel like we're pretty good at like spotting fakes. There's something called the uncanny valley. We as humans are really fucking good at like finding shit that doesn't look right. That's why most shit of Bigfoot.
Well, usually it's a
ghosts-
small population that finds it out first. And then over time, everybody realizes it.
Say one more time, I'm sorry.
Usually a truth, a revelation, a revealing, it's only a small percentage of the population that find it first. And then over time, it builds. So if you're going to go off consensus,
What time frame are we talking in? Because usually if
like
there's bullshit,
do me a
people
favor,
find it
dude.
out extremely
There's
quickly.
a free website, if it's still available. It's been like 5 years since I've been on it. It's called photoforensic.com. The photo is actually spelled with an F instead of PH. It's FOTO forensics.com.
That is how you spell a photo, though.
And it gives you a free analysis on whether you can determine an image to be fake or real. And it also gives you a free, it's not like you can pay for a bigger education on it, but the free, what it gives you for free, hold on. What it gives you for free is how to determine, how to look up the metadata of a photo, of its origins, what camera was used, where it was at, all these, the humidity in there, all these things are in the metadata. So have you ever done that with images of the Earth?
No, I haven't, but it doesn't
Well,
matter.
it doesn't matter. Those pictures are bunk on their face because water doesn't.
But you can go, hold on,
Yeah,
you can go to
hydrostatic.
photo.
Yeah, but hydrostatic
It's a
equilibrium bunks.
It's
Yeah,
a free
the bunk.
website that you can put Earth images in.
James, James, you already made that point, man. Please don't belabor it. You already made that point.
I'm just trying to help him, dude.
I know, but I mean,
Not
you made the point. You made the point. Let's hear the response.
Heretic, good to see you again, my friend.
Yeah.
All I'm just I'll believe in your guys' worldview. If you
No.
can show me what? Do you want me
No, nobody's asking you to believe shit, dude. Who cares what you think?
Don't believe anything, dude. Prove it
to
yourself.
fine. Show me
Idolatry is belief.
show me deceit in all of SpaceX's live streams. And
That's
all
easy.
of okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it's called hydrostatic equilibrium. Water seeks a level surface, right?
Show
Therefore,
me the video.
those pictures are all debunked on their face because they defy the physics of water. There you go.
Yes. Well,
That's
that's an easy way to put it.
That's it, dude.
Show
That's all that you need. It's over.
show me the evidence I can see with my eyes. Just like
I
the
told
flat
him earlier all liquids are level.
Yeah, man.
All
Pour a glass of water if you don't believe us. I don't
not
know what
just
more you need.
water, but all liquids are level.
Yeah, all liquids. They all seek the same sort of horizontal equilibrium, man. I don't know
That's
what more
what they
you need.
use to build the pyramids.
What I need is video evidence of
level water.
Video evidence of water, level water.
No,
Come
no,
on,
no.
give me a break.
That's not what I was saying. So what I'm saying is show me the deceit in the live streams every week that SpaceX puts up.
You're just
their
looping your
rocket
question
launches.
now. Right, Nars,
Yeah,
we
but
already
you're
gave
just
you the
looking.
answer.
You're just
loop.
looking to Hollywood as your
It's not Hollywood. This is a company. This is a company that actually makes profit too.
I already responded to you, Rhinoceros. You're just looping.
No, you didn't respond
starts
to
with the
what I
big
was
ass
asking.
globe. Starts with the globe. They're all everywhere you look is a globe.
What I told you is that those pictures you're talking about are falsified by the physics of water, man. That's it. You're arguing with nature, man. Using videos. Like, come on. Pictures? Really? That's your argument against reality? Get with it.
There's no scientific evidence that you
Live
have.
stream video evidence.
You just
It's not-
believe it to be true, and so you argue on behalf of your belief.
So all of SpaceX's live streams of their rockets going to space are debunked by water. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Claiming that they show a globe, then yeah.
They show a globe before they even take off.
Oh,
the
they don't
fucking
even have to
surface
show
of the
a globe.
Earth is already.
They just
The surface of the Earth is already curved.
Hey, can I talk to Heretic
Before they
real quick,
even
James?
take off.
I appreciate you,
I'll
brother.
mute.
I love you.
I'll mute.
Thank you.
A video of a rocket going up? Yeah, that's not impossible. I have no problem with that necessarily.
Sure. Into space, going into orbit. Right?
That's another natural law violation. There you go again.
Okay. Help me explain.
What, an outer space vacuum enveloping the pressurized system of the Earth? Yeah, that pressurized system would just disperse into that vacuum. Give me a break.
So that's not what the rocket is doing? What is it doing in those live streams?
Going into orbit of what? A ball in a thermodynamics violation? You have how many problems going on with that claim?
So what is it doing and where is it going?
I don't know. This is your claim. You brought up rockets.
So you have no idea.
Well, I don't even know what you're talking about. What video specifically? You brought up rockets. What launch? Like, what do you want me to answer a question about? This is supposed to be your evidence, isn't it?
Oh man, pick any one.
Again, this is supposed to be your evidence, so why don't you pick one?
No, I'm sorry. You were telling me that this is a violation of some law, right?
Well, space, yeah.
Sure. So using any video, go ahead, go to SpaceX's YouTube channel, pull up any one of their live streams, and tell me how it's a violation.
No, I didn't say that their live streams are a violation. I said that the location that you claim that they're sending rockets to is.
Okay, so the altitude, so they're not
No.
leaving.
It's a closed system, man. There's gas pressure here. That tells you that it's closed, or else the gas would escape.
So how
If
high
the
are they
gas doesn't
going?
escape, hey, guess what? If the gas can escape, neither can a rocket. Neither can you. Neither can any other physical matter.
Gas can't escape, then neither can we. Okay.
What
Yeah.
happens when gas? What happens when gas escapes a tire? The tire
So
becomes flat, right?
so when the rocket goes up, it's still in whatever closed system of Earth, right?
Yeah, of course it has to be. Matter can't leave a closed system. That's the
Has to
definition
be.
of a closed system.
Sure. How
Yeah,
do you know
no
that the Earth
exchange
is
of
a
matter
closed
in and
system?
out of a closed system. Energy can
Fair enough.
exchange, matter cannot. Gas is matter, rockets are matter, humans are matter. Those things can't leave.
I agree. All energy inside of a closed system stays inside of a closed system. How do you know the
Yep.
Earth is a closed system?
Because there's gas pressure. It's the only way to contain gas with an enclosure.
We're
How do you know
breathing the
that?
very gas because we're breathing the
1
very
second,
gas
James.
pressure.
Heretic, how do you know that?
Because you cannot contain gas within an open system adjacent to
How
a
do
vacuum.
you know that?
Because gas fills the limitations of its volume, so it will not just bundle up into a ball within a volume, a near perfect vacuum volume expanding infinitely. Won't do that. It'll just disperse and fill that volume.
So have you experimented with this? Have you done an experiment to find
Yeah,
this
it's
to be
every
true?
single gas law.
At
It's
sea
also
level. Tell
if
him
you want to
about sea level.
well, if you want to confine gas to an area, just try it without a container. Try it. Try to come up with any mechanism to confine gas to a specific area without a physical enclosure. And once you show me that, just, yeah, please. I'll be ready to concede.
So I didn't hear you explain why gas has to be enclosed
I
in
didn't
a
tell you.
container.
Okay, because it fills the limitations of its volume. If it's in
How
a
do you?
space, it's going to.
What are the limitations of its volume?
Well, you know what gas does, right? In a space, in a volume, right? It
Sure.
fills it, right? It goes in all directions, right? And it just keeps going until it reaches the limitations
That's
of that volume.
incorrect. What it finds
Really?
is yes. What it finds is areas of the lowest pressure.
What are you saying?
Gas. So what you call a vacuum, air quotes, is gas going from areas of high pressure to low pressure. That's all that does.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to say is if you take an aquarium and on one side you make it a vacuum.
Hold on 1 second, James.
Hold on.
So what I'm saying
Hold on,
is that
hold on,
if
hold
you
on, hold
say
on.
that gas pressure needs to be contained inside of a container, then show me evidence of a container. So ball's in your court.
Yeah, that would be the gas pressure because there's an antecedent relationship between container and
Show me a
gas.
container.
No, I can show you gas pressure, and there's an antecedent relationship between the two. I told you that already.
Yeah, it's
There's
called
an
a
antecedent
container.
relationship.
Yeah, that means that the container is required for the gas. It's a precursor to the
How do
gas.
you
It
know
must
that?
be there for the gas to be confined to a space because there is no other way to demonstrate gas being confined to a particular space but with a container.
So you are unable to demonstrate gas with outside of a container. Therefore, it must be that gas has to
There's
be
no
inside of
other
a container.
mechanism for causing gas pressure. Gas pressure is literally defined as the force that gas exerts on the walls of a container. There's no other way to confine gas to a space but with a physical container. Because gas fills the available volume. That's what it does. It's just going to keep going.
I don't think he's realizing that.
Show me evidence of a container.
Hold on.
So again,
I
that's
don't
the
think
gas.
Here's the problem. I don't think he's realizing that at sea level, it's registered at 14.7 psi, the air we breathe, right? So if there's pounds per square inch, there must be a container. There must
You
be.
haven't shown evidence for this. You say
What do you,
I haven't
hold
seen.
on.
This is
The
no.
only
You
way
hold
you can
on
have
1
gas
second.
pressure is with the container.
How do you know that?
Because that's the way you get pounds per square inch.
That's not true. That's the only way
it's the
you've seen it.
volume. Pounds
So
per
you've
square inch is the volume
So then why
of
does
the
gas
container.
pressure change in elevation?
Okay,
Show
why?
me show me
So
evidence of gas
you're asking about a gradient pressure
Sure.
that requires gas pressure to begin with.
Just if you can show me evidence of a container.
You're asking about a gradient pressure, gas pressure gradient, but you don't get that without gas pressure to begin with. That's what you're asking. Why would we entertain that idea?
Exactly. I'm asking you for
There's no
evidence
point.
of
No,
gas
James
pressure
just pointed
without
it
a
out, man. You
container.
would need the container in the first place to have the gas pressure, let alone the differential of the gas pressure. That's all you've pointed out. You understand that what you're talking about.
Hold on. Let me try to break it down and make it simple for him. If you have an air compressor, and at the bottom of the air compressor, you just light a lighter, right? In that compressor, where the heat is, you're going to create a gradient. But you will never get that gas pressure gradient without the container, the gas pressure, to begin with. You must have gas pressure in order to have a gas pressure gradient.
Yes, you must have gas pressure to have gas pressure. I agree with you. I need you guys
Yeah,
to
well,
show
that's
me
not what you was
that gas
saying.
pressure cannot exist without a container. And so the Earth has gas pressure. Show me the container around the Earth that is
I don't
holding
have
the
to
gas
show you
pressure.
the container.
You absolutely
All I
do.
have. No, hold on. All I have
You
to
have to
show
show
you.
me a
Hold
mechanism
on.
that
All
holds
I
in the
have to
gas
show
pressure.
you is the gas pressure. Because the only way to get gas pressure is with the container. So you're asking to see the container
Yes.
when I can show you the pressure.
You don't even have to show it to me. I just want
I don't have to
evidence of
show
it.
you the container to show you the pressure.
True. You don't have to show me the container. You just have to show me
Right.
evidence of the container without talking in a circle. So you say gas pressure can only
You
exist
can't
inside
have.
of a container. I say, where's the container? You say there has to be a container because there is gas pressure.
No.
See how you're talking in a circle here?
Okay. Let me try to sum it up. You got an aquarium like for fish, a fish aquarium, right?
Okay.
And you seal it off, and on one side you have a vacuum, and on the other side you have gas pressure. And the only way you can have that is if in that aquarium there's a barrier between the two.
Gotcha.
Because the
Show
moment
me
you
the aquarium.
hold on. The moment you remove the barrier, the gas pressure fills this vacuum instantly. And depending on the pressure and volume, violently. It will do it violently. Explode the container. It just depends on what your ratios are.
Right.
So,
It has to fill the container.
what you're saying is you don't need the barrier. You can
Not what I'm
actually have.
saying.
Yeah, you're saying Earth, the atmosphere, that's sitting in a vacuum. You're saying that there doesn't need to be a barrier for that gas pressure in that vacuum. That's what this guy's trying to get at.
That is not what I'm trying to get at. What I'm
Yeah,
trying
he's
to get at.
trying to tell you that you can't have gas pressure without a container. You definitely can't have a vacuum without a container. And you definitely can't have them both side by side without a barrier or a container.
Show me.
What do you mean, show you?
Show me evidence of a container.
Of the Earth?
Sure.
Why can't I just show you the gas pressure?
Because you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Yes. So all I need to do is show you the gas pressure. Therefore, you know there's a container. You don't need to know where the container is, what it looks like, what it is. All you need to do is see the gas pressure, and you know there's a container.
And there it is, folks. And that's all it is. See, you can't provide me evidence of a container. Yet you claim.
You don't need to provide the container.
Yes, you do.
The gas pressure is proof of the container. The gas pressure is proof of the container. I don't need to set this.
No,
I don't
it's
need to
not.
set sails. I don't need to travel the oceans to show you the container. All I got to do is show you the gas pressure, which requires a container.
So I've said this before when I've had this discussion.
At sea level, it's 14.7
Hold on,
psi.
big fella. Give me 1 sec, big fella. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
This
the
is-
barometer, I
This
should
is
say.
the quintessential. You guys are always talking about the black swan fallacy. Like, I've only ever seen, this color of swan. Therefore, this other color of swan can't exist. You have never seen gas pressure without a container on the surface of the earth. Therefore, you claim gas pressure cannot exist outside of a container.
Dude, what you're trying to tell me is that you can have a child without mother and father. That's
I'm
what you're
not
trying to
tell
tell
you
me.
anything. All I'm trying.
Yeah, you are.
I'm asking you.
Gas
show
pressure
me
requires a
evidence of-
container.
Show me
A
the
child requires a mother and father, and you're telling me you don't need the mother and father.
Show me the container.
I don't need to show you the container.
Give me
Just got to
evidence
show you the
of the
ase
container.
pressure for
Brian,
the child.
Brian,
Talking in a circle.
just stop and listen to what he just said. It is just exactly like that. You see a newborn baby, and then you say, "Show me the parents. Prove there were parents. Prove there was a mom and dad." The parents are the antecedent for the child, so the container will be the antecedent for the gas pressure. There's no other way to have it. Don't you get it? So we're not going to show you the parents. You don't need to. You know that they existed because there's a child. There's no other way to produce a human baby. Don't you understand what an antecedent relationship is by now?
Heretic, you're better than this, dude. Come on, brother.
Okay, well, I guess
Wow.
you're better then.
You're
Great.
better than this. That's your
Well,
argument.
you don't have to make
You're
it a
better
personal
than
attack.
this.
Dude. Just trying to communicate some stuff here.
No, fair enough. Okay. All I want is evidence of the container. That's it.
Gas pressure is evidence of a
Please.
container.
Yeah, all I want is evidence of the mom and dad of the newborn child. That's what you keep resetting to. Good job. The kid is the evidence, for fuck's sake.
No.
He's doing it on purpose. He's being disingenuous on purpose. He's not asking NASA for evidence of gas pressure being held down without a container, but he wants to ask us to show him the big ass container.
Just, fellas, all I'm saying is you are making the claim that gas pressure has to exist inside of a container. All I'm asking for is
Yes.
evidence of that container. That's it.
Go look at the gas bottle. This can be proven. This claim, we proved it already. When you have a gas, pupane gas, or whatever it is, it has to be inside the container. Once you open that container, the gas will escape. That is
Here's
evidence.
the container.
The gas bottle.
Okay. Where's the container surrounding there?
A gas bottle is the container that contains the pupane gas inside of it.
He's asking for the propane bottle over the earth.
No, I know what
he's
he asked.
He's disregarding the fact that Earth has gas pressure,
Look,
which
just say you
requires
guys
a
can't
container,
provide the evidence.
and he's asking for the container instead of acknowledging that there's gas pressure.
I know what he's asking for. He's being disingenuous. I'm pinning him down to
Yeah,
the gas
he's
bottle on purpose
fucking
because
clown.
he's not asking NASA to show him how gas can be held down to a big ass ball without a container by quote unquote gravity. There's no scientific experiment to demonstrate that. He's fine with that. He will just accept their word for it. But when we show him a pupane gas tank that can only hold the pupane because the gas bottle is closed, then he's gonna ignore that and he's gonna ask for even a bigger container. It's just being disingenuous on purpose.
I'm glad you brought up gravity, because you guys say there's no evidence for it. There's no
There is no
physical
evidence.
provable. Okay, fair enough. There's also no evidence for a container around the Earth.
Oh my god, you're just going in a loop?
Okay,
What's this
whatever.
is just
you
like
want.
in circle.
You guys can't answer it.
There's no evidence for the newborn baby's parents yet. That's what you keep saying on a
There
loop,
is
dude.
evidence.
Come on.
You can look at you can look at a newborn baby's parents. That's fine.
What if they
Yeah,
died
but
and
you
they don't know who they are?
to. You don't need to is the
He
point,
still don't get
Brian.
it. He still don't get it.
Don't
He
get it. You
said
don't.
you could look at. He said you could look at the newborn baby's parents.
Yeah, you don't need
Instead
to.
of the baby, he's saying you can look at the parent. He still don't get it.
You still don't. You don't need to look at the parents to know that they exist, or they existed at the very least for that kid to exist.
All you need is the baby to know that there was a mother and father.
Thank you, James. I get it. I understand your analogy, but
That's the same with gas pressure.
okay. Fair.
The only way you
gas
can
pre-
have it is with a container.
Yeah,
It's the
you
only
can't
way.
bend and warp space time to
You
cause
keep
gas
asking
pressure.
for the container, but we're telling you there's gas pressure on Earth, and you keep asking for the container, but in order to have gas pressure, you must have a container. Why would you ask for the container instead of looking at the fact that there's gas pressure?
Because a child's parents are a physical thing that you can.
So
prove
is
out.
gas. So is gas and pressure. Gas pressure.
So is gas.
They're
and
physical.
Gas pressure is supposed to be the
Yeah,
child
you could get
in this
you could get your finger chopped off with gas
and the
pressure.
parents are the container. So
Yeah.
if I see a
PSI,
child,
cut your finger right off.
there
dude.
must be parents.
That's very
You can-
physical.
There's a way to go about finding those parents. There's a physical way to find those parents.
Okay, well,
There
go ahead
has
and
to
do
be,
that.
right?
Okay,
Go ahead and do
keep
that.
looking for the parents. Until
This is
then, believe
amazing,
that child came from air.
Yeah,
This is
exactly.
amazing.
Until you find the parents. So this is your mindset. Until you find the parents of that child, you're going to believe that it doesn't have any because you haven't directly seen them.
Yeah, the child don't even exist. There's no
And
parents.
you guys will still believe
Show
the
me
Earth
the
is flat
parents to
until
prove
you
the child
directly see
exists.
the Earth. So, are we not sitting in the same boat here? I'm just
No.
asking for proof. That's all.
Why are you not asking for this proof from NASA?
Still ain't getting it. Yeah, there
I'm
you go.
just asking for proof that
That's
the
a
kid had
good question
parents.
right
That's all
there.
I'm asking for. Dude, it's self-evident. Get a grip.
Self-evident. There you go.
Yeah, it's
Ryan,
self-evident that
answer
a
the
newborn
question.
baby child had two parents. It's self-evident.
The way you critique flat earthers, like that guy just said, why don't you do that with NASA?
I just
Why
want
don't you
proof,
critique
fellas.
them in the
That's all I
same way?
want. I want video. If
You're
you can give me evidence.
you're
that
repeating
NASA gives
yourself.
Evidence, if you
Where
can
is the
provide-
evidence that NASA gave you? Where is it? Where is the evidence that NASA gave you that quote unquote gravity can hold down gas pressure without a container? Where is
Give
that?
me here's one. Give me thousands of hours of video evidence of a container, and then I'll believe you.
You're dodging the question again. You said you claim NASA gives you evidence, and I'm asking you for that evidence. Please provide it. Where is the evidence that NASA gave you that gas pressure can be held down without a container by quote unquote this magic called gravity?
He's literally saying the second law of thermodynamics does not exist, and you need to prove it for it to exist.
He just likes to dodge question and deflect all the time.
I'm really not. I'm asking you.
I asked you a
for the
question.
evidence.
Give me the evidence. You made a claim. You made a claim that NASA gives you evidence for gas pressure being held down without a container. Where is
Never
it?
said that. When did I say that?
Okay, let me rephrase then. Does NASA give you evidence that shows you gas pressure can be held down without a container? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, if they don't give you that evidence, why do you believe them?
I never. So.
It's a simple
you're
question.
asking
It's
me-
not a trick question. We just agreed that they did not give you this evidence. If they did not give you this evidence, why are you believing their story?
I never said I believe NASA's story. I never said anything about gas pressure having to be inside of a container, having to be outside a container. I never claimed to believe. I was asking you
So,
guys for the evidence.
okay, no, we reached a great point. You just said that you do not believe what NASA's story. That's a great. Welcome to Flat Earth, brother.
Thanks, brother. So show me the container.
No, you're already Flat Earther. We're done. We
Gotcha.
already
Show me
reached
the
that.
container now.
You don't believe what NASA's story. That's all. That's all you can
Let's
do.
say that
That's great. Now
unlike
show me that container that's supposed to hold in gas pressure. Because I'm here to
let's
learn.
say unlike your
Hold on,
tire.
1 second,
Oh,
James.
hold on.
Let Dev
I'm getting to your
respond real
question.
quick.
I'm
Dev,
getting to
show
your
me the
question.
container.
I'm going to show you the container. I'm getting to your question.
I can answer him
Right?
after you finish if you want. Yeah.
Let him answer.
Okay, go ahead. I'll be quiet.
We're not gonna flip the game by flipping the question of me asking you for the evidence of their claim. We're not, when we make a claim or when we're saying gas pressure can only be held down with a container, I am showing you the evidence by showing you a propane gas tank. That is evidence. If I show you this propane gas tank in Germany, in USA, in Australia, underwater, at the top of the mountain, it's all going to be the same, under the same, different conditions, different types of people doing the experiment or the test. They're all going to agree on one result, which is that propane gas will only be held down when the container, aka the gas bottle, is closed completely. That is scientific evidence that gas pressure can only exist when it's inside an enclosed container. That is evidence.
Okay, I agree.
Oh, if you just look up.
So now show me the one that surrounds the Earth.
Let's build a rocket. Let's build a rocket. Give me some money. We can build like a spaceship or whatever you want to call it, and we can go as high as much as possible. And then we'll try. He believes he can. So let's try. Let's build the rocket. Let's build the spaceship, and then we can try.
Okay.
You'll still never see it, but one thing you will see is gas
So what
pressure.
if I told you So what if I told you people have already done this? What would you say to that?
I've done what?
Have built the rocket and have left and have gone a specific distance from the Earth, a very far distance. I couldn't even tell you how far.
Are those the same people that we just agreed on that you don't believe their story? Because they're telling you stories without evidence.
So let me try to hold on a second. Let me just say this real quick. Let's say I was an unfertilized male and I couldn't have children.
James, I love you, dude. Can I just talk to Dev just real quick?
Hold on, just please. So I'm going to adopt a child, right? Because I can't have a child. I'm going to adopt a child. So I go down to the adoption place and I start looking through the children. What you're saying is, because you can't prove to me there's parents of the child, there's no parents of the child. That's what you're saying. Because you have to have a mother and father to create a child, and in order to have gas pressure, you must have a container. So what you're saying is, even though I have the gas pressure or the child, I don't believe there's parents. That's what you're saying. Sorry, I'll mute.
I see what you're saying. That, I see a child, and therefore you're saying, oh, there must be a mother and a father that made this child. That's fair enough. There's a path to evidence that can confirm that a mother and child needs to be there to produce a child, right?
What is that path?
So we've never seen a human person born without the.
Nor have you ever seen gas pressure without a container. Ever.
That's
Ever.
That's the point.
Ever.
Okay.
You've never seen gas pressure without a container. Same as the child. That's what we're trying to get to you. Sorry that I'm ranting. I'll mute.
I understand what you're saying. I do understand. And let me think about this. Because it's a good, I mean, I won't lie, it's a good analogy.
If you just type into Google, define gas pressure, a container is in the definition. It is the definition.
Sure. I agree with that also. That is on Google.
So we don't need to show you the container or the mother and father. All we have to show you is the product.
I think what I
that which can only occur with the other variables.
Right. I think I hate to go down this road. And unfortunately I can't because I don't have the time. But I will make the point. You guys can yell at me later about it.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm explaining things to you normally.
Oh, that's fair enough. I mean, I wasn't saying you're yelling at me now. I said you can yell at me later.
Yeah, just so you know, I don't yell at people. I just stick to the argument. Like you
Fair
can
enough.
still believe it's a globe, no problem. It's just being open-minded a little bit to see that maybe the other side could be right. Just if you're interested, if you're not, then there's no point in being in the Discord in the first place.
Oh, sure. I totally agree with that. Are you open to the Earth might be a globe also?
I used to believe that it was a globe. We were all like you before. Like we were all globe people before. So it's
Are
not
you
like
open-minded about it still though?
again, we used to be globe, so we're the one who changed our mind. In other words, we're the one who have proof that we are able to change our mind. You don't, at least not yet. You just believe in what you were told since you were a child. You never changed your mind about it once.
Can you answer my question really quick though? Are you still open-minded about the shape of the Earth?
If you can provide scientific evidence for the gas pressure being contained without a container, or for the measurement of the curvature, or for the spinning of the Earth, all, not just me, all flat earthers would convert in a second. All of them. This is the problem. This is the reason why they call us flat earthers. We're just critical thinkers. The reason is we were trying to find evidence and there isn't any. So if you're gonna go by science and call it science, then we have to say, sorry guys, it's not science, it's a belief. People can believe it's a globe, it can believe it's a triangle, whatever it is, or a disc, it doesn't matter. We only go by what can be proven.
Gotcha. You could have just said yes right there, by the
No,
way. But
that's not
I
so
like
fun.
that you
No, that was well said,
I
man.
like
that
you
was
went into
well
detail.
said.
I agree.
It was
Here's
well
why.
said because if I can go back into my fantasy about believing in space, I would. But like he said, provide the evidence.
Right.
Because I would go right back into that. I was a space freak at one point.
It was well said. I agree. And I think I love your guys' skepticism. That's why I keep coming back. I love that about you guys. And every single conversation I ever have with you guys always boils down to gravity. Which is what this gas pressure shit comes down to, which is what almost everything comes down to.
Would you consider gravity scientific?
Just give me 1 sec. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to discuss at the moment. I have to leave.
You're just gonna throw a grenade and run away.
Yeah, he's gonna throw a grenade and run right. You'll be like, ah.
I'm very
Got you
sorry.
guys. Now you guys answer.
Gotcha.
Well, just know this,
No,
man.
I'm
There's
just kidding.
two different kinds of gravity. There's two different kinds of gravity.
I literally
Did
have
you
a
know
minute
that?
and 5 seconds.
Did you know there's two different kinds of gravity?
No, I didn't
Do you know that?
That's absolutely
Okay.
not true. Also, I
Okay, I'll be
believe that.
quiet. Go ahead and go on.
It just always comes down to gravity, and unfortunately, I wish I had the time to get into this shit with you guys for real and have the discussion. Because Dev, I've never talked to you. James, I've never talked to you. I've talked to Heretic a fuck ton of times. I've talked to Indio a bunch of times. I've even talked to fucking what's that dude's name? Forgetting.
CB?
Huh?
Creation Bear?
I've talked to CB before too about it. I don't know about gravity. I'm talking about the guy that throws out the bands real hard. What is his name?
Mayhem? Alpha Veritas? His new
Not
name.
Wait, who?
Alpha Veritas is his new name.
Not Alpha. Alpha can be pretty hostile, but he doesn't throw out the bands as hard as this one guy. Dude, what's his name? It's on the tip of my tongue.
Are you familiar with Isaac Newton?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Albert Einstein?
Yes. What's this guy's name?
Are you? You're familiar with both of them? Isaac Newton and Albert. Okay, I'll leave it alone.
You're about to
I'll
tell
leave
me
it
that
alone.
their two theories disagree with each other, which I would disagree.
Well,
I'd love to
one's
get
three
into it with
dimensional.
you.
One's
I
three
literally have to go,
dimensional and one's four
unfortunately.
dimensional, but they're both mathematics.
But it's not for you to disagree with, though. This is literally what the people who promote the globe model say. So if you disagree with them, you go disagree with them, they're going to tell you don't know what you're talking about. We didn't invent this. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, it's not our choice.
Yeah. Dude, this guy's name is killing me. I'm so sorry.
But they both disagreed with one another.
No, they didn't.
You're getting
Yeah, they
stuck,
did.
brother.
One of them said that there was a force within a medium that there could be no force.
He has a
And the other one said that it was 4-dimensional, so it was the bending and warping of
Yes,
time.
QE. Thank you. Whoever said that. Quantum
Yeah, thank QE for everything. In my
fuck QE,
opinion.
dude. He is
Why?
not
'Cause you can't
interested in a
stand
real
it, can't?
discussion.
No, because you're like a religious person and you adhere to your beliefs and disregard what you've been told, right? So
I disagree.
that's why you
Me
hate
and
him so much.
Hey, James, me and you were able to have a
He
discussion.
means you no harm.
And hold on, 1 sec. Me and you were able to have a discussion and actually talk about things, talk them through. I conceded to some of the points that you made. I mean,
Yeah, but he's
maybe
put
you
up
heard
with a
some of the
lot
things that
more
I
than
say.
I have.
Huey has banned more people within 5 minutes of talking to them than
He's
anybody
put up
I've
with
ever
way
seen
more than
before.
I have, man. This whole panel put up with you tonight. You should be thankful you wasn't muted. Because as a flat earther, flat earth community has muted me many times. Right? I didn't feel I deserved it. But it doesn't matter. I digress from it. What I'm saying is, you should have been muted long time ago.
You think that for real?
Yeah. But they're willing to put up with
Our
it.
discussion?
I did. And I'm just
But you
saying,
think I
man,
should
they're
have been
willing to. Yeah, I do. For the things that I've been muted for, you should have absolutely been muted.
Well, then
Ryan.
fuck you. You're a bad guy. So.
And I'm on their side.
Ryan, let me tell you. Look,
It's not like
I've been cordial with you, and I have a lot of patience. I don't scream at people, I don't yell at people. But let me tell you the truth: you come off extremely as somebody who's just here to troll. You're not at all not even 0.1% honestly interested in the subject, like that you might change your mind or that you might learn about it. Despite all the information, all the discussions, all the evidence that people give you, you're still never ever gonna entertain the idea or change your mind. So at a certain point, people will start getting sick of their time being wasted with someone arguing over and over the same points. And when these points get, negated, they refuse to take that and they continue circular arguing. Some people have more patience. I understand. Some people go yell at people. Some people mute you. Some people gonna ban. You know what I mean? So you can't force everybody to be patient in these cases. And there's even people way worse than you. Like, I'm not saying that you're the worst, but there's people who have been dealing with this type of people for months and months and years. At a certain point, they don't have patience for anybody anymore. So even though your case may not be extreme and you're not cussing, you're not shouting, you're not going crazy, but you are still using a lot of logical fallacy, circular arguing, and all of that. And I can understand some people going like, you know what, fuck this guy. I don't wanna deal with this anymore. He should have known. Either he knows or he needs to not be here. You know what I mean? Like, it's like me, I'm a straight guy, and if I go to a gay club every day, and start talking to them how awesome it is to be straight, at a certain point, they're going to ban me from the club. You know what I mean? Like, why am I there?
Oh, sure.
If
you guys
just do
if you
us
don't
a
like
favor,
what I'm
man.
saying, then
Do us
absolutely
this
ban
one.
me. But
Do us this one
I'm
favor, dude.
thanks,
Oh,
James.
hold on.
Hold on one sec. I was just gonna say something. I was just
But I
saying.
don't want you to. I don't want you to respond until you hear this, because it might change your response. Do us one favor. Don't put flat earthers into one group, because there's many different philosophies on flat Earth. So don't say, well, this flat earther says this, therefore all flat Earth. Don't make us guilty by association. Not all flat earthers agree. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yes.
And I'll just leave it alone right there.
Gotcha. No, I understand what you're saying. Definitely not all of you agree, because James, you especially have told me things that other flat earthers have absolutely disagreed with. But hold on. If I can just finish. If you guys don't like what I say, it's fair enough. This is your server. Dev, if you had the ability to ban me, if you were mod, maybe you could have done it. It's fine. That's totally on you. I'm just here to have a discussion. Truly, I'm firm in my beliefs. I think what I believe is true, but I'm also open to hear what you guys have to say. That's why I come into your server and I talk to you guys. I come into enemy territory. I'm open to have a discussion. Maybe I like to argue a little bit. I get a little heated sometimes, but also I hear what you guys have to say. And maybe next time when I come back.
Well, I wish you would have presented yourself in the way you're claiming, because that would be real nice if you did.
Don't
you
you
didn't
think
represent
it wastes your
yourself.
time?
You
Forget
did
about
not
us. Let's
represent yourself in the way you're claiming. Sorry.
Ryan, forget about us. Let's say we are all assholes and we don't deserve our time not to be wasted. What about your time? Don't you think it's a waste of your time to be 100% firm in your beliefs, yet still you're going to the gay bar and trying to convince gay people that being straight is awesome? Or trying to, you know what I mean? Like, at a certain point, you're wasting your time. Like, why don't you hang out with your guys?
Am I wasting my time? Are your guys are your minds, your opinions?
You're not wasting our time. You ain't changing our mind.
So you
Not with
I'll
what
never be
you
able to
presented,
change.
anyways.
Your minds will never be changed.
No, not with what you presented.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe I suck.
My mind
what I
will
say.
be changed.
Well,
I used to
I
believe what
already
you
gave you the
believe.
answer before. When we only change our mind based on valid scientific evidence. And think about it like this, if hundreds of years by thousands of people who worked in these positions, they have never ever until this day been able to produce scientific evidence for the gas pressure topic, for the curvature of the earth, for the spinning of the earth. why would you be able to find it suddenly? Like if they all of them couldn't find it or couldn't produce it, then maybe it's time for you to think, hang on a second, maybe they're lying. Or it's not. It's like 1,000 people in NASA. We're not saying 1,000 people know about it and are lying. It's 2 people at the top or 5 people at the top, and the rest is just operating the same way you're operating. Yeah. We go like, okay, this is what it is. I don't have the reason to question it. I'm just going to do my job. But again, the point is, all of them could not produce scientific evidence. So you're not going to be able to either.
So hold up. I mean, I was just saying that if your guys' minds are open to be changed, then I didn't waste my time. So I love
Our
you guys.
minds was changed.
I have to go.
What do you
I
mean
actually have
if?
to go now. So thank you
All
guys
right,
for the
have a good one.
discussion. Love you guys. Have a good night. Best, good health, big kisses. Adios.
Stop being gay.
It kept saying if our minds could be changed. Our minds was changed.
Yeah, he plays
That's the
the
difference.
deflection
That's
game
the
a lot.
difference.
When you
Yeah.
ask him for evidence, instead of providing it, he asks you the same question about the same evidence. When you ask him, this is why he started talking about this, because I initially told him, yo, what are you able to change your mind? Are you open-minded enough to even consider the idea that you might be wrong? So he got shocked by that a little bit, and he immediately, instead of answering, he immediately deflected, was like, are you guys able to change your mind? So he's always playing the deflection game.
I've seen flat Earth, 24/7 flat Earth. I've seen him call out worse fucking people, the man. Or not worse, less people. This guy was just, okay, I'm wrong on this, so let's change the topic. I'm wrong on this, let's change it. And he just kept doing it. And the whole panel went along with it, and I was like, damn. This guy is like a troll that we ain't seen yet.
I think he's just lonely, he wants to hang out with people.
Yeah, but he was like a troll from 2015, getting away with it at 2024. I was amazed. He didn't stay on topic. Every time he couldn't answer a question, he just changed to a different topic. And everybody was cool with it. They just went along with changing the topic. It was amazing to me. And I mean, no, I don't mean any ill will to any person. I just call out what I see, and let the cards, lay as they may. This guy was fucking with you guys the whole time, dude. I would
He
have
likes
been
to troll a lot, yeah.
I'm a fellow flat earther, and I've been muted on less than what he got away with. So I do admire the let him speak, let him go. I admire that, but it really irritates me on how he got away with so much time of your guys' channel tonight.
I mean, for me personally, I think it's always best to, even when I know the person is wrong and I know I'm going to destroy their argument, I let them finish their point as long as they are not rambling for 10 minutes. And then I destroy their arguments, and I'm having fun. I'm working on the side. It's no big deal. But I can understand other people as well. If there's like a big panel, and he's doing this whole circular argument and deflection thing over and over again, then you're gonna get muted. Like people are gonna start yelling at you or get annoyed. I understand that from other people as well.
I won't lie, man. The whole time I was worried about getting muted because I kept having to bring my 2 cents in, because I can't let people get away with certain things. So I got to bring my 2 cents in. That's usually when I get muted on this channel.
That's the interruption thing a little bit.
I am totally in shock at this guy. Or did you guys mute him? Maybe
No.
somebody did mute him, and I'm unaware of it.
I didn't see him get muted.
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. I've been muted for less as a fellow flat earther. This guy's trying to run away from gas pressure. Oh, there you can have gas pressure without a container. Really? Show me the experiment. So I can do it.
He was also
So I
trying to
can do
play
the
the
same
I'm neutral.
experiment. Show it to me. It's like it's over with for them, but they have to give the last word. They have to give reasons for their belief. And all the reasons are two-dimensional monitors. Well, I've seen the Earth as a sphere. Really? Where'd you see it? On TV. Oh, isn't that where we seen Superman? It's like, it's like you call these things out and they still don't get it. The only time any human has ever seen a spherical Earth is on a two-dimensional screen. Whether it was black and white when the TV first came out, or nowadays, it doesn't matter. You've only seen it on a two-dimensional screen. That's the only place you've ever seen it. And that should tell you something. That should tell a person something. Okay, maybe it's real, but hey, since how I've only seen it on TV, maybe it's fake. At least they should have that approach. You know what I mean?
He doesn't. That's why I
Maybe
was
it's
immediately
real,
on him
maybe it's fake.
being disingenuous.
It's just laughable to me, man. They want to present scientific evidence. And the so-called scientific evidence they produce is completely against science. 100% against it. .9% against it. It's like right there at 100%. Well, show me the container. Well, can't I just show you the gas pressure? No, I want to see the container. Well, can't I just show you the gas pressure? No, I want to see the container. You know what I'm trying to say? It's laughable. It's totally laughable.
Yep.
Show me the container. Can I just show you the gas pressure? I'm almost even willing to bet that superpower governments know of the container. They know of it. We can only go this far out. That's it. We can only go this high up. That's it. Hitherto shall thou come, but no further. I would hope my fellow flat earthers would be like, James, you're out of line. If I'm out of line, you know, I would hope you guys would tell me that. Hey, you're out of line.
Just from what I heard, this is the first time I heard you speak with somebody. From what I heard, you just tend to interrupt people a little bit. So maybe just practice that a little bit, and then.
Yeah, I did. I did interrupt. But I interrupted only on things that made me mad.
I know this is why most people
you're
interrupt
right.
because they get frustrated.
And you're right. Yeah, I was getting ready to say you're right. That's the reason most people interrupt. You know, but it just pisses me off. How do I just sit there like gas pressure doesn't require a container? I just sit there and be like, hey, you know, gas pressure don't require a container.
Remember this: you can always control how you react. You can't control the stupid things that other people say. And I have a little bit of experience in it, or a lot of experience in it in different areas as well. But I'm not new. I've been with in Flat Earth since 2015. I've had these discussions and these debates with people, like hundreds of hours talking and then trying and seeing the difference between the types of people who get convinced and the types of people who will never get convinced. And
Yeah,
that
but your
teaches you
knowledge
at a
is
certain
gained,
point.
right? Your knowledge is gained. Your knowledge is gained since then because you spoke out, right?
Yeah, yes, but the point was that I learned to let them finish, or I learned not to interrupt or not to get mad. The core issue is, like you said, getting mad and getting frustrated.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So
sometimes I do speak out of anger.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
And think about it
And
like this.
Go ahead.
They're always going to use it against you. Like, even when you are right, if I'm telling somebody 1 + 1 = 2, and they're telling me it equals 3, if I yell at them and tell them 1, or interrupt them and tell them 1 + 1 = 2,
Right.
they're going to use it against me, even though it's clearly 2.
You're right.
So I'm not going to give them that
Sometimes
ammunition.
Yeah. Anger is ammunition. Yeah. It doesn't matter what side of the spectrum you're on. Anger is ammunition. So that's a good point.
Yeah.
Anger is always ammunition. You're looking for the guy you're going against to get angry. You want him to get angry because it's ammunition. It's a good point. And I fell for it. But that guy pissed me off, dude. He was running the whole show for like 2 hours. And he didn't give a fuck if somebody was right or not. He didn't care. That's what made me mad.
You have to always realize the point of diminishing returns.
This guy trolled the hell out of this show tonight. Like, he even trolled Top Dog earlier, like an hour earlier. He trolled everybody, man. The guy was. Oh, he made me so mad. He had a good 2 hours of trolling. Not just trolling, but 100% trolling. That's what that guy did. Well, show me the container. Well, can't I just show you the gas pressure? You know, it's like the guy just kept trolling and trolling and trolling. When you proved him wrong, he just switched topics.
Yeah, that's why I brought him back and I pinned him down into a corner, telling him, no, this is circular arguing, this is deflection. Why don't you ask these questions to NASA? So you always have to be mindful of these pseudo-intellectuals. They try to flip the script on you. They use these debating tactics of deflection, of circular arguing. So once you catch that, there is no more point in repeating the point for them. You immediately have to tell them, no, this is what you're doing. Stop it. This is the trick that you're playing. Stop it. And this will also help you not get mad and not interrupt them and not yell at them and all of that.
And that's what fired me up. So I apologize to 24/7 Flat Earth if I was out of line, because I could have been. That guy made me really mad. I shouldn't admit it because it shows my weak side, but that guy trolled this show for like 2 hours, dude, and just got away with it.
I don't think he got away with it. When I joined at the end, and then I got him to admit a lot of mistakes, and I got him to.
You did.
Chill the fuck
That's a
out.
good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Anytime you can end with, you know, you're right, man. Because anytime you can end with, well, it seemed, anyways, that he might have had a different mindset of when he came into it. So anytime you can do that, in my opinion, it's a win.
Yeah, it's a huge win. Even if you just plant the seed, they will never admit it immediately.
Yeah.
Like, you can't expect people to immediately go like, oh yeah, it makes sense. I understand now. Okay, I believe you. No, they have to do their own research. They're gonna be confronted with their own cognitive dissonance. They're gonna have to.
Do you think he learned anything about Flat Earth? Or do you think he just was in here? Because I think he was in here trolling.
There is a big part of it. It's trolling. Yeah, there is a big part of it. It's trolling, and like I said earlier, he's just lonely. He wants to talk with people, and he's being disingenuous about that. He doesn't really want to change his mind. And for these types of people, with my experience, I can tell you even why. It's because they are so deeply in love with this whole space bullshit and space movies and space
There's
videos.
fantasy, dude.
Yeah, they're
Total
never gonna let
fantasy.
it go. Yeah.
Like one argument when I'm on the panel that I'll always bring up is, if you have a vision of space, space-time, space, the universe, that vision will be different than mine. And the reason for that is we're both working in a fantasy. It's not real. We're creating our own images. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. No, but what I was trying to say is like, yes, you are right. It is a fantasy, but my point was that the fantasy part is what makes it so awesome and interesting for them. It's what makes them stick to it so badly, because a lot of people want to have it as a form of entertainment, as a form of, a lot of people who read fantasy books about, hobbits and things like that. They know it's not real, and you can never convince them that, this is bad, you should not read it anymore. I'm not saying you should, but
that's exactly my point, man. Well said.
Yeah, it's just. You gotta recognize the point of diminishing return, and then go like, okay, this guy's never gonna get it. Let's move on.
It's so bad, dude. If people have the eyes to see other human beings in that mindset, in my opinion, it's so bad. That's why I want to bring them out of it. It's so bad.
Remember, you can't save everybody. You can't. The majority of people are going to be like
No,
him.
I know, but that's like, you know what I mean by that? That's like, that's what causes my aggression. Is when I see, it's almost like a loved one. When you see them do wrong, you call them out so they don't do it. You call them out, you embarrass them, you do everything you can to keep them from doing that again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's not like a hatred. I would say
No,
it's
I
more
know.
of a love. It's more of a love. Like, quit doing this shit. What are you doing? Like a kid, like to your child.
But as they always
Don't
say, you
touch
can bring
that.
a
It's hot.
horse. You can bring a
Yeah,
horse to
go
the
ahead.
water, but you can't make them drink.
But you can't make them drink. Well said. Well said. Yeah. And it's so true. Even in philosophy, it's so true. You can bring them right to what they need, but you can't force them to get what they need.
Yeah.
But you can bring them there. You can bring them to what they need. And that's the battle. That's what I think we need to do. The horse might not drink from the water. We just need to make sure we take it to the water.
Yeah.
That some bitch said, show me the container. It's like it's like saying, show me the tire to my car. I know it requires pressure. And without the tire, there is no pressure. It's like, come on, man, what do you need?
The analogy with the children and parents was great, and after a repetition or the third, fourth repetition, he kind of got it.
I think there was a few things that we made that guy go, And I guess, even though he trolled us for 2 hours, maybe that 2 seconds of him going, was worth the 2 hours of trolling, you know what I mean?
I don't see it as successful trolling either, because he's being used. I use them as a lesson. I use them as a lesson to show whoever is listening, this is the tricks
And
they
that's what
use.
I'm saying.
This is how to stop them. Yeah. And even if so I'm not basing my result on whether he accepts the facts or not, or whether he changes his mind. I'm basing it on whether I presented the facts properly for everybody else who's listening, whether I called out debating tricks that he's been doing or other people have been doing. That is for me a success.
Do you think what I did tonight is worth muting?
But you yourself get muted?
Yeah. Do you think what I
No.
did tonight is worth muting?
No, I don't think so. I only cut the last part, so I'm talking about the last part since I joined. I don't know if you guys were, if you were
Right.
yelling at him or cussing him out before. I don't know what happened, but
I only ask that because even though I'm on the side of Flat Earth, I've been muted more than the people we just heard who should be muted. That guy was so unwilling. He even admitted that if he changes his mind, he wouldn't change it. You know?
yeah, that's why I asked him. I recognize he's never gonna do it, so I confronted him directly.
Yeah, something about I'm not going to learn anything new. Something like that is what he said. And I was like, what the fuck, dude? The only way a person can grow, I'm 45 years old, so it's young, but it's old at the same time. The older I get, the more I realize, the less I know.
Yep.
And if I look back on my life, the younger I was, the more I knew. What the hell is that? Why
The
are
more
these
you
things
thought you
contradicting?
know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you know, you're a teenager. You know everything. Teenage life, you know everything. Nobody can tell you anything. You already know it all. But the older you get, you realize you don't know shit. And if a person can admit that, in my opinion, they're halfway on the good path.
Yeah.
Like if I go back to 2010, 2009, 2011, Flat Earth, I fucking knew everything, dude. I knew everything, even though I was still like 32, 33 years old. But now that I'm 45, I realize I don't know anything. And that's a huge contrast in a short amount of time.
Maturity.
You know what I mean? But I don't want to like. A lot of people die at the age of fucking 9 years old, you know? It's like. Maturity, I don't want to celebrate the fact that I've lived so long. Because that makes it sound like I'm dogging on the people who didn't. You know what I'm trying to say there? Like birthdays. People celebrate their own birthday.
Yeah.
It's like many people never even seen 10 years before. Why would you be so egotistical to celebrate your own? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. That could just be me. I believe birthdays are pagan day. Sinful. If it wanted us to celebrate our birthday, it would have told us Jesus' birthday. But it doesn't. It doesn't tell you the day he was born. It's like an ego trip. Like, I have a friend, my best friend, his brother committed suicide. So my best friend's brother committed suicide, you know. It's like, you can't bring anything up that has to do with suicide when he's around because it might trigger him, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you acknowledge these things as a man, as a friend, to not trigger your friend. But these globetards, they're all about triggering people. They're all about it. Like, that's what they thrive on. And to me, it's just a telltale sign of good and evil. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
It did.
Like traditionally in America, they've literally programmed parents to lie to their children. Santa Claus is real. The president doesn't say from Christ. The president says from Santa. What the fuck? I take all these things into consideration when I discern the world I'm in.
Hello, everyone.
What's up?
Oh, I'm just currently looking into ring laser gyroscopes. Not particularly super interested in them, but one of my friends has been sort of nagging me, so I'm taking the initiative. And one thing I have just stumbled across is some 1990s military gyroscope. What's it called? An article thing, or more like a manual. And it says, honestly, I'm not very good. Like, I don't know much about gyroscopes, ring lasers at the moment, but what it says is a bit confusing to me. Okay, so read it out. An effort is currently in progress for sensing the Earth's rotation rate 9.6 degrees per hour at the latitude of Great Neck, which I think was in New York somewhere. Consideration is also being given to possibilities for detecting the Earth orbital rate around the Sun. So obviously the whole ring laser gyroscope thing is because people used to ring laser gyroscopes as a means of saying that is proof that the Earth curves with its like rotation 15 degrees per hour, supposedly. So I find this. I'll just post the article in the chat, at least a quote in it, the chat, the live stream voice text. So I find it just crazy that what on earth is it saying 9.6 degrees per hour? That makes no sense. Maybe it does, but if it does, the technicalities for it has gone over my head. It's pretty technical, so I don't entirely expect everyone to have answers, but you know, I find it interesting. 9.6 degrees per hour. So yeah,
they're trying to say that their gyroscope is already factoring that those numbers in, or they're basically indirectly admitting that, oh, by the way, there's this rotation rate and we can't detect it with the gyroscope.
Well, from like what it appears to me is they're saying, okay, they were trying to measure the Earth's rotation rate, and at the latitude of Great Neck, which, as I said, I think is in New York somewhere, it showed a 9.6 degree rotation per hour. So they're saying, oh, we're measuring a rotation. It is reading 9.6 degrees. That must be the Earth rotation, even though these days they're saying it's 15 degrees because 15 times 24 is 360.
Yeah.
So I don't know why. Like, I'm just a bit perplexed as to, you know, why does this paragraph even exist? It makes no sense. But anyway, like it's not really that important. It's just like a weird technicality of a random 1990s military manual.
It sounds like a justification on their part, or at least they thought this is what it's supposed to be, like the calculation, and they wrote it down. Because at the end of the day, they know the gyroscope cannot measure this. It's not a device to measure a rotation, and it's literally the device that shows there is no rotation.
Yeah, so I've only so there's one other article which I'll just link in the chat for anyone interested, which is probably not many, but so I've only found two things which even talk about this 9.6 degree rotation, or supposed rotation. And there's just not much information on it at all, as far as I can tell. So and then there's the people who say, oh, I mean, I guess it's the people who don't really look into the topic, but sort of are just making stuff up on the spot. Some people are like, oh, well, if you have a gyroscope and, you know, it measures the rotation of the Earth, but it doesn't measure the rotation of the sun, or the Earth orbiting the sun, or the sun orbiting the galaxy and all of that. Whereas this article is suggesting, oh no, it does. We're looking into trying to detect the Earth's orbital rate around the sun as well. So it's all in their paradigm. So it's, you know, I'm exerting energy into a useless endeavor, but I don't know. It's
Are you
interesting.
trying
what
to
they
prove
say.
it to your friend? Like, how did you get into this?
Well, my friend just saw that behind the curve, like a 5-minute behind the curve thing with Bob Nodal, and how he's like, oh yeah, well, it is 15 degrees, but it can't be the Earth rotation. So one of those videos, and I'm just trying to take the initiative to be like, okay, that's something which has interested you. Let's really look into it and digest it and see everything which is going on. And as I've looked into it, I've realized, oh, that's really strange. I cannot get a hold of any of the documentation or results from this the thing which Bob Nodal was talking about. So like you could think, oh, that's bad for flat earthers, but no, it's bad for like globe and flat earthers. Why is it so hard to find the actual like papers and stuff which were making these claims? It's I'm just trying to, I guess, being a bit investigative and researching and just trying to get all of the raw data so that when you have all the raw data, then you can start looking into it rather than just having word of mouth sort of things.
Yeah.
What about you? You looking into any specific topics at the moment?
No, I've been in flat Earth since 2015. So I did my research back then. Took me like a year of trying to debunk it, a little bit less, until I realized, holy shit, the other side doesn't actually have arguments, doesn't have scientific evidence on the major issues. And then I also did my own testing, and especially when I was trying to convince a friend who studied physics. And yeah, since then, of course, I kept learning more and more about the topics, but
yeah,
it's
it is pretty
clear.
ironic. I find it like the most ironic thing when I first was in flat Earth, or when I first sort of found out about it and realized people like deduce things logically. I just thought, whoa, this is just like the most ironic thing in the world. Flat Earth is a being logical. That makes no sense.
Yeah,
But yeah, it
the
makes sense
concept
now.
gets attacked. It's like a trigger word, like the same way the people from the Matrix, they get triggered by a certain word and they immediately get infected by the program. The mainstream has taught people the same way. As soon as they hear the word flat Earth, there's like a program that switches in their brain, and they're supposed to mock it, laugh at it, never consider it, and then even cuss people out for it. And it's hard to come back from that.
Yeah, it is. But it's amazing how, despite all of that, we've, built an army of people who actually dared to question the Matrix.
Yep.
And so, with your research, have you looked into the Cavendish experiment, or quote unquote experiment?
I've seen the Cavendish experiment, yes, and I've seen how the globe earthers try to use it to prove. I've seen them try to use it to prove everything, and then I've called them out a couple of times. I've seen other people call them out on it not actually being anything related to what they were trying to prove, and confuse the Newtonian gravity with Einstein gravity, and then
Yeah, I think gravity is a dirty word because you can say, like, I guess, like, I think in its original Greek, it just means heaviness or something like that. So in that way, I can say, yeah, gravity, heaviness. Like, if something's heavy, it's going to drop and, meet its equilibrium. But then, there's all these connotations on all of these words. So even in this survey, you can say a word like I might say the word gravity. I mean, I know not to, but if I did, I might have a different definition in my head, and it's just like, it gets so icky because of the different things we piggyback onto words. Just to, we really need a dictionary sometimes just to get all of our definitions straight. I think that's a really cool thing about how I've progressed in just growing is I've really been taking my words more into account and realizing what I'm saying. And I guess in communication, when I'm talking to people, I'm like, hey, you're being ambiguous now. Tell me what's your actual definition, and just not really calling people out, but just bringing to awareness semantics and what we're trying to say, so we don't just talk to brick walls.
Yeah, it's definitely a big part of communication, knowing what the person is actually understanding behind the words that they are saying.
And so your name is Devlieb Germany, so are you from Germany?
Yeah.
Das ist gut. My mom is German. I'm from Australia though.
Yeah, I can hear the accent.
Yeah, she moved out to Australia when she was 5, just because her parents decided, they were post-war and they just, I guess, didn't want to hang out in Germany anymore. So they went to Canada and eventually went to Australia. And so here I am as a result.
Cool.
But I forgot to ask them. Well, my grandparents are dead now, so I can't ask them. But I should have. I should have said, "Hey, Grandma and Grandpa, or Oma and Opa, when you were on that plane from Germany to Australia, did you feel like you were flipping upside down?"
I think they were worried about other stuff on that plane.
Yeah, more worldly matters.
Yeah.
Getting my mum to stop crying. It's okay, little child, stop crying. You're not going upside down. That is an awesome picture of an Australian eagle, which has just been posted in the live chat. That's exactly how they fly.
Yeah, that's funny.
So anyway, I'll probably get back to doing some research. So I'll put myself on mute and I'll just be listening in, even though I think it's pretty silent at the moment.
Yeah, I'm working on the side as well. We've had a discussion with somebody a couple of, I don't know, half an hour ago or something. And then he was using a lot of tricks and a lot of cognitive dissonance and being disingenuous. So I chimed in, I put a stop to it, and then he left. And since then, it's been a little bit quiet, which is not always bad.
Okay, I'm just going to unmute myself every now and then when I'm reading and I just see something which makes no sense. Okay, so now I'm reading an article about the Sagnac effect, and this is what it says. It is possible to synchronize clocks by utilizing electromagnetic signals, which effectively close on close on themselves as they circumnavigate the globe. What on earth do they mean by effectively closing on themselves as they circumnavigate the globe? That makes no sense to me.
Wait, can you repeat? The clocks?
So it is possible to synchronize clocks. By clocks, they're talking about the atomic clocks.
Yeah.
So to synchronize those clocks by utilizing electromagnetic signals, which effectively close on themselves as they circumnavigate the globe. That I do not know what they mean by close on themselves.
Yeah, I think like if they take a clock at each point around their globe and then synchronize that clock or set their time using the electromagnetic fields, that when they do a whole rotation, the clock could go from 12 midnight all the way back to 12 midnight again, according to them. So that's
Okay.
what they mean by close on themselves, I believe.
Okay. So it's just like its whole cycle. Okay. Just
Exactly, yeah.
a weird wording which did not quite register in my head.
Hmm. I might go take my dog for a walk. Be back later.
Okay, nice talking to you. Hope the dog enjoys the walk.
Thank you.
On that article, Silver Salt Lake, Stacy, I did find this
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
So, I did find this.
The quote, for slowly moving portable clocks, the effect can be viewed from a local non-rotating geocentric reference frame as being due to a difference between the second order Doppler shift time dilation of the portable clock and that of the master clock, whose motion is due to the Earth's rotation. Yeah, I saw that one too. A local non-rotating geocentric reference frame.
So, yeah, interesting.
So how does that work if it has to circumnavigate the globe?
Yeah, from a non-rotation, from a local non-rotation geocentric, yeah, it makes sense on flat Earth. But in that article, they are talking about. See where you are. Here. They're talking about the Sagna effect.
Yeah. So
it's
yeah,
related. It's when they talk about electromagnetic, they talk about light. So it's more related to the sun, as the sun is passing by. It's light. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they definitely conflate. Oh, if we see any like movement of, like if the gyroscope detects any movement, we're firstly assuming that it's the Earth rotating, whereas, well, it could be the luminaries rotating apparent to us, but no, that's not convenient.
Exactly.
I'd be interested to see what would happen if you have like a ring laser gyroscope and you have it in a pitch black room where you don't have any outside light coming in except like a laser or something, which is your input source. I'm sure they've done things like that, but I just haven't looked into the topic enough to find these things, but I'd be interested to see what I might pick up there, because if you could do a test like that, then you'd be able to deduce, okay, it is definitely like the reading is definitely being influenced by the luminaries in the sky, or it's not. So that would be how I'd start my hypothesis experiments.
Yeah, yeah, the sky is moving. There's energy. Who knows?
Yeah, I gotta befriend some people who randomly have ring laser gyroscopes, or maybe just go to a university or something and say, "Hey, can I do an experiment like this?"
Yeah, it will be, to isolate that. Like to inside a room. Something put that inside something to, like the block. Let's see if it moves like that. But anyway, there's a lot of things.
Yeah, there's a lot of variables.
Yeah.
But that would be one way of canceling one variable.
There's even ink. Some people. There's a black ink who block, I think, radio waves.
Oh, I've never heard of that. Okay.
Let me see.
So if I want to block a signal coming through, I just get a really big sheet of black ink and just wave it in front of me.
Yeah, I saw that a long time ago. People are talking about, let me see, black ink. Or if some people talk about Faraday.
Yeah, Faraday.
Cage. Let's see. Now I'm watching. Can Faraday cage block? No. The G5. You get it?
Oh,
you
yeah,
have to
yeah.
reverse it. Okay, so come on. These pages, they show the information and then they show a pop-up to subscribe. But let's see. What I do, I go to the I refresh the page and then I click X, X, okay, on the keyboard.
Yeah.
So to avoid that. So then I can see the full article. Okay. I can post. I'm gonna post the article.
Okay.
I think there's no problem. But anyway, but you have to do like I did, refresh and the link and the page, and click X. So let's see.
Oh, yeah, because it wants me to subscribe.
Yeah. Now refresh the page and quickly has it refreshing? Click X and you can see the full article without that pop-up to subscribe.
Yeah, I think because it's the first time I've been on the the website, it's not coming up with that pop-up thing at the moment. But if I went onto a different article, it would probably come up with that because it would realize, oh, it's their second visit on the website. Let's make them pay now. Whereas this is their mercy 15 minutes or so.
So it says this Faraday cage, what it does is that it cancels an EM electromagnetic field by creating a second one. So at the same time, it's creating a second one in the opposite direction.
Oh, okay. So it's sort of like counteracting, or like what's the word? Canceling out. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm gonna post. Let's see. Cannot copy or paste. Let me see. Copy. Okay.
Welcome, Finn, to the live stream. Electric field in conductors. This is exactly what a Faraday cage does. It cancels an EM field by creating a second one in the opposite direction. Thanks to superposition, the two fields cancel and create a new field of zero. With a zero electric field, you no longer have an electromagnetic wave, but it's important to remember that the cage isn't blocking the electric fields, it is canceling them. Interesting. So I guess then the question would be, how would you make a Faraday cage which you can wear every day, so you don't just have to sit in a cage?
Yeah, no, that's just for a gyroscope experiment. But
oh yeah, okay, because EMF things could potentially sort of influence it. So if you had I guess like if you had a Faraday cage, but like in a torus shape, which would just like go outside of the gyroscope, then you could. But I guess then you'd have to know where all of the electromagnetic fields are coming from. So yeah, that's interesting.
But if you have that possibility, friends that have that gyroscopes lasers.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not friends with Brian Cox or Neil deGrasse Tyson yet.
or maybe you can go there and I'm doing like how you say a study.
Yeah, I mean,
to write an article of to a newspaper. So then they are more available, maybe.
Yeah, I would be the kind of person who'd be happy to just infiltrate universities with cool experiments. So maybe I should just start doing that. Saying, hey, university, here's a really cool idea. I am an independent researcher. So let me see like a really cool experiment. Set it up for me.
I was thinking about that, but different story. So I did took a course about programming computers, programming language, and it was the practical. It was inside like a university.
Yeah.
But I was doing like a quick, like it was 2 years to take that. So there were guys there studying like 5 years. So I was doing like a set. I don't know how you say in English, but it's like a set is like a set, like the television set. It's a group of many disciplines.
So a few units or something like that.
Yeah. So I was thinking sometimes I could go there to talk to the right guy and let's do this. Like long distance observation or measurement. So who knows?
Yeah, I think it's the kind of thing, if you just like bring it up casually, you just see how someone sort of takes in that information, and you see if they'd be willing to, not even like, before you like show your hand and that, you're skeptical of the globe Earth, just to like invite people to like think, yeah, this would be a cool experiment. It would be totally cool to do something like this just for the sake of observations.
Yeah.
And then if they are happy in just like with the initial idea, that's sort of when you know who you can sort of try and make things happen with.
So at the same time they are doing a study. They can report it. At least they are doing something useful.
Yeah, it might pique a student's interest, and then the student has something to write a paper about.
Yeah.
But then they might not graduate. The teacher might think, oh no, I don't like what this is saying. I'm going to say you failed. So, Miguel, have there been specific topics recently which have stood out to you, or that you're currently searching or researching, looking into?
About related to flat Earth?
Flat Earth, physics, the nature of the world, that sort of stuff.
Mostly of my time I have spent doing observations. And
Yeah.
while I was working, I saw this happening, and so yeah.
Yeah,
and,
I think
it's different, because you are doing by yourself, and yeah, it's so there are many things that appear something, in the sky, like airplanes flying by, and sometimes they appear to go like 45 degrees up or down, but they are not actually doing that. So it's perspective.
Yeah,
And,
100%.
Yeah, and there was a time I was watching crepuscular rays, but at my back, opposite direction, I saw anti-crepuscular rays. So they were converging at the vanishing point at the horizon at my back. So perspective explains that. So when they are converging, actually it's optical. It's a print. So it's like the way that the all lines converge to a vanishing point at the horizon.
Yeah, I've heard a few flat earthers who say things like, oh, the converging proves a local sun, and oh, I can see clouds behind the sun and all of that. And I think, what nonsense you're talking about? I'm not suggesting that the sun's 93 million miles away, but like it's not that it's this local sun that is setting right there. It's just the perspective as it gets further away from you. So yeah.
Yeah. So even shooting stars.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those recently. I have really nice night skies here.
So if you go, I was doing a travel with my bicycle. Sorry, no, motorcycle. It's more like that. So outside of the city, like let's see, because I have in kilometers.
Yeah, I use kilometers. That's all right. I'm metric.
Let's say I have to use a converter, but anyway, it's like more than 10 miles away, from the city. And then I could see clearly the night sky. So yeah, I was watching that zone. They call it the Milky Way, but to me, it just appears to be like there's a scar in the sky. Something happened, maybe.
Or in some of the Aboriginal folklore, they see it as an emu in the sky, and depending on, I guess, the orientation of how, like, you know, as the different seasons and stuff, it appears in a different position. Like sometimes the emu will look like and the emu is like the Milky Way, but the dark patches of the Milky Way rather than like the lighter clusters. And so if it's like low on the horizon, can't see its feet or something, it means it's time the emus are nesting. And then if you see it upright in the sky, then it's time to like go and hunt the emus and stuff like that. My examples might not be accurate, but that's sort of the gist of it. I'm digressing a bit, but yeah, that's a cool fun fact about some Australian Milky Way stuff.
Yeah, so at your location, Australia is different. You see different, but here it's I never saw Milky Way at the horizon. But yeah, it's very interesting. But I was there, and I could see some shooting stars, passing by from times to times. I was there like 10 minutes. But yeah, it's very it's different from looking when you are in the city, because when you are in the city you have this light pollution,
Yeah.
so you cannot see the full sky, more stars. Yeah, so even that looking shooting stars, I always they look like they are doing a straight line, but it depends of the location you are looking, because there were maybe there are times that you maybe appearing, there's this appearance that you are looking a shooting star going down, but it's not. It's because of perspective.
Yeah, it's going further away, so it's lowering.
Yeah. But it happens like 2 or 3 seconds at maximum. But I don't know what they are, but they are appearing to me like electric phenomena happen there.
Yeah, I wouldn't make any claims, but just in my own heart, I think it's something electric going on there, but I don't know.
Yeah.
That would just be my inclination.
But on the globe, on that side, the shooting stars going, when you are watching the horizon going up from the horizon, going up.
Yeah, but I think their excuse is
see that.
I think their excuse is like the angle and like I don't know, something like the angle with refraction and stuff, that you just would not see it, just going straight up.
Yeah.
I don't quite know the excuse. I should look into the argument more if I want to talk on it. But I think there's an excuse somewhat like that. I've heard it.
They will grab anything, gravity and so on. Even at the Black Swan, I'm gonna post. They have a big problem because they don't they don't like to watch the stuff that we are posting. Because in the Black Swan there's a big problem to them, when they claim refraction. So I'm gonna post. I found this I did this in the other day. Let's see. So this is the Black Swan, right? So we have 2 oil rigs there.
Oh yeah.
They like to look at that crane of that second oil rig. There's a few turbulence there, but anyway, they have a bigger problem, because if they claim refraction there, then they have to explain this, because I'm gonna post it. Let's see. Where did it put? This one. Okay. So those are just 2 oil rigs, but the original video we have 7. So you have to zoom this, you click it and zoom it. When you click at this here in Discord, you see the Black Swan is in the middle. Those 2 oil rigs, closing by. next to each other, so almost in the when you are watching this. I put a purple line there, and we can see
Yeah.
more 2 oil rigs at left and 3 oil rigs at right. So and this line this is a perfect horizontal line. So they have this problem now. When they claim refraction forward, now they have to explain at left and right because there is no refraction there, curving the water and the horizon there. So yeah, big problem.
Yeah, well, to be fair, they might just say, well, your camera's not zoomed in, so it's different. It only refracts when the camera's zoomed in.
Yeah.
I do have a tendency to make excuses for them. I need to stop. I need to just say, yes, Migo, that is correct, rather than just throwing out dumb excuses.
So, if they claim even the Black Swan, those 2 oil rigs, if you can see the horizon is beyond the second one, but it's not just that. It spreads away from left, at left and right of these 2 oil rigs, so they have a big problem now. If they claim refraction, I don't see the horizon curving at left and right. So yeah.
I recently had a dream, so I guess Flat Earth was on my mind. I had a dream, and I finally got a black swan image because I've got like black swans, but in the sense that the horizon, or the apparent horizon, always is before the geometric horizon. I guess I've not been on the ocean long enough to watch it get falsified. But anyway, so in my dream, I finally got a picture where it did get falsified, and I was like, yes, finally. So I was quite happy, but I'm sure that dream will be reality one day. I just think the Australian, I guess, atmosphere, or quote unquote atmosphere, is just always making the apparent horizon a lot shorter, like dramatically shorter than the geometric. And I guess there's probably a balance between how high you ought to be to really get that best long distance, as well as still like exceeding the geometric horizon. It's pretty technical.
Yeah, has this camera is 1 foot, but if you rise up, of course, even let's say forget water, but in the field, if you rise up, you will see more, that you couldn't see from ground level. So yeah.
Yeah, as you said, it's all perspective.
Exactly. And Matthew Lertz was here like a long time ago. He did post a simple photo, like you see mountains over there, at the horizon, and then the sun above this mountain. So he was claiming, "Oh, we see the sun there because this is proof of curvature." And then I said to him, "Okay, so go to that top of that mountain and take a picture and show to us, because I'm sure you will find more flat earth, flat land, beyond that mountain." So and they never present that. Of course, he's not there to do the job. Yeah, he like to claims, without verification.
Yeah, the globe people, they're all about making a claim and like making an explanation, whereas we are more of, well, we will observe things, and whatever we observe, we'll try and like deduce what it could be, but we won't just make explanations which make us feel good. We'll only make an explanation if we can actually scientifically validate it, but there are things we can't validate because we can't manipulate independent variables because we're not God.
Yeah. When you were talking right now, I was thinking there was a guy in the other Discord server, the Earth Awakens. It was Zanik 3.12. Now he's It's called Zanuck 4.0. So he was posting this a lot of times. I don't know if he did this, or someone did this meme, let's say. So let's see. So I'm gonna post it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I don't consider what they say as explanation for the phenomenon that we present, but I consider that as excuses to hold to that idea of the fantasy globe.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You're right.
yeah, that's true.
They will
By
grab.
yeah.
Yeah. When you debunk something, they always grab something to it's to do excuse.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can explain things without the explanation being true. When I was little, I would explain how I'm a superhero and, just like make up nonsense which made sense to some coherency without being true at all. But yeah, explanations and excuses.
Exactly. So, I just post what that guy, Zanuck, at that time it was Zanuck 3.0, now he's 4.0. But he was posting this like a lot of times, like 20 times in an hour. So, and then I did a quick research about that place, other photos, counting that Mount St. Helens at front and Mount Rainier at the background. So he was claiming this photo debunks flat Earth, but he did forget about perspective. But anyway, so I did research about this place, and here we are more hiked, and we can see the two mountains there. And the other mountain is there. It's not lower, and there's no curvature. So I just debunk him like that. So yeah, they don't like to account perspective. They don't even account that when they are doing observations and so on.
Well, they probably just think perspective is something you do in art class, and they think it's like, oh, art class, not reality. Whereas, no, art class is a bit more realistic than what you see on Bill Nye the Science Guy.
Yeah, actually, they had to put that the perspective on the paintings to get more depth, appear more depth. So
to make it look realistic, yeah.
Yeah, so they are using perspective to even on games, this on games they account perspective. These games.
You're
So they-
100% correct. Yeah, on games there is no curve surfaces. They are flat platforms edited on the 3D tool, and it's just perspective. When you play GTA, it's just perspective. It's not a curve surface.
Exactly.
And the
guy. Yep, go on.
The problem is it's the opposite of the effect of the phenomenon and the two realities. So imagine on a flat reality, on a flat surface, the horizon will be always, if there is no atmospheric condition, the horizon will be always at eye level. And if it's a sphere, like they claim, the horizon, if there is no atmospheric conditions, it will be always lower than the eye level. It will be at 1.2 miles. So the effect of the atmospheric conditions is opposite in the two realities. So if the reality is the Earth is plane, so flat, the atmospheric conditions always lower the horizon, never make it above the eye level. It's always lower than the eye level. And if you see the sky meets the ground at above the eye level, it will be just an obstruction, hill or mountain range or buildings. But in the curve wall, so the atmospheric conditions will always rise the horizon. So it's the opposite effect on those two realities. So what is the reality? The atmospheric conditions lower the horizon or make it make make the horizon appear higher than it should. And if it's the case, we will see at some point, due to the atmospheric conditions, a horizon that is without any obstruction, just the water. We would see it above eye level if they claim that the atmospheric conditions make the horizon appear higher. So why we never see a horizon above eye level? Because naturally the atmospheric conditions never make the horizon higher or things appear higher. It's just lower them, make them appear lower, so you see the horizon lower than it should because of the atmospheric conditions.
Exactly, you are right.
And they can't prove that. We can show them horizon appear higher than it should be in low atmospheric conditions.
Oh, the only time we we have the horizon higher than it's meant to be is when we have a flat Earth horizon, and they just say, "Oh, it's just the horizon is being refracted upwards."
Exactly.
That's coping.
Why? Because of why we never see a horizon above eye level because of that refraction. Because it isn't, because the refraction never make the horizon higher than it should be. It lowered the horizon because the normal position of the horizon is at eye level with no atmospheric conditions. So if there is atmospheric conditions, it will be lower. So what is the reality we are living in? It should be flat, not a horizon at 1.2 miles like they claim.
Exactly. And when I'm driving my car on a flat road, and there's like a hill in the middle, a little hill. I cannot, I can. If there's a car on front of me, at that time I cannot pass this car, because I don't know if there's a car coming by, because if that refraction did really happen, yeah, that will be useful because I could see behind that little hill, but I cannot. You see, there's a problem there, and there were times, the car was there, and if I do did pass the car on front of me, I had an accident. So that refraction is not there. Their refraction of the globers is not there in reality.
And even if when it's dark night, pitch black night, so you can't see anything, and you wanna have a horizon for, I don't know, navigation or something, but you want to have a horizon. It's pitch black. You can't see a horizon at all. What can you do at that moment? You will establish an artificial horizon, which is really at eye level. You will use the level to establish an artificial horizon because we know that the horizon, natural position of the horizon is at eye level, is not at 1.2. We don't make that. We establish an artificial horizon at eye level.
That's right. I was watching your 3 videos you did posted. So was that you that did that, or someone? You did post 3 videos.
I don't post yes, it was me. I posted those long shot video, small videos. Yeah, it was me.
Okay, awesome job. All Sullivan's Beach
No,
houses.
not I posted the videos, but not me.
Okay, you did. Okay, so I understand now.
And the one who made the
You are robotic.
videos. I was thinking that you asked if it was me, the one who posted them. Yeah, I was the one who posted them, but not me, the one
Okay.
who made the shot.
Okay, thanks.
But you can see on those shots, the guy who made them, he show you where the camera is when he points his hand. So the his finger, the tip of his finger is touching the sand. So the camera is on top of the ground 1 inch, I think. And it's when he made the camera on the tripod, he showed but on his body where the camera pointed.
Yeah, I see that.
it's middle.
He's putting his hand in the front of camera and touch
Yeah.
the sand.
Yeah, to show you the elevation of camera dependent to the ground.
Oh. Was that guy still here that was muting me every 5 seconds?
I was not here that time.
Yeah, I wasn't here either, so I don't know. Were you annoying them?
No, I was just
Miguel,
giving him evidence and he kept muting me and saying, nope, that's not right. I think his name was AJ.
So Miguel, look at the last image I sent. You will see a floating boat. So if there is no boat there, people will say that the horizon is the meeting of the sky where the sky meets the ground. So that false horizon. But the reality is the horizon is behind that boat. So the horizon, the real horizon, is that black line drawn there in the image. That proves that the atmospheric conditions makes the horizon appear lower than it should, not higher.
Yeah, I agree with like the apparent horizon not being the actual horizon, but I wouldn't even make a claim of where the actual horizon is because I think it's all relative. So as things get further into the distance, they start to mirror. Like even in some of the videos you posted, there's like the islands look like they float a little bit. Yeah, and you can see like it's mirroring.
It's mirroring.
Yeah, eventually, as it's like the land gets further and further away, or if you're just looking at an ocean which doesn't have land references, then the sky's just going to be mirroring the sky and getting higher and higher in the. Well, I don't know how long, but like you lose a discernment of being able to say, okay, land is being mirrored when you're, now it's only the sky being mirrored, so you can't. I think it's sort of just like a continuous thing of. I don't know. I just wouldn't make an actual horizon claim. I'd just say like the horizon is at least here and onwards, but not specifically giving a definite line of where the horizon is, if you know what I mean. But
But the horizon, even if we don't consider any atmospheric conditions, like when you draw a horizon, you always put the horizon at eye level. You always do that because it's the natural vanishing line that you have, because it's not a tunnel where there is walls and you can't see a flat line, because it's a flat surface, flat plane, the surface of water. So you would have the horizon at eye level because of the perspective. So it will be there. If there is, for example, if it's a hallway or a tunnel, it won't be a horizon, but it will be a focal point, not a focal point, but a point, a vanishing point, where those walls will meet the other, with the left wall, will meet the right wall, and the ceiling will meet the floor. So it will be a point, not a line. But if you draw a flat surface, you will have to draw a flat level line on the middle of that image, or the canva you have, or the paper you have. So that's the
Yeah.
horizon. It's